Chapter 1, dismissed at the start, 1 survival point per minute. Director Lee, you can't do this. Lu Zai will graduate in 10 days. If you expel him now, all his hard work over the past 10 days will be wasted. The Awakened One diploma is very important to him. Class teacher Lu Ru said to the bald man in front of her in a pleading tone. The atmosphere in the dean's office was oppressive. There were only 3 people in the room. The person involved, Lu Zai, was about to be expelled because of his poor performance in the mock exam. The reason is simply that the Coastal War College is evaluating students for excellence this year, and the college admission rate is an important indicator. So, by expelling those with lower grades, the college admission rate will naturally be higher. Lu Zai was one of them. Lu Zai's talent is sequence 20 metal manipulation. Logically, this talent sequence is already quite high, and it's very powerful in the later stages, so it shouldn't have been removed. Unfortunately, metal manipulation is a type of mental manipulation, which is difficult to generate combat power in the early stages. With Lu Zai's current mental strength, he can barely suspend a spoon in mid-air. So, how the hell are you supposed to fight like this? Even performing in a circus wouldn't be exciting enough. The student's talent was off the charts in the early stages, with many already reaching level 10 in the training park, while Lu Zai was still at level 1. Because he was unable to fight the alien beasts. Lu Ru is Lu Zai's homeroom teacher. She cares deeply for this sensible yet pitiful orphan and doesn't want the school to treat Lu Zai this way. Faced with Lu Ru's plea, Dean of Students Li Meng said without hesitation, "This is the school's decision, and there is no room for discussion. Binhai College must succeed in the evaluation this year. As for Lu Zai, we can give him 20,000 dragon coins as a consolation payment for your sake, to be used for his future development." After saying that, Li Meng took out a stack of banknotes from his drawer and pushed them in front of Lu Zai. Comfort expenses? 20,000? Lu Ru looked at Director Li in disbelief. For the first time, she felt that the college where she had worked for 5 years was so unfamiliar. The school motto reads, "We will not abandon any awakened one," but this time, the words sound so jarring and ironic. Lu Ru smiled helplessly and silently took off her work badge. "I resign." Then, she pulled Lu Zai and turned to leave. "Teacher Lu, wait a minute." Li Meng stood up to persuade her to stay. "Are you really going to do this for a student?" Lu Ru shook her head. "This kind of college is not worthy of my dedication. Today it's Lu Zai, tomorrow it could be any of my other students. I don't want to work with this kind of self-blame." "Wait!" Lu Zai called out to the homeroom teacher. Under the shocked gazes of Lu Ru and Li Meng, Lu Zai took 20,000 dragon coins from the table. Lu Zai's thought was, if I don't take it, that bastard will benefit too. He'll definitely embezzle it. I'll take it and give it to whoever I want. I won't leave it for you. Li Meng, however, felt that Lu Zai had no backbone at all and said, "You saw it yourself. Is a student like this really worth it? The academy needs people with courage and boldness. There was a reason why he was expelled." Lu Ru was shocked. This was classic victim blaming? You fired someone else, and now you're trying to shift the blame onto Lu Zai. Without saying much, Lu Ru left the school with Lu Zai, and she no longer served as the class teacher of the college. "Pack your things and let's go." Lu Zai, remember, your talent is extremely powerful, but it's weak in the early stages because your mental strength can't support such a talent. If it weren't for this reason, mental manipulation would be among the top 3 talents, Lu Ru comforted him. "Teacher Lu, I'm so sorry to have dragged you into this and caused you to lose your job. I'm also very grateful, and I will make it up to you in the future." Lu Zai never expected his homeroom teacher to be so supportive, standing by him through thick and thin. In this world where strange beasts roam and people are treacherous, such support is rare. Lu Ru was in a bad mood, but hearing Lu Zai's words, even if it was just something a kid said casually, made her very happy. How could a kid who had just graduated possibly make up for her so much? Alright, I'll wait until Lu Zai becomes a strongman so he can take his teacher to enjoy a life of luxury in Binhai City. Lu Ru patted Lu Zai's head, looking quite content. She was already 28 years old and hadn't gotten married yet because of her teaching career. Just then, a sudden voice entered Lu Zai's mind. Ding! Sensing unfair treatment of the host must not be humiliated. The strongest survival system has been successfully bound. The ultimate survival system, from this moment on, you will gain 1 survival point for every minute you survive. If you use the system to perform amazing feats in front of others and impress them, you will also gain tens to thousands of additional survival points. Uses of survival points. 1 survival point equals 1 attribute point, which can be allocated freely. 1 survival point equals 1 talent skill proficiency, which can be used to increase talent levels or to draw new second and third talents. Defeating a monster boss that is significantly stronger than you will grant you +1 base survival point per minute, with no upper limit. Lose I? It's been 3 years. I've been in this world for 3 whole years. Do you know how I've survived these 3 years? Lose I is a transmigrator who has been in this world for 3 years. For the past 3 years, he has been waiting for the system to hit him in the face every day. He waited for 3 years, to the point that he began to believe that time travelers didn't necessarily have cheat codes. And now, it has finally arrived. It's also an extremely abnormal system. It's important to know that there are only 3 ways to obtain attribute points in this world. First, after upgrading, each attribute will receive a 10 attribute point boost, and then there will be an additional 10 free attribute points for everyone to allocate. That means after leveling up, plus free attribute points, you only get 50 attribute points, while you only get 1 point per minute. When I take a nap, I get hundreds of points, which is equivalent to the result of you working hard to level up 2 times in the wild. No family could withstand this. It's not just defying the heavens, it's downright outrageous. Second, equipment attributes. These are relatively difficult to obtain, as equipment drop rates are low, and junk equipment doesn't add many attributes. Third, during battle, attribute infusion is applied to the body. This is a special phenomenon. After you kill a monster, a thrilling battle can grant you additional attribute bonuses. For example, if an awakened one who focuses on physical cultivation withstands the charge of a monster in a battle, he may gain +5, or even +20 or +50 to his physique after the battle, depending on the awakened one's level and strength. Generally, you add less in the early stages and more in the later stages. Lose I couldn't wait to open his personal attribute panel. This function is available to every awakened person, allowing them to internally observe their own status, which is quantified. Host, Lose I. Level, LV 10%. Realm, Transcendent Realm. Health points, 100. Constitution, 10-20% damage reduction. Spirit, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 10-0% critical strike chance. Survival points, 1 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 10-100. Equipment, none. Wow, everyone else is already level 10, and I'm still only level 1. But Lose I saw the future even more clearly. For example, the reason I was weak before was because my mental strength was too low, which prevented my talent from exerting its full power. So, once I improve my mental strength, will this talent be able to unleash terrifying power in my hands? Furthermore, if you kill a boss that is higher level than yourself, you will get +1 survival point per minute, which is the most awesome thing. In the future, you might get 10 points or even 100 survival points per minute, making you invincible. There is also a talent level LV1, followed by 0-100, which is the skill proficiency. When the skill proficiency reaches 100 points, you can upgrade to talent level 2. Currently, only 1 graduate in the academy has upgraded their skills to level 3, while most of the others are at level 2. This is the result of their 3 years of hard work. Because it is very difficult to improve the proficiency of talent skills, you don't gain 1 proficiency point every time you use a skill. It requires you to have a new understanding of the talent skill in order to gain a certain level of proficiency, so it is related to comprehension. However, Lose I didn't consider this issue. He simply added 100 survival points and leveled up directly, in a simple and brutal way. Damn, that feels good. You fired me? Well, I'll give you a little bit of a shock. After saying goodbye to teacher Lu Ru, Lose I went home and fell into a deep sleep. He planned to go to the trial camp in Binhai City at his own expense after he woke up. Chapter 2, The Value of 500 Mental Strength. Lose I rented a computer at an internet cafe and played Awakeners League for 6 hours, successfully dropping from silver rank to iron rank. Playing League of Legends is the most tiring game. Either you mess up or your teammates mess up. Lose I felt physically and mentally exhausted, so he went home and slept for 8 hours straight. And just like that, 14 hours passed by easily. Lose I was startled awake by the alarm clock. The first thing he did after getting up was to check the survival point. Survival points, 845. Ha ha ha, invincible. 1 hour is 60 points, and after waking up, it's 840 points. Keep in mind that leveling up once only increases an awakened's overall score by 50 points. Yes, I am now the #1 awakened one in the whole school, at least in terms of attribute points. Lu Zai then began to consider the issue of allocating skill points. First, Constitution affects the level of health points and damage reduction. However, the damage reduction system in this world is somewhat similar to the armor and magic resistance system in League of Legends, which Lu Zai played in his previous life. Initially, 10 points of Constitution equals 20% damage reduction, but 100 points of Constitution does not equal 200% damage reduction. As the body's Constitution improves, its cost effectiveness decreases. Lu Zai remembered that the textbook said that no matter how high an awakened person's physique is, their damage reduction will be infinitely close to 100%, but it will never reach 100%. The book records that 10 points of Constitution equals 20% damage reduction, 100 points of Constitution equals 40% damage reduction, but 1000 points of Constitution only equals 60% damage reduction. But none of that matters. Lu Zai has plenty of attribute points. The most powerful person in the academy right now is around level 10, which means that all three of his natural attributes are 100, and he also has 100 free attribute points to add to his special attributes. Lu Zai first increased his physique by 100. 100 health points was too low, but 200 physique points equaled 2000 health points, which immediately made Lu Zai feel extremely safe. Lu Zai's talent is the ability to manipulate metal with his mind, so he doesn't need physical strength. The stronger his mental power, the more ferocious the quantity and speed at which he can manipulate metal. Agility affects movement speed and critical hit rate, which Lu Zai doesn't need at the moment, so this attribute needs to be considered in the long term. Lu Zai's current thinking can be summarized in 4 words: great power and rapid progress. As long as my attributes are aggressive enough, then none of this is a problem. So, Lu Zai directly added 500 points of mental energy. In an instant, Lu Zai felt an endless surge of power flowing through his body, his mind was in turmoil, his senses became clearer and sharper, and his mental strength was significantly enhanced. Of the remaining 145 points, Lu Zai used 100 points to upgrade his talent to LV2, and saved the remaining 45 points for later use. Looking at his brand new talent panel, Lu Zai nodded in satisfaction. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 10%. Realm, Transcendent Realm. Health points, 2100. Constitution, 210 40.2% damage reduction. Spirit, 510. Strength, 10. Agility, 10% critical strike chance. Survival points, 45 growing. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV 20500. Equipment, none. Looking at the spatula in his rented room, Lu Zai had a sudden thought: Guang. The spatula slashed through the air, passing right through the door, piercing the wooden door, and finally stopping only after embedding itself in the cement wall. Awesome! 500 mental strength is terrifying. Lu Zai couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Zai then levitated a metal vegetable bowl in mid-air, clenching his fist tightly. Crack, crack. The iron basin in the air deformed in sync with Lu Zai's movements, and was kneaded into a metal ball. Lu Zai waved his hand, and the iron ball slammed into the end of the spatula on the wall, driving it completely into the wall. Don't worry about the rented room, dammit, it's just an annex building of the War Academy anyway. Lu Zai looked at his metal manipulation talent, which had now reached level 2 and undergone a series of changes. Metal manipulation LV2, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a 20 plus 0.51 meter range, dealing 120% plus 5.1% mental damage. No cooldown. The explanation of this talent is rather complex. First of all, the first sentence refers to the corresponding metal energy. It indicates the scale of metal energy that you can currently mobilize with your mental power. The stronger your mental power, the greater the metal energy you can mobilize. The reason Lu Zai wasn't injured before was that 10 points of mental energy were simply not enough to manipulate decent metal. But now it's different. Lu Zai even wants to buy a suitable weapon. Currently, Lu Zai can manipulate metal within a range of 20 plus 5.1 meters. The 20 meters is a fixed distance granted by his level 2 talent skill, and the 5.1 meters is the mental amplification of this distance based on 510 points of mental power. If it were 5,100 points of mental power, the amplification would be 51 meters, and so on. Similarly, the damage is 120% plus 5.1%, which is 125.1%. The first 120% is the fixed damage of the talent skill, and the last 5.1% is the mental power amplification. That's really powerful. Metal manipulation is different from some talent skills that can easily deal 300% or 500% damage. Other skills have cooldowns, but yours doesn't. As long as your mental strength is strong enough, theoretically, you can activate an unlimited firepower mode and continuously attack the enemy. Lu Zai's current mental strength is as high as 510 points. With the 125.1% damage amplification from his talent, he can deal 638 points of damage with a single hit on an enemy. Of course, this damage also needs to take into account the opponent's damage reduction, so the actual damage will be lower. You should know that a level 1 beast only has around 200 health points, which means you can kill it instantly. It's time to upgrade. In Binhai City, leveling areas below level 10 are under human control and even charge a fee of 2,000 dragon coins per entry. Previously, as a student at the Coastal Combat Academy, Lu Zai could enter twice a week for free. However, Lu Zai's strength was insufficient to go in and kill the monsters, so it was all wasted. Now that he's been expelled from the academy, Lu Zai can only enter by paying. That's when the 20,000 dragon coins come in handy. Otherwise, as an orphan, the 2,000 yuan monthly allowance from the Dragon Kingdom would be insufficient to support me. Without any hesitation, Lu Zai washed up, got up, threw some food and drinking water into the system space, and headed straight for the trial camp. At the entrance of the trial camp, Lu Zai received a phone call from Director Li. Xiao Lu, we had a misunderstanding before. Now that you're back, let's have a good talk. There's nothing that can't be resolved through discussion. Lu Zai didn't know why the other party wanted him to go back, but I just wouldn't listen and hung up. Haha, you weren't there when the sun sets, but who the hell are you when it rises again? Holy crap, Brother Lu, I knew I'd be waiting for you here. I tried calling you, but you were busy. A 1.9 meter tall, muscular guy shouted at Lu Zai while shaking his phone. Li Zhuangzhuang is Lu Zai's only buddy, and their friendship is very strong. Li Zhuangzhuang's father is the richest man in Binhai City, and his family's power is terrifying, ranking among the top in China. How's it going? Did you get that old bald monk's call? Did he beg you to come back? Li Zhuangzhuang jogged over and draped his thick arm over Lu Zai's shoulder. How did you know? Lu Zai asked in surprise. Hee, I had my dad call the academy and tell them not to let you go back, or we'll withdraw our sponsorship. He was terrified, Li Zhuangzhuang said smugly. So that's what money talks. Lu Zai chuckled. However, I don't plan to go back. I'm going to go it alone. I knew you could do it, Brother Lu. Here, take this. Your talent will definitely come in handy. Also, it might be hard for us to see each other for the next week. Let's have a drink together next time I come back. I have to go to Kyoto. Li Zhuangzhuang handed over a very beautiful wooden box, his eyes were eager, as if he couldn't wait to go to Kyoto. Lu Zai had a rough idea of what was going on. Li Zhuangzhuang's talent had always been a mystery, even the school didn't know about it. His father was incredibly powerful, and the awakening ceremony was supposedly held in his bedroom. Others didn't have the ability or the funds, but Li Zhuangzhuang just did it on his own. Is there any progress in your talent? Lu Zai guessed. Li Zhuangzhuang looked around and whispered in Lu Zai's ear, Talent Sequence 2, Sugar Daddy. But this talent requires very strict conditions to activate. My dad spent almost 1 billion to get the awakening resources for me in Kyoto. A week from now, when you see me again, I'll have already taken off. A sugar daddy? The legendary talent that only the wealthy can afford to support? This talent is extremely peculiar. It requires gold to temper the body, and the more gold the better. The more gold tempered the body, the more the strength increases exponentially. It has to be said, this is just fate, this talent is just too perfect for Li Zhuangzhuang. Young master, get in the car, it's time. A sprightly butler approached Li Zhuangzhuang and bowed as he spoke. Let's go, Brother Lu. Li Zhuangzhuang gave Lu Zai a huge bear hug, then left with a grin. Lu Zai watched his brothers leave in their car, then his gaze fell on the exquisite wooden box. Open it up, and inside lie 13 flying blades as thin as cicada wings. Each one is about 20 centimeters long, very sharp, and comes in a variety of colors. Purple grade, no level equipment, flying blade 13, market price 1 million. Lu Zai was shocked and couldn't help but glance again at the spot where Li Zhuangzhuang had left. Damn, that's incredibly generous. See you in a week. Lu Zai headed towards the entrance of the trial camp, his mind filled with happy memories of his time with Li Zhuangzhuang. Chapter 3, Trial Ranking, Special Reward, Purple Armor. Lu Zai has known Li Zhuangzhuang for 3 years since he came into this world. During their 3 years of high school, they ate and played together almost all the time. They spent countless nights together in Lu Zai's rented apartment, leaving their own villa untouched, instead squeezing in together to play games, read novels, and discuss life. Li Zhuangzhuang comes from a wealthy family, but he never abuses his power or bullies others. He even secretly donates money to students from poor families. He was straightforward and intolerant of injustice, hated evil, and liked to stand up for the weak. His father once advised him, "The evil in this world can never be eradicated." Li Zhuangzhuang's response was, "I'll sweep them away as soon as I see them, and the world will be a little cleaner." What naive and innocent words! Please register and show valid identification. If you are entering as an individual, please pay the fee. Lu Zai's thoughts were interrupted by the registration staff at the door. Lu Zai paid an entrance fee of 2,000 dragon coins and registered his personal information, which was limited to his name. Enter now. The time limit is 24 hours. The trial camp has a daily leaderboard. The person with the highest score in killing alien beasts that day will receive a special reward. Today's reward is a level 10 purple quality armor. The top 100 will also receive rewards based on their scores. The trial scoreboard is updated in real time. You can check your ranking on the Awakening device. The staff member explained the rules of the trial camp and today's activities in a routine manner. The purple armor, level 10, piqued Lu Zai's interest, since he currently had no equipment other than his weapon. Equipment quality is ranked from lowest to highest as follows: white, blue, purple, orange, legendary gold, mythical 5 colors. White equipment has only one basic attribute, blue equipment has 2, and starting from purple, each piece of equipment has a special attribute. The higher the equipment level requirement, the higher its base attributes. The purple equipment that Li Zhuangzhuang just gave you has no level requirement, which is quite special, and its attributes are average. However, it is very suitable for level 1 people like Lu Zai. Flying Blade 13 purple, no level requirement. Spirit plus 50. Constitution plus 50. Special attribute, mental recovery speed plus 5%. This piece of equipment is practically tailor-made for Lu Zai. Every attribute is exactly what Lu Zai needs. This shows how well Li Zhuangzhuang understands Lu Zai, and he probably put in a lot of effort to find this piece of equipment. The special attribute of mental energy recovery is particularly important. The higher the mental energy, the greater the recovery. With this equipment, Lu Zai can handle things even better. A level 1 item has a base attribute of plus 10 points, while this item with no level requirement has plus 50 points, which is equivalent to a level 5 purple item, so it's pretty good. Equip Lu Zai, who is at level 1, with equipment that has level 5 attributes. With the blessing of Flying Blade 13, Lu Zai's physique became 210 plus 50 41% damage reduction, and his health was 2,600. The 210 is from attribute points, and the plus 50 is from equipment. The system displays them separately. His mental strength has reached 510 plus 50, for a total of 560 points, making him even more powerful. It was time to kill monsters and improve himself. After entering the level 1 beast area, Lu Zai put his middle and index fingers together and gently swept them in the air. 13 flying blades floated in front of him and revolved around him. They followed Lu Zai wherever he went. Under the sunlight, Flying Blade 13 gleamed brilliantly, appearing quite mystical. "Ah, Captain, I've had my attributes infused. Strength plus 1. Ahead, an awakened one exclaimed, with the corpse of a two-tailed venomous scorpion lying in front of them. "Great! Everyone in our team is now in the top 100 of the leaderboard. Keep it up, everyone, maybe we can get a reward." This is a 3-person team. The points earned after defeating monsters will be calculated on an average basis, and they can also participate in the trial leaderboard competition. Lu Zai glanced at the Awakening device, which was actually a smartwatch. It was standard equipment for awakened ones in the Dragon Kingdom, used for information dissemination, communication, and requesting assistance in certain scenarios. Upon opening the current scene, Lu Zai saw the trial rankings. There were 5,912 people in Binhai City undergoing trials here today, and Lu Zai was ranked 5,912 with 0 points. "Captain, look at that guy? Metal manipulation? How can he be so skilled? He's only level 1. The awakened one who had just received the attribute infusion and was in a frenzy was now deep in thought again. Awakened individuals can view each other's basic information, including their name and level, but that's all. They cannot view other attributes or talents. However, as an awakened one, the other party could easily see that Lu Zai's talent was to become a metal manipulator who was unbeatable in the early game and whom no one wanted to mess with in the late game. Their captain also fell into deep thought. Don't spy on others, let's continue killing monsters. The captain also bowed slightly to Lu Zai to apologize for his team members' presumptuous spying. Lu Zai ignored it and began to look around, preparing to kill monsters. He headed towards the level 2 monster area, since killing a level 1 monster earns 1 point, a level 2 monster earns 2 points, and so on. The next second, 3-headed, 2-tailed venomous scorpions burst from the ground, surrounding the 3-person team in a triangular formation. Clearly, their earlier kill had angered these social creatures. Double-tailed poisonous scorpion level 1. Life, 230. Constitution, 23-21% damage reduction. Spirit, 20. Strength, 30. Agility, 5. Talent LV1, poison targets hit by the scorpion will be poisoned, taking poison damage equal to 150% of their mental strength per second for 3 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Second brother, hold the line in the front. Third brother, follow me and pull them down. Concentrate our forces to take down one of them first and reduce their numbers. The captain's command was textbook perfect. He was probably a student from some academy. The next moment, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. 13 flying blades hurtled in with a whooshing sound as they flew through the air. The 3-headed scorpion, which had just been roaring furiously, was pierced through, its dark green fluid splattering all over the ground. Thump, thump. The 3-headed scorpion's body stiffened and it collapsed to the ground, dying instantly. As expected, it was a one-hit kill, and Lu Zai was very satisfied with the result. With 560 points of mental strength, a 125.6% increase in mental strength, and a mere 230 points of health, an instant kill is perfectly reasonable. Ding! Defeat 3 twin-tailed poisonous scorpions, gain 3% experience points, experience 2 attribute infusions, gain +2 spirit power. Ding! You have completely astonished 3 passers-by. Based on their strength, you are awarded 6 survival points, which have been credited to the system. Not bad. You can gain survival points by shocking others, that's good. The more people are shocked by Lu Zai, the stronger they are, and the more survival points they will receive. These 3 people are of average strength, but they were given 6 survival points, which proves that they were quite frightened. Ignoring the fact that the 3 people's mouths were agape, Lu Zai headed straight for the depths. On the trial camp points leaderboard, the number of points after Lu Zai's name changed to 3. Coastal Warfare Academy, Dean's office. Li Meng kept explaining why he had fired Lu Zai. Dean, he is indeed talented, but the cost of training him is extremely high, and his family is not well off. The academy has to advance all that money. And every year, more than one person awakens metal manipulation in Binhai. So, for the sake of the academy and the college entrance examination pass rate, I had no choice but to expel him. But do you know you've offended the Li group? Dean Lin Wu rebuked angrily. We've already communicated with them, and I've asked Lu Zai to come back, but he is unwilling. The Li group won't pursue the matter any further. I'll be more careful in the future. Li Meng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Li Meng, Lu Zai is gone, Lu Ru is gone. You better be right. If he achieves anything in the future, I'll be the first to not let you off the hook. Don't worry, Dean. I'm usually very good at judging people. He's definitely the kind of student who will drag the class down. I'm confident. Yes, there are a lot of people participating in the trial camp today. In addition to people from the community, there are also 100 top students from our academy. The trial results will be released in a day. Remember to report to me. Lin Wu waved his hand, signaling Li Meng to leave. Yes, I will report it immediately. I won't bother the dean any longer. Li Meng left the office, closed the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I was quick-witted. Who knew that this poor kid Lu Zai had such powerful connections? It was the Li group. Li Meng was still scared when he thought about it. The reason he targeted Lu Zai was simple: his own son was also a talent sequence 20, with metal manipulation. With limited resources, we have no choice but to sacrifice Lu Zai. Chapter 4, Advancing to the Transcendent Realm, instantly killing the entire field. A level 1 awakened one gains 1% experience points for killing a level 1 normal monster. If the monster is a level higher than the level of the awakened one, the experience points will be much higher. So Lu Zai headed straight for the level 2 area without looking back. With his current strength, what difference did it make who he killed? However, Lu Zai also easily killed the level 1 venomous scorpions along the way. As for the consumption of mental energy, Lu Zai did not feel a significant loss. Firstly, the equipment given by Li Zhuangzhuan was too lightweight, requiring very little mental energy. Rather, it was because Lu Zai's own mental strength was also very strong, and the equipment also had the effect of accelerating mental recovery, which is why he was able to do it so easily. When Lu Zai's experience reached LV1 13%, he entered the level 2 area and his leaderboard score reached 13 points. After killing 13 poisonous scorpions, Lu Zai received 6 attribute infusions, gaining 5 points of spirit and 1 point of agility. Before he knew it, he had 112 survival points. Lu Zai added 100 points to his spirit, bringing his spirit strength to spirit 615 plus 50. Lu Zai's mental manipulation range has now reached 20 plus 6.6 meters, and his mental strength amplification has also increased to 126.6%. This feeling of constantly getting stronger is so exhilarating. Lu Zai clenched his fists, feeling the surging spiritual power within him, and his spirits were high. Looking at the flying blades hovering around him, Lu Zai suddenly had a whimsical idea: could I fly on a sword? Without hesitation, Lu Zai laid the flying blades flat, and the 13 flying blades gathered together. Lu Zai stepped on them, and the flying blades instantly sank down. However, Lu Zai was still lifted up by the flying blade, although he was only half a meter off the ground and his speed was very slow. Is this what they call a land-based sword immortal? A free-range chicken? Lu Zai was not satisfied with the result. This operation was too difficult and required a lot of mental strength. It seemed that he should wait until later. Lu Zai glanced at his system's various attributes and suddenly discovered a big problem. He was about to advance to the extraordinary realm. The realms in this world are divided into the mortal transformation realm, the transcendent realm, the dominator realm, the legendary realm, the immortal realm, and so on. The advancement in realm is not determined by level, but by the total attribute points, which is a person's combat power. With 1000 attribute points, one can advance to the extraordinary level, gaining greater control over their own power and the opportunity to awaken a second talent. Awakening a second talent requires a long period of training and waiting for an opportunity, and also involves a certain element of luck. Lu Zai's situation was very simple. He only needed to spend 100 survival points to participate in a lottery within the system. If you don't win, you'll get 1 lucky point. It's said that after getting 10 lucky points, you're guaranteed to win, which is like a huge safety net. Lu Zai wasn't in a hurry to develop his second talent. Consolidating his current strength was the priority. As I was pondering this, a giant beast appeared ahead. Level 2 mythical beast, Violent Bear. The black bear is over 3 meters tall, weighs a ton, and has a powerful attack capability. Violent Bear Level 2. Life, 350. Constitution, 35-29% damage reduction. Spirit, 20. Strength, 90. Agility, 8. Talent LV1, Bear Form. When Bear Form is activated, all of the user's attributes increase by 200% for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 360 seconds. Humans also possess this talent of the Bear Form, which allows them to transform into beasts and gain powerful attribute boosts. Generally, these awakened individuals choose to add all their free attributes to their physique, becoming the front line of the team. The level 2 bear form boasts a 300% boost and lasts for 2 minutes, making it an incredibly formidable frontline unit capable of turning the tide of battle in crucial moments. However, these level 2 bears are not enough to deal with right now. Lu Zai pointed his fingers like knives at the violent bear. 13 blades flew through the air, forming a straight line, and pierced the bear's forehead like laser beams. The wound was minor. Only a thin red line appeared on the bear's head, but the back of its head was also pierced through. Before it could even whimper or be horrified, the bear fell backward and died instantly. It's good to be young, you can fall asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow. Lu Zai joked. Ding! Killed 3 violent bears, gaining 6% experience points. Current experience level 119%. You have gained 1 burst of strength and plus 2 spirit. At the same time, Lu Zai also gained 6 kill points. Level 2 monsters, kill 1, plus 2 points. Awesome! Lu Zai thought to himself with elation. He kept gaining experience points and attribute points, and the system was also accumulating survival points. At this rate of development, he estimated he would be invincible in Binhai in a month. Although the history of awakened ones in this world has been more than 50 years, and the Dragon Kingdom has countless powerful individuals, they fight against alien beasts on the outside, compete with awakened ones from other countries for resources, and reclaim and expand their territories. However, the coastal city is the rear area. The awakened ones here are not top-tier combatants. They are engaged in rear area work and cultivate the next generation of awakened ones. Those powerful individuals had been fighting for decades. Putting aside everything else, the attribute boosts provided by monsters alone had allowed them to accumulate an extremely terrifying amount of attributes, making their strength unimaginable. However, compared to Lu Zai's rate of accumulation, it was somewhat slow. Seeing his unlimited potential, Lu Zai was filled with enthusiasm and searched for enemies everywhere in the level 2 area. Meanwhile, he had already moved towards the level 3 area, where the higher the level of the monsters, the greater the rewards, and Lu Zai didn't want to waste any time. In a level 6 monster zone, a 3-person elite squad is battling a dark giant serpent. With textbook teamwork, they have defeated the serpent. Ha, brotherly fan, your metal manipulation is amazing. We won because you controlled the spear to pierce the giant snake's vital spot with that final blow. A female classmate's eyes lit up, extremely envious of Li Fan's strength. Her talent was only support type, and she desperately craved this kind of combat thrill. That's right, my brother Li is the #1 metal manipulator at Binhai Academy. Look at Lu Zai, he has the same talent, but he was expelled. Ha ha ha. Another student in charge of the front row also joined in with his praise. Li Fan is Director Li's son and a key student the school is focusing on developing. The school has invested a lot of resources in him, and he has received numerous scholarships. Faced with his teammates' praise, Li Fan waved it off, adopting the demeanor of a big brother. Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Why bother talking about that unlucky guy Lu Zai? After he was fired, he's destined to be a stranger to us. We won't see him again. We're not from the same world. Brother Li is right. Indeed, we're not from the same world. Let's not talk about him anymore, Brother Li, shall we continue? Keep going. Today we'll try to get into the top 50 in points, which will give us 3 free chances to enter this place. We'll continue tomorrow. I'm already level 7. After level 10, I won't be leveling up here anymore. On the other side, Lu Zai felt the violent energy surging into his body. He had leveled up. In just 30 minutes, I leveled up to level 2. During the process, I exploded more than 20 times, gaining 38 points of mental strength, 5 points of physical constitution, and 6 points of agility, all of which were automatically added. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to LV2 1%. Your constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, and free attribute points plus 10. Ding! In the battle just now, you gained new insights into metal manipulation. Proficiency plus 3. Current proficiency, metal manipulation LV2 500. Lu Zai did not hesitate to add the freedom attribute to his mental power. It took half an hour of fighting to gain a talent skill proficiency once, which shows how difficult it is to improve talent level. But it was much simpler for me. I just added points directly. Looking at his overall attributes, Lu Zai was surprised to find that his total attribute points had reached over 1,000. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV2 1%. Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm can break through. Health points, 2750. Constitution, 225 plus 50 42% damage reduction. Spirit, 656 plus 50. Strength, 21. Agility, 45 0.45% critical strike chance. Survival points, 42 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV2 500. Equipment, Flying Blade 13. I can break through to the extraordinary level now? Breaking through to the extraordinary level will result in a sublimation of various attributes, a deeper level of power, and a new level of control over one's own talents. For example, metal handling will be greatly improved. Lu Zai sat cross-legged on the ground, with 13 flying blades patrolling the surroundings in the air as he began to break through to the next realm. Chapter 5, a level 2 transcendent being encounters a level 3 boss. As Lu Zai channeled his own power, a blockage occurred in his chest cavity, as if a surge of passionate blood could not be released, causing him great discomfort. This is the boundary of the extraordinary realm. Breaking this bond will open up a new world for Lu Zai. The way to break through is simple: mobilize your own power to attack this boundary. You may fail to break through, but there are no side effects. If it doesn't work this time, rest well, or wait until your attribute points are higher before trying again. You will naturally break through. A surge of power gathered within Lu Zai's body and then rushed towards his chest. During this process, Lu Zai could clearly feel his heartbeat accelerating and his blood surging. The force struck his chest, and the powerful repulsive force repelled Lu Zai's initial charge. Damn it! I don't have time to waste on you. Lu Zai was furious and too lazy to charge again. Instead, he looked at his system. There are still 50 survival points lying inside. System, boost my spirit. Stat allocation complete. Current spirit, 706 plus 50. Charge. Lu Zai gathered all his strength again and launched a charge. Don't underestimate those extra 50 points, they make a big difference. The minimum requirement for the Transcendent Realm is 1000. Lu Zai has now exceeded this value, which is like a cup that is full of water and can no longer hold any more water. Water overflows when it is full, and the moon wanes when it is full. This charge was incredibly efficient. The Transcendent Realm barrier began to crumble and break down. Lu Zai's power was cleansed through the barrier, and his life level was elevated. A blue aura enveloped Lu Zai, a standard feature of those who awaken to the extraordinary realm. When mobilizing their power, a blue glow would appear. The Transcendent Realm does not possess such wondrous abilities. Breakthrough successful. You have gained 100 in Constitution, 100 in Spirit, 100 in Strength, and 100 in Agility. Your strength level has entered a new phase. Feeling the solidity emanating from his body, Lu Zai felt the world become clearer and the power within his body circulated more efficiently. Under Lu Zai's control, the 13 flying blades returned to him. Lu Zai manipulated them to hover 10 centimeters off the ground, with the handles of the flying blades facing upwards and the blades pointing vertically downwards. Lu Zai carefully stepped onto the 2 flying blades, steadily and firmly. A magical scene unfolded. Lu Zai walked on the hilt of the knife, and the flying blades that he stepped on automatically moved from the back to the front to pave the way for him, and so on. And so, on the green grassland, a man strolled forward, stepping on vertically downward blades, looking incredibly dashing. Lu Zai increased his speed, and he could even run on the blade. The flying blade was like a part of his body. As long as Lu Zai's front foot left the flying blade behind him would automatically run to the front to pave the way for him. This is even cooler than flying on a sword, and it saves a lot of mental energy. This is how I'm traveling right now, it's so cool. The main reason is that flying on a sword consumes a lot of energy and isn't very fast. As Lu Zai's attributes improved, he no longer looked down on the monsters in the level 2 area and went straight to the level 3 area. The monsters in the level 3 area are called wooden men, and are also jokingly referred to as plant men by the awakened. They are humanoid creatures belonging to the wood element, rooted in the earth, and become extremely terrifying after mutation. Whoosh! A sound of wind breaking came from the sky. Lu Zai instinctively waved his hand, and a flying blade shot out quickly towards the black shadow. It was a tree branch with a very sharp tip. If you were to be stabbed, you would probably get a bloody hole. In the distance, a 5-meter-tall wooden figure was waving its branch arms and baring its teeth at Lu Zai. Lu Zai was shocked. He was at least 30 meters away from his opponent, while the wooden man's attack range was at most a little over 20 meters. How is that possible? Unless this is a wooden dummy boss? Lu Zai was overjoyed. He had encountered a level 3 boss at level 2. If he killed it, wouldn't that meet the system's condition for increasing his basic survival points? This can increase your base earnings from 1 point per minute to 2 points per minute. What's a surprise? This is a real surprise. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Zai began preparing for battle. Before the battle, Lu Zai first learned about the basic attributes of the wooden dummy boss. Wooden dummy level 3 boss. Life, 2500. Constitution, 250 45% damage reduction. Spirit, 210. Strength, 57. Agility, 41. Talent LV3, alienated with the wooden doll enters an alienated state for 120 seconds, during which it gains the ability to grow wildly. Sharp wooden spikes can be continuously shot out from its branches, each dealing 130% plus 2.1% mental damage. Attack range, 30 plus 2.1 meters. In melee form, its branch arms possess ferocious strength to attack the target. Cooldown, 360 seconds. Lu Zai was horrified to discover that the wooden man boss's dozen or so branches had turned black and were swaying in the air. Black spikes were constantly growing on those tree trunks, taking about 7 or 8 seconds to form, and these spikes were growing on every branch. It's a bit intimidating, but not much. That was Lu Zai's assessment of it. First of all, after entering the extraordinary realm, my health points reached 3750, which is even higher than this boss's. Secondly, the opponent's mental strength is only 210 points, while mine is 806 plus 50. How can we compete? With 3750 health points, how can they possibly kill me instantly? The only downside is that this wooden dummy has a longer attack range than me, simply because its talent is level 3, and its base range is 30 meters. Although he is handsome and powerful, his level 2 talent has a range of 20 meters, and the talent bonus is only plus 8.56 meters. With a wave of his hands, Lu Zai summoned 13 flying blades that hovered in front of his chest, standing parallel to each other, their blades aimed at the wooden dummy in front of him. You need to advance several meters before you can launch an attack. Without hesitation, Lu Zai sprinted toward the wooden figure. At the same time, about 10 wooden spikes had already formed on the dozen or so tree trunk arms of the wooden man boss, and they roared towards Lu Zai. Trying to outfire me? Go! Lu Zai pointed forward, and Flying Blade 13 immediately shot out, its blue energy glow swirling around it as it roared away. Bang 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 bang! In the air, the flying blades collided with the wooden spikes one after another. Lu Zai's mental strength was several times that of his opponent, and the result of such a confrontation was obvious. The splinters turned into sawdust. The wooden dummy boss's old face grew even more gloomy. With its low intelligence, it was hard to understand why a level 3 boss couldn't defeat a level 2 awakened one. Just as the wooden man boss was about to continue gathering wooden spikes to attack Lu Zai did not give it the chance. Lu Zai's control over the flying blades has become even more masterful, and his attack frequency is now much higher. The flying blade spun in the air and turned back to stab the wooden figure's body. Roar! As if sensing Lu Zai's intention, the wooden man boss let out a roar that could be heard throughout the entire forest. But it's useless in a fight, it's not about who shouts the loudest. The flying blades whistled through the air, and the wooden figure switched to melee mode. Withered claws sprouted from the ends of a dozen or so tree branches, which lashed out at the blades in the air, attempting to intercept them. You're overthinking it! Lu Zai exclaimed, watching the wooden dummy boss's actions. The opponent's mental strength was completely overwhelmed by me, so how could I capture them? It's like an adult punching a child hard, and the child trying to grab the other's fist halfway through. As expected, the withered claws were severed, and the flying blades struck the main body of the wooden dummy boss. Hit the wooden dummy boss, dealing 603 actual damage. Wooden dummy boss's HP 603. With Lu Zai's 856 mental strength and a 128.5% talent bonus, his mental damage reached around 1100. However, the wooden dummy had a 45% damage reduction, so the actual damage was 603. However, such damage is not something a wooden dummy with 2500 health points can withstand. Amidst the flashing blades, the wooden dummy boss's wildly flailing arms began to droop limply. Its face became distorted, and its eyes became dull and lifeless. Ding! Successfully defeated the wooden dummy boss, gaining 10% experience points, successfully infused with attributes, gaining plus 5 spirit, and gaining plus 1 basic survival point. Your survival point gain has changed. The current gain is 2 survival points minute. Ding! Successfully defeated the wooden dummy boss, obtained level 5 purple equipment, green wood bracelet 1. Flying Blade 13 returned to Lu Zai's side, and Lu Zai, hearing the system's announcement, couldn't help but happily say, perfect. Chapter 6, Report to Director Lee, Lu Zai is in the top 100. Another piece of purple equipment. Lu Zai carefully put it into his system space. He was only level 2 at the moment and couldn't equip it yet, but Lu Zai knew in his heart that at the current leveling speed, level 5 would be no problem. In this world, awakened individuals can wear 2 bracelets, 1 weapon, 1 suit of armor, 1 helmet, and 1 pair of shoes, for a total of 6 pieces of equipment. While purple equipment is certainly good, what makes Lu Zai happiest is the plus 1 base survival point gain after defeating a boss. This means that from now on, Lu Zai's hourly survival point gain has increased to 120 points, which is doubled. It seems that from now on, killing bosses of a higher level will be the fastest way to become stronger. Lu Zai leveled up from level 1 to LV 238% in just 1 hour, a speed that is absolutely unprecedented. You know, other people usually team up to fight monsters, so the experience is shared, and they don't kill monsters as savagely as Lu Zai. They also need to cooperate in various ways. Lu Zai can now kill enemies of higher levels in an instant. He only regrets that the monster density here is too low. I glanced at my kill ranking on the awakening device, 118th. Wow, I'm about to stand out so quickly? It was still early, so Luzai added the 80 survival points he had accumulated in the system to his mental strength. He was currently leveling up, so naturally, the higher his mental strength, the better. Ding! Points added successfully. Current mental strength, 891 plus 50. His mental strength was almost over 1000. This speed was really exciting. Luzai headed towards the depths of the jungle. His current plan is to keep killing monsters above his level at all times. If he encounters a boss, he'll be rich, getting a +1 to his basic survival points, a huge profit. Brothers, run! Don't stand still. Ahead, a 3-person team was running at full speed, risking their lives. Luzai could tell that this squad was on average around level 3. Seeing that Luzai did not react, a support player with healing talent in the team raised his voice. Hey classmate, let's go. The Trey Ants have rioted. We don't know who killed their leader, it's really a disaster. We were about to kill a Trey Ant, but then the Trey Ants in the forest suddenly rioted. This way we can't go any further. Ha? A riot? Now that you've mentioned it, I'm no longer sleepy. Luzai nodded his thanks to the 3 of them. After all, they meant well. Thank you for the reminder, you can go now. The support player got anxious and wanted to persuade him again, but his captain stopped him. The captain gave him a look, and the support player followed the captain's gaze and saw the blue light on Luzai's body and the 13 flying blades that were moving forward in a staggered pattern at his feet. My god! This is the Transcendent Realm? But he's only level 2. The support player covered his mouth, looking utterly incredulous. Ding! You have successfully startled 3 passers-by, gaining 18 survival points. Wow! There's such a good thing? I almost forgot, showing off also has its rewards. Luzai happily accepted 18 survival points. Captain, this person. The support looked at the captain in surprise. The 3 of them had forgotten to run away and stood still, watching Luzai walk forward step by step. Don't talk. The captain stared straight ahead, signaling his team members to keep quiet. Luzai leaped down from the flying blade, landing with a stylish 3-point landing. In front of him, 15 tree men charged forward with cries, dozens of wooden spikes hurtling towards him like a hail of bullets. As Luzai landed, he pointed forward with his finger, whoosh whoosh whoosh. 13 flying blades were unleashed in succession, soaring through the air like flying shuttles. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of wooden splinters being cut by sharp blades rose and fell. The 3-person team stared wide-eyed at the sight. What was going on in this world? They didn't understand. First, they saw a level 2 transcendent being. And this extraordinary being is going to fight 15 level 3 Trey Ants all by himself at level 2? It was only at this moment that the captain suddenly realized what was going on. He shook his head and chuckled. No wonder he didn't run away, because he was the one who killed that wooden dummy boss. Ah! Ding! You gave 3 passers-by a little shock, survival points plus 24. Damn it, I need to give people more little surprises in the future, isn't that a better return? Luzai manipulated flying blades to fight against the wooden dummy, and the entire battlefield was filled with the flashing of swords. The flying blades, shuttling back and forth, emitted a piercing sound as they cut through the air, each strike taking the life of a wooden dummy. The wooden figure's attack frequency was clearly not on the same level as Luzai's, and they were unable to withstand the surging attacks of these flying blades. The wooden figures are not very intelligent. They are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, trying to catch those violent flying blades. The outcome is predictable. Even their leader can't control them, so how could they possibly control them? Where the wooden figure stood, wood chips flew everywhere, and limbs were scattered all over the sky. Reports of wooden dummy kills kept coming in. You have successfully defeated 15 wooden dummies, gaining 30% experience points. Your current experience progress is LV 268%. You have successfully performed 6 attribute infusions, gaining plus 12 spirit, plus 2 strength, plus 2 agility, and plus 4 constitution. You have obtained 1 level 5 white item and 1 level 5 blue item. Luzai gladly accepted the spoils of war. Neither of the 2 pieces of equipment was suitable for him, as they were agility type equipment. Luzai planned to sell them for money after the trial camp ended. Level 5 white gear has only 1 attribute and costs around 500 yuan. Weapons cost 1000 yuan. Blue gear has 2 basic attributes and its price fluctuates more. The best weapons can sell for 10,000 yuan. Purple equipment, however, is different because of its special attributes, and its price fluctuates greatly. For example, the Flying Blade 13 I have is the most expensive type. All three attributes perfectly complement the metal manipulation talent. Amidst the shock of the three passers-by, Lu Zai left the area and headed towards the level 4 region. After defeating this group of monsters, Lu Zai's ranking jumped to 88th. At this moment, Director Li of the Binhai City War Academy also arrived at the trial camp. He asked his assistant to tally up how many seats Binhai War Academy students occupied on the current rankings. The person in charge of the trial camp and Director Li were old acquaintances, so they started chatting. "Old Li, I heard your War Academy is going to be evaluated for excellence? No wonder you've been coming to the trials so often this year." Director Li smiled slightly. "Yes, my son is also training there. I hope the War Academy will make a breakthrough this year." "Oh, I've heard that your young master possesses a rare talent for manipulating metal. His future is truly promising." "Huh, Director Lin, you flatter me. We don't know how the results will be, let's wait and see." A moment later, the assistant finished compiling the statistics and ran over with a printed list. "Director Li, out of the top 100, our college has 11 students, and Li Fan is ranked 48th. Upon hearing his assistant's report, Li Meng nodded in satisfaction. "Director, I'm sorry, I made a mistake in the count. It should be 10 people." The assistant frowned, his face looking rather grim, because he discovered that Lu Zai, who was ranked 88th, had already been dismissed. The person who fired him was Li Meng, which was awkward. "What's going on?" Li Meng took the list and examined it carefully. The assistant was clever. He didn't explain why, as that would embarrass Director Li. He simply pointed to Lu Zai's name. Li Meng was greatly shocked. How is this possible? How did he manage to do this? This is not scientific. You keep a close eye on the rankings and see how his ranking changes. There must be something wrong. Director Li absolutely could not tolerate someone he had dismissed standing out from the crowd. Lu Zai had just entered the level 4 area and was about to start searching for monsters when he received a system notification. Ding! You have greatly displeased and shocked Director Li. Survival points plus 50. Lu Zai, holy crap! I was just sitting at home when this attribute fell from the sky. What the hell is going on? Director Li, please keep it up. The biggest surprise is yet to come. I admit you are very strong, but when I reach first place, will you break down again? Looking back now, Lu Zai's expulsion has become an unprecedented source of motivation. This time, Lu Dai did not spend his survival points, but saved them. He felt that 1000 mental energy was enough for him, but his talent for metal manipulation was a bit low, resulting in a small control range and many inconveniences during combat. Upgrading your talent level increases control range and damage amplification, offering multiple benefits. This upgrade can be achieved with just 500 survival points. As Lu Zai pondered, 2 level 4 fire eyes appeared in front of him. I wonder how much experience a level 2 awakened can get from killing level 4 monsters. Lu Zai couldn't resist the urge to fight, and Flying Blade 13 had already been unleashed. Chapter 7, Let go of that boss, let me handle it. The fire-eyed monster looks quite bizarre. It's 1 meter tall, a humanoid creature, but it has no upper limbs, only 2 legs, and runs around with a huge vertical pupil on its head. It's quite a cute little thing. It is called Fire Eye because its huge eye is always burning with raging flames, as if it can devour everything. Fire Eyes Level 4. Health points, 2200. Physical condition, 220-44%. Spirit, 250. Strength, 50. Agility, 82. Talent LV2, blazing flames within a range of 20 plus 2.2 meters, the vertical pupil can unleash a raging inferno to destroy opponents, dealing 300% mental damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Upon seeing the flying blade in the sky, the 2 fiery eyes unhesitatingly unleashed flames from their vertical pupils. The 2 flames, like lasers, swept across the battlefield, intertwining and leaving almost no view. This was the first time Lu Zai had encountered such a powerful skill. He spun in the air to dodge one of the flames, but was still hit by another. The raging flames, mixed with scorching air currents, blasted Lu Zai 7 or 8 meters away. Ding! You have been attacked. Your health has decreased by 375. Good heavens, this thing deals 300% damage. Huo Tong, with 250 points of mental power, dealt 750 points of damage, but Lu Zai has 50% damage reduction, so he actually took 375 points of damage. Thank goodness I'm still alive. Lu Zai thought to himself. Because of the unexpected attack he had just suffered, his control over Flying Blade 13 had deviated from its target. At this moment, Lu Zai concentrated his mind and continued to strengthen his control over the Flying Blade. Now that the opponent's skills are on cooldown, it's the perfect time to attack. The flying blades, like 13 streaks of light, pierced towards Huatong. Although Huatong no longer had any skills, he still possessed normal attack methods. Their normal attack is to shoot small fireballs from their vertical pupils, causing 100% mental damage. In an instant, several fireballs appeared in the sky and began to intercept the flying blades. Boom! The flying blade pierced through the fireball, which exploded in mid-air, turning into dazzling streams of fire that scattered across the ground. The flying blade was also scorched red, and the next moment it pierced through the vertical pupil. Puff 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 puff. 13 flying blades pierced through his body in succession. His two fiery eyes staggered and spun around in place before colliding and exploding together. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 2 fire eyes, gaining 8% experience points, 1 attribute infusion, and plus 4 spirit. Ding! Your understanding of the talent metal manipulation has advanced further, proficiency plus 3, current proficiency LV 23500. Wow, this proficiency is so hard to get. Lu Zai has been killing monsters ever since he entered this place, but he has only gained proficiency twice through talent insights, for a total of 5 proficiency points. Without survival points, Lu Zai really didn't know how long it would take to raise his talent to level 3 at this rate. Moreover, this is only the case when I kill monsters very efficiently and use my talents frequently. Wouldn't it be even slower for ordinary people? Lu Zai glanced at his survival points and thought, good heavens, it's over 110 points again. 50 points were a gift from Directorly, and the rest were earned naturally. The current rate is 2 points per minute, which is much faster than before. With just 500 points, my metal manipulation skill can be upgraded to level 3. Lu Zai was secretly delighted and headed deeper into the level 4 area. After defeating several fire-eyed beasts in succession, Lu Zai successfully underwent attribute infusion 3 times, and his level increased to level 3. A warm yet solid power filled his body. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to LV 32%, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Free Attribute plus 10. Sure. Lu Zai allocated his free attribute points to his spirit, and after a rough calculation, he found that his total attribute points had reached 1240 plus. This speed of becoming stronger is truly amazing. You should know that once your attribute value reaches 10,000, you can advance to the Dominator realm. The Sovereign Realm is the passport to the dangerous outside world. Sovereign Realm Awakeners are already a symbol of strength in this world, and they can participate in more and more affairs. Boom! As Lu Zai's thoughts raced, a grove of trees ahead was completely engulfed in flames. In the woods, an awakened being was blown away by the heat wave, flying more than 20 meters before crashing down in front of Lu Zai, coughing up blood and wincing in pain. Friend, what happened? Lu Zai asked curiously. A level 4 boss, the Eye of the Void, has appeared. There are 5 or 6 teams hunting it ahead. If we don't kill it, none of us will be able to level up safely. The person lying on the ground explained the situation and was about to get up when Lu Zai pressed him back down. Get some rest, I'm going to check it out. Lu Zai dashed into the smoke-filled inferno, his heart pounding with tension. Please don't kill it. Let go of that boss, let me handle it. Just kidding, no one can resist the temptation of gaining plus 1 basic survival point. Once I take care of this one, my base income will be 3 survival points per minute, haha. Lu Zai moved with incredible speed, 13 wind blades swirling around him, rushing in like a phantom. Arriving at the front lines, Lu Zai witnessed a breathtaking scene. A dozen or so awakened beings are besieging a giant, big-eyed monster. This giant-eyed monster is different from the fire-eyed monster. It doesn't even have legs left, it's just a giant eye that floats in the air and can fly, with a diameter of 3 meters. Eye of the Void level 4 boss. Health points, 5200. Physical condition, 520 53%. Spirit, 400. Strength, 150. Agility, 182. Talent LV3, blazing flames within a range of 30 plus 5.2 meters, the vertical pupil can unleash a raging inferno to destroy opponents, dealing 500% mental damage. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Good heavens, level 3 flame? The cooldown has also been reduced to 8 seconds, and the skill's amplification has reached 500%. In other words, 400 points of mental power in the Eye of the Void can deal 2000 points of damage, but this does not take into account the damage reduction of the Awakened. Lu Zai was immediately curious about how these ordinary level 4 Awakeners managed to withstand its damage. When he said this, Lu Zai had clearly forgotten that he was only level 3. As they were speaking, a blazing pillar of fire swept across, and Lu Zai quickly jumped back to escape the attack range. At the front of the battlefield, a level 4 Awakener roared, and more than a dozen white ethereal threads emanated from his body, linking all the front row Awakeners together. Judging from his clothes, this person seems to be from another college. Could this talent be the legendary Balance talent? Talent Sequence 9, Balance LV2. Balance LV2 can release up to 20+1 energy ties to connect friendly units. The connected friendly units gain an additional 12+1% damage reduction calculated separately from the main damage reduction. At the same time, the damage they suffer is shared. Cooldown 360 seconds, skill duration 120 seconds. No wonder they dared to fight a level 4 boss. It turns out they have such an excellent support talent. This talent is an absolute godsend in team battles, allowing all linked individuals to simultaneously enjoy an additional 13% damage reduction, and also spreading the damage taken by the team evenly. The advantage of this is that it prevents casualties and maintains the Legion's combat effectiveness until the very end. Lu Zai saw the flames sweep across, yet the group remained standing. The damage from the Eye of the Void was then evenly distributed after 2 reductions. The awakened ones, bound by the bond, all held on, and at this moment, they were filled with fervor. No wonder it's ranked in the top 10 talent sequence. Awesome. Lu Zai knew he couldn't wait any longer. This group might actually be able to gang up on the big-eyed guy and kill him. With a thought, the flying blade hummed, and 1,000 units of mental power erupted instantly, bombarding out at the most violent speed. Let me help everyone solve their problems, Lu Zai thought to himself. Chapter 8, 13 Flying Blades combined into one, /. The 13 flying blades, like 13 cruise missiles, dodged dozens of fireballs from the big-eyed monster in mid-air before hurtling straight in. What is that? One of the awakened beings exclaimed, having never seen such a ferocious attack. It's an extraordinary expert. Some even noticed the long, faint blue light trailing behind the flying blade. With these dozen or so awakened beings holding him back, Lu Zai's attack flowed smoothly as he faced the giant-eyed monster head-on. Just as Lu Zai's flying blade was about to pierce the giant-eyed monster let out a screech. The piercing sound was deafening, like the roar of a demon. Its body trembled, and a powerful pillar of fire erupted, engulfing the 13 flying blades and drastically reducing their speed. Although the big-eyed monster only has 400 spirit power, its talent cooldown time has ended, and its power has increased by as much as 500%, so it is reasonable that it can stand against Lu Zai's flying blade. Lu Zai refocused his mind to maintain the offensive of the flying blades, while at the same time he thought of the ultimate technique for using Flying Blade 13. That is the 13 flying blades returning to 1. After the 13 flying blades combine, they unleash the combined damage of the 13 flying blades. At the same time, because the kinetic energy is stronger after the flying blades combine, it is more effective against a single target. Lu Zai hadn't used it before because his mental strength wasn't at that level. Moreover, this method of operation does not mean that replacing it with a 50 blade will result in 50 times the power. That's not the case. The first sentence of the talent Mental Manipulation is manipulating the energy of the corresponding mental force. The amount of mental power one possesses determines the energy level one can control. This is an ironclad rule. Lu Zai can indeed lift metal objects weighing over 100 kilograms with his mental power, which is thousands of times heavier than the 13 flying blades. However, this does not mean that he can unleash a power 1,000 times stronger than the flying blades. Simply lifting them does not mean that they will cause harm. Lu Zai's mental energy at this moment gave him a feeling that he could just unleash the power of the combined attack of the 13 flying blades. The next moment, Lu Zai clasped his hands together, and 13 flying blades in the sky began to gather in sync with Lu Zai's movements. The 13 20-centimeter long flying blades combined in the air like transformers to form a 3-foot-long sword. Lu Zai was drenched in sweat at this moment, and he used all his strength to push forward. Boom! The 3-foot-long sword surged upwards against the current, forcing its way through the pillar of fire, breaking through, and accelerating even faster. The sharp blade touched the big-eyed monster's eyeball, cutting a wound. The big-eyed monster was terrified, but the force prevented it from escaping. If it relaxed its strength even slightly, the flying sword, now freed from the fire pillar's restraint, would pierce it through the heart with extremely violent speed. Roar! The big-eyed monster roared angrily, as if to increase the power of the fire pillar and prevent the tragedy from happening. But it was all for naught. Amidst the horrified gazes of dozens of awakened beings below, the longsword pierced the giant pupil inch by inch, then emerged from behind. Boom! The Eye of the Void then exploded, spraying streams of crimson blood into the sky, like a rain of scarlet blood. After the longsword killed the Eye of the Void, it instantly split into 13 flying blades that returned to Lu's eyesight and circled him tightly. Ding! You have successfully killed the Eye of the Void, gaining 10% experience points. Your current experience progress is 13%. Your base survival point gain has increased by 1. Your current gain is 3 survival points per minute. Ding! You have successfully infused your attribute, increasing your spirit power by 8. Ding! Your successful maneuver has amazed everyone. Survival points plus 31. Plus 28. Plus 33. Plus 28. Lu's eye was overjoyed when he received more than a dozen messages about the increase in survival points. This group was even stronger, and after being shocked, they reported a survival point of around 30. In this wave alone, Lu's eye gained 510 survival points, which, combined with his previous reserves, brings his total to 680 points. Wouldn't that mean I could just take care of it all with my level 3 metal manipulation? Captain, is this considered stealing monsters? An awakened one looked at the captain who possessed the balanced talent. The boy shook his head. That doesn't count. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this blatant monster stealing? Why doesn't it count? The boy smiled and said, because we can't beat him, this is called getting out of a tight spot. Everyone took a deep breath and thought that the captain's words were, well, quite philosophical. The young man walked towards Lu's eye, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said, Brother Josiwan from Binhai Lifeng Academy, you have excellent skills. Thank you for getting me out of trouble. Listen to this, cultured people always have such pleasant voices. Lu's eye thought to himself as he looked at the refined and polite young man in front of him. Lu's eye, you flatter me, Brother Jia. It is really impolite of me to make such a move. I have my reasons for doing so. Consider it a favor I owe you. Please forgive me. Lu's eye replied frankly. Jasmine waved his hand, completely unconcerned, it's just a strange beast. Getting to know Brother Lu is the greatest gain. I hope to have the opportunity to fight alongside Brother Lu in the future. We won't bother Brother Lu any longer. The two clasped hands in a fist salute, and then went their separate ways. An interesting person. Lu's eye didn't think much of it and continued forward. At the same time, he opened his own panel to view his various earnings. Host, Lu's eye. Level, LV3 13%. Realm, Transcendent Realm. Health points, 3910. Constitution, 341 plus 50 51% damage reduction. Spirit, 939 plus 50. Strength, 135. Agility, 139 1.39% critical strike chance. Survival points, 685 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 23500. Equipment, Flying Blade 13. System, Upgrade Metal Manipulation to LV 3. Consuming 497 metals, Manipulation has been upgraded to LV 3. Completed. Metal Manipulation LV3 manipulates metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a 30 plus 9.9 meter range, dealing 130% plus 9.9% mental damage. No cooldown. Ding. Metal Manipulation upgraded to LV3, gaining a special attribute, Armor Penetration 10%. Ding. Armor Penetration effectively reduces the opponent's Constitution damage reduction attribute. The calculation method is direct deduction. For example, if the opponent's Constitution damage reduction is 50%, then your 10% armor penetration effect will directly reduce the opponent's Constitution damage reduction value to 10% equals 40%. Holy crap, a level 3 talent has a special trait? The armor penetration attribute is simple and straightforward, and extremely useful, directly contributing to combat effectiveness. However, Lu's eye also considered one thing: the armor piercing property was given by metal manipulation. Would this armor-piercing attribute disappear when he used other attack methods? After all, he would definitely have other talents in the future. If you don't understand, just ask. The system will give you a quick answer. Although the armor-piercing property is granted by mental manipulation, it is a passive property of the host, affecting all combat and all attack methods, including normal attacks. That puts my mind at ease. Lu Zai thought to himself with delight. With 180 attribute points remaining, Lu Zai gained plus 100 to spirit and plus 80 to constitution, making him incredibly tanky in dealing high damage. It has only been 3 hours since Lu Zai entered the trial camp, giving him plenty of time to level up and climb the rankings. The battle just now forced Lu Zai to combine the 13 flying blades, which consumed 30% of his mental energy. Lu Zai was not in a hurry to continue looking for monsters, but sat down to meditate and recover to full strength. On the road to invincibility, stability comes first. Maintaining peak condition at all times is an essential quality for the protagonist. With the significant increase in mental strength he had just gained, Lu Zai felt that if he were to use that move again, it would likely only consume 20% of his mental strength, and the process would be even smoother. At the Binhai City War Academy, Dean Lin Wu summoned Li Meng and, with a burst of enthusiasm, directly inquired. "You just went to the training camp? Tell me about the current situation." Li Meng. "Oh no, what the hell are we going to do?" Chapter 9, Level 5, 1700 Mental Power. Faced with Dean Lin's questioning, Li Mengju tensed up, but he dared not lie about it. Therefore, the only option was to send them the real-time updated list of the top 100 in the current trial camp using a tablet computer. Dean Lin checked each name one by one, and couldn't help but smile and nod each time he saw someone from his own college listed. Li Meng, on the other hand, prayed that Dean Lin would not find the name Lu Zai. Not bad, your grades have improved this year, and your chances of being recognized for an award are even greater." Lu Zai? 31st place? Dean Lin drew out his words, his tone a mixture of surprise and anger. "What? That's impossible. I saw it just now that it was only 71st. How could it be?" Li Meng was also very surprised. How could this be so outrageous? Ding! You have successfully impressed Li Meng and Lin Wu, gaining 68 survival points. Lu Zai, who had already reached more than half of level 4 in the level 5 area of the trial camp, suddenly perked up. Holy crap, what's going on? Meanwhile, the office was in complete chaos. Dean Lin slammed his fist on the table and stood up. "Li Meng, look what you've done. Do you know how much the War Academy needs a top student like him this year? You actually expelled him. Didn't you say you had a keen eye? Didn't you say Lu Zai couldn't cause any trouble? Then explain to me how he used his talent for mental manipulation to get ranked 31st? Lin Wu was extremely agitated. The Academy's evaluation of outstanding students was already very competitive. One more outstanding student could affect the result. And yet, this Li Meng actually expelled a top student who ranked 31st in the trial camp? It should be noted that the best result in the Academy's trial camp is only 29th place in 24 hours, so Lu Zai is already the top student among the Academy graduates. Just as Lin Wu was slamming his fist on the table and cursing, his assistant swallowed hard and said, "Dean, let me correct you. Lu Zai is now ranked 29th. He just broke the Academy's best record." Lin Wu and Li Meng looked at the tablet at the same time, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. It was really 29th place. In just a short while, they had jumped 2 places. The 24-hour trial camp is still a long way off. Will this kid rank among the top few then? This student really lives up to his name, Lu Zai. His approach is truly wild. When Li Meng saw that Lu Zai's name was ranked 29th, he felt like he could hardly breathe. How is this possible? I just casually expelled a student. How did he become such a prodigy? I've never seen anyone this awesome before. Dean Lin, I don't know what happened either. How did he suddenly become so amazing? Li Meng stammered, unsure of how to explain. Dean Lin tapped the tablet, pointed at the rankings on the screen, and said sternly, "If Lu Zai makes it into the top 10, you get out of here immediately. I have to fire you." Li Meng was shocked. "Why are you firing me, Dean Lin?" "At most, I was just negligent in my work. It doesn't warrant being fired. I've worked at the War Academy for over 10 years. Li Meng couldn't understand why Dean Lin, who usually protected him, suddenly changed his attitude this time. Lin Wu looked at Li Meng with a disappointed expression. The top 10 participants in each trial camp activity will have their information taken away by the Binhai Awakener Administration Bureau, and they will be given very favorable recruitment conditions. Guess what will happen when they find out that one of the top 10 talents was actually expelled? Will I, as the dean, be held accountable? So, you fired me first, then you can shift the blame to me? Li Meng suddenly realized. Get out! Lin Wu was too lazy to say another word to him. He was more trouble than he was worth. However, he also felt that he had a problem. For a tiny bit of benefit, he let Li Meng expel a student at will. After leaving the dean's office, Li Meng went straight back to his personal office. He closed the door tightly and stared intently at the refreshed leaderboard, hoping that the next time he saw Lu Zai's name, it would be down, not up. Finally, he waited for the list to be refreshed again, but he was so anxious that he dared not look at the list directly anymore. He covered the leaderboard with his hand and slowly unveiled the names on the list, much like Lu Zai checking his exam scores before he transmigrated. 27th place, Wang Zhan. 26th place, Li Kuan. 25th place, Chen Xiaojiang. 24th place, Wu Yong. After looking at several names but not finding Lu Zai, Li Meng finally felt relieved. Thank goodness, this kid didn't keep improving his ranking. As long as he doesn't get into the top 10, he won't attract the attention of the management bureau, and I won't be fired. Relieved, Li Meng moved his hands away, but the next moment, he saw a breathtaking scene. Number 22, Lu Zai. Damn! 5 places in one go? Li Meng was shocked and felt as if the world had turned dark. It doesn't matter if I get expelled, the higher-ups will definitely investigate why such an outstanding student was expelled, and then my act of abusing my power for personal gain will be exposed. Oh right, and also, teacher Lu Ru resigned because of Lu Zai. Will she be held responsible for that too? He might end up being accused of driving away students and colleagues, which would definitely get him arrested, because in this world, persecuting the future of awakened beings is a serious crime, and the greater Lu Zai's achievements, the greater his own crime would be. Please, don't fucking escalate this. Li Meng pleaded desperately in his heart. Phew. Level 5 already, ha ha ha. Lu Zai, upon arriving in the level 6 area, felt pleased to hear the system notification. In the past 2 hours, he gained 361 basic survival points, impressed others by gaining 149 points, and killed 67 monsters of higher level, receiving attribute infusions 23 times. Spirit plus 105, Strength plus 11, Constitution plus 21, Agility plus 13. Metal Manipulation Proficiency plus 3 once, Metal Manipulation LV3, 2000. Without hesitation, Lu Zai added 510 survival points to his mental strength, bringing his current mental strength to an astonishing 1756. This means that Lu Zai's metal manipulation range has reached 30 plus 17.5 meters, and the bonus from his talent skill is as high as 130 plus 17.5%. With such mental strength, Lu Zai's single-shot flying blade dealt 1,756 by 147.5% equals 2,590 damage. While not invincible, it was still terrifying for players below level 15. This is not the kind of mental power a level 5 awakener should possess. Not to mention Binhai City, there probably isn't any level 5 awakener in the entire world with such terrifying power. In an instant, Lu Zai felt his mind surge like waves, the mysterious area in his mind became more and more vast, and his spiritual power became more profound and solid. Unfortunately, Lu Zai never encountered another boss. He had always been fighting monsters of higher levels, hoping to encounter a boss of a higher level than himself, which would further increase his base rewards. Unfortunately, with the trial area under human control, it's become very difficult for the alien beasts to naturally generate bosses. In the wild, there are specialized teams that hunt down alien beast bosses in various areas. Although the risks are high, the rewards are also high. Because bosses of different levels and regions have a much higher chance of dropping special items and equipment than ordinary beasts. When I have the chance in the future, I must hunt down more bosses, Lu Zai thought to himself. While contemplating his future, Lu Zai stepped into the level 6 area. Not long after I went inside, I saw an old acquaintance. The opposing team was a 3-person squad, and they also spotted him. The team leader was none other than Li Fan. Chapter 10, Li Fan launches a sneak attack, Lu Zai causes a death. When he first saw Lu Zai, he could hardly believe his eyes. Lu Zai, is that you? What are you doing in the level 6 area of the trial camp? You're all alone? Captain, look at his feet. Li Fan's teammates were even more surprised to find that this person's walking posture was really strange, almost like a ghost moving sideways. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that he was actually walking on flying blades, stepping on one blade with each step, and the flying blades were obediently clearing a path for him. Such bizarre maneuvers were something their captain, Li Fan, could never have done, even though they were both skilled in metal manipulation. Captain, he's a transcendent realm expert. Another team member noticed a blue glow flashing on Lu Zai's flying blade, and his eyes widened like copper bells. Ding! You have successfully shocked 3 people, gaining 47 survival points. Lu Zai didn't bother to answer Li Fan's question and just kept walking forward. Li Fan lowered his head so low that only his toes were visible, feeling extremely embarrassed. He had just been bragging to his teammates about how awesome he was, even using Lu Zai as a negative example. Now, it seemed like he was just a clown. I sat up in shock while on my deathbed and realized that the clown was actually myself. Just then, 2 level 6 stone figures detached themselves from the cliff face. They usually attach themselves to the rocks, blending completely into the environment, making them difficult to detect. Stone men are rock-based life forms that move slowly and have low attack power, but possess strong defensive abilities. If it were Li Fan's team trying to kill this creature, it would take them at least 10 minutes. Seeing the stone figure staggering towards them, Li Fan immediately assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle. Stone Golem level 6. Health points, 5,000. Constitution, 555% damage reduction. Spirit, 80. Strength, 150. Agility, 30. Talent LV2, Stone Armor. The petrified skin grants the Stone Golem 12% secondary damage absorption and 12% damage reflection. Talent LV2, Stone Ball. The Stone Golem's body can continuously grow stone balls as weapons. When the wooden golem throws a stone ball, it can deal 20 plus 1.5% physical damage within a range of 20 plus 1.5 meters. Goodness, he already has 55% damage reduction, and a talent gives him an additional 12% secondary damage absorption and damage reflection. Many talents have secondary effects, such as this secondary damage absorption, which means that after the constitution damage reduction is calculated, the remaining damage is reduced by another 12%. For example, if a stone golem suffers 100 points of damage, 55 points of that damage will be reduced by its constitution, leaving 45 points of damage. The 45 points of damage were absorbed by 12%, or 5.4 points, leaving 39.6 points, which is the final damage the stone golem received. Its rebound damage is also 5.4. The damage isn't high, but this thing is incredibly tanky. Just as Li Fan and his group were ready for battle, Li Fan suddenly noticed that the stone man was heading towards Lu Zai. Just then, Li Fan's awakening device sent a voice message from his father. The voice messages were 60 seconds long, and there were several of them. Li Fan was overwhelmed by them. He hated sending long voice messages the most, and he would usually start cursing at them. Since it was his own father's advice, he listened to it all, one by one. Then he received shocking news: if Lu Zai made it into the top 10, his family would be finished. His father's intention was for Li Fan to create some difficulties for Lu Zai in the trial camp, and preferably stop him. If Li Fan had received such information just now, he would never have dared to have any ulterior motives. But now, a stone golem with 5,000 life points and extremely strong defense is besieging Lu Zai, which means he has gained an extra super strong frontline unit? Li Fan suddenly felt that the sky had cleared up and the rain had stopped, so maybe he could do it too? He whispered to his teammates on either side, "Help me ambush Lu Zai, and we'll take him down in one fell swoop." The 2 teammates were shocked and quickly waved their hands, saying, No, we're classmates, and we have no grudge against him. Why would we ambush him? The 2 of them weren't stupid. Although you're the captain, it's just a temporary training team, not some internal combat squad. Besides, we're smart. If you're going to go, you go. Seeing that the 2 rejected him, Li Fan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Get out. Don't let me see you again. Sorry, brother Fan, we can't do that. You'd better be careful. The 2 retreated, leaving the place of trouble, and hid at a distance to secretly observe what was happening. They were also curious whether Li Fan could win over Lu Zai, and they didn't understand why Li Fan would target his classmate. No one is allowed to die in the trial camp, but that doesn't prevent normal sparring and monster stealing. Li Fan thought the same way. As long as Lu Zai got injured and couldn't participate in the trial today, his father wouldn't be expelled, and he could keep his status as an outstanding student. Driven by malice, Li Fan's spiritual power began to coalesce, and a long spear hovered in the air. This spear is specially made. Only the spearhead is made of metal, while the shaft is made of the lightest wood. Therefore, Li Fan can use his limited mental energy to make the spear exhibit a certain degree of offensive power. On the other side, Lu Zai was dealing with the 2 stone figures. Stone balls were hurled by the stone golem, and Lu Zai directed his flying blades to shatter several of them in succession. With over 1,700 mental energy, Lu Zai gained more control over the flying blades, greatly increasing his attack frequency. After some of the flying blades shattered the stone spheres, they flew directly towards the stone golems with almost no pause. Bang! The sharp flying blade pierced through the stone golem's stone armor, sending up a shower of stone dust. Oh whoa! The stone golem that was hit staggered backward, looking at Lu Zai with a terrified expression. Their limited intelligence made it hard for them to believe that the boy in front of them was attacking so violently. Ding! Target hit, dealing 1253 damage, golem's health 1253. Ding! You have received damage that has been reflected back by 82 points. Lu Zai now has 1756 points of mental power, and the amplification of his metal manipulation talent has reached 130 plus 17.5%, bringing his total damage to 2590. After 2 damage reductions, the stone golem ultimately took 1253 damage. Here, we have to thank Lu Zai for upgrading his talent to level 3, which gave him 10% armor penetration, reducing the stone golem's physical damage reduction from 55% to 45%, otherwise the actual damage would have been even lower. Lu Zai also suffered a damage reflection of 170 points. After his own constitution reduced the damage, he actually suffered 82 points of damage. Not bad. Lu Zai thought to himself as he looked at the battle report in the system. The damage was better than he expected. He thought the rock golem would be much tougher. 1253 points of actual damage. If you get hit by your own flying blade 4 times, you're done for. He can handle both sides by himself more than enough. The flying blades roamed the battlefield once more, and after ensuring that the stone balls attacking Lu Zai were intercepted, they launched the fiercest offensive against the stone golem. A different sensation came from more than 20 meters behind Lu Zai. The value of 1756 points of mental strength was immediately apparent. Lu Zai now has an extremely sensitive perception of metal within a 30 plus 17.5 meter radius around him. To put it simply, he's stopped fighting and is now working for a mineral exploration company, where he's definitely an expert. Just now, he sensed a metallic object moving rapidly toward him from 20 meters away, and if he remembered correctly, there was only Li Fan in that direction. Ha! You're courting death. Lu Zai was annoyed, and his temper flared up instantly. Li Fan saw the 2 enraged stone men unleash their maximum energy, sending over a dozen stones hurtling towards him with a sound like the wailing of ghosts and wolves. Li Fan saw this as an opportunity, believing that Lu Zai was absolutely incapable of withstanding any further attacks. Die! Li Fan thought fiercely, and his spear pierced through the air. The location where he launched the attack was only about 21 meters away from Lu Zai. He couldn't understand how much of a gap there was between Lu Zai and his 1700 plus mental strength in the field of metal manipulation. The spear was aimed at Lu Zai's back, specifically at his heart. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. A horrifying scene unfolded. The spear hovered on Lu Zai's back, as if time and space had stood still. Li Fan was utterly shocked. Lu Zai was fighting a stone man. How could this be? The next moment, Lu Zai slowly turned around and sneered at Li Fan. You underestimated me, which is not fatal. What's fatal is that you also overestimated yourself. Lu Zai drew a small circle in the air with one finger, and Li Fan's spear immediately followed the gesture, changing direction. The next scene shows the spear shooting out like a dragon, with overwhelming momentum, heading straight for Li Fan. Bang! The spear exploded in mid-air, piercing Li Fan's chest at supersonic speed. This is the first time someone has died in the training camp. Chapter 11, Combat Power Soars, Awakener Management Bureau intervenes. Lu Zai killed Li Fan, and to be honest, he was really panicked. As a time traveler, possessing such violent power on the very first day, he had absolutely no understanding of this power. He only wanted to retaliate, but he didn't expect his opponent to be killed instantly. He felt a little uncomfortable after killing someone for the first time. It's not that I'm heartless, it's just that you're really too trashy. Why don't you put up a fight? Lu Zai complained inwardly. Lu Zai had absolutely no clue how to solve this mess. Even after just defeating 2 stone golems and gaining a 4% experience boost, he wasn't happy. But the commotion 30 meters away caught his attention. The 2 were preparing to quietly leave the scene. Stop! As soon as Lu Zai finished speaking, 2 flying blades arrived before the sound. Just kidding, flying blades are supersonic, so it's normal for them to arrive before the sound. The 2 men were Li Fan's teammates. When they saw the flying blade hovering in front of their foreheads, they were so frightened that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother Lu, we didn't see anything, we didn't see you kill Li Fan either, please don't silence us. Yes, we weren't involved. Lu Zai was speechless. His lies were so utterly worthless. Silencing them was out of the question. While killing Li Fan might have been justifiable and could be considered self-defense, killing these two was simply unacceptable. Moreover, the killing of Li Fan cannot be kept secret. Every awakened one possesses an awakening device, which also has a vital signs detection function. If the wearer dies, almost all of his contacts will receive the information. Lu Zai only hoped that he would have more leverage when facing scrutiny from above. I won't kill you. I just hope that after you leave, you will take the initiative to truthfully report what happened here to the management of the trial camp. That's enough. The two men felt as if they had been granted a pardon. Brother Lu, don't worry. We saw what happened today very clearly. Li Fan provoked us first, then launched a sneak attack and invited us to join. Even after we refused, he still wouldn't give up. I believe the Awakener administration wouldn't wrong an innocent person. Moreover, Brother Lu, your power far surpasses Li Fan's, which is the most important bargaining chip. Yes, Brother Lu. We also know that his father expelled you and targeted you. You are the victim. You look like an honest person who is afraid of school bullying. You took action today out of desperation. Holy crap. They've already come up with all the excuses for me. Lu Zai felt like the two of them had stolen all his lines. Afraid of school bullying? That's fine. Full marks. From their conversation, Lu Zai grasped a new perspective. The stronger he became, the less responsibility he bore, and the more fairly the administration would handle the matter and the more attention it would pay to his existence. With that in mind, Lu Zai plunged headlong into the level 7 area. He was ruthless and didn't talk much. He would kill monsters and take the blame. Just then, a shocking message arrived. Ding! Li Fan's death has deeply shocked Li Meng, causing him to erupt in rage. Survival points plus 188. Lu Zai, this is so presumptuous. Lu Zai now has a clearer plan for how to use the survival points. Upgrading a level 3 talent to level 4 requires 2000 survival points, which Lu Zai will not consider for now. Currently, it is necessary to enhance the 3-dimensional attributes to a more powerful level. It is said that once the total attributes are increased to 10,000, one can advance to the Dominator realm. A strength of 10,000 attribute points is also known as 10,000 combat power in the outside world. Of course, this standard for assessing combat power is only based on basic attributes and is not precise, because combat experience and talent sequence level will also affect combat power. The Dominator realm is a passport to enter the alienated world outside the city, and it is also the standard for the strong. Therefore, Lu Zai plans to break through 10,000 combat power first. Once my basic survival points increase, I'll consider upgrading my talent level. Right now, level 3 metal manipulation is more than enough. Keep in mind that many Dominator level powerhouses only have level 3 talents. There are several types of alien beasts in the level 7 area, the most troublesome of which is called the Alien Wings, a flying alien beast. It resembles a vulture in shape, but all its feathers are as sharp as blades. It can continuously grow wings to attack targets from the sky, quickly and accurately. Screech. A screech echoed in the sky as 7 mutated wings, arranged in a V formation, swept across the sky like a formation of bombers. One leader is the boss, and it is accompanied by 3 mutated wings on each of its left and right flanks, making it a formidable lineup. The alien wings had excellent eyesight and quickly spotted the weak human on the ground. The next moment, under the leader's command, the wings were ready and burst forth towards the ground in a massive, overwhelming burst. Arrows rained down, blotting out the sky, numbering over 200. Lu Zai looked up, overjoyed. Holy crap, the boss. I glanced at the system's survival points, 318. System, add 118 points to Constitution and 200 points to Spirit. Prepare for battle. At the same time, Lu Zai also took out the greenwood bracelet from his system space. He was already level 5 and could wear it. He had almost forgotten about it. Greenwood bracelet level 5 purple. Constitution plus 50. Spirit plus 50. Trait, damage plus 5%. This bracelet is considered top-tier equipment. It has all the attributes I need. At the same time, feedback information regarding the points added by the system also echoes back. Stat allocation complete. Current Constitution, 580 plus 154% damage reduction. Current Spirit, 1911 plus 100. Awesome. Your mental strength has broken through the 2000 mark. Facing the hundreds of winged arrows flying in the sky, Lu Zai waved his hands, and 13 flying blades charged forward like a streak of light. The sky exploded with countless sparks, accompanied by the clanging sound of metal striking metal. The wings were cut off one by one, and the starlight in the sky shone brightly in the sunset. Lu Zai's 13 flying blades actually managed to withstand the attack of more than 200 winged arrows from the sky. This is the power of 2000 mental strength, which gave Lu Zai strong control and greatly improved his attack efficiency. Some of the flying blades released by Lu Zai even shot down dozens of flying feathers. The energy levels between the two are no longer on the same level. At the same time, Lu Zai looked at the level 7 leader's attributes and discerned its weaknesses. Alienation Wings Level 7 Boss. Health points, 7,000. Constitution, 755% damage reduction. Mental strength, 100. Strength, 700. Agility, 300. Talent LV3, feathers everywhere can condense 30 plus 7 feathers at once, each dealing damage equal to the user's own strength attribute, attacking all targets within a 300 plus 7 meter radius. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Goodness, this skill is comparable to a bomber. It has a long range, covering 300 meters at level 3. Although the talent skill does not add to the damage it causes is equal to the user's strength attribute. However, the number of feathers generated by this skill is terrifying, 30 plus 7 at a time, which is equivalent to amplifying one's own attack power by 37 times. If all 37 bullets hit the target, they can cause a total damage of 700 by 37, which is extremely terrifying. What does this mean? Even Lu Zai is envious of this talent skill. However, this skill also has drawbacks. Even at level 3, the cooldown time is still 60 seconds. The 6 ordinary mutated wings beside it have a talent skill level of 2 and a cooldown of 90 seconds. After Lu Zai neutralized this wave of attacks, these mutated wings could only launch normal attacks during the cooldown period, which meant firing one feather at a time. The time for a counterattack has come. At the trial camp management office, Li Fan's 2 former teammates were reporting in detail everything they had just witnessed. Among those sitting nearby were people from the Awakened One's Administration Bureau, Li Meng, a family member of the victim, and even Lin Wu, who had come in person. This matter must have a resolution. Chapter 12, Top 10 Rankings, the Azura Squad's Attention. Inside the office of the Trial Camp Management Office, Li Meng vehemently denounced Lu Zai's brutality, ruthlessness, and heinous crimes. Dean, leaders of the Administration Bureau, this is no small matter. If such a brutal person is not punished, who will dare to come to the trial in the future? This is our Dragon Kingdom's trial camp, not a killing field. He must be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. Li Meng was very agitated. You may leave now. Hong Yu, a person in charge of the Administration Bureau, waved to the 2 witnesses. He was a Dominator-level expert. Originally, Hong Yu commanded an extremely powerful squad that fought in the alienated land, but this time, during a mission, they were ambushed by the Sakura Kingdom, losing a key attacking teammate, and he and his other teammates were also injured, resulting in heavy losses. Therefore, he was sent to the trial camp to select a few reserve talents to enter the training base, so that they could be added to the expeditionary force after they grow up. This is something that the Administration Bureau does every year to find reserve talents. Normally, this kind of trivial matter wouldn't be Hong Yu's responsibility, but since his team suffered heavy losses and he himself was injured, the higher-ups sent him here so that he could rest and relieve some pressure. After the 2 witnesses left, Hong Yu carefully reviewed Lu Zai and Li Fan's files, then slammed his hand on the table. They got so many resources but couldn't even beat someone who was expelled. What a disgrace! Li Meng? You're really being presumptuous. No, is this what we're talking about right now? We're discussing Lu Zai's illegal activities. Li Meng was frustrated, but he didn't dare to talk back. After all, with his status, he couldn't compete with the Administration Bureau. The Awakened One's Administration Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom is similar to the largest official military agency, possessing the strongest Awakened One's team, and even forming an Awakened One's army to launch expeditions to the alienated lands. Li Meng looked to Lin Wu for help, but the latter didn't dare to breathe loudly, let alone say anything nice to Li Meng. The 2 could only silently await each other's verdict. After reviewing Lu Zai's individual treatment, Hong Yu retrieved his ranking record in the training camp. His expression shifted from calm to surprise, and finally, his eyes lit up. He had his eye on this promising talent. He actually managed to climb to 17th place in his trial camp rankings in just a few hours, even though he was only level 1 when he entered. Ding! You have successfully impressed a powerful player, gaining plus 210 survival points. Lu Zai, who was fighting against the alienated wings, was suddenly hit in the face with a benefit and was also confused. However, he was already used to such unexpected surprises. These people are really polite. Hongyu, on the other hand, had also formed his own judgment. Putting aside the facts for the moment, he began to question Li Meng and Lin Wu. I'm very curious, why did the Coastal Warfare Academy expel Lu Zai? Give me a reason. Lin Wu quickly waved his hand. I was busy with the college's evaluation process, and I didn't participate in this at all. I instructed Director Li to handle it. Lin Wu perfectly shifted the blame to Li Meng. The latter, however, stammered and couldn't speak for a long time. Since Li Meng was unwilling to say, Hongyu didn't hold back. Let me guess, Li Fan and Lu Zai have the same talent, but resources in the academy are limited, especially for those with the same talent. They will select the best to cultivate. Li Fan may not be more outstanding than Lu Zai, but with you as his father, Lu Zai will naturally be expelled. The reason is, to ensure the academy's evaluation of excellence. Hongyu's words made Lin Wu and Li Meng break out in a cold sweat, and this was not the end of it. Hongyu continued, but why did Li Fan launch a sneak attack on Lu Zai? Who authorized it? Lin Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead. I really don't know. Li Meng also tried to play dumb. I don't either. Before he could finish speaking, Hongyu slammed his hand on the table. Your communication records with Li Fan are in the awakening device. I can check them with a simple look. It was me. But I didn't ask Li Fan to kill Lu Zai, I only asked him to interfere with Lu Zai's trial progress. I didn't expect. Hongyu smiled and said, you just didn't expect Lu Zai to be so much stronger than Li Fan, who was one level above you, and that this would cost him his life. Well, the whole story is very clear. Li Meng instructed Li Fan to ambush Lu Zai first. There are 2 eyewitnesses to this, and we also have the awakening device as physical evidence. The evidence is conclusive. Lu Zai acted in self-defense, but since someone died, there is a suspicion of excessive self-defense. However, in a life or death situation, Lu Zai's standard of self-defense can be raised to unlimited self-defense. I will announce the handling of this matter after communicating with my superiors. As for the 2 of you, you have engaged in favoritism and malpractice. Stop your work and await further instructions. Captain Hong, you can't do this. Lu Zai is the murderer. Li Meng exclaimed. Captain Hong, let's talk this out. Why don't we go to my office and discuss it slowly? Compared to Li Meng's loss of composure, Lin Wu was much more experienced. He knew that arguing here would only be detrimental to him. Hongyu slowly stood up. Your office? It no longer belongs to you. By the way, I think it would be reasonable for teacher Lu Ru, whom you fired, to be the dean of students. Hongyu didn't linger with the 2. He needed to report what had happened. Just then, his assistant grabbed him in surprise and handed Hongyu the newly updated rankings of the trial camp. Lu Zai, 8th. Hongyu took a deep breath and quickened his pace. He wanted this promising talent. Cough, cough, cough. Exhausted and out of breath, Lu Zai plopped down on the ground. Those damn mutated birds are really troublesome. Lu Zai said angrily, looking at the 7 mutated winged corpses in front of him. Surrounded by beasts 2 levels higher than himself, even though his skills were on cooldown, Lu Zai was still in serious trouble. Fortunately, the result was good. Lu Zai lost half of his health points and is now recovering after leaving the battle. However, the profits from the 7 strange beasts thrilled Lu Zai, making it all worthwhile. Ding! You have defeated the alienated wings boss, gaining 15% experience and +1 base survival point. Current base survival point gain is 4 survival points minute. Wow, now you can earn 240 points per hour. That's 4,800 points in a single day. That's incredible speed. Ding! You have killed 6 mutant wings, gained 24% experience, advanced to LV6, Constitution +10, Spirit +10, Strength +10, Agility +10, Free Attribute +10, and received 2 attribute infusions, Spirit +8, Strength +2, Agility +2. In this battle, your understanding of metal manipulation has deepened, gaining +3 proficiency. Current proficiency, Talent Sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV36 2000. Unfortunately, no equipment dropped. The drop rate for equipment in this world is too low, no wonder it's so expensive. Therefore, if you get first place in the trial camp, you can get a level 10 purple equipment, so be sure to take advantage of it. Only 6 hours had passed in the trial camp, so Lu Zai had plenty of time. Lu Zai had no idea that at this moment, a group of dominant figures were studying his data and monitoring the changes in his points ranking at all times. This group was Hong Yu's Shura squad, consisting of 5 people. Unfortunately, one of them was killed. This squad was at the dominator level and once made enemy countries tremble with fear, but it also became the target of everyone's attacks. In the end, they still could not escape the vicious sneak attack. "Captain, this kid's got some talent, let's recruit him," a long-legged girl next to Hongyu said with shining eyes. "Don't lust after her body. We're officials, we value her abilities." Hongyu rolled his eyes at Shuya, who was staring at him like a lovesick fool. "The captain is right. What I value most about him is his talent, his body control," Shuya said earnestly. "That's body control? That's called mental manipulation. Stay away from me. I'm afraid it'll affect my IQ." Knowing she was in the wrong, Shuya strode around with her long legs, pouted, and squatted down to the side, hugging her knees. Hongyu's other teammate was surprised to see that Lu Zai's ranking had risen another place. "Ding! You have successfully made a small impression on 4 important figures who are watching you. Survival points plus 388. Lu Zai, who had just rushed into the level 8 area, was overjoyed. "These people are pretty good." Chapter 13, the Azura team's main attacker, Paradise. In just a short while, Lu Zai had already received several waves of shocking gains, with his survival points soaring by more than 600. "With my base income added, my survival points have reached 781. That's incredibly fast. System, allocate all points to mental power. Stat allocation complete. Current spirit power, 2709 plus 100. Goodness, it's almost at the 3000 mark." Lu Zai even calculated his total attribute points, over 3600. "I am no longer an ordinary superhuman, I belong to the middle level of superhuman strength. Is it reasonable for someone who has just graduated from high school to go on to higher education?" Lu Zai is now in the level 8 area, and he will continue to advance towards the level 10 area. With his current strength, the monsters in the trial camp can no longer stop his ruthless pace. The greater the difference in monster levels, the greater the rewards. Lu Zai didn't want to waste time in low-level areas. For the next 16 hours, Lu Zai planned to grind in the level 10 area until the end of time. There is also an unwritten rule in the trial camp: the team that reaches the top every time will be allowed to choose whether to enter the trial forbidden zone, because the most powerful creature in the trial camp, the level 11 ultimate boss, the ultimate nightmare, lives there. It is also the only monster in the trial camp that has broken through level 10. However, all previous champions have given up this opportunity because the forbidden area lacks safety measures and poses a certain risk to life. Judging from the few challenge records, they were all crushing defeats, completely outclassing level 10 creatures. Because no one has challenged it for so long, people have almost forgotten that there is still a level 11 boss in the trial camp. The rewards for winning the challenge are cumulative, and by this year, the prize pool has accumulated to 5 million dragon coins, which is enough to buy a decent orange tier equipment. Orange equipment has twice the strength in attribute values, making it superior to purple equipment. Generally speaking, the special and basic attributes of purple equipment are 1% of the level. For example, Lu Zai's level 5 Greenwood bracelet has a basic attribute of plus 50 and a special attribute of 5% damage increase. However, if it is an orange tier equipment, this value will become plus 100 to each of the basic attributes and plus 10% to the special attributes. Lu Zai fought his way through and finally entered the level 10 area. It took him 1 hour to level up to level 7, and he had undergone 15 attribute infusions. Killing monsters in a level 10 area at level 7 will grant you 8% experience points per monster, but this advantage will gradually diminish as your level increases. Lu Zai's total attributes have exceeded 4,000. Seeing 7 or 8 level 10 two-headed snakes charging towards him in the distance, Lu Zai once again went into battle. His figure and flying blades went out at the same time, and in an instant, there was a flurry of sword and blade light. There are hardly any people here, so Lu Zai can kill to his heart's content. Once the trial is over, he should be able to reap a considerable reward. The Azura squad in the trial camp discovered that Lu Zai was now ranked 4th. The 4 members of the Shura squad were all excited upon seeing this result. The team consists of 4 members: Captain Hongyu LV40, level 6 talent, sequence 29 stone armor, and another member level 6 talent, sequence 57 berserk. He serves as the team's frontline tank and is also the backbone of the team. Support Chuya LV31, level 5 talent, sequence 9 balance, level 4 talent, sequence 22 resurgence. Field control Lu Dihan LV35, level 5 talent, sequence 30 draw a circle on the ground, level 3 talent, sequence 91, wither. The middle blocker, Gao 2, is level 36 with a level 6 talent and a sequence number of 11 blade maniac. Main attacker Zhao Xiaotian, defeated. Ludi rubbed his hands together. Captain, you're saying this guy actually made it to 4th place with his metal manipulation talent? That's unbelievable. This talent should really shine later on. Looks like we should spend about a year focusing on developing him, and then the team can be rebuilt. Ludihan is 37 years old, but he is already 10 years ahead of others, with a Mediterranean hairstyle that is not appropriate for his age. His catchphrase is, "Even though I'm bald, I become stronger." My personal hobbies include reading adult novels and attending anime conventions to see cosplay performances. Middle blocker Gao 2 nodded in agreement. 1 year is already a very short time. Many teams have to wait 3 to 5 years to find suitable replacements after losing players. 1 year is fine. I have high hopes for this young man. In his opinion, it is already an incredible achievement for him to have grown so much in just 1 year. If Lu Zai heard this, he probably wouldn't be happy. Going beyond a month means they're looking down on me, Lu Zai. Undoubtedly, the team is missing a main attacker, and the main attacker must be a long-range attacker, while the secondary attacker is responsible for breaking through the inside. Lu Zai perfectly fits this standard. In their view, although Lu Zai is exceptionally talented, it would take him at least a year to become a full-fledged player and shoulder the responsibility of being a main attacker. After all, the weakest of the 4 members of the team is at the mid-stage of the Dominator level, which means their total attribute points are around 50,000. Middle blocker Gao 2, nicknamed Knife Maniac, is a training fanatic. He focuses on his talent, Knife Maniac, and is the only player besides the captain to raise his talent to level 6. Perhaps it's because he's too focused at 35, he still doesn't have a girlfriend and hasn't shown any signs of developing a second talent. Perhaps women would affect his speed in drawing his sword. Yes, I also think this handsome young man is good. Shall we hold the induction ceremony today? Shuya chimed in excitedly. She had long been fed up with the atmosphere of the team, which consisted entirely of men in their 30s and 40s, while she was only 23. The addition of a young, handsome man would greatly improve her aesthetic sense, because Chuya discovered that she was surrounded by these balding men every day and found them to be quite good-looking. Her aesthetic sense was declining, which was dangerous. Her hobbies are simple: looking at handsome men, shopping, watching TV series, and eating delicious food. Shuya is the support in the team, and she is exceptionally talented, as evidenced by the fact that she was able to join the Azura squad, a Dominator-level team, at the age of 25. Seeing his teammates were all excited, and taking advantage of their good mood, Hongyu quickly told them some bad news. Everyone, the annual Land of Bliss will begin in 10 days, but our qualification has been cancelled this year. We are told to take a good rest and focus on training our replacements. Upon hearing this, all 3 team members stood up. Shuya, which bastard made this decision with his backside? I'm going to demand justice right now. It's your uncle, Shu Xiong, Hongyu said, shrugging. What a misfortune for our family. Shuya sat back down. Captain, didn't you struggle at all? Didn't you argue back? The reason why Paradise is called Paradise is because the drop rate is extremely high and the rewards inside are extremely generous. It is also the main source of our team's extra income. Without this opportunity, we would be starving this year. Lu Dihan was very unhappy. This was a heavy blow to everyone, especially to the team's development. Everyone had been saying that they would try to get everyone a high-quality piece of equipment when they entered Paradise this year, but now that's all over. Even Gao 2, who is usually honest, kind and quiet, couldn't sit still. If you're embarrassed, I'll go. I refuted that. You got kicked out of the office by the boss, and you think you can beat Chu Xiong, a legendary realm expert? You can try. The group quickly returned to their seats. Rank really does give you an edge. However, Boss Chu also said that before entering, if we feel we are qualified to take a chance, we can challenge other dominant teams, and if we win, we can enter, Hongyu said with a smirk. The 3 remained silent. The dominant team was incredibly strong, and the difference in skill level between them was usually not that great. Without their main attacker, what chance did they have? We can't expect Lu Zai, a newcomer, to grow up in just 9 days, can we? Even forcing growth wouldn't be that fast. Chapter 14, Advancing to the Dominator level, Survival Points, 4,000. The Shura squad feels there's no hope for this year. Their biggest source of income is gone. Although the basic benefits provided by the government are quite high for ordinary people, with a basic salary of 100,000 plus, for awakened ones, especially those in the Dominator realm, most of their benefits depend on their own efforts. The official benefits are only enough to cover basic daily expenses, with subsidies provided for missions. The 4 were in a bad mood, so they set up a table in the training camp canteen and started drinking alone. Once they got drunk, they just went to sleep. They were all waiting for Lu Zai's trial to end. There were still more than 10 hours left, enough time for them to get a good night's sleep. The long battle left Lu Zai covered in the blood of the strange beasts. The density of beasts in the level 10 area was astonishing. At first, Lu Zai hardly needed to move, as beasts would keep coming after hearing the sounds of his fighting. After more than 10 hours of fighting, the corpses of the strange beasts in front of Lu Zai were piled up into a small mountain, and the surroundings became quiet. He has almost wiped out all the strange beasts here. With 25 minutes left until the end, Lu Zai dragged his tired body to a pool of water to wash off the bloodstains on his body. In this battle, he killed hundreds of level 10 beasts, and his level increased by 11 levels. I obtained 2 level 10 blue equipment pieces, which I have already equipped. Giant Serpent Bracelet Blue level 10. Constitution plus 100. Mental Strength plus 100. Giant Serpent Boots. Agility plus 100. Mental Strength plus 100. I have 6 pieces of white equipment that I plan to sell. After 131 attribute infusions, I gain 941 points of spirit, 81 points of strength, 101 points of agility, and 203 points of constitution. Lu Zai looked at his attribute list and was surprised. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 11 23%. Realm, Transcendent Realm. Health points, 9900. Constitution, 840 plus 150 59% damage reduction. Spirit, 3801 plus 300. Strength, 284. Agility, 301 plus 104.01% critical strike chance. Survival points, 4012 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 312 2000. Equipment, Flying Blade 13, Greenwood Bracelet, Giant Serpent Bracelet, Giant Serpent Boots. My total attribute points are over 5,600, but I'm gaining 4 survival points per minute. After more than 10 hours of fighting, I've actually saved up 4,000 survival points. In other words, if all 4,000 attribute points were added, he would be only one step away from the Dominator realm? Terrifying, terrifying. I've only been in the training camp for 1 day, yet it's already equivalent to others struggling for several years? Just a few more hours and I'll be the ultimate ruler? Ha 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 ha. Lu Zai stood in a pool of blood, laughing so hard his body trembled. If anyone had seen this, they would have thought he had gone mad. At the trial camp, Xiao Luo's team of 4 was awakened by the alarm clock on the awakening device. Team leader Hong Yu was the first to jump up and yell at the next few rooms, "Time's almost up. That kid's out, get to work." Soon, the other 3 quickly regrouped. Shuya glanced at the points leaderboard and then froze. Still half asleep, she doubted her own eyes. She rubbed her beautiful eyes, blinked hard, and made sure she wasn't mistaken. Then, as if she'd been electrocuted, the half-step her long legs had taken froze in mid-air. What's wrong? Captain Hong Yu noticed that Shuya was acting strangely. Team, Captain, he got first place. Shuya stammered. The other 3 were not too shocked, because given Lu Zai's rising ranking, this result was not unexpected. But after Chuya added the last 2 pieces of information, everyone froze. He's not only number 1, but he's also reached level 11. You have to know how many alien beasts you have to kill to level up from level 10 to level 11? His score of 10,980 points broke the record of the coastal trial camp. No, it's the highest record in the Dragon Kingdom, more than twice that of the second place. The 4 of them froze, but Hong Yu was the first to react. Shuya, Lu Dihen, immediately entered the level 10 area of the trial camp to snatch him away. Don't let this kid be taken away by other teams. If anyone causes trouble, beat them up. Shuya and Lu Dihen, yes. Although entering the trial camp without permission was not allowed, they couldn't care less about Lu Zai being taken away by someone else, and the 2 disappeared in an instant. Gao Tu, come with me to the awards ceremony. Cancel the awards and disperse all irrelevant people. We need to act quickly, or we'll miss out. The 4 of them acted immediately. Just as Lu Zai finished washing off the bloodstains, he received a shocking message. You have greatly impressed the 4 big shots, earning you plus 888 survival points. Holy crap, I've never had such a shocking income before. What the hell did I do? Lu Zai was completely dumbfounded. But what was even more baffling was that a sleazy man and a long-legged beauty arrived in front of him at lightning speed, checked his basic information, and then attacked him directly. Lu Dihen, Brother Lu, congratulations on becoming a member of the Shura squad. Come, let's find a place to talk about our life ideals. The two men supported him from both sides and led him outside. Lu Zai wanted to resist, but he couldn't muster any mental strength no matter what he did. What kind of strength did these two have? Who the hell is your brother? Who the hell are you? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, am I being kidnapped? Little brother is so cute. Be good, come with me. I'll let you see my legs later, okay? Shuya frowned slightly and added, you can touch them too. Lu Dihen, damn, you've really gone all out. Lu Zai was speechless. Their words and actions didn't seem like those of legitimate bandits at all. Who exactly were these people? They seemed to have mentioned the Azura squad? What kind of unit was that? The trial camp was in chaos. The crowd was directly dispersed by Gao Tu and Hongyu. The award ceremony was postponed to the next day, and the trial participants were driven away. In an office of the trial camp, the 4 members of the Azura squad stared at Lu Zai with eager and greedy eyes for 10 minutes. Lu Zai felt a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. With Hongyu's prompting, the 4 finally regained some composure, and Hongyu then told Lu Zai about their identities and the background, including how they helped Lu Zai resolve the issue of Li Meng and his son. So that means the murder case is over? I don't have to take responsibility? Lu Zai asked again to confirm. What a joke. You're the victim, what responsibility do you have? If it weren't for the fact that his son died, you could apply for compensation for emotional distress, Lu Dihen said, patting his chest confidently. This world is truly magical, Lu Zai exclaimed. As my strength has increased, not only have I received much attention, but people are also proactively helping me solve my problems. However, Lu Zai was still hesitant about joining the Shura squad. He didn't know what benefits he would gain from joining such a squad. He thought it was fine to work alone. After he told the others this, he was immediately met with fierce rebuttal. Shuya, little brother, you're joking. If you don't join the Dominator's team, you'll have trouble even getting into many of the alienated lands. But for us, we can go wherever we want, and the best part is it's free. Lu Dihen, you are the youngest, so we will favor you in terms of the benefits of future explorations. Also, since you are the lowest level, the things you need are useless to us, so you can rest assured about the resources. Gao Tu, I don't know about other benefits, but there is one thing, by joining us, you will gain unprecedented access to resource exploration, and the returns on those exotic beasts will be unimaginable. Hongyu, I can't speak for other things, but if you join us, you'll be absolutely safe. Our Shura squad will never abandon any teammate, even if we're all wiped out. We'll die together. Captain, but you just told me that you sacrificed Xiaotian, which doesn't match your claim of absolute safety. Hongyu sighed. Originally, it was Lu Dihen who was to sacrifice himself, but Xiaotian took the initiative to block the enemy's pursuit. His talent is sacrifice, and he sacrificed himself to gain powerful strength and protect our entire team. So, if you join us, we will protect you in the same way. The 4 people in front of him were at least at the mid-stage of the Dominator level. Lu Zai valued the resource advantage, but he valued the harmony of the team even more. I'll join. But let me challenge the ultimate nightmare in the Forbidden Zone first, and then advance to the Dominator level, okay? It'll only take a little while. The 4 looked at Lu Zai as if he were an idiot. You want to advance to the Dominator level? The 4 people thought Lu Zai didn't seem to be lying, and there was no need for him to lie. Hongyu was even more shocked. If what this kid said was true, wouldn't that mean his team still had a chance to enter the Land of Bliss? Chapter 15, Slaying the Nightmare, Battle Power Exceeds 10,000. The 4 members of the Azura squad could not sense any Dominator Realm aura from Lu Zai at all, and even felt that he was far from being a Dominator Realm expert. They couldn't understand why Lu Zai was confident he could advance to the Dominator level after the trial, because at this moment, Lu Zai's combat power seemed to be only around 4,000 or 5,000. How could they know that his system had around 5,000 survival points? However, that's no longer the main point. The main point is that they successfully recruited Lu Zai. With Hongyu's help, Lu Zai quickly received the prize for first place in the trial camp, a purple level 10 piece of equipment. The trial camp provided a stock list of 651 level 10 purple equipment items for Lu Zai to choose from. After careful selection, Lu Zai chose a level 10 purple helmet. Radiant helmet purple level 10. Constitution plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Trait, critical hit rate plus 10%. This piece of equipment was chosen based on the suggestions of the 4 members of the squad. Because critical hit is a very rare attribute, and it's not suitable for everyone. For example, talents with a relatively simple attack method and a very low attack frequency will find it difficult to utilize the critical hit attribute. Lu Zai is different. His talent has no cooldown period, and he will be able to control more and more flying blades in the future. Even with my current strength, the 10% critical hit rate can be triggered frequently. In this world, critical hit rate can only be provided by equipment attributes and one's own agility attribute. 10 points of agility equals 1% critical strike chance, while the base critical strike damage is 200%. Once the critical hit rate reaches 100%, the excess critical hit rate will be converted into critical hit damage. For example, a 150% critical hit rate will be converted into a 100% critical hit rate and 250% critical hit damage. Of course, the hardest attribute to obtain is armor penetration. It is rumored that it only has a very small chance of appearing on equipment of orange rarity or higher, and the armor penetration value is only half of the normal attribute of the equipment. For example, a level 10 orange equipment piece with the special attribute of armor penetration only has 5% armor penetration. If it had other attributes, it would have around 10% armor penetration, such as damage amplification or critical hit chance. In addition, some talents may gain armor penetration attributes after reaching a certain level. For example, when Lu Zai's metal manipulation was upgraded to level 3, he also gained 10% armor penetration. Lu Zai put on his new equipment and smiled at the 4 members of his team, saying, "Then I'm off." He prepared to go directly into the restricted area to challenge the level 11 ultimate nightmare. "Go for it, you unorthodox method." Shuya clenched her fist and pouted. "His name is Lu Zai. It's terrible to be uncultured." Lu Dihen corrected, smoothing his sparse hair. This immediately drew a barrage of punches and kicks from Chuya, and the two chased each other away. "Go! We'll be waiting for your triumphant return." Captain Han Yu gave him a trusting smile. The ruthless and taciturn Gao Tu simply waved his battle sword. "Kill it, then we'll drink." Lu Zai nodded, and the 13 flying blades condensed into a short sword, carrying him as he plunged down the cliff behind him. Below the cliff lies the forbidden zone of the trial camp, which has remained unchallenged for many years, but today it finally welcomes a new challenger. While flying in the air, Lu Zai activated the awakening device and accessed the data on the ultimate nightmare. The ultimate nightmare, a creature that exists as a spirit, capable of parasitizing human dreams and completely controlling its host to blend into human society. The ultimate nightmare grows extremely rapidly, increasing its power by devouring the fear within human dreams. The stronger a human's mental strength, the more effectively they can resist the nightmare. The ultimate nightmare is divided into 4 stages: infancy levels 110, growth levels 1120, adulthood levels 2140, and peak levels 41 and beyond. The ultimate nightmare's primary talent is Nightmare, which allows it to invade a target's dreams, even forcibly hypnotizing weaker targets and consuming their fear within those dreams. Within dreams, Nightmare can create various illusions to instill fear in enemies. It can also perceive a target's thoughts and discover their weaknesses. Lu Zai read it word by word, feeling increasingly surprised. Why would such a creature be placed in the trial camp? It was a truly strange arrangement. The people in the trial camp were all newcomers, and this kind of creature was still too strange for them. Fortunately, not many people have tried to take on the challenge over the years. Below the cliff, there is a deep, narrow cave. Outside the cave stands a stone tablet that reads, "Land of Nightmares." Lu Zai put all 5,000 survival points into mental strength. "We're going to play it safe, because the reward for killing Nightmare is 5 million dragon coins." Ding! Points added successfully. Current spirit, 8,901 plus 300. Good heavens, his mental strength alone is 9,201, and with other attribute points added, it has already exceeded 10,000. Lu Zai's personal panel also displays the realm section as, "Transcendent realm can be broken through." Once he defeats the Nightmare, he will break through to the next level and advance to the Dominator realm. He can then shock his teammates and gain some survival points, Lu Zai thought to himself. With 5,000 survival points converted into spiritual power, Lu Zai received an unprecedented spiritual boost. The whole world became clearer before his eyes, and he even felt that his spiritual power was about to materialize and be able to interfere with reality. This feeling is quite wonderful. With 9,000 mental energy, Lu Zai was able to control the 13 flying blades with ease. He felt that he could replace them with more powerful weapons. He could now fully control weapons with greater mass and more quantity for combat. Once I receive the prize money, I can consider exchanging it for an orange weapon. Lu Zai entered the cave, which was completely dark inside. It is rumored that the most important reason why nightmare creatures cannot expand their population is that they cannot see sunlight. They have no physical strength, but are a spiritual force, and these spiritual beings fear sunlight. Unless they successfully control the host and acquire its physical form. Buzz. A ringing in his ears made Lu Zai pause in his steps. The next second, the static in his mind, like that of an old radio, made him feel mentally exhausted and listless. Lu Zai knew that nightmare had made its move. If his mental strength was too weak, he would probably have been pulled directly into the dream. However, Lu Zai was only slightly disturbed. He held his breath and focused his mind, banishing the noise from his head. Nightmare's talent allows him to invade other people's dreams and forcefully hypnotize weak targets. Clearly, as long as Lu Zai doesn't actively go to sleep, the nightmares in this cave cannot invade his dreams. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Lu Zai saw a cloud of gray mist. Within the gray mist was a human face, which was none other than Lu Zai himself. This was conjured by the nightmare using its mental power. Lu Zai checked the nightmare's attributes and froze instantly. Nightmare level 10. Life, 6000. Constitution, 656% damage reduction. Spirit, 610. Strength, 153. Agility, 114. Talent Sequence 15, Nightmare LV3 within a range of 300 plus 61 meters, can invade the dreams of targets whose level is no more than 3 levels higher than oneself, creating great terror and nourishing oneself with fear. Talent Sequence 55, Disorder LV3 within a range of 30 plus 6.1, creates mental pollution, causing the target to fall into anxiety, doubt, or even madness. Targets affected by disorder are more likely to be pulled into a dream state. Lu Zai was not shocked by the nightmare's strength, but by the fact that this nightmare was not a boss, and that the restricted area was too narrow and had reached its limit. So where did that nightmare boss go? No one has entered this place for years, could it be? Lu Zai had a terrifying thought: had the nightmare possessed the challenger and entered human society in Binhai City? Chapter 16, Level 16, A Reward of Millions, Shura hunts down nightmare. For the first time, Lu Zai felt the full of conspiracies and schemes in this world. I'm just a recent graduate, I should probably go back and report this to the team leader. The nightmare monster in front of us is most likely the next generation created by the ultimate nightmare in recent years. Faced with Lu Zai's 9,000 spiritual power, this strange beast had no chance to fight back. Lu Zai's 13 flying blades plunged straight into the gray mist, causing the illusory face to distort. After a round of attacks, it vanished into nothingness and disappeared completely. Successfully defeated nightmare, gaining plus 0.5% experience. Lu Zai, who is currently level 11, gets ridiculously low experience points when killing a level 10 common beast. There are no level 10 or higher alien beasts in Binhai City, they can only be found in the alienation zone. The entry requirements for the alienation zone are strictly vetted, and the price is quite high for individuals to enter and exit. Therefore, joining the Shura squad makes things much easier. After dealing with the ordinary nightmare, Lu Zai sat cross-legged on the spot and began to break through the realm. He glanced at his attribute list and found that his total attributes had reached 10976. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 1123.5%. Realm, Transcendent Realm. Health points, 10900. Constitution, 940 plus 150 60.5% damage reduction. Spirit, 8901 plus 300. Strength, 284. Agility, 301 plus 104.01 plus 10% critical strike chance. Survival points, 4012 growing. Talent Sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 312 2000. Equipment, Flying Blade 13, Greenwood Bracelet, Giant Serpent Bracelet, Giant Serpent Boots, Radiant Helmet. Am I now a Dominator with a combat power exceeding 10,000? Lu Zai was secretly delighted and began to guide his spiritual power into his liver. The last time I broke through to the extraordinary realm, the bottleneck was in my heart, but this time it's in my liver. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys correspond to 5 bottlenecks. Breaking through them will open up a whole new world, but these are all just legends, and no one has ever said what they are like. This time, the breakthrough went more smoothly, probably because Lu Zai's total attribute points were approaching 11,000, and his mental strength was strong enough. With the hurdle in his liver easily overcome, Lu Zai felt his power level rise once again. Is this the sovereign realm? Lu Zai slowly stood up, and the 13 flying blades spiraled upwards with his will, carrying him away from the forbidden area at a speed several times faster than before. Dominator realm? The four members of the team exclaimed in unison at the trial camp. They hadn't seen Lu Zai for at most half an hour. How could he have reached the Dominator realm in the blink of an eye? People say that a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation, but you've only been gone for a short time? 30 minutes? And people's eyes are about to pop out. Ding! You have greatly impressed the members of the Azura squad, gaining 888 survival points. That's great. Once I save up 2,000 points, I can upgrade metal manipulation to level 4. Lu Zai was very satisfied with everyone's surprised expressions and secretly rejoiced. You brat, welcome back. Hanyu slapped Lu Zai on the shoulder, unable to hide his joy. This young man had given him so many surprises. This was the first time Hanyu had been so happy since Xiao Tian's death. Lu Zai brought the team not only surprises, but also a brand new opportunity. They could set off for the land of bliss again, and the revenge against the awakened ones of the Cherry Blossom country that all the team members had been longing for was also within reach. After everyone's initial excitement subsided, Lu Zai recounted his experience in the forbidden area to the team in detail. What? Are you sure? Even the usually composed Hanyu was taken aback after hearing about Lu Zai's experience. He never expected that such a small training camp would harbor such a crisis. The others also realized the importance of the matter. Shuya, abandoning her usual nonchalance, became unusually serious and said, Captain, should I inform Uncle? Shuya's uncle is Chu Xiong, one of the high-ranking figures. All the awakened people in the Binhai city area are under his management. Go and communicate with them. By the way, Shuya, you'd better try to secure our right to investigate this incident. We can use this opportunity to get permission to enter paradise, Hanyu said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll get on it right away. Seeing that no one was mentioning the prize money, Lu Zai suddenly became anxious. Captain, do you think the prize money will be lost again because I didn't kill the ultimate nightmare? Faced with Lu Zai's question, Lu De patted Lu Zai's shoulder hard, with an unusually strong grip. Brother, you've done a great job. Your bonus will be doubled at least. You'd better think about how to spend it. Holy crap. Doubled? That's 10 million? That's enough to find a really powerful orange weapon. Soon, Shuya used her advantages to take over the investigation of the ultimate nightmare. If the truth comes out within 9 days, the Shura squad will be able to gain entry to the land of bliss. The 4 members of the team were extremely excited. Lu Zai had never been to the land of bliss before, so he didn't feel anything. Although he didn't understand, judging from their reactions, they must be very powerful. He was impressed but didn't know why. Captain Hanyu immediately began investigating the matter, looking at Lu Zai with a scrutinizing gaze. Xiao Lu, as an awakened one, you not only need to be full of martial virtue, but also need to be meticulous. What direction do you think we should take in this matter? Tell me. I think we should investigate who approved the release of the ultimate nightmare into the trial camp as the final test. This person might be problematic. Also, we can review the challenge records to see who was the last person to take the challenge. This person might be the one who was parasitized by the nightmare. Clap clap clap. Team leader Hanyu led the applause, and the other team members followed suit. Lu Zai was a little embarrassed. This wasn't something that could be done just by having a brain. It seemed that this team wasn't very smart. Usually they were probably all just reckless brutes. Lu Dihen, go investigate the challenge records and get the information on the last challenger. Shuya, use your uncle's authority to find out who approved the deployment of Nightmare in the trial camp. Gao Tu, Lu Zai, come with me to the training ground. You two have a fight, consider it your job assessment. Lu Zai was stunned. Holy crap, who is Gao Tu? A level 6 blade maniac, his stats say he has 60,000 combat power. Everyone left, leaving Lu Zai stunned. He grabbed Shuya, who was about to leave. Sister, yeah, you guys don't take your sparring seriously, do you? Won't you get hurt? Shuya nodded seriously, you won't get hurt. Lu Zai felt relieved. But you'll get beaten half to death, especially by Gao Tu. Shuya winked playfully, her long legs swaying as she skipped away. Damn it, I'm just a kid. Can you please not make me fight with a lunatic who survived a life of constant danger? Lu Zai complained as he entered the training camp's martial arts arena. Standing opposite him was Gao Tu, who had a grinning face and a 1.5-meter long battle sword in his hand that gleamed with a chilling light. Little Lu, I've automatically restricted my strength to 15,000 combat power. Come on, let me have some fun, hee hee hee. Gao Tu said, pointing to a metal chain around his waist. It's a tool that can restrain a person's power and can automatically adjust itself. It's a special tool that awakened humans often use for teaching. With 15,000 combat power, it's worth a try, although the chances are slim. Because the opponent has a level 6 Blade Frenzy talent. After both sides donned protective gear to ensure no one would die, Hong Yu excitedly shouted, "Start!" Chapter 17, The Madman's Blade Play, Locking onto the Parasite. At Hong Yu's command, both sides unleashed their full power. With a flick of his wrist, Dao Quang Gao Tu unleashed a burst of light as he rapidly advanced, his longsword flashing. In that instant, Lu Zai felt that what his opponent was using was not a battle sword, but rather a place deep within a sea of fire and a mountain of knives, where the sharp blades were everywhere. Is this the style of a level 6 blade master? Upon seeing such a master, Lu Zai's fighting spirit soared. His flying blade 13 flashed and flew away in a long, serpentine motion. Clang clang clang. The blade and the flying blade collided 13 times in a second, and Lu Zai's mental strength was not inferior. Although Gao Tu's combat power is maintained at 15,000, his stat allocation is not as extreme as Lu Zai's. As a middle blocker, he needs the ability to quickly approach the enemy and requires a lot of agility. At the same time, as an inside player, he must also be physically strong. Therefore, with a combat power of 15,000, his strength points could only be increased by a maximum of 6,000, while Lu Zai's mental strength was over 9,000. Gao Tu could compensate for his lack of strength with his level 6 talent, Blade Frenzy, so the first encounter ended in a draw. However, Lu Zai knew that his opponent's physique and agility were far superior to his own. This ferocious speed of advance would have unimaginable consequences if Gao Tu got close. So, after Flying Blade 13 was knocked away, Lu Zai used his powerful mental strength to condense it into a short sword, turned around, and thrust it straight at Gao Tu. Gao Tu stepped forward in a bow stance, held his long sword horizontally, and used the blade to parry the short sword. Bang! The immense power intertwined, causing the air to explode. A white shockwave swept across the entire training ground, instantly sending Gao Tu's hair flying backward and his sleeves billowing. The scene was incredibly explosive. Good lad, you've got something. I'd call you the strongest mental manipulator of the younger generation. Gao Tu didn't hold back his praise, but the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even stronger. The longsword suddenly slashed upwards, deflecting the short sword's thrust and piercing the shoulder before gliding through the air. In that instant, Gao Tu stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing it to cave in, with fine cracks spreading out in all directions like a spider web. The ferocious speed of the approach left Lu Zai with no way to avoid it. In the blink of an eye, Gao Tu's wrist flicked, and a flash of blade light followed closely behind. What a fierce fighting style! Lu Zai admired Gao Tu for sacrificing himself to gain a chance to get close. On the battlefield, this kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. Since you're trading injury for a chance to win, then I have no choice but to trade my life for yours. Lu Zai made up his mind. Given Gao Tu's speed and talent level, he simply couldn't dodge this full-force attack. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Faced with Gao Tu's all-out attack, Lu Zai simply spread his arms, giving up resistance. Instead, he concentrated all his energy, and the next moment, he clasped his hands together. The short sword that had just pierced Gao Tu's shoulder turned around instantly and hurtled towards Gao Tu's back and heart with even greater speed. At this moment, the battle situation became very interesting. Gao Tu's slash would surely kill Lu Zai, but the short sword on Gao Tu's back would also kill Lu Zai the instant Gao Tu hit him. Clang! Gao Tu turned around and slashed with all his might, slicing away the short sword that was thrusting towards his back. Then he looked at Lu Zai with admiration. After all, it was just a friendly spar, so he chose to stop his attack. A draw. In a real fight, both would die. Hong Yu concluded, clapping his hands. Ding! Your combat prowess has greatly astonished the two, earning you 400 survival points. Gao Tu gripped his long sword in reverse and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lu Zai. Brother Lu, I admire you. You are the first person I have ever seen at this age to have mastered mental manipulation to such a high level. I really didn't expect that your mental manipulation is already at level 3. You're a promising young man. Hong Yu exclaimed in admiration. Although he couldn't detect Lu Zai's detailed combat attributes, he could tell about his talent level at a glance during the battle just now. That's all because Brother Gao suppressed most of his strength. Otherwise, with my meager skills, you could have easily killed me with one strike. Lu Zai wasn't just being polite, it was the truth. Gao Tu's combat strength of around 60,000 was something he couldn't contend with at the moment. Gao Tu waved his hand. My progress is very slow now, but for you, anything is possible. Hong Yu tossed a sign to Lu Zai. Congratulations on becoming the 5th member of the Shura squad. Our Shura squad is full again. Your role in the team is as the main attacker. Although your combat strength is still lacking, it has already surprised me enough. You can barely handle the job. Lu Zai took the badge, which was essentially an official identity badge, but the title column below read, Temporary Worker. These lost memories suddenly resurfaced. Before Lu Zai transmigrated, in his world, temporary workers had a very strange identity. Captain? Why is he a temporary worker? Lu Zai asked, puzzled. Before Hong Yu could explain, Gao Tu chuckled and said, being a temporary worker is so great. You can become a full-time employee anytime you want, but there are too many restrictions on full-time members. You'll see later. You love to cause trouble and you even killed someone. We'll let you, as a temporary worker, handle the dirty work that we can't do in the team. If something really happens, the worst that can happen is that you get fired, and we'll just bring you in through other channels. It's very convenient. Lu Zai suddenly realized, I knew it. Lu Zai carefully put away his identity token. From today onwards, he was someone with a backer and a team. Captain, we've found it. Lu Dihan and Chuya entered the training ground at the same time. However, when they saw that Lu Zai was standing, not lying down, and that he was not injured, their eyes were filled with confusion. Logically, when a newcomer spars with a master, he should enter upright and leave lying down. Faced with their doubts, Hong Yu explained, 15,000 combat power, a draw. Ding! You have once again astonished Chuya and Lu Dihan, gaining 288 survival points. These two probably didn't witness the exciting battle, and their level of shock wasn't as great as the captain's and Gao Tu's, Lu Zai thought regretfully. Amazing! Lu Dihan and Chuya gave a thumbs up. Let's get down to business. Hong Yu steered the conversation back on track. Let me tell you, Chuya said excitedly. I found out that 11 years ago, Zhang Jun, the head of the trial camp, approved the introduction of the Ultimate Nightmare as the final challenge project. After that, no one succeeded in the challenge. The most amazing thing is that Lu Dihan found out that the last challenger was a high school graduate named Zhang Feng 5 years ago. Since then, no one has challenged him. And Zhang Feng is Zhang Jun's only son. So that's how it is, the others exclaimed in sudden realization. It was clear that Zhang Jun had used his position to create advantages for his son. But why would Zhang Feng need a creature like Nightmare? That's too hard to guess. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Chuya was very satisfied, her face practically screaming, beg me, and I'll tell you. Spit it out, stop beating around the bush. It was obvious that Captain Hong Yu wasn't giving her a chance to show off. Oh. Chuya deflated like a punctured balloon and continued honestly, Zhang Feng's grades are extremely outstanding. He only has one talent, disorder. Does that sound familiar? That's right, it's one of the talents that Nightmare possesses. After graduation, he was even more outrageous. He didn't participate in any combat missions, nor did he join any official or civilian organizations. Instead, under his father's arrangement, he entered the largest mental hospital in Binhai City to conduct research on the topic of the treatment of mental illness by the disorder talent. Hong Yu stood up abruptly, he concealed his main talent Nightmare. This person actually used weak mental patients to invade their dreams and devour their fear to increase his strength. This is a capital offense. In this world, the talents of humans and the talents of beasts are shared. For example, the captain's stone armor is also possessed by many beasts. And this Zhang Feng actually possesses 2 of Nightmare's talents, which is extremely rare. Mental patients are already mentally unstable, so even if they are terrified, no one will think there's anything wrong with it. This person is despicable. Chuya dodged her foot, unable to hide her anger. Captain, what do we do? Gao Tu couldn't wait any longer. Tomorrow morning, visit the mental hospital and wait for the right opportunity to strike. Hong Yu's eyes revealed murderous intent. Only by not reporting or exposing the perpetrators can we have the opportunity to kill them on the spot. Lu Zai glanced at his survival points. After several rounds of amazing gains, plus natural growth, he was still 170 points away from upgrading his talent to level 4. He would wait a few more tens of minutes. At that time, the distance and power of metal manipulation will be greatly improved. Chapter 18, Purchasing the Orange Tier Item Dragon's Fawn, Level 4 Metal Manipulation. Lu Zai just joined the team and is about to go on a mission. Shouldn't he improve his skills before going? Moreover, Zhang Feng has been developing without any obstacles in the mental hospital for several years, so it is impossible to know what level of strength he has reached. It's always good to be cautious. So Lu Zai tentatively asked, Captain? When will my bonus come through? I'd like to upgrade my weapon, and I also have some unused equipment that I need to sell. Could you? I understand what you mean. I'll transfer 10 million dragon coins to you right now, from the team's treasury. After your bonus is approved, any overpayment will be refunded and any underpayment will be collected. Is that all right? Han Yu readily agreed to Lu Zai's request. Thank you, Captain. Lu Zai didn't expect the captain to be so straightforward. Okay, Gao Tu, Lu Dihen, and I will go prepare for the battle. Shuya will accompany you to the official exchange in Binhai to complete the transaction you want. She hasn't been shopping in a long time and is probably itching to go. Han Yu's arrangement made Shuya's eyes light up. Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Ya. Lu Zai readily accepted. It was time for him to upgrade his equipment, and the Flying Blade 13 that Li Zhuangzhuang had given him was a good thing. It's just that I'm improving too fast, I'll be eliminated in a day. However, equipment in this world, especially high-quality equipment, holds its value very well. Lu Zai didn't plan to sell the Flying Blade 13 in his possession, since it was a gift from his brother. He would return it to Li Zhuangzhuang when he returned to Binhai City in 7 days. If Li Zhuangzhuang refused to accept it, he would keep it as a souvenir. Thinking of Li Zhuangzhuang, Lu Zai couldn't help but smile. This simple-minded brother really took good care of him. We'll meet in 6 days, and he'll be very surprised. The team of 5 split up and agreed to go to the Binhai Mental Hospital at 8 p.m. sharp. Shuya and Lu Zai took the city rail train into the city center. Once in the city center, Shuya became like a wild horse, wanting to look at everything along the roadside. Boss, are the mangoes sweet? Shuya put her hands behind her back, puffed out her chest, leaned forward, and stared intently at the peeled mangoes on the fruit stand. Beautiful lady, it's very sweet. Have your boyfriend buy one for you? The shop owner, a middle-aged man, was very enthusiastic. He even peeled a small mango and handed it to Shuya. Try one, or you don't have to pay if it's not sweet. Shuya readily accepted. Women have no resistance to free things. She seemed completely unconcerned that the boss called her Lu Zai's girlfriend. Her attention was probably not even on that matter. In order to buy equipment quickly and not delay the mission, Lu Zai had no choice but to surrender. Boss, give me 2 pounds. All right. The shopkeeper quickly picked out 2 pounds of mangoes and handed them to Shuya. How about it? I told you they were sweet, right? Shuya licked the mango juice from the corner of her mouth and said seriously, Boss, it's not sweet. Shouldn't these 2 pounds be free? Boss? Lu Zai? Passers-by also cast strange glances at them. Mangoes are a local fruit in Binhai City, of excellent quality, and are sold to surrounding cities, so it's impossible for them not to be sweet. Is it really meaningful for a mid-stage dominator like you to trick a boss into giving you 2 pounds of mangoes? She was joking. Lu Zai quickly paid and pulled Shuya away from the scene. What are you doing? He said he wouldn't charge if it wasn't sweet. Honesty is the foundation of business. Shuya said, spouting nonsense. You're right, consider it my treat. The boss has it tough. Lu Zai didn't want to dwell on it. It's not easy for us either. Our basic monthly salary is only 100,000 dragon coins. Then there's the attendance allowance, year-end bonus, high-temperature allowance. Shuya counted carefully on her fingers. Lu Zai and his companions were all suffering from Chuya's mental pollution. He felt that it would be much easier if he came out with Gao Tu. Binhai Longting Exchange is an official entity with fair prices, and official members enjoy a 10% discount. The prices here are all public and transparent, so the 10% discount is genuine and not the kind of discount offered by private exchanges, which often inflate prices before offering a discount, rendering the discount meaningless. After showing their identification, the two entered smoothly. The exchange was divided into several large areas according to the parts of the equipment. Lu Zai headed straight for the weapons area. His purpose today was very clear. At the same time, he handed over all the white equipment in his system warehouse, as well as some equipment that he no longer needed, to the consignment shopkeepers for appraisal and sale. Upon arriving at the weapons area, Lu Zai was immediately struck by the dazzling array of equipment. There were swords, axes, spears, and even firearms, such as pistols. Lu Zai remembered that pistols were weapons used by the innate gun god, whose bullets were not chemically driven but were streams of energy condensed from mental power, making them extremely powerful. There were just too many items, so Lu Zai directly asked the salesperson, "Hello, I need a mental manipulation weapon around level 11. The salesperson was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Upon seeing that I was an official team member, his attitude became much more enthusiastic. "Welcome. What quality do you need, and what is your budget? As an official member, you enjoy a 10% discount. Orange quality, price around 20 million is fine." Shuya's voice was loud and clear. She sat on a high stool on the counter, her long legs crossed, holding a mango in her hand, looking quite timid. "I only have 10 million, Lu Zai whispered in Shuya's ear. "I still have 10 million in pocket money here. If you're going to buy something, buy the best. Anyway, equipment holds its value. Now that you owe me money, you're mine. From now on, you have to listen to Sister Ya, understand?" Shuya said earnestly. "Why does this feel like I'm selling myself?" "Okay, thank you, Sister Ya. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll retrieve the equipment list right away." The middle-aged man quickly retrieved the corresponding equipment that met the customer's needs from the tablet computer. He quickly handed the tablet to Lu Zai. "Please take a look. There are a total of 131 orange tier equipment pieces that meet your requirements." Lu Zai was extremely shocked. The official strength was truly overwhelming. Just this much orange equipment at level 11, and it had to be of the mind control type? However, considering that Binhai City has a population of 20 million and 10 million awakened individuals, it makes sense. Night Rain level 11 orange. Constitution plus 110. Agility plus 110. Spirit plus 110. Special attribute, poison attacks inflict a poison effect that lasts for 10 seconds, reducing the target's maximum health by 1% per second. This effect cannot be stacked. A single target can only be poisoned once every 100 seconds. During the poisoning period, healing effects are halved. This toxin is quite potent, it deals considerable damage to targets with high health, and its healing reduction effect is also quite good. However, the targets Lu Zai is currently dealing with don't have high health, so he can just kill them with brute force. The poison effect is not as direct as increasing attack or critical hits. Even if the target has 10,000 health, it will only deal 1,000 damage in 10 seconds, which is not very meaningful. However, I might consider this kind of equipment when I reach a higher level in the future. Lu Zai's eyes quickly scanned the list on the notebook. Shuya, who was eating a mango, also leaned her head closer, her long black hair draped over Lu Zai's shoulder. Since she was sitting on a very high stool, she simply rested her chin on Lu Zai's shoulder, making it easier to eat mangoes. This person's laziness had reached a certain level. "Hey, you unorthodox type, this suits you perfectly." Shuya slid her pink finger across the tablet and pointed to an item called Dragon's Fong. This piece of equipment is marked with the word top tier. Dragon Fong level 11 orange. Constitution plus 110. Agility plus 110. Spirit plus 110. Special attribute top grade, armor penetration plus 5.5. Dragon fangs have an armor penetration effect. There are a total of 32 dragon teeth, each of which can deal independent damage. They also carry Dragon's Might, which deals an additional 50% damage to mental creatures and has a certain degree of resistance to mind control methods. This equipment is indeed excellent. The armor penetration attribute alone is top-notch. Lu Zai currently has a 10% armor penetration granted by his talent, and with this additional 5.5%, that's 15.5%, which is already quite high. Furthermore, the Dragon's Might effect also resists mind control and increases damage against mental creatures, making it very suitable for me. "Boss, how much is this?" Lu Zai asked. 15 million after discount. Lu Zai thought it was so expensive, but a voice rang out from the side, "Boss, we'll take it all." Shuya wiped her mouth, which was full of juice, with satisfaction, and then pointed the awakening device at the counter to scan the code to pay. "That's incredibly extravagant." At the same time, Lu Zai also discovered that his survival points had reached 2041, and it was time to upgrade his talent level to level 4. This time, they're using a two-pronged approach. Chapter 19, A Night Visit to the Mental Hospital. After leaving the exchange, Lu Zai equipped the Dragon Fong, replacing his original Flying Blade 13, which increased its attributes. The Dragon's Fong is a very imposing piece of equipment, shaped like a dragon's head, and can be worn on the arm. The dragon's mouth contains 32 dragon teeth, driven by spiritual power, making it extremely intimidating. Each dragon tooth is about the length of a chopstick and is extremely sharp. Lu Zai was very satisfied with the new equipment, and then used 1988 survival points to upgrade his talent metal manipulation to level 4. In my mind, the understanding of metal manipulation flowed through my thoughts like a data stream. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 1123.5%. Realm, Dominator Realm. Health points, 11400. Constitution, 940 plus 261.5% damage reduction. Spirit, 8900 plus 350. Strength, 284. Agility, 301 plus 104.01 plus 10% critical strike chance. Survival points, 67 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 405,000. Equipment, Dragon's Fawn, Greenwood Bracelet, Serpent Boots, Radiant Helmet. Metal Manipulation LV4, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 40 plus 114 meters, dealing 140% plus 114% mental damage, with no cooldown. Lu Zai now possesses powerful mental strength, with a control range of 154 meters, and his mental damage amplification has reached 254%, which is equivalent to causing 2.5 times the damage. What does that mean? Lu Zai's mental strength is now as high as 9300, and with a 254% increase, his damage is as high as 23,622 points. Although the opponent has physical damage reduction, Lu Zai still has 15.5% armor penetration, so the damage is still considerable. The price of 15 million yuan bankrupted Lu Zai. He only sold his unwanted equipment for 70,000 dragon coins. Indeed, the quality was low and the level was not high. The reason he could sell it for so much money was because of his official status. Lu Zai has lost his 10 million yuan bonus and still owes Chuya, this rich young woman, 5 million yuan. It's a terrible situation. On the way back, Lu Zai was squeezed to eat a bag of potato chips and drink iced lemonade. They had finally arrived at headquarters, the headquarters where Lu Zai had joined his squad. Unexpectedly, this place is located in an office building in the city center, on the 39th floor, while their headquarters is on the 11th floor, and it is a private, exclusive floor. A private elevator went directly to the 11th floor, leaving Lu Zai speechless. The elevator doors opened, revealing a luxurious interior, a practice room, an entertainment hall, a conference room, a lounge, a bedroom, everything was there. This floor is at least tens of thousands of square meters. Do 5 people really need such a large area? What kind of family is this? Captain Hong Yu, along with Lu Dihen and Gao Tu, were fully armed. Upon seeing Lu Zai and his companion return, they greeted them, asking, "Have you prepared everything you need?" Lu Zai nodded, but couldn't help asking curiously, "Captain, are all the squad's conditions this luxurious?" Before the captain could answer, Lu Dihen interrupted, "Dream on. The team has to figure out its own living expenses and working conditions. The official benefits are enough to cover these expenses. We're so extravagant because of the rich woman behind you." Lu Dihen gestured with his chin toward Chuya. "This floor belongs to your family?" Lu Zai exclaimed in surprise. Chuya shook her head, and Lu Zai's mindset improved somewhat, so it was rented after all. To Lu Zai's surprise, Chuya's next words left him speechless. "This whole building belongs to my family, not just this floor." Ha ha ha. The 4 members of the team entered the elevator one after another, preparing to go to the mental hospital. Only Lu Zai stood there, stunned, as if he had been petrified. As Gao Tu passed by Lu Zai, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, we were just as shocked as you were back then." The Binhai City Mental Hospital is located in the suburbs, 31 kilometers away from the team's headquarters as the crow flies. The group drove there themselves in a decent SUV, which belonged to a wealthy woman. Team leader Hong Yu had already obtained the documents from the Department of Health, and the group disguised themselves as Department of Health personnel conducting a surprise inspection. With all their documents in order, the group got off the bus and walked with great strides. The security guard was about to stop him, but was immediately frightened away by Hong Yu revealing his identity and then notified the relevant leaders. Upon entering the hospital, you will be greeted by the hospital director, Huang Chang. Before arriving here, the team had already thoroughly investigated the situation of this public hospital. Huang Chang was not a major problem, but he had some bad conduct. He didn't care much about hospital affairs and liked to hang around the Department of Health and run connections. He had been in this position for 11 years, and at nearly 60 years old, he was prepared to retire peacefully in this position. Oh, what brings the leaders from the Department of Health here? They're quite unfamiliar faces. How about we go outside and find a place to eat and chat? Hospitals can be checked anytime, they're not going to run away, are they? Huang Chang was a very shrewd man. While welcoming them, he also wanted to find out the group's true intentions, whether they were really there for a checkup or just going through the motions to make some money. Huang Yu didn't give him a chance, directly showing him the documents and identification. You don't need to know us, you only need to know these. Where is your office? We have questions for you. Seeing that Huang Yu wasn't the kind of person who could be easily fooled, Huang Chang immediately led the way, saying, "This way, please." Let's talk about Zheng Feng's situation. After the group entered the office and dismissed the people around them, Huang Yu revealed his other identity, the captain of the official Dominator level Awakened 1 team. This identity is more intimidating than that of the Department of Health, whose identity is merely to avoid alerting the enemy. I was wondering why you all looked unfamiliar. I know the Department of Health very well. So you're Awakened Ones, and even sovereigns at that level? Huang Chang said with a look of shock. Answer the question directly. You have quite a few problems. If you want a peaceful retirement, you'd better be honest and straightforward. Huang Yu didn't want to waste words with Huang Chang. Yes. You're talking about Zhang Feng. Actually, I've suspected him for a long time, but his father is powerful and influential, and he hasn't caused me any trouble since he came here to do research. We've kept to ourselves and only exchanged nods when we meet. He's quite respectful to me, so I haven't bothered with his issues. Huang Chang opened up, implying that he had long suspected something was wrong with Zhang Feng. Tell me your findings in detail. Huang Yu took a sip of strong tea and adopted an attentive listening posture. He's been here for 5 years, and he hasn't produced any research results. His so-called research direction of using his talent for treating mental disorders has never produced any project reports or detailed plans. On the contrary, the patient's conditions have become even more bizarre after his treatment. Huang Chang seemed to be thinking about many things from the past. Some patients only have mild depression or other mild mental illnesses. In theory, medication should be quite effective. However, after being treated by him, these patients seem to have lost their souls and were extremely afraid of Zhang Feng. At first, I was worried that Zhang Feng might abuse the patients, which I could not allow. If something happened, I would also be responsible. But later, after a detailed investigation, I found that Zhang Feng rarely had any contact with these patients. This was even stranger. Don't you need a detailed treatment process when you are doing research? Huang Chang seemed puzzled. The team members all knew that Zhang Feng didn't need to interact with the patients, he only needed to keep them within a certain area of his own and forcibly pull them into the dream world. Where do others usually go at night? Huang Yu went straight to the point. He's in our dreams every night, sir. Huang Chang's face revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 20, Zhang Feng and his son, the pinnacle of dominance. Huang Chang's unusual behavior caused everyone except Captain Huang Yu to jump up from their seats and draw their weapons. Huang Yu pressed down with one hand to calm everyone down. He has been pulled into the dream world. I estimate that he has already taken over the entire mental institution during the night. His nightmare talent can now cover this area. So he already knows we're here? Lu Zai asked. Yes, he knows now. He can interpret Huang Chang's dream and know everything that just happened in the dream. But that doesn't matter anymore. They all have to die. Huang Yu looked at Huang Chang with sharp eyes, full of murderous intent. Huang Chang smiled slyly. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting for you all. Ha ha ha. Huang Chang was now under Zhang Feng's control and laughed wildly. Huang Yu took out a porcelain bottle containing a transparent liquid and forced Huang Chang to drink it, after which the latter fell into a coma. Captain, what kind of magical treasure is this? It can actually block the control of nightmares. Lu Zai exclaimed in amazement. Chuya slapped her forehead, looking at him like he was an idiot. Newbies are so easy to fool. This is rat poison. If Huang Chang takes it, he'll go into shock, which means he'll be out of control. Lu Zai was shocked. You can actually do this? Although rat poison is highly toxic, it can save an awakened person like Chuya with a single revival. All 5 members of the team took this mission very seriously, as it was a major event that would determine whether they could enter the land of bliss. Huang Chang fell into a coma, and the team cut off his contact with Zhang Feng. Otherwise, with Huang Chang by their side, it would be like having a live camera, and all the team's actions would be under Zhang Feng's surveillance. After dealing with Huang Chang, Lu Dihan retrieved 4 ribbons from the 4 corners of the room. These were special props. After entering Huang Chang's office, Lu Dihan quietly made the arrangements. Huang Yu predicted that Zhang Feng would use his innate ability to intervene during his conversation with Huang Chang. This ribbon was retrieved from the superior's warehouse and could detect clues about mental talents. At the same time, it could remember the person's mental strength and be used to find the clues. Northeast. The ribbon fluttered gently in a certain direction, and Lu Dihan drew his conclusion from this. The five-man team quickly pursued the enemy in a northeast direction. After running for a distance, Lu Dihan made a fist gesture towards the sky, and the group immediately stopped. Scatter! Hong Yu roared, his clothes burst open, and his entire body was instantly covered with a layer of granite-like stone armor. The whole process took less than half a second, which showed his powerful control over this stone armor talent. Just as the team members were escaping, several spikes suddenly shot out from the ground. They were wooden spikes, seemingly an attack method used by some kind of plant life. Hong Yu unleashed a flurry of punches, and a sweeping lake smashed all the protruding wooden splinters to pieces. The other four members of the squad jumped back to escape, and Gao Tu even pulled out his battle sword from his back during the jump. Shuya moved gracefully, drawing a long whip from her waist. The whip cracked in the air with a sharp snap. With a flick of the whip, 5 purple energy threads bound the person. Purple energy is a symbol of the Dominator level. The talent was balanced, and the setup was completed quickly, binding the 5 people together and distributing the damage evenly. Talent Sequence 9 Balance LV5 can release up to 50 plus 10 energy ties to connect friendly units. The connected friendly units gain an additional secondary damage reduction of 20 plus 10% calculated separately from the main damage reduction, and the damage they receive is shared equally. Level 5 balance is extremely powerful. Lu Dihan, on the other hand, was more romantic. He rolled on the ground and ran to the corner, unleashing a surge of purple energy. Talent Sequence 30 Drawing a circle as a prison LV5 creates a spatial restriction with a diameter of 250 plus 50 meters. Battles occurring within the restriction will not affect the surrounding area, and the outside world will not be able to see anything happening within the restricted space. 2 figures slowly appeared on the rooftop in the northeast corner of the mental hospital. They were Zhang Feng and his son Zhang Jun. All 4 members of the team made cool combat responses, and Lu Zai felt awkward for a moment. He felt he had to do something, right? So all he could do was yell at the 2 dark figures to the northeast to cheer on his team. Come here. Hong Yu frowned, noticing that the other team members were also looking at Lu Zai, their new teammate. They all shared the same thought: this unorthodox guy didn't seem very bright. Zhang Jun and his son were not nervous as they watched the slowly descending barrier envelop them, as if everything was under their control. Zhang Jun looked at the 5 people in the arena with a cold gaze, and while clapping, he said coldly, "Captain Hong, you have good skills. It's a pity that such skills can't save Xiao Tian, and they can't save you today either." When Hong Yu mentioned Xiao Tian's name, all 5 members of the team, except for Lu Zai, showed shock and anger. What angered them was that Xiao Tian's death was a deep wound in their hearts, and Zhang Jun actually used it to provoke them. Shockingly, Zhang Jun seemed to know more about Xiao Tian's death. Lu Zai couldn't understand what they were saying at all, and Hong Yu's next sentence left him even more confused. Hong Yu turned to face Lu Zai, and very seriously and politely clasped his hands in greeting. "Xiao Lu, on behalf of all the members of the Shura squad, I thank you." After saying that, he clasped his hands in a salute, and the other 3 also clasped their hands in a salute to Lu Zai. "Captain, Sister Ya, Brother Gao, Brother Lu, what's going on here?" Lu Zai was a little confused. "You found Xiao Tian's enemy for us. I've always found it strange that we were ambushed by the awakened ones from the Sakura Kingdom. Our movements in the alienation zone have always been secretive, and we've never made a mistake in all these years. Last time, it felt like someone had anticipated our movements, and we were surrounded. Now I know. Ha ha ha. Captain Hong is clever, but it's too late. Do you know how sweet Xiao Tian's dream was? After we learned of your whereabouts in his dream, you were doomed. It's a pity that those Sakura Awakeners were too useless and failed to wipe you out. But interestingly, at the last moment, we deliberately told Xiao Tian through his dream that we had ambushed him through his dream." Xiao Tian's regret, annoyance, and guilt at that time, TSK, so exciting. So, he originally had a chance to escape, but his pride and shame led him to choose a suicidal rearguard action, sacrificing himself. Although Lu Zai didn't know Xiao Tian, upon hearing this outcome, his body trembled uncontrollably. The 2 people before him were far too evil. They had completely plunged Xiao Tian into fear and self-blame, causing him to slowly die. Hong Yu clenched his fists, and his body erupted with powerful purple energy. Talent Sequence 57 Berserk LV6, the body enters a berserk state, energy consumption increases, combat power increases by 60%, lasting 120 seconds. Shura squad, kill. Completely insane, Hong Yu took the lead, his feet stomping on the ground, causing a section of the ground to collapse. Completely transformed into stone armor, he charged towards the two like a cannonball. The rooftop where Zhang Jun and his son were located exploded with a deafening roar, the powerful blast causing the three figures to retreat rapidly in three different directions. The other four followed suit, and this battle was destined to be a fight to the death. Zhang Jun snorted coldly, and the ground seemed to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. The next second, a towering tree 50 meters tall shot up from the ground. Countless wooden spikes materialized on the giant tree and charged furiously towards the 5 members of the Azura squad. At the same time, the branches on the giant tree transformed into countless waving arms, each ending in a sharp wooden claw, attempting to attack the squad. Isn't this the talent that Lu Zai saw on the wooden dummy back then? The talent that Lu Zai saw back then was the wooden dummy boss's talent LV3. Talent LV3, alienated with the wooden doll, enters an alienated state for 120 seconds, during which it gains the ability to grow wildly. Sharp wooden spikes can be continuously shot out from its branches, each dealing 130% plus 2.1% mental damage. Attack range, 30 plus 2.1 meters. In melee form, its branch arms possess ferocious strength to attack the target. Cooldown, 360 seconds. It's obvious that the talent Zhang Jun used is at least level 6 or higher, making its power even more terrifying. Seeing this, Hong Yu, who had just landed, suddenly realized, you weren't possessed by the nightmare, your spirit thieves? Peak overlords. Ah, you realized it too late. The next second, thousands of wooden spikes came crashing down. Zhang Jun's son, Zhang Feng, transformed into a spiritual entity, floating illusorily in the air and emitting a piercing hiss. He activated Nightmare, attempting to forcibly pull the 5 people into a dream. Although he couldn't actually do that, he could definitely cause mental interference to the 5 of them. Under such interference, it becomes even more difficult to evade the attacks of Zhang Jun, a master at the peak of the Dominator realm. In the moment of crisis, a dragon's roar resounded, roar. 32 dragon teeth hurtled straight at Zhang Feng's illusory spiritual body. Newbie Lu Zai was the first to charge in. Chapter 21, The Soul Eater. The so-called Soul Eaters are a forbidden existence, banned in all countries, and can only engage in ordinary work, and cannot be trained. There are 5,100 registered Soul Eaters in the Dragon Kingdom. Compared to a population of over 1 billion, this group is not large and is quite rare. Soul Eaters are born without the ability to awaken or their talents, but they possess a forbidden ability, the talent to devour alien beasts. This sounds like they should be nurtured with great effort, but when they break through to a higher realm, they also need to absorb the energy of humans with similar bloodlines. The bloodline mentioned here does not refer to relatives, but to a race. For example, if you are from the Dragon Kingdom, you need to find similar awakened individuals within this race to devour and break through your current realm. Their abilities seem designed to destroy the world, along with the monsters and humans. How they evaded the Dragon Kingdom's scrutiny remains unknown to the Azura squad, but one thing is certain. In order to survive, they have become spies for the enemy country, relying on betraying China to obtain better resources. The enemy country uses them to undermine the Dragon Kingdom's awakened faction from within, each getting what they want. One of Zhang Jun's talents is the talent of the Woodman, alienated wood. What other trump cards does he have? We don't know yet, but we'll see soon enough. Zhang Feng devoured 2 talents from the trial camp boss, Ultimate Nightmare. So, everyone initially thought Zhang Feng was possessed by the nightmare, but that wasn't the case. It was Zhang Feng who swallowed the nightmare. The infamous reputation of the Ultimate Nightmare deterred any challengers in the trial camp, so this secret remained undiscovered for a long time. It wasn't until Lu Zai appeared that the truth came out. He discovered that there was no nightmare boss in the forbidden zone of the trial camp at all. The battle had begun. On Lu Zai's arm, the dragon's head opened its mouth wide, and 32 dragon teeth spewed out. Be careful, Lu. He's in your hands now. He's at the early stage of the Dominator realm. After giving Lu Zai some instructions, Hong Yu, along with the other 3, focused on dealing with Zhang Jun. Zhang Feng is at the early stage of the Dominator level? But the strength range of the early stage of the Dominator level is quite large. Generally speaking, 10,000 30,000 attribute points is called the early stage, 40,000 60,000 is called the middle stage, 60,000 90,000 is called the late stage, and above 90,000 but less than 100,000 is called the peak. The captain is a mid to late stage powerhouse with a combat power of over 70,000. The other teammates are all mid-game level players. At this moment, Lu Zai no longer cared how strong Zhang Feng was. He directly unleashed all his mental power to reduce the interference of Nightmare on his teammates in conjunction with the effect of Dragon's Roar. At the same time, the 32 metal dragon teeth, like streaks of light, had already reached Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had already transformed into a phantom spirit, one of the abilities of the monster Nightmare. He looked at the 32 dragon teeth flying towards him and smiled coldly, mere metal manipulation. The next moment, the violent dragon teeth pierced through the spirit, and he felt a sharp pain all over his body. Damn it! Father, save me! A wave of wooden spikes arrived one after another, knocking away most of Lu Zai's dragon teeth, but Zhang Feng was still injured. Ding! Your attack has shocked Zhang Feng and his son. You have gained 588 survival points. Lu Zai currently has around 10,000 mental strength, which, combined with various amplification and armor-piercing abilities, makes him quite powerful. Ding! You have dealt damage to Zhang Feng, reducing his health by 6,900. Several dragon teeth just pierced the spirit's body, causing some damage. However, Zhang Feng, who was at the Dominator realm, had clearly underestimated Lu Zai's strength. By the time he felt the terror of the Dragon Feng, it was too late. The battle situation changed with the addition of Lu Zai. Zhang Jun was originally fighting 4 opponents single-handedly, and the battle was evenly matched. He didn't expect that he would also have to take care of his son. Zhang Jun stood proudly atop the giant tree, his purple energy continuously surging towards the tree. Lu Zai noticed that the color of his purple energy had begun to turn orange, a sign that he was about to break through to the Dominator realm and enter the Legendary realm. What intrigued Lu Zai even more was how such a powerful individual could possess only one talent, the mutated wood. What is he waiting for? On the giant tree, wooden spikes over 2 meters long were thrown out by the wooden claws like spears. The sky seemed to be filled with a violent rain of arrows. Hong Yu activated Berserk stone armor, becoming like a stone statue as he frantically bombarded the wooden spikes, each collision producing a deafening crash. His immense power caused each of his punches to unleash a gust of wind, turning all the splinters in his path into dust. The madman Gao Tu wielded his battle sword, unleashing a flurry of blade light, his entire being like a demon sealing itself as he fought his way through a rain of wooden spikes. Lu Da slammed his fists into the ground, and a burst of scorching purple light rose from the ground. Wither! These tendrils rose from the ground, growing higher and higher until they completely enveloped the giant tree. Withering can reduce the target's speed, attack power, and mental strength, although the specific effect of this talent is affected by the difference in strength between the two sides. However, Lu Zai could still see that the speed at which the wooden arms threw wooden spikes had slowed down, and the speed at which the wooden spikes bombarded the area had also decreased. However, there were too many wooden spikes, and the group's attempts to break through them and attack Zhang Jun's main body failed several times. The splinters fell, injuring the men one after another, forcing them to retreat. With the balance effect, the damage from these wooden spikes is spread out evenly. Under the effect of balance, the calculation rule for injury is, if Hong Yu is hit by a wooden spike, then the damage is calculated according to Hong Yu's defense reduction, then the secondary damage reduction of the balance effect is deducted, and finally the actual damage is calculated. If the actual damage is 5,000, then each person suffers 1,000 damage. Just now, a series of information flashed through Lu Zai's mind. Under the balanced talent tree, you took 687 damage, 713 damage, 851 damage. Even though it's the same type of damage from wooden spikes, the damage inflicted varies from person to person, and the damage is also spread out differently. Shuya flicked her whip, and a halo enveloped everyone. Resurrection LV4. Lu Zai felt his lost health points recovering. The speed wasn't fast, but the effect was noticeable. Neither side had a good way to break through the other's defense for a while, resulting in a stalemate. Lu Zai and Zhang Feng engaged in a fierce and direct confrontation. With the special blessing of the Dragon's Fang, Lu Zai can deal extra damage to spiritual entities, even though the opponent's combat power is slightly stronger than his own. However, the Dragon's Roar effect significantly reduces the opponent's mental interference, which greatly diminishes the effectiveness of mental talents. Without a doubt, in a dream, Lu Zai would be no match for his opponent, but in reality, the Dragon Fang really hurt when it hit him. 32 missiles lined up in mid-air and rained down on Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's two talents, Nightmare and Chaos, are not very effective in dealing with the current battle. He can only awkwardly reveal his true form and concentrate his spiritual power on his human fists and feet to fight against these dragon teeth. Even the strongest rulers are so frustrated. Zhang Feng and his son had not originally planned things this way. They had thought that Zhang Feng's nightmare would cause significant mental disruption to the Shura squad. Who would have thought that such an extreme build would emerge, with almost all points allocated to mental power as the primary attacker? They had previously assumed that Xiao Tian was dead and that the Shura squad should be incomplete. Even more outrageous is that this main attacker is also a 6th-tier player, equipped with a Dragon Fang that counters spirit and mental talents. Although Lu Zai is a combatant with the initial stage of the Dominator realm, he is somewhat specialized in his area of expertise, as he has devoted the vast majority of his mental energy to mental power. It is estimated that even people with a combat power of 30,000 do not have as much mental power as him. Purple energy bursts forth from Zhang Feng's fists and feet as he faces the bombardment of 32 dragon teeth alone, showing signs of exhaustion. He is the key to this battle. As long as Lu Zai takes down Zhang Feng, he can come to the captain's aid. Several dragon teeth pierced through Zhang Feng's palms and knees, and Zhang Feng's body was unable to get up from his knees. He was extremely frustrated in this battle, unable to exert his advantages and being restrained by a young man who had just entered the Dominator realm. Just when the Shura squad thought victory was in sight, Zhang Feng's body was grabbed by the wooden arm, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at his father, Zhang Jun. "No! Father, you wouldn't do this to me, I'm your own son." Zhang Jun's face was deathly pale, as white as a sheet of paper. "The fate of our Soul Eater race has always been controlled by others. You should be prepared to sacrifice yourself." The next moment, the giant tree claw controlled by Zhang Jun crushed Zhang Feng, and countless pieces of flesh were absorbed by the giant tree. The giant tree's aura surged, and Zhang Jun's pale face regained its color. "Sacrifice. You actually devoured Xiao Tian's sacrifice." Han Yu looked at Zhang Jun in disbelief. He had actually sacrificed his own son. Chapter 22, First Steps into the Alienated Land, Frenzied Leveling Up. No one expected that after Xiao Tian was killed last time, Zhang Jun would actually devour his talent. Sacrifice. By sacrificing the controlled target, you gain a status boost. The effect of the boost is related to the quality of the sacrificed item and your own sacrifice level. After attempting to devour his own son, Zhang Jun, who was at the peak of the Dominator realm, fought against 5 opponents single-handedly. From a combat perspective, his decision was correct. On the one hand, he strengthened his own power. On the other hand, if he hadn't done so, Zhang Feng would have continued to be suppressed by Lu Zai, and the father and son would have become increasingly passive. After receiving the injection of new energy, the alienated would grow rapidly and wildly, and its thorns and arms became even stronger and denser. Die! Zhang Jun roared in fury. Under his control, thousands of wooden spikes burst forth as those terrifying wooden arms swung. "Captain, it's your turn." Shuya channeled a beam of revival light into Hong Yu in his stone armor form, allowing him to withstand more damage and recover more effectively in the upcoming battle. Because he has the strongest defensive capabilities in the team, it's more cost-effective to let him tank the damage. The team suffered the least health loss. Kill! Hong Yu unleashed his berserk state to its peak, stomping his feet on the ground and charging towards the torrential rain of wooden spikes like a cannonball. Dao Quanggao too revealed a ferocious smile, his battle sword moving with his movements, closely following behind the captain. Shuya and Lu Dihan used normal attacks to destroy as many wooden spikes as possible. Lu Zai then focused his attention on the arms of the giant trees. If he could sever more arms, the attack power of the giant trees would be significantly reduced. Unlike wooden spikes, which can grow instantly, wooden arms require a much larger amount of energy to regenerate. Both the captain and Gao Tu are melee fighters, so only he has the opportunity to do this. With this thought in mind, the great battle between the two sides began. Lu Zai glanced at his survival points in his system, which had accumulated to 890 points. Without any hesitation, he added them all to his mental strength. Ding! Points added successfully. Current spirit, 9,791 plus 350. With over 10,000 mental energy combined with a level 4 talent, it's extremely terrifying. Only awakened beings in the mid-stage of the Dominator realm possess such powerful mental strength, because their stat allocation takes into account both agility and constitution. Lu Zai is more extreme, putting 90% of his energy into his mental abilities. His weaknesses, low physique and low agility, are just compensated for by the team. With his balanced talent, he doesn't have to worry about being instantly killed. With the captain and Gao Tu holding the front line, Lu Zai doesn't need to move much, he can simply stand still and output damage. At this moment, Lu Zai's role is more like a turret, and outputting damage is his responsibility. Lu Zai unleashed all the dragon fangs on his arms, which roared through the sky, creating sonic booms as they aimed at the arms pierced by wooden spikes and slashed. Zhang Jun seemed to realize Lu Zai's intentions, and dozens of wooden arms swung towards the dragon teeth in the sky, knocking them back one by one, causing the dragon teeth to miss their target. Lu Zai remembered that when he dealt with the level 3 wooden dummy before, the wooden dummy also used this method to resist his flying blade 13. At that time, Lu Zai directly crushed the opponent, and the wooden dummy was directly pierced through and could not resist his flying blade at all. But today, the giant wooden arms controlled by Zhang Jun were clearly much more powerful, sending Longya flying hundreds of meters away, unable to get close. But the next moment, the dragon tooth spun 180 degrees in the air and struck again. This is the benefit of having strong mental power. The control over one's abilities is significantly enhanced. More and more wooden arms joined in resisting Lu Zai's Dragon Fang, which provided a golden opportunity for the captain and Gao Tu to engage in close combat. Well done, that's a real talent. Shuya, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but praise. The next moment, Hong Yu's petrified arm slammed into the arms of the two giant trees, and the gauntlets on Hong Yu's arms burst forth with a powerful purple light. This is his weapon, a level 30 orange tier item, Desert Fist. Snap! The giant wooden arm shattered instantly, and green sap splattered down from the broken end like splashed ink. Dao Quang Gao Tu also got a chance to attack at close range, and a giant wooden arm was cut off by his battle sword. Damn it! Zhang Jun glared at Lu Zai. Everything today was planned, except for this kid who came out of nowhere. If it weren't for him, the secret of the training camp would never have been revealed. If it weren't for him, his son Zhang Feng wouldn't have been in such a passive position. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have sacrificed his own son. Die! Zhang Jun ignored Gao Tu and Hong Yu, and dozens of giant wooden arms gripped wooden spikes and stabbed at Lu Zai at the same time. Despite the protection of his balanced talent, Lu Zai's defense is the lowest. If he is hit, the team will suffer the greatest loss of health, making him a potential weak point. Without any hesitation, Hong Yu and Gao Tu abandoned their attacking opportunity and returned to support Lu Zai. Everyone used their ultimate techniques. The most intense purple light condensed on Hong Yu's fists, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, flying towards the wooden arms. He raised his fists high and then slammed them down, bang. The powerful punch shattered 7 or 8 wooden arms, and he himself was pierced through the abdomen by one of the wooden arms, falling from the sky. The madman Gao Tu rose over 100 meters into the air, wielding his swords with both hands, and brought them down in a straight line, slash. Bang 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 bang. The blades exploded with light, severing the wooden arms that tried to stop Gao Tu one by one. Gao Tu's speed slowed down and his momentum weakened. After severing the 6th wooden arm, he was hit by 2 more wooden arms, flying hundreds of meters backward before crashing into the drawing a circle on the ground barrier wall and falling to the ground, coughing up blood. Even the battle sword was seized by a wooden arm, which held it in its hand and swung it at Lu Zai. In these two encounters, the giant tree also suffered severe damage to more than a dozen of its wooden arms, greatly diminishing its momentum. Lu Dihan also quickly leaped over. He wasn't good at fighting, so he prepared to attach his mental power to his physical body and fight alongside him. Shuya quickly treated her injured teammate, but with such injuries, saving lives was possible, but a quick recovery was difficult. Both sides entered into a crucial duel. Lu Zai looked up at the giant tree high in the sky, spread his hands, and the 32 dragon teeth returned to the dragon's head. "You brat, what are you doing?" Hong Yu exclaimed in shock. Had this kid gone mad? Had he given up the fight? "You scoundrel, don't do this. You still owe me money, I won't let you die." Shuya was also anxious. The remaining dozen or so arms of the giant tree attacked all at once. After Lu Dihan ruthlessly chopped off one of the wooden arms, he was slammed to the ground from the sky, his body creating a crater in the ground, and he was unable to move. The wooden spikes hung above Lu Zai's head, 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Lu Zai held his breath and even closed his eyes. He unleashed all his mental power, and a layer of purple flames formed on the surface of Lu Zai's body. With this attack, Lu Zai unleashed his full power. The value of his 10,000 spiritual energy was about to be revealed. The wooden arm suddenly stabbed down. Lu Zai's body was repeatedly severely injured, and the balance energy lines connecting him began to flash wildly to reduce his injuries and spread the damage. The opportunity arose in an instant. The wooden arm that held the giant sword suddenly thrust the sword into the giant tree's chest cavity. The sword pierced through the chest, and a stream of green sap gushed out like a flood. Standing atop the giant tree, Zhang Jun suddenly clutched his chest, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood before falling from the sky. This was Lu Zai's tactic, which made Zhang Jun believe that victory was assured. Zhang Jun is very powerful, with a combat strength of over 90,000 and a mental strength of at least 60,000. However, his mental energy had to be divided between defending and commanding dozens of wooden arms and thousands of wooden spikes. Moreover, the previous battles had already severely weakened his strength. Lu Zai no longer needed to be distracted. He abandoned his defense and poured all 10,000 units of mental energy into the battle blade. Who could have imagined that the sword in one's hand would suddenly rebel? The instant Zhang Jun fell, Gao Tu caught the battle blade that fell from the sky and stabbed it into his body. Zhang Jun, at the peak of the Dominator realm, died. Captain Hong Yu rushed over like a madman, picked up Lu Zai, and said, "You brat, wake up. I won't let you die. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the alienation zone. We've all discussed it. We'll let you level up and kill monsters there. You're our most promising kid." Shuya, Lu Dihen, and Gao Tu all rushed over, some taking pulses and others treating patients. Shuya remembers tears streaming down her face. "Please don't die, okay? I promise I won't bother you when we go shopping anymore, and I won't take the money back. Wake up." Still half asleep, Lu Zai opened his eyes. Is this really true? Hong Yu threw Lu Zai to the ground. "If you're not dead, get up and go back to headquarters." He turned around and secretly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Are we really going to the alienation zone tomorrow? Lu Zai is so excited. It's a place where he can go on a monster-slaying rampage and boost his combat power. The land of alienation, a place that every awakened one both fears and yearns for. I, Lu Zai, have finally gained the qualification to enter. I don't have to pay back the money? Happiness is so sudden. Chapter 23, 3-star pass, bosses everywhere. Awesome. The great battle came to an end, and all 5 members of the team returned to headquarters to heal their wounds. In that battle just now, Lu Zai made a great contribution, but the role of each team member was perfectly demonstrated. Without Hong Yu as a powerful frontline fighter, the rest of the team would have been destroyed long ago. Without Lu Dihen's ruthless self-imposed confinement, the battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly. His withering also eased the enemy's offensive at crucial moments. Chuya's balance allowed the team to remain standing, locking in their health, and her resurrection ability gave the team sustained combat power. Gao Tu's output was astonishing. As the only one besides the captain with a level 6 talent, he was incredibly powerful in this battle. With iced cola in hand, the 4 members of the team lay in the medical pod, feeling their bodies rapidly recovering. This medical pod combines the effects of modern medicine and Awakener's elixir, making it highly effective for post-war recovery. Xiao Lu really impressed me this time. That last attack was really cool. How did you come up with the idea of using the battle sword in the hands of the mutated wood to turn the tables? Lu Dihen said lazily while lying in the medical pod, holding a cosplayer photo book. This ability to manipulate metal makes me extremely sensitive to the position of all metal on sight, almost instinctively. So when I saw Brother Gao's battle knife in its hand, that was the first thing that came to my mind, Lu Zai said after taking a big gulp of iced cola. Doesn't the captain need to recover? Where is he? He went to the bureau to record his achievements. We got at least 5 achievements in this operation. That means our team can be promoted to a 3-star team and get 3-star pass qualification. Shuya counted on her fingers. Military achievements? 3-star squad? Lu Zai had just learned something new. All official awakened teams have ratings. Our team is currently a 2-star team with 46 battle merits. However, after this mission, we should be able to break through 50 battle merits, then we will be a 3-star team. 100 battle merits will advance us to a 4-star team. The higher the team rating, the higher the authority in the alienation zone. Most teams are 1-2 stars, so our team is considered quite outstanding. Gao Tu, who had emerged from meditation, explained to Lu Zai. He's a battle maniac. After every battle, he meditates, reflects, and strives for breakthroughs. Therefore, it's not without reason that his talent was able to advance to level 6. This was also the first time Lu Zai had come into contact with the internal management rules of the Awakened, and he was very curious. What are the specific differences in the permissions for teams of different star levels to enter the alienation zone? Gao Tu was very satisfied with Lu Zai's attitude of asking questions when he didn't understand, and enthusiastically said, the alienation zone is also divided into several star level areas. 1-star teams can only operate in 1-star areas, with 1 chance per week. 2-star teams can operate in 1 2-star areas, twice a week. We were in this category before, and we've already used up our 2 chances this week. However, if this battle merit allows us to upgrade to a level 3 team, we will have 3 chances per week, and we can enter 1 3-star areas. Don't mislead the newbies. We dare not go to the 3-star area, it's too dangerous. Lu Dihen corrected. If Xiao Tian were still here, perhaps we could give it a try. Xiao Lu still needs some time. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. None of them had ever been to the 3-star area. Brothers and sisters, what's the density of alien beasts in the alienation zone? Lu Zai asked. Density? Without density, there's no end in sight. You can't kill them all, not even in a 1-star area. That's why the authorities set such strict entry conditions to protect all the teams, Shuya explained. But Lu Zai was completely obsessed when he heard this. Endless monsters to kill? That meant endless experience points and opportunities to infuse attributes. For someone with such a talent, the land of alienation is the true paradise. Just then, the headquarters doors slowly opened, and Hong Yu returned, his face beaming with smiles. Hey, looks like the captain has good news. Lu Dihen threw down the little yellow book in his hand and sat up. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Hong Yu pulled out a sign embroidered with 3 red stars. We earned 7 battle merits for tonight's battle. I hereby announce that the Shura squad has been promoted to a 3-star squad, and we will have another opportunity to level up in the alienation zone this week. Holy crap, awesome! Lu Dihen clapped his hands repeatedly. The others also excitedly hugged each other. Shuya hugged Lu Zai and shook him vigorously, while Gao Tu shook Lu Dihen like a rattledrum. Everyone, get some rest. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., we'll enter the 2-star alienation zone and try to hold out for 1 hour, Hong Yu said solemnly. Lu Zai was shocked. So the time a team could stay in the alienated land depended on their strength? Their team's gains in 1-star areas are too low. They can last an hour in 2-star areas, but what about 3-star areas? They'll probably be wiped out instantly. Listening to his teammates discuss the wonders of the alienation land, Lu Zai grew increasingly drawn to the place. As night deepened, the 5-member team finished their treatment and went into a wild party. They ordered a table full of takeout and each had a case of bottled alcohol, celebrating their hard-won victory. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Lu Zai had perfectly integrated into the team, and the Shura squad was complete once again. The next morning, Hong Yu assembled his team on time, and the 5 of them boarded the official transport plane and left the city. The transport plane took off and landed vertically, leaving the coastal city defense zone amidst the roar of machinery. This was also the first time Lu Zai had left the coastal safe zone. Looking down at the city where he lives from high above is a completely different experience. At this moment, Lu Zai suddenly felt that it was so small. Everyone, we will arrive at our destination in 1 hour, a 2-star mutated area, the Dark Swamp. Prepare for battle, Hong Yu announced in his usual loud voice from the transport plane. Lu Zai immediately checked the survival points in the system. Overnight, the survival points had reached 1451. Without any hesitation, Lu Zai added 1,000 points to his mental strength and 451 points to his physical constitution. Stat allocation complete. Current spirit, 10,791 plus 350, constitution, 1391 plus 262% damage reduction, health, 15,910. Sure. My mental strength is over 11,000. If we go to the alienation land this time and hold out for an hour as the team says, during that hour of the team's frantic fighting, I can infuse my attributes many times, and my level will naturally increase significantly. Although the experience points are split equally among the 5 people, Lu Zai knows that in this endless area of strange beasts, it is more efficient to survive by forming a team of 5. Moreover, the monsters we're facing today are between level 28 and 31, since the rest of the team are around level 30. I'm only a level 11 kid. If I challenge such a high-level beast directly, even if the experience points are split among the 5 of us, it will still be terrifying. Moreover, according to what the captain said while drinking last night, there are bosses everywhere here, and Lu Zai is really looking forward to the thrill of killing a boss. Because that would mean that your basic survival points would increase by 1, 1, and 1 again, which is the most exciting part. As for equipment and experience, they all have to take a back seat to the basic survival points gained. The transport plane slowly hovered in mid-air, and Hong Yu waved his hand, "Jump with me." He opened the hatch, and Lu Zai looked down at the ground in horror. There was a sea of beasts, with strange creatures swarming around like boiling water. Hong Yu leaped down and completed his stone armor and berserk transformation in mid-air. Gao Tu also jumped down, drew his battle sword in mid-air, and slashed down. Lu Zai was different. With 32 metal dragon teeth acting as stepping stones in mid-air, Lu Zai walked step by step from the hatch to the ground. Seeing that there was a ready-made path, Lu Dihen and Shuya followed Lu Zai and stepped onto the dragon fang to reach the ground. Never forget elegance. Lu Dihen marveled at Lu Zai's bizarre entrance. TSK TSK TSK, just like a little cow riding a slide, showing off in a roundabout way. Lu Zai, who was in mid-air, almost lost his footing when he heard this. His teammate was really something else, he had such a smooth tongue. Meanwhile, Gao Tu and Hong Yu below had already begun their slaughter, and a great battle had begun. Chapter 24, Focus on killing bosses, base rewards skyrocket. After landing, the entire Shura squad displayed their unique abilities, drawing a circle on the ground to create a barrier effectively shielded them from the aggro of the alien beasts outside, creating opportunities for their squad to kill them in a small area. The effects of balance, withering, and revival are all maximized. Within Lu Dihen's drawing a circle on the ground as a prison, hundreds of strange beasts were confined. Everyone, this imprisonment won't last long. We must kill these scum and leave. Hong Yu instructed. Lu Zai originally thought he could use the drawing a circle on the ground as a prison method to infinitely confine the alien beasts and kill them wave after wave. After a deeper understanding, it became clear that this was impossible. The more targets were trapped in the self-imposed confinement, the more mental energy was consumed. Lu Dihen had already taken a mental recovery potion and was doing his best to maintain the effect of the self-imposed confinement. If he can't hold out any longer, the monsters outside will swarm in and break through the team's defenses. Conversely, the faster and more the team kills the alien beasts within the restricted area, the less pressure Lu Dihen will face. With the tactics set, the next step was the massacre. Even Shuya, who played a support role, wielded her long whip, swept away a level 29 beast, and threw it at Gao Tu. The skilled butcher raised his knife and struck the beast's head, chest, and neck, among other vital areas, killing it with a series of blows. Ding! You have gained squad combat experience, distribution mode, even, experience progress plus 20%, current level LV 11 35%. Lu Zai exclaimed, holy crap! A normal monster adds 20% experience? And that's after the experience is split among 5 people. However, Lu Zai also knew that the 20% increase was due to his low level. His teammates' experience progress did not increase by that much, as they were all around level 30, and it would be good if they could increase their leveling progress by 0.5%. 30 meters away, a level 30 boss beast roared towards him. Lu Zai unleashed his mental power and locked onto the target. I'll just focus on killing these bosses. After all, each one only adds a little bit of basic survival points. At this moment, Lu Zai could not hide his excitement, because there were at least a dozen bosses inside this restriction. The land of alienation is simply paradise. Swamp Crocodile level 30 boss. Health points, 200,000. Constitution, 20,000 80% damage reduction. Spirit, 4,000. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 5,000 50% critical strike chance. Talent Berserk LV5. Talent Thick Armor LV5. Goodness, this is the first time Lu Zai has ever seen a beast with such high health points. No wonder it's a level 30 boss. Moreover, this guy has a damage reduction of up to 80%, luckily I have 15.5% armor penetration. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fight this guy anymore. The 32 dragon teeth were fired like bullets from a Gatling gun, all of them blasted out in one burst. The crocodile roared after being hit, and blood seeped from its thick scales. With its powerful physique and agility, it evaded the vast majority of the dragon teeth, with only 4 successfully hitting its target. To improve his accuracy, Lu Zai needs to have stronger mental power or upgrade his talent skill level. Both of these methods can increase his attack power. Ding! Dragon Fang hits target, target's HP 12600, 12600, 12,600. With 11,000 mental strength, combined with the amplification effect of the level 4 talent of 140 plus 114%, Lu Zai can deal 28,000 damage with each Dragon Fang. The opponent has 80% defense damage reduction, but Lu Zai has 15.5% armor penetration, resulting in an actual damage reduction of 64.5%. Therefore, each Dragon Fang deals an actual damage of 12,600 points. For shots hit, dealing a total of about 50,000 damage, which is terrifying. After all, Lu Zai was only level 11, yet he directly challenged a level 30 boss, which was extremely defying the odds. However, this is also thanks to the team. Without a front line, without balance, without drawing lines in the sand, Lu Zai would be torn to shreds if he entered here alone. The giant crocodile roared as it charged forward, and Lu Zai turned his Dragon Fang around and slammed it down again. However, there were far more than just one strange beast around Lu Zai. Some of the beasts were restrained by his teammates, while others hit Lu Zai directly. Thanks to the effects of balance and recovery, Luzai's injuries were not serious, and he was recovering. No wonder the captain said to see if we could hold out for an hour. It makes sense. The alienated land is terrifying. Luzai unleashed 5 rounds of attacks with his Dragon Fong, and the level 30 giant crocodile boss finally fell. The pleasant sound rang out again. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, the giant crocodile. You have gained +1 base survival point. Your current survival point gain is 5 per minute. Ding! You have successfully received the following attribute boosts: Spirit +5, Constitution +4, Agility +2. Beautiful. The higher the monster level, the more terrifying the rewards become, and that's with 5 people sharing the spoils. Imagine how awesome it would be if someone came here to fight alone. Unfortunately, no one can do that. It would require completely overwhelming the monster horde. Even within this self-imposed confinement, with the 5 members of the team working together so seamlessly, they could only hold out for a maximum of 1 hour. If it were someone at the peak of the Dominator level, they wouldn't survive more than 5 minutes in a one-on-one fight. Unless you have superhuman combat power and can instantly kill any alien beast that gets close to you, you might not survive. You unorthodox fellow, what are you standing there for? The right side is about to collapse. Kill that Wind Wolf boss. Shuya shouted anxiously. Upon hearing that there was a boss, Luzai immediately perked up and focused his mental energy once again to join the battle. The fierce battle lasted for 1 hour and 11 minutes. Lu Dihen's face was flushed, as if he were drunk. He was putting all his strength into maintaining the effect of the drawing a circle on the ground to imprison technique, and he never stopped taking the mental energy recovery potion. Everyone, I can't hold on much longer. Let's kill a few more and then we have to retreat. A large section of Captain Han Yu's stone armor shattered. Let's make one last kill. Luzai had completely gone mad, his entire body covered in beast blood, his dragon fangs darting back and forth in the sky, creating endless sonic booms. One more boss. Luzai gritted his teeth and persevered. The team had already killed 7 bosses, which meant that after killing this last one, Luzai's basic reward had increased to 12 survival points per minute. Luzai can now earn 720 survival points per hour, which is more than 10,000 survival points per day. He has completely taken off. With the last boss fallen, the imprisonment barrier remained, and no more beasts stood within it. The balance effect dimmed, the restriction barrier began to appear illusory, and Lu Dihen started to stagger as he walked. The captain crushed the alienation token, and the 5 members of the team instantly left the spot. When they reappeared, the 5 of them had arrived at the official camp outside the city, from where they could take transportation back to Binhai City. Han Yu was very satisfied with today's battle, which far exceeded his expectations in 1 hour. Kid, that's great. When Xiaotian was here, we could only last for 2 hours. Today we lasted for 1 hour and 29 minutes. You're level 18 now. Today is Saturday. Next Monday we'll try to last 1 hour and 50 minutes. Luzai humbly said, my strength is still inferior to Senior Xiaotian's, which has reduced everyone's gains. I will work harder in the future. However, what Luzai was thinking was that when he entered this place again next Monday, he would have accumulated at least 30,000 attribute points. If he added them all to his mental power, he would probably be able to kill many waves of monsters. Gao Tu waved his hand. We're all family, why say such things? If it weren't for you, our team would still be missing 1 person. Xiao Tian's revenge. Gao Tu did not continue speaking. The 5 people began their return journey. On the way back, Luzai opened the system window and began to tally his earnings. It seems like it's time to upgrade my talent to level 5. Chapter 25, Second Talent Weakness Control Level 5. Back at the Shura headquarters building, the group instantly relaxed. It was like a safe haven for them, where they could find solace no matter how tense they were. Luzai lay on a massage chair, where the headquarters was equipped with many professional massage therapists to help him recover from the fatigue of the battle. Everyone else was discussing the details of today's battle, praising Luzai's performance. They believed that if Luzai fought in the alienation zone a few more times like this, he could reach the same level of combat strength as the team in a maximum of 2 months. Who do you think you are? 2 months? 2 days at most, okay? Today is Saturday. Next Monday, our team's entry count into the alienation zone will be refreshed, and the team will enter again. By then, it will be a day and a half later. If we can get 720 survival points per hour now, then we can get 720 times 36 is equal to 45,360 survival points in 36 hours. If we don't take off, it will be an injustice. Lu Zai plans to upgrade mental manipulation to level 5 as soon as possible, which will cost 5,000 survival points. Upgrading from level 5 to level 6 will cost 20,000 points, which is too much. Although Lu Zai has enough survival points to upgrade to level 6, it is not cost effective. Because you only need 10,000 survival points to cultivate your second talent to level 5, and having 2 level 5 talents is definitely more comprehensive than having 1 level 6 talent, and your combat methods are also much richer. The system has a lottery function, and the second talent's lottery rule is 100 survival points per draw. If you fail to win the lottery, you will receive 1 lucky point. 10 lucky points will guarantee a 100% chance of winning, which means you are guaranteed to win once in 10 attempts. Once you are selected, your lucky points will be reset. If you are not satisfied with the talent you draw, you can choose not to learn it and clear it. After clearing it, the survival points consumed by the draw will not be refunded. However, you can immediately draw again until you get the talent you want. Lu Zai plans to upgrade his mental manipulation to level 5, then cultivate a new talent sequence to level 5, and allocate most of his remaining survival points to mental power, with a small portion going towards physical constitution. Xiao Lu, we got 11 pieces of equipment in this battle, only one of which was purple quality. It was too much for Lu. Our team has already calculated it. You should get 310,000 dragon coins, which will be credited to your awakening card in a bit, Captain Hongyu said lazily, lying on the massage chair. The team's allocation rules are very fair. Whoever is suitable for the equipment gets to use it, but it has to be converted into dragon coins. If you take the equipment, it's equivalent to taking a share of the profits, with refunds or additional payments as needed. All the equipment this time was level 28 or higher, which was not suitable for Lu Zai, so Lu Zai directly received 310,000 dragon coins. Okay, Captain, you can arrange it. Lu Zai had no objections. Captain, are there any battle merit missions recently? There's still more than a day until Monday. We can take on some battle merit missions and upgrade the squad to a 4-star squad as soon as possible, Lu Dihen interjected, holding a small book. Recently, the combat missions assigned by the higher-ups have been of a very high level, basically requiring average mid to late stage dominator strength. Our team is still a little short, so for safety's sake, we'd better not accept them for the time being. Hongyu didn't want to take any risks. Last time, the attempt to kill Zhang Jun and his son almost backfired, and he wanted to give Lu Zai more time to develop. I think the captain is right. Once Lu Zai's strength reaches the mid-stage of the Dominator realm, we can try going to the 3-star alienation land. I heard that the monsters there give more experience points, a greater chance of attribute infusion, and a better drop rate. Chuya sat by the artificial hot spring, her long legs paddling in the water. Xiao Lu has exceptional talent. This kid is definitely hiding something from us. He's getting stronger too fast. But everyone has their secrets. I just hope his control talent reaches level 5 soon. As a ranged attacker, his attack power isn't strong enough yet. Gao Tu, who is usually taciturn, also joined in today. After the battle, he didn't relax but continued to meditate on the details of the battle to improve his swordsmanship. Ah! That's right. Gao Tu slapped his forehead, as if he had remembered something very important. When Zhang Jun died last time, I was the one who delivered the final blow. He said something at the time that I didn't quite understand, and I forgot to tell you guys about it afterward. What did you say? Hongyu pressed. He muttered something like, why wasn't I the one to devour the golden brick talent? It's so hateful. And then he died. Lu Zai sat bolt upright in the massage chair. What did you say? A talent gold brick? Talent sequence 2, gold brick. My good brother Li Zhuangzhuang has this talent, and he's currently in Kyoto making a breakthrough. Could it be? Is this a scam? Goodbye, everyone. I have something urgent to attend to. Lu Zai dashed out of the headquarters and headed straight for the Li Group. In the president's office of the Li Group, Lu Zai met Li Zhuangzhuang's father, Li Chaoyue. Li Chaoyue knew Lu Zai and knew that Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang were childhood friends. Moreover, Lu Zai now had an official position, so Li Chaoyue was even more polite to him. Little Lu, I didn't expect that in just a few days you would have reached the sovereign realm and even joined the official team. Congratulations, Uncle Li. Lu Zai didn't exchange any pleasantries. Instead, he got straight to the point, as the matter was urgent. Uncle Li, Li Zhuangzhuang is in danger. Lu Zai told Li Chaoyue the whole story, and the latter's face was full of disbelief. If it weren't for Lu Zai's official status, he really wouldn't have believed it. The Soul Eaters have infiltrated this deep? Xiao Lu, thank you for the information. Li Chaoyue immediately picked up the phone and began to make arrangements. Hello? Mr. Zhu, it's me, Xiao Li. You know about my son, Li Zhuangzhuang. There seems to be a problem, he might have fallen into a trap. I need your team to set off immediately and bring my son back to Binhai. We can discuss the talent later, safety comes first. The reward is 100 million, I'll pay half up front. Li Chaoyue was in a hurry. After listening to Li Chaoyue's words, the person on the other end of the phone simply hummed in agreement and hung up. Li Chaoyue's expression relaxed a little. She made a phone call to Li Zhuangzhuang, but no one answered, and she frowned again. It should be all right now. Mr. Zhu has never made a mistake before. Xiao Lu, you can go back now. Thank you. Okay. Uncle Li, if you hear any news about Li Zhuangzhuang, remember to let me know as soon as possible. Good. Lu Zai's departure from the Li group was beyond his control. The Li group was incredibly powerful, and if they couldn't resolve the issue, he certainly couldn't with his current strength. Therefore, telling Li Chaoyue to handle it was the right thing to do. However, Lu Zai was really worried about Li Zhuangzhuang. He had a constant sense of unease and concern. Li Zhuangzhuang was his best brother and one of his few friends. Strength, strength. Lu Zai once again felt a sense of urgency to improve his strength. If I were a legendary figure or an immortal being, this little thing would be solved with a flick of my finger. For the next 36 hours, Lu Zai spent his time in worry, making several phone calls to Li Chaoyue, but Li Zhuangzhuang remained unreachable. Today is Monday, at 8 a.m., the team is preparing to enter the alienation zone again, the 2-star area. With 1 hour left before entering, Lu Zai opened the system and saw that the survival points column showed 46,131 points. Phew, it's time to give the Shura squad a little shock. System, consume 5,000 survival points to upgrade metal manipulation to level 5, then start the lottery. Ding! Upgrade complete. Your metal manipulation talent has been upgraded to LV50 20,000. 100 survival points consumed, lottery begins. Lottery failed, survival points 100, luck points, 1. 100 survival points consumed, lottery begins. Lottery failed, survival points 100, luck points, 2. 100 survival points consumed, lottery begins. Lottery failed, survival points 100, luck points, 3. 100 survival points consumed, lottery begins. Lottery successful, obtain talent sequence 94 combo. Cancel the learning and redraw. Lu Zai frowned. Combo was a strength type talent, while he was following the mental path, and this talent was ranked 94th, which was too trash. Study talent successfully cancelled. Restart the lottery draw. Lucky points have been cleared. 100 survival points consumed, lottery begins. Lottery failed, survival points 100, luck points, 1. 100 survival points consumed, lottery begins. Lottery failed, survival points 100, luck points, 10. If you fail 10 times in a row, you will definitely succeed the next time. Consuming 100 survival points, the lottery begins. Lucky point attribute triggered, lottery successful, obtained rule-based talent sequence 5 weakness. Lu Zai was greatly shocked. A rule-based talent? This kind of talent automatically adapts to one's own power type. Whether it is a mental or physical awakener, they can perfectly learn this talent. Flaw? That name sounds pretty awesome, right? Lu Zai couldn't wait to look at his new talent. Chapter 26, Dual Talent Level 5, Spirited Young Man with 40,000 Attributes. Lu Zai couldn't wait to look at his new talent. Vulnerability LV10100, detect the target's vulnerability and mark it with 1 stack. When your attack hits a vulnerability, each stack of vulnerability deals 100% plus 114% additional damage. No cooldown. Holy crap, this talent is truly rule-based, it's ridiculously strong and utterly illogical. Simply put, it marks an enemy's weakness, and hitting that weakness will deal an additional 214% damage. This is only the level 1 effect. Lu Zai couldn't wait to upgrade the weakness to level 5, which took about 8,000 survival points. In addition to the 5,000 survival points he had previously spent to upgrade metal manipulation to level 5, Lu Zai now had 33,000 survival points left. Ding! Successfully upgraded talent weakness to LV50 20,000. Lu Zai looked at the talent again, and it had become unrecognizable. Lu Zai was completely dumbfounded. Vulnerability LV50-20000 detects the target's vulnerability and marks it with 5 stacks. When your attack hits a vulnerability, each stack of vulnerability deals 150% plus 114% additional damage. No cooldown. The first 150% is a fixed increase in damage based on skill level, and the second 114% is the damage amplification from Lu Zai's current 11,400 points of mental power. This is absolutely outrageous. The actual results in real combat are simply phenomenal. For example, Lu Zai can deal 10,000 attack damage to a certain monster, but with this vulnerability talent, each attack will deal an additional 264% damage, which is 26,400 more damage. Adding that to the original 10,000 damage, that's 36,400. There are 5 such weaknesses. Originally, 5 attacks would only deal 50,000 damage, but with these weaknesses, 5 attacks can deal 182,000 damage. Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Lu Zai felt that he could kill those stupid alien beasts in no time when he went to the alienation zone this time. No. The calculation just now was wrong. The calculation I just did showed that I only had an 11,400 point increase in mental strength, and I still have 33,000 survival points. The damage will be even more terrifying and the increase in damage will be even greater in a moment. Come on, system, give me 30,000 mental strength and 3,000 physical strength, hurry up. Ding. Skill points added. Lu Zai looked at his brand new attribute list and smiled like an ant. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 1723.5%. Realm, Dominator Realm. Health points, 46910. Constitution, 4,491 plus 263% damage reduction. Spirit, 41091 plus 350. Strength, 344. Agility, 411 plus 104.11 plus 10% critical strike chance. Survival points, 4012 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 50-20000. Talent sequence 05, Weakness LV 50-20000. Equipment, Dragon's Fawn, Greenwood Bracelet, Serpent Boots, Radiant Helmet. With over 41,400 spirit points and 47,000 health, it's both tanky and deals significant damage. Even more outrageous is that his 2 talents have completely changed because of the 30,000 points added to his spirit. Metal Manipulation LV5 manipulates metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a 50 plus 314 meter range, dealing 150% plus 314% mental damage. No cooldown. Armor penetration plus 10%. Vulnerability LV5 detects the target's vulnerability and marks it with 5 stacks. When your attack hits a vulnerability, each stack of vulnerability deals 150% plus 314% additional damage. Invincible. Lu Zai can now deal 464% damage with a single Dragon Fang, and he has over 40,000 mental energy, meaning he can deal around 180,000 damage in one attack. This doesn't even take into account the vulnerability effect. The vulnerability effect increases Lu Zai's damage by 464% with each attack. What the hell does that mean? In other words, Lu Zai's basic attack can cause 41,400 x 464% x 464% plus 41,400 is equal to 932,000 damage. One attack caused over 930,000 damage. Which family could withstand that? These 2 talents combined are absolutely insane. Having completed this series of upgrades, Lu Zai strode confidently toward the team headquarters conference room, where the team would finalize their battle plans. Inside the conference room, everyone was checking equipment, medicines, and other supplies. Seeing Lu Zai walk in with his head held high, Captain Hongyu couldn't help but laugh. What? Feeling like you're all that again? Lu Zai nodded silently. Captain, I feel we can go to the 3-star area now. The others were shocked, and Chuya even touched Lu Zai's forehead. You're not being horny. Lu Zai, your Chinese accent is not standard at all. It's fever, not saw. A young man with a dominant spirit wants to break into the 3-star level? He's like someone who's dancing on a grave and spitting on a lewd act. It's true that you're a lewd person. Lu Dihen chimed in from the side. Lu Zai really wanted to go to Samsung to take a look, but seeing that everyone was unwilling, he decided to give up. He would be amazed when he showed the strength that a main attacker should have. Anyway, my goal is to kill the boss, get basic rewards, and get ahead faster. The experience points provided by the monsters in the 2-star area are already enough, so 2 stars is fine. The 5-member team prepared for battle and, just like last time, boarded official vehicles to leave the city and head towards the dark swamp from before. Captain Hongyu leaped down, followed closely by Gao Tu, then Lu Dihen, Shuya, and Lu Zai. Everything was the same as last time. The only difference was that after everyone landed, a massive horde of beasts surged towards them. The captain and Gao Tu were both ready for battle, positioning themselves in the front to buy time for the captains to plan the battle. But the next second, the 32 dragon teeth emitted a supersonic sonic boom, piercing through the chests of the monster in front of Hongyu and Gao Tu. 32 monsters died instantly. Holy crap, Captain, look at this unorthodox method, a one-hit kill? Lu Dihen, who was preparing to set up the drawing a circle to imprison strategy, was stunned on the spot. Shuya, who was preparing to arrange the balance, was also stunned on the spot. My god, did I see God? The captain, now fully petrified, raised his fists, ready to fight, only to find the monsters already lying in wait. He was bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Ding! You have greatly impressed the team of 4, gaining plus 1998 survival points. Lu Zai smiled slightly. With the fate of the strange beast in the distance uncertain, he charged out directly, his 32 dragon fangs following him like a shadow. Lu Zai's expedition leaves nothing but desolation. He'll have a good time today, level up 10 or 8 levels first, then we'll talk. And Li Zhuangzhuang, hold on, brother. I will find you. At this moment, Lu Zai's killing intent surged. Chapter 27, Trying to control me? LOL, I can't even control myself. Wherever the 32 dragon teeth went, bloodshed followed. A level 31 boss, the Storm Wolf, pounced from afar. It was a bizarre creature that stood 7 meters tall. The massive figure rapidly approached. Be careful, Xiao Lu. Getting hit by the Storm Wolf's claws will put you into a deep sleep, Lu Dihen warned from the side. Hilarious. I can't even control myself, and you, a beast, think you can control me? The next moment, a dragon tooth pierced through a flaw mark on the Storm Wolf's forehead, shattering the mark and instantly killing the Storm Wolf. A single shot deals 923,000 total damage, plus 15.5% armor penetration. Who can withstand that? Even those ferocious beast bosses with over 70% damage reduction couldn't withstand Lu Zai's deadly dragon fang. Occasionally, some bosses with 2 damage reductions could withstand 1 hit without falling. If 1 hit wasn't enough, then 2 would do the trick. In any case, Lu Zai's mental strength has now reached a terrifying 40,000, maintaining strong control over 32 dragon teeth, and his endurance is sufficient. Lu Zai felt that he could maintain this full power state for several hours without any problem. However, Lu Zai's violent attack attracted the attention of the surrounding beast tides, and tens of thousands of beasts swarmed in. Lu Zai had to admit that even though he could kill the alien beasts instantly, his killing efficiency was still insufficient to fight against the beast tide in this area. Because the number is terrifying. However, Lu Zai knew that although he couldn't resist the beast tide, killing several times, or even 10 times, more beasts than last time was still no problem. Furthermore, because their kill efficiency has improved, the team can hold out for longer, and their losses will be lower. While still in shock, Lu Dihen also got to work, drawing lines on the ground to create a barrier, sealing off the area. Thousands of strange beasts were trapped inside, while other strange beasts were temporarily isolated outside, unable to detect the battle within the barrier. Lu Dihen excitedly shouted, "Damn, you guys killed so fast today. I feel the pressure has suddenly decreased, and I feel like I can last for several hours." Shuya, who had successfully arranged the balance, also looked relaxed. Today we were hardly attacked by any alien beasts. These beasts were killed as soon as they got close. Wilderness, I approve of you. You are our strongest offensive force. Gao Tu brandished his battle sword and charged ahead, his face beaming with excitement. Today, as a frontline soldier, he felt far less pressure. In the past, most of these monsters were carried by the captain and himself, while some could only take the damage by brute force. However, today Lu Zai single-handedly cleared out the strange beasts in the north and south directions of the drawing a circle on the ground prison, while he and the captain easily dealt with the east and west directions, as if they were on vacation. Captain, this kid is too strange. How did he manage to do something so outrageous? Gao Tu looked at his captain. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? This kid's current combat power is at least at the mid-stage of the Dominator level, but his 2 talents are a perfect match, unleashing strength several times stronger than an ordinary mid-stage Dominator Awakener. His second talent should be his weakness. Hong Yu said, expressing his shock. However, he immediately instructed, no one is allowed to reveal Xiao Lu's information. This is our team's trump card. Yes. Of course. The team members all expressed their approval of the captain's decision. Having a mysterious and powerful member in the team is a great thing. Keeping a trump card up your sleeve is a good thing. If Lu Zai had been the main attacker in the team during the last sneak attack, they probably wouldn't have been afraid of those dominant teams from Japan. At this moment, the team members also thought of that past period in their hearts. Lu Zai focused on taking special care of the bosses, and in just 10 minutes, he had already found and killed 3 bosses. This is so exciting. The base earnings have reached 15 points per minute. Today's mission in the alienation zone is to kill as many bosses as possible to boost your rewards to an outrageous level. The next step for Lu Zai is to break through 100,000 combat power, advance to the legendary realm, and become the youngest legendary powerhouse in Binhai City. There are a total of 10 legendary powerhouses in the entire Binhai City, who guard the city. They are known as the 10 Guardians. The person who leads these 10 legendary powerhouses is the commander of Binhai City and the only immortal powerhouse in Binhai City. These things are far from Lu Zai's reach, but Lu Zai himself knows that in the future, his earnings per minute will become more and more exaggerated, and his speed of becoming stronger will also become faster and faster. Whether it's legendary or immortal, everything is within reach. The hour-long battle passed quickly. Lu Zai's team had killed a total of 11 bosses and 210 ordinary beasts. Ding! You have successfully advanced to level 23 4%, successfully performed 59 attribute infusions, and gained plus 413 spirit, plus 55 strength, plus 77 constitution, and plus 44 agility. Ding! Your base survival point income has been increased to 23 survival points per minute. Ding! Your understanding of the talent flaw has deepened, proficiency plus 6. Your understanding of the talent mental manipulation has deepened, proficiency plus 7. Holy crap! Lu Zai was overjoyed. He didn't care much about the previous benefits. What mattered was that the base income had increased to 23 survival points per minute. That was awesome. So now I can get 1380 survival points just by lying down for an hour? What the hell does that mean? That's more than 30,000 points in 24 hours? The so-called legendary requires 100,000 attribute points, but I only needed 3 days to start from scratch. This isn't just defying the heavens, this is downright outrageous. Thinking of this, Lu Zai was filled with motivation. He immediately maxed out his mental energy and continued to fight monsters bravely. Who would complain about the higher survival points? 4 hours later, someone in the team finally couldn't hold on any longer. Holy crap, you guys are too strong. Captain, I can't hold on any longer. Lu Dihan looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground, feeling both shocked and delighted. This time, his draw a circle on the ground technique consumed very little energy, so he activated it a total of 3 times. After his teammates cleared out the monsters inside, he redefined the restricted areas, creating an endless nesting of zones. Unfortunately, although his teammates' killing efficiency had greatly improved and their mental energy consumption was lower than before, he still couldn't hold on after 4 hours. Hong Yu nodded, prepared to leave. We've won a great victory today. Yay! Shuya, though looking haggard, still cheered excitedly from afar. Because today's 4 hours of killings is at least 8 times more than their previous record of 2 hours. Although they lasted 4 hours today, it was only twice as long as the 2 hours they lasted when they teamed up with Xiao Tian before. However, the number of monsters killed was more than double. Due to Lu Zai's berserk mental attack method, the number of monsters they killed today exceeded the previous record by 8 times. Everyone was deeply impressed by Lu Zai's attack methods. Lu Zai glanced at his experience points, level 27 41%. Wow, I leveled up 10 times today, and from level 17 to level 27, that's no easy feat. Today he killed a total of 48 boss creatures, bringing his base earnings to 60 points per minute. That means he can gain 1 survival point per second. In the Battle of 4 Small Hands, he has accumulated 10,000 survival points. Hong Yu led his team away from the challenges of the alienation zone, and the team returned to the Binhai City headquarters together. Inside the room, someone was already waiting for them. This person was Chuya's uncle, Chu Xiong. In high spirits, Chuya was the first to greet him, taking Chu Xiong's arm. "Uncle, are you here to freeload a meal?" Chu Xiong didn't joke around with Chuya as usual. Instead, he looked serious. Okamoto's team has been spotted in the 3-star alienation zone. I suggest you control your emotions. The team has just been severely damaged and replaced. You need time and patience. The 5 members of the squad's expressions changed drastically. The Okamoto squad was the same Sakura Country Awakened squad that ambushed Shura and killed Xiaotian. Chapter 28, Mission of Merit, block the Sakura Awakeners for 1 hour. Chu Xiong directly revealed the route of the Sakura Kingdom's top-level squad, so there must be more to it. He's the kind of person who doesn't bother you unless he has a reason. Hongyu wasn't stupid, he stated directly that the Shura squad would definitely seek revenge. Commander Chu, you know the Shura squad's mission. We will never back down on Xiaotian's death. This time, Okamoto must stay in the alienated land. Even God can't save him. That's what Lu Zai said. Hongyu said indignantly. Lu Zai, what does this have to do with me? Hey, Captain, can you not drag me into your show-off act? Lu Zai? Is that you? Chu Xiong looked at the only new face in the team. Lu Zai felt helpless, but as a team member, he had to cooperate with the captain. It's me. Are you so confident that you can kill Okamoto's squad? Chu Xiong asked rhetorically. It has nothing to do with confidence, it's the belief of the Azura squad. Lu Zai's answer was excellent. The rest of the team gave Lu Zai a thumbs up. Chu Xiong smiled slightly. It's not that you can't seek revenge, but as your direct leader, I can't watch you die. You must prove that the current Shura squad has the strength to do so. Sure enough, there was a hidden meaning in his words. How can you prove it? Hongyu pressed. Your team has just been promoted to a 3-star team. The Paradise, which will open in 4 days, has attracted many awakened individuals from various countries. The Paradise is an international public area, so awakened individual teams from every country are vying for a spot here. Those who don't get a spot will try to do something wicked, you know what I mean? Hongyu nodded. They will appear in groups and then seize the opportunity to kill the teams that have obtained the spots, causing vacancies in the Paradise. That's why the cities around Paradise are in chaos every year at this time. The intelligence we intercepted this time shows that the awakened from Japan and the United States are making moves again. A large number of awakened who did not obtain the qualification for the Land of Bliss are gathering at the coastal border. According to our method of handling disputes between awakened from different countries, we adopt the principle of confrontation between equal levels. Therefore, in order to protect the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, all the Dominator level squads in the coastal city have been activated. The mission is to block these unqualified awakened from entering. We have issued 20 battle merit missions, corresponding to 20 blocking missions at checkpoints. Are you willing to go? I have assigned you to checkpoint 018, which is also a place that Okamoto must pass through. Your mission is to hold out with other coastal squads for 1 hour. Afterwards, colleagues will take over for you. Let's vote by raising our hands. Hongyu looked at everyone and was the first to raise his hand in agreement to go ahead. Kill Okamoto. Gao Tu also raised his hand. There's nothing to say, it's all for Xiaotian. Lu Dihen raised his hand. It's time for revenge. Shuya raised her hand in agreement. Lu Zai also raised his hand in agreement. Since it had already passed with 4 votes, there was no point in him objecting. Battle achievements are still very important, as they can help the team advance to higher star levels and gain access to more resource areas. Alright, get ready. We'll depart at 3 p.m. Your task is to work in shifts, from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. After completing the mission, you'll receive 10 points for each battle merit, Chu Xiong said, standing up to summarize. After Chu Xiong left, the team began preparing for battle, with no one knowing what kind of enemies they would encounter at checkpoint 018. That was a border checkpoint, extremely important, affecting the security of Binhai City. With the 10 guardians stationed in Binhai City, no one dares to cause trouble in the city center. However, the vast suburbs are sure to be a different story once these people enter. If left unchecked, it will inevitably lead to conflict between the local awakened individuals in them. Instead of anticipating conflict within the country, it's better to intercept the enemy at the border. When power is increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few, then order is already in jeopardy, and the world will inevitably descend into chaos. Everyone in the team was both nervous and excited because the Okamoto team would also be entering the coastal area from checkpoint 018. The other party is qualified to be in the Land of Bliss, so in principle, Lu Zai and his group have no right to stop them. However, trying to reason with this messed up world is a foolish thing in itself. Captain Hongyu lit a cigarette in the operations command room. After thinking for a moment, he looked at everyone. What if Okamoto's squad enters Binhai City normally according to regulations? If they enter legally, we, as the garrison at the checkpoint, are theoretically not allowed to provoke trouble, Lu Dihen said with a troubled expression. This is indeed not good. Although the conflict between the Dragon Kingdom and these countries is already very deep, the main conflict is still focused on the competition for resources in the alienated land. Without a large-scale conflict breaking out in human territory, it is indeed difficult to make a move. If we go to war with the Okamoto team, regardless of victory or defeat, the external pressure on the Dragon Kingdom will be enormous. Even Gao Tu, who always advocates war and prefers to take action rather than talk, became rational at this moment. I have no objection, you can fight if you want. Shuya shrugged, looking at everyone's expressions. All eyes were on Lu Zai. Lu Zai thought for a moment and said, I think it's okay to kill him. The four of them took a deep breath and stared intently at Lu Zai. This newcomer was becoming more and more fearless, and everyone liked him more and more. Reason. Hong Yu pressed succinctly. As long as we kill quickly enough, even ruthlessly enough, and in large numbers, the Dragon Kingdom won't question us. Because we are strong enough, they will inevitably stand on our side, while those dominant foreign forces will only tremble in fear. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom's goal to intimidate enemy countries? The worst outcome would be that we can't defeat them and they even have leverage over us, which would be the most tragic thing. That makes sense. Shuya was the first to agree. Then, Lu Dihen made a throat-slitting gesture. Hong Yu slapped his thigh, kill. Everyone get ready to go. Remember, be ruthless, be brutal, no reason needed, just kill. The four nodded in unison, yes. The team acquired a lot of equipment during this battle in the alienation zone, but Lu Zai's level was still too low to use it, so he received 1.9 million dragon coins. Unfortunately, no orange tier equipment dropped, only a few purple tier items, so the amount of money received wasn't particularly high. However, if we save money a few more times, it will be enough to pay off the young rich woman's debts. 5 hours passed on the way to checkpoint 018. Lu Zai opened his system and saw 28,000 survival points lying there. Without any hesitation, I immediately added 25,000 spirit and 3,000 constitution. Lu Zai looked at his brand new panel attributes and was extremely satisfied. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 27 4.5%. Realm, Dominator Realm. Health points, 77500. Constitution, 7,550 plus 267% damage reduction. Spirit, 66491 plus 350. Strength, 454. Agility, 461 plus 105.61 plus 10% critical strike chance. Survival points, 112 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 570 20,000. Talent sequence 05, Weakness LV 56 20,000. Equipment, Dragon's Fawn, Greenwood Bracelet, Serpent Boots, Radiant Helmet. Below the transport plane, a heavily guarded checkpoint came into view. We've arrived. Prepare for battle. Hong Yu gave the order. The 5 members of the team took a deep breath and then jumped down from the air. The entry channel at checkpoint 018 was now extremely noisy. Foreign awakened individuals were arguing and trying to pass through, while some who were being expelled for not being qualified were cursing and swearing. The scene was about to get out of control. Chapter 29, Okamoto leads the trouble, Shura makes an example of him. There are a total of 20 checkpoints in Binhai City this time. The Shura squad came to relieve the guard at checkpoint 018. Each round of duty consists of 10 awakened squads, which is 50 people. However, Lu Zai discovered that such a number of garrison personnel was clearly insufficient, because at this moment, awakened individuals from various countries who had passed through the checkpoint were already crowding outside the checkpoint, numbering more than 200. There are 20 minutes left before the Azura squad, this group of awakened individuals, takes their turn for duty. The previous team on duty is working hard to maintain order, carefully checking the clearance qualifications of each team. Can you hurry up? Is the efficiency in China really that low these days? Hilarious. Don't you call yourselves a great power? Can't you open a few more checkpoints? It's so hot. Do you have any tea? Bring it up for me. Hey, don't you understand what smiling service is? Who are you trying to impress with that stern face? It's so damn unlucky. As people rushed through customs, their emotions grew increasingly agitated. Please step back. You may not cross the yellow line until your clearance credentials have been checked. A member of the duty team conjured a flame, forcing the foreign awakened one who was about to cross the security line back. This action immediately caused a stir. Holy crap, they're using force to expel us? You think you're so capable? What does Dragon Kingdom mean? If you don't welcome us, just say so. Some foreign awakened ones even displayed their innate skills, with a burst of lightning flashing in their hands as they repeatedly tested the safety line. The appearance of this person made the members of the Shura squad look at him with hatred. Talent Sequence 11 Lightning, Okamoto, a late-stage awakened ruler of the Sakura Kingdom. Okamoto conjured 2 balls of lightning in his palms and approached the safety line step by step, his face full of provocation. A yellow line separates Chinese people from foreigners, isn't that discrimination? Everyone, is this yellow line really unacceptable? Exactly. Exactly. Why should I? I just don't believe it. There are so many of us, do you think you can stop us? You customs officers are here to serve us, what are you acting so arrogantly for? Let's all attack together. Encouraged by Okamoto, more and more people approached the cordon. The original 10 teams of awakened ones on duty began to tense up. They didn't have enough people. With so many people pouring in, things could really get out of control. The captains of all 10 teams stepped forward, physically guarding the perimeter and shouting, "Do not cross." The two sides were locked in a stalemate at the warning line, when Okamoto gave a push from behind, and several foreign awakened individuals crossed the yellow line. Upon seeing this, Okamoto immediately shouted, "Everyone, go over there. What checks? What qualifications? Let's rush through together and get into paradise." This statement was too tempting for the unqualified awakened teams, and the situation immediately spiraled out of control. The 10 teams that were originally on duty immediately began to block the crowd, but the number of people was far too small. Both sides are currently using brute force and have not yet utilized their talents. Just then, 32 sonic booms came from the sky, and the drawing a circle on the ground formation fell simultaneously, trapping the Dragon Kingdom's awakened team within it and blocking the others from the outside. Dragon fangs swept across the battlefield, and many foreign awakened ones also revealed their talent sequences to begin resisting these ferocious dragon fangs. Some people erected solid earth and stone walls, others formed mental shields, and still others swelled into giant beasts, using their bodies to block the blades. But the next moment, the sound of dragon teeth piercing into a body could be heard. Puff 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 puff. Several foreign awakened individuals who crossed the cordon collapsed instantly. Some died, while others, who were stronger and protected by multiple measures, were seriously injured. Hanyu slowly stepped forward. The country ahead is the Dragon Kingdom. Passage is permitted according to the law. Violators will be executed. Fearful cries erupted from the crowd. Even the guards from the Dragon Kingdom cast incredulous glances at them. It's the Azura squad. Aren't they resting? Was that the new main attacker from the Shura squad who just made the move? He's incredibly strong. A mid-stage overlord was instantly killed, my goodness. Lu Zai, on the other hand, received a pleasant system notification. Ding! Your combat performance has astonished all 295 people present. You have earned 18,613 survival points. Wow, this is a huge profit. Lu Zai was overjoyed. The potential profits were incredibly tempting. Awakened beings in the mid-stage of the Dominator realm generally have over 200,000 HP and around 75% damage reduction. Lu Zai's ability to instantly kill others is naturally due to his own reasons, as he now possesses a staggering 66,900 points of mental power, and the mental power bonus from his 2 talent sequences has reached a terrifying level. For example, Metal Manipulation LV5, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 50 plus 669 meters, dealing 150% plus 669% mental damage, with no cooldown. For example, Vulnerability LV5, detects the target's vulnerability and marks 5 layers of vulnerability. When your attack hits a vulnerability, each layer of vulnerability deals 150% plus 669% additional damage. Therefore, the calculation of the single target damage after Lu Zai hits the weakness with 1 Dragon Fawn becomes 66,900 x 669% x 669% equals 3 million. With a basic damage of 3 million, which family can afford it? Those who survived the severe injuries were all late-stage dominators, primarily focused on constitution, possessing over 500,000 HP and around 80% damage reduction. They also survived thanks to their talent sequences that provided secondary damage reduction. Lu Zai's current total combat power has reached the level of a late-stage dominator. With the combination of two heaven-defying talents, it is perfectly reasonable for him to wipe out a mid-stage dominator. Among the foreign awakened individuals, although they were still cursing and swearing at China, their actions betrayed their words. No one dared to cross the warning line again. Meanwhile, among the foreign awakened ones, Okamoto continued to incite, "Look everyone, this is how domineering the Dragon Kingdom is. Isn't this blatant indiscriminate killing of innocent people? Putting aside our transgression, aren't you awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom going too far and bullying us?" The next second, Hongyu transformed into stone armor and activated his berserk mode, leaping into the crowd. "Okamoto, you provoked the border order of the Dragon Kingdom and plotted a riot, you deserve to die." Gao Tu drew his sword and charged forward, igniting a conflict between the two sides. The foreign awakened ones all unleashed their talent sequence energy, shouting, "Damn it, charge at them." On the Dragon Kingdom's side, the 10 teams that were preparing to relieve the 10 soldiers, along with the 10 teams that were originally on duty, also joined the battle. Regardless of whether Hongyu's actions conformed to the rules or violated the law, putting that aside, the principle of helping one's own people is an ironclad rule among the awakened people of the Dragon Kingdom: kill the other side first. 100 awakened warriors from the Dragon Kingdom versus over 200 foreign awakened warriors preparing to clear the level. The 018 Pass became the first place where a large-scale conflict broke out in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was also the first time that the Dragon Kingdom fought head-on with foreign forces in the alienated land. No one expected that this conflict would change the landscape of competition between major powers. Okamoto sneered, "A defeated opponent dares to act tough?" Okamoto's hand unleashed a thunderbolt, like a lightning prison, directly locking onto Hongyu. Hundreds of lightning bolts, as white as burning bolts of lightning, hurtled towards Hongyu. The latter's completely petrified body and its astonishing combat power after going berserk unleashed terrifying speed and defense, shattering those lightning snakes inch by inch. But the next second, the shattered lightning bolts reformed in mid-air, evolving into an even more ferocious secondary attack. "You brute! Have you ever heard of under the legend, Okamoto is invincible?" Okamoto couldn't help but mock Hongyu when he saw him get the short end of the stick. Okamoto's team composition is very unique. Only Okamoto has an attack-type talent, and his talent level has reached an astonishing level 7. He has never mastered any other talents in his life, which is somewhat similar to Gao Tu. The other 4 members of Okamoto's squad are all powerful defensive type awakened. When they fight, Okamoto alone is enough to handle the attack, and his power is astonishing. The other 4 were responsible for protecting Okamoto's safety. With 4 layers of protection, this unusually well-equipped team won repeatedly, and there were even rumors that Okamoto was invincible under the legend. But this time, facing Okamoto's mockery, Hongyu smiled. "Okamoto, you have a reputation, good and bad. The past is the past. The present is the present. You bastard, kill this idiot for me." The next second, 32 dragon teeth came crashing down from the sky. Okamoto sneered, "That's all?" There were 4 layers of defense around his body, which no one below the legendary level could break. Chapter 30, Foreign Awakened Ones Exterminated, Dragon Nation establishes its prestige. News of the large-scale riot that broke out at Checkpoint 018 reached Xu Xiong's ears immediately. When he heard that it was the Azura squad that had taken the initiative to attack despite the opponent's strength being several times greater than their own, he was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table and stood up. That Hongyu was such a troublemaker. I really shouldn't have let him go. Now look what's happened. Dragon Kingdom will definitely be the target of all sorts of gossip and slander. They might even join forces to squeeze out our resource quota in the alienation zone next time. We're in a passive position now. What do we do now? The communications officer asked. What else can we do? We're already at a disadvantage in this situation, so we can't afford to lose any more fights. Send 200 city garrison troops over. Commander Chu, the city defense troops must not leave their posts without authorization. This concerns the safety of Binhai. Take my warrant and mobilize the troops. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Xu Xiong didn't hesitate at all. Officially, he couldn't let the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom suffer losses. As for the responsibility that followed, it would naturally fall on him, the superior. Personally, Shuya was in the Azura squad. If something happened to her, he, the uncle, would be scolded to death. Yes, sir, the communications officer immediately complied. The battle in level 018 has entered a fierce stage. Amidst Okamoto's confident smile, Lu Zai's Dragon Fang attack directly breached the first line of defense of Okamoto's squad, the Granite Shield. This is the talent sequence of an elemental awakener in the team, capable of condensing granite into a powerful and extremely sturdy shield. However, when the Dragon Fang broke through this shield, it was as easy as cutting through tofu, directly penetrating several meters of granite and going straight in. Only then did Okamoto's smile fade, and he immediately conjured a lightning serpent tens of meters long and as thick as a bull, which blasted towards Lu's eye. The next second, Hong Yu grabbed Razor's head and wrapped it around himself, thwarting his plot. Hong Yu sneered, "What? Scared? Ha ha, Okamoto, you think your team is perfect? Actually, there's a very simple way to break your team." "Really? So confident?" Okamoto asked in surprise. "Your squad relies entirely on you for attacks. The other members can only passively defend and protect you. The reason you've been so arrogant until now is because no one's attacks are stronger than yours. Therefore, if your squad encounters an awakened one who is more aggressive than you, they will surely be defeated. As for you, Okamoto, in order to enhance your attack power, you've put almost all of your strength into your mental power, leaving you physically weak. Once your defenses are breached, you will undoubtedly die." Okamoto was shocked. He had never thought about this question before. He believed that below the legendary level, who could have a more ferocious attack power than his level 7 lightning? Whether its attributes or equipment, he's completely biased towards extreme stat allocation, focusing on mental power, making him even more unbalanced than Lu Zai. At this moment, the young man's 32 dragon teeth were gradually piercing through the team's defenses and breaking through his psychological defenses. The second line of defense, the wind barrier. A powerful defensive measure that creates violent tornadoes to offset the opponent's attack. If it were a regular Awaken's attack, even if it couldn't completely destroy the attack, it could at least greatly slow it down under the turbulence of the tornado. However, Lu Zai's dragon tooth passed straight through the tornado like a streak of light. Who understands the true value of 3 million damage? The third attack, 1,000 miles of ice, the water-based elemental defense was blasted into shattered ice. The fourth level, Undying Golden Body, a life-based defensive talent, where a team member uses their own blood and energy to create a powerful physical substitute to protect Okamoto. It's equivalent to giving Okamoto the powerful physical body of this player. After breaking through 3 layers of defense, the Dragon Fang's offensive slowed down. Moreover, the last layer, the Undying Golden Body, was the most powerful. The Dragon Fang struck Okamoto's body, penetrating 3 centimeters before failing to break through further. In the distance, blood seeped from the corner of the mouth of the Okamoto member who possessed the talent of an indestructible golden body. He was burning his own life force to resist the Dragon Fang's attack. Seeing this, Okamoto breathed a sigh of relief, just a little bit short. "What a pity, Hongyu, this is fate." Okamoto raised his hands high, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and he prepared to launch his ultimate attack. However, the next second, Lu Zai activated all his mental power, and 32 dragon teeth were pulled out of his body, condensing into a golden dragon tooth spike in the sky. It was 2 meters long and stabbed towards Okamoto's chest at 10 times the speed of sound. Put. Okamoto slowly lowered his raised hands, his proud head bowed, and looked at his pierced chest. Thump. Okamoto collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up. Hongyu stomped his feet on the ground, leaped into the air and into the enemy ranks, shouting, "Okamoto is dead. Those who resist the law, die." Okamoto was the spiritual leader of this group. Everyone knew that he was the strongest being below the legendary level. When he led the trouble, everyone would follow his lead. But now that Okamoto was dead, the group immediately panicked. If Okamoto couldn't hold on, how could they possibly hold on? Some even suspect that the Dragon Kingdom dispatched legendary guardians to suppress them, which is a serious violation of the law regarding the use of force. In an instant, Hongyu became the leader of the Dragon Kingdom awakened team present. Seeing that Hongyu had gone up and Okamoto had died, everyone became reckless. These foreign awakened individuals had already given the awakened individuals in China enough trouble lately, and now that they had a chance to take revenge, everyone was quite happy about it. The scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Dragon Kingdom. The Azura squad charged ahead, sweeping all before them. After more than an hour of fighting, none of the more than 200 foreign awakened individuals survived. The news spread quickly throughout the entire world of awakened ones. However, the outside version is different. They believe that the Dragon Kingdom has dispatched a legendary expert. When 200 city defense soldiers arrived at the scene, they found that the awakened people of the Dragon Kingdom were already cleaning up the battlefield. They were shocked. When did the awakened ones in the Dragon Kingdom become so powerful? When they first received the mission, they were shocked because they heard that the Dragon Kingdom's awakened team was fighting against overwhelming odds and was taking the initiative. Upon receiving orders, they rushed to the scene to witness this heroic act, but they were too late? Had everything already been taken care of? At the city defense headquarters, Chu Xiong paced back and forth in his office, extremely anxious. Soon, the messenger pushed open the door and entered. Chu Xiong asked impatiently, "How is the situation? Did the city defense forces rescue any of the Dragon Kingdom's awakened ones? What are the casualties?" The communications officer first drank a large glass of water, panting, and said, "Commander Chu, I know you're in a hurry, but don't panic. The news is a bit shocking. Stay calm. You better hurry up and tell me." Chu Xiong was even more anxious. At Gate 018, all the foreign awakened ones who caused trouble were killed. You heard right, not a single one was left alive. Now, all countries are protesting our actions, believing that we violated regulations by deploying legendary power to slaughter awakened ones at the Dominator realm. They have also threatened to retaliate. Chu Xiong was shocked. How could things have turned out like this? There are only 10 legendary experts in Binhai, and no one has been mobilized? This is a major taboo. What exactly is going on? This doesn't make sense. It's the Azura squad, that new lead attacker. He single-handedly killed 78 foreign awakened ones. This is the surveillance footage from the 018 checkpoint. The reporter took out a tablet computer and pulled up the surveillance video of the incident. Chu Xiong initially watched while sitting, but then stood up and eventually jumped up, exclaiming, "This kid is defying the heavens. He's defying the heavens. Go and send the video to the representatives of all countries, tell them that their people are too weak and we didn't send any legendary guardians. Remember to blur this person's face and issue a gag order to all the awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom present." Yes. The communications officer was thrilled and excited. It had been so long since he had humiliated those arrogant foreign awakened individuals. This time it felt really good. Come back. Chu Xiong seemed to have thought of something. Process this video footage and send it to other checkpoints, put it on a loop in the lobby, and see who dares to cause trouble then. Call the Shura squad to my office too, tell them their battle merits need to be recalculated, and they need to issue commendation orders. Excellent. Commander Chu. The communications officer immediately went to carry it out, but in his heart he was complaining. At first, you said that the Azura squad was a menace, but now you're giving them battle merits and commendations? How fickle. At checkpoint 018, a group of people surrounded Lu Zai, marveling at his abilities. "Holy crap, Lao Hong, where did you get such a treasure?" one of Hong Yu's old friends asked enviously. "Young man, our team is 1 short of 4, and we have 4 beautiful ladies. Do you want to join us?" A female team leader tossed her hair and winked. "Not the captain? Our team clearly has 5 people, how come there are only 4, one team member said, feeling wronged. "It's alright, you can fire me anytime," the female captain said calmly. The audience burst into laughter. Everyone knew it was a joke. "Shura squad, Commander Chu orders you to immediately return to the city defense headquarters to report for your merits and receive a commendation," a messenger reported. Hong Yu politely returned the greeting, "Thank you for the notification. We'll head back now." Lu Zai looked at his system. Several hours had passed, and with the survival points converted from the previous 1.8 shock, he now had 33,000 survival points. Should I advance to legendary rank first? Or should I save up 40,000 and upgrade both talents to level 6? I heard that upgrading a talent from level 5 to level 6 will result in a qualitative change in attributes. Sigh. What a headache. Lu Zai fell into deep thought. Chapter 31, Holding the Peak of Elysium for 1 hour. The battle replay of level 018 was quickly distributed to the lobby of each level in Binhai City and played on a loop. Even the commercial breaks were cancelled, with the focus on perseverance. Those foreign awakened individuals who witnessed this scene were so shocked that they were speechless. Those were over 200 living people, and they were just killed like that? From that moment on, all entry channels into Binhai City were orderly, with no more disturbances or even queue jumping. Moreover, those awakened individuals who did not qualify for entry no longer dared to try to slip through. They chose to give up. After all, they only had 1 life. Okamoto is dead. Their heads aren't that hard. At first, everyone suspected that the Dragon Kingdom had violated regulations by deploying legendary forces. However, after carefully analyzing the video, they reached a consensus. The Dragon Kingdom's awakened ones in the video were indeed at the Dominator realm. This changed the nature of the conflict, making it a normal conflict between awakened ones. However, the foreign awakened leaders could not swallow this insult. They would also target the Dragon Kingdom's awakened teams in the Paradise instance a few days later to get revenge. To this end, they formed 20 teams, totaling 100 people, all of whom were at the late-stage Dominator level. These teams come from multiple countries, and they have decided to prevent the Dragon Kingdom teams from obtaining resources in the Land of Bliss, and even to ambush the Dragon Kingdom teams. Why are you so reckless? You stubborn brat? You just do it without hesitation. Aren't you worried about not being able to win? Chu Xiong asked with a smile at the city defense headquarters. It's all my fault, it's all because I gave the orders, Commander Chu. Lu Zai was just following my orders. As the captain, Hong Yu was the first to step forward and take responsibility. He felt very cool and responsible. I wasn't asking you, get out of the way. I was asking Lu Zai. Hong Yu was ruthlessly ignored by Chu Xiong. Lu Zai smiled in response, I haven't thought that much about it, but I've already joined the Azura squad. Their enemies are my enemies. Awakened beings are already defying the heavens, so it's normal for them to die on the way. Lu Zai's answer stunned everyone present for a few seconds before they all nodded in agreement. Indeed, the path of awakening is inherently against the will of heaven, and countless awakened individuals die in various places every day. In short, this time, your performance truly surprised the upper echelons of Binhai City. It was risky, but the results were remarkable. The prestige of the Dragon Kingdom was upheld in the most extreme way. It must be said that these enemy nations fear power but do not cherish virtue. Your approach has given us new insights. Chu Xiong's eyes were practically drooling as he looked at Lu Zai, his face practically screaming, I admire you. Commander Chu, you flatter us. We were just maintaining order in Binhai, which is also part of our mission to achieve meritorious service, Lu Zai said modestly. The mission to earn merit didn't require you to kill everyone, Chu Xiong thought to himself, but he didn't say it aloud. You will receive double rewards for this mission. Your team will receive 20 merit points. Also, due to the unexpected incident at level 018, the Guardians of Binhai City have decided to give you a new mission, a mission with both risks and opportunities. What mission? Shuya asked excitedly. As everyone knows, in the Land of Bliss, there is a checkpoint called the Summit of Bliss. This mountain is the only way for all the beasts and awakened beings to reach the Land of Bliss. In the past, various countries would negotiate and send representative teams to guard it, making it the most profitable location. But this year is different. Because of your actions in 018, they have developed hatred for the Dragon Kingdom. They voted to cancel the previous rule of jointly guarding the Summit of Bliss and changed it to voluntary guarding. To put it bluntly, it's all about ability. They want to target the Dragon Kingdom and prevent the Dragon Kingdom's awakened beings from passing through here. Chu Xiong frowned, clearly indicating that this matter had become a major concern for the higher-ups. I remember there are still 3 days until the start of the Paradise. I have a question, Commander Chu. Lu Zai knew that the Paradise was a Dominator-level welfare dungeon with extremely high rewards. So, if he advanced to the Legendary Realm, could he still enter? What question do you have? Tell me. What if someone registers for the Paradise as a Dominator, but enters as a Legendary being? What should be done? Lu Zai's words surprised everyone. It was obvious that the possibility he mentioned was extremely small, but the fact that Lu Zai was asking this question meant that he himself was about to break through. This is really a bug. It hasn't happened before. After all, there were only 7 days left before entering the Land of Bliss when we registered. The chance of breaking through to the Legendary Realm in 7 days is too small. Even at the peak of the Dominator Realm, it's very difficult. Breaking through to the Legendary Realm requires not only 100,000 combat power, but also a long process of breaking through. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to break through. Many Legendary Awakeners only succeeded in breaking through when they had 110,000 combat power. Are you sure you can reach 110,000 combat power in 3 days? Chu Xiong looked at the young man in front of him and suddenly felt that he was a stranger and a monster. Commander Chu's words are quite something. I'm gaining 3,600 survival points per hour right now, which adds up to over 80,000 attribute points a day. In 3 days, that's over 250,000. Ahem, I'm not sure either, I was just asking. Lu Zai's tone was low, as if he lacked confidence. He felt he should keep a low profile, even though his strength didn't quite allow it. Since there are no official rules restricting this, then go ahead and give it a try. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Your mission is to lead the Dragon Kingdom team to seize the Peak of Bliss and hold it for more than an hour. Are you confident? Chu Xiong directly told Lu Zai to go ahead and do it. We lack confidence, but we will do our best, Hong Yu said frankly. After all, the summit of bliss is a crucial passage. All awakened beings in the world must pass through here to enter the land of bliss and obtain rich rewards. Blocking others from entering here is tantamount to murder for money and will be met with a collective attack. The paradise is open for 3 hours, so getting them to stay for 1 hour is a bit difficult. Chu Xiong nodded, you're very honest. Just do your best in this matter. After all, some things come at a price, and we can accept that. You can prepare for the next 3 days. If you complete the mission this time, you'll receive 30 battle merits, and you'll be directly promoted to a 4-star team. You'll also become the first 4-star team in the Dominator realm. Chu Xiong was referring to the 018 incident, which greatly enhanced the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom, but they were also prepared for the backlash. Yes. The entire Azura squad took their leave. On the way back, Hong Yu said thoughtfully, I feel that we need to try the 3-star alienation zone tomorrow. Gao Tu's eyes lit up, I agree. We've been waiting for this day. Lu Dihen rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. That's fantastic. Chuya exclaimed excitedly, clenching her fists. The four looked at Lu Zai. The reason they dared to go to the 3-star alienation zone was because of Lu Zai, this freakish main attacker. Feeling the eager looks from everyone, Lu Zai casually said, okay. TSK, this kid really deserves a beating. He's ridiculously strong, but he's deliberately acting all low-key like a piece of shit. Hong Yu shook his head and looked at Lu Zai, laughing and cursing in his heart. Chapter 32, Dual Talent Level 6, Breaking Through to Legendary Realm. That evening, the Shura squad discussed in detail their strategy for advancing into the 3-star alienation land the next day. This includes coordinated combat, cover, how to handle crises, and the prerequisites for using various special items. In Lu Zai's view, these strategies were useless. In the face of absolute power, all skills were just fancy tricks. Just cut down the enemy. After all, by the next day, I'll have at least tens of thousands of survival points, so what's the rush? The next day, Lu Zai slept until 11:30, when he was startled awake by the alarm clock of the wake-up device. He hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. Before, I had to worry about leveling up and getting stronger every day, but now? I don't have to worry at all. I get stronger even when I'm sleeping. 12 o'clock is the agreed time for the team to enter the 3-star alienation zone. Lu Zai looked at his system, survival points, 75310. Amazing. From yesterday afternoon to this morning, plus the nearly 20,000 points he had saved up, Lu Zai now has more than 70,000 survival points. Previously, Lu Zai was worried about whether to advance to legendary rank first or upgrade his talent first. Now he realizes that only children make choices, he wants them all. Advancing 2 talents to level 6 requires 40,000 survival points, and the remaining 35,000 survival points are enough for me to advance to legendary. System, add 30,000 attribute points to spirit and 5,000 attribute points to constitution. Ding! Stat allocation successful. Current spirit, 96,550 plus 350 points, current constitution, 12,550 plus 271% damage reduction, corresponding health, 127,500. With nearly 100,000 mental strength and over 10,000 physical constitution, his damage reduction exceeded 70% and his health reached 120,000. He was incredibly tanky while also dealing massively high damage. Lu Zai's total attribute points have now exceeded 110,000, which, according to official statements, means his combat power has exceeded 110,000. The description of the self-dominating realm has 3 more words added: breakable realm. Lu Zai calmed down, held his breath, and began to break through to the next realm. With the experience from the previous 2 attempts, and given that his own attributes far exceeded the 100,000 required to break through to the next realm, he had the necessary experience. Lu Zai felt the process became easier and more natural. A surge of violent purple energy rushed toward the spleen. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys correspond to the order of breaking through realms. At this moment, Lu Zai felt that the purple energy in his body was becoming increasingly thick and abundant, and this energy was beginning to undergo a qualitative change. Purple mist began to emanate from Lu Zai's body, as if he had unleashed a domineering aura. The purple mist grew thinner and thinner, and after breaking through the shackles in the spleen area, orange energy mist rose from Lu Zai's body. A cloud of black mist emerged from Lu Zai's mouth. This was impurity. It's done. Lu Zai clenched his fists, and the dragon fangs shot out instantly, hovering around him. This power was so abundant that Lu Zai felt as powerful as a piledriver, able to use his dragon teeth to pierce and kill enemies 24 hours a day. System: upgrade your talent to level 6. Congratulations on completing the upgrade. Talent Sequence 20, Mental Manipulation LV 6050,000. Congratulations on completing the upgrade. Talent Sequence 05, Weakness LV 6050,000. Level 6 talents bring about a significant change. Please see the detailed description for their effects. A flood of information about the two talents poured into Lu Zai's mind, and both talents were raised to level 6. What does that even mean? His team leader had worked hard for 20 years to reach level 6, while he himself had done it in less than 20 days. This overpowered individual is terrifying. Lu Zai happily headed towards the transport point outside the city, which was the meeting point agreed upon by his teammates. On the way, Lu Zai conducted an assessment of his skills and total skill damage. Currently, his two talents and corresponding mental strength enhancements have reached terrifying levels, among which: Metal Manipulation LV6, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 60 plus 969 meters, dealing 160% plus 969% mental damage, no cooldown, armor penetration plus 15%. Vulnerability LV6, detects the target's vulnerability and marks 6 layers of vulnerability. When your attack hits a vulnerability, each layer of vulnerability deals 160% plus 969% additional damage. New effect, Bloodlust. After breaking a vulnerability, you gain a 6% healing effect. This effect prioritizes healing the target. If you are in a balanced or similar team, you can share this effect with your party members. Lu Zai was stunned. The various enhancements were terrifying, and the distance of metal manipulation had exceeded 1,000 meters. Even better, the armor penetration has increased by 5%, so Lu Zai now has a total of 20.5% armor penetration with the 5.5% armor penetration from his equipment. After reaching level 6, the weakness skill gains a bloodlust effect, which is equivalent to having an extra healing method. The 6% healing effect may seem small, but it is actually very useful. This healing isn't calculated based on your own mental attack, but rather on the actual damage the enemy received, multiplied by 6%. For example, if you instantly kill a beast with 100,000 HP, the bloodlust effect will be 100,000 x 6% equals 6,000, which is quite considerable. After all, Lu Zai has 32 dragon teeth, which can continuously regenerate HP. Under the balanced effect, he can heal himself to full and also heal his teammates. At this moment, the damage caused by Lu Zai's Dragon Fang after hitting the weakness was extremely exaggerated, equal to 96,900 x 1,129% x 1,129% equals 12.35 million. Not much, just a few million damages. Hana, Lu Zai laughed so hard his legs couldn't close. Lu Zai looked at the dragon tooth spikes floating beneath his feet. He could now fly on his sword. At this moment, Lu Zai felt a strong sense that he could instantly kill anything, from the sky to the earth, and even the air in between. However, the gap between legendary realms is huge. Combat power ranging from 100,000 to 990,000 is considered legendary. Those big shots with a combat power of 990,000 are, as you can imagine, incredibly powerful. Because their base stats are close to 1 million, plus the various bonuses from their talents, it's not impossible for them to deal tens of millions of damage. After all, Lu Zai isn't the only one who possesses a talent sequence. Lu Zai also heard that some legendary powerhouses specialize in physical cultivation and, with the support of their talents, can reach tens of millions of health points, more than 75% defense and damage reduction, and also have 2 additional damage reductions from their talents. Therefore, Lu Zai is not yet capable of instantly killing a legendary peak expert, and with his 120,000 HP, he might be instantly killed by someone else. So, keep a low profile. Play it safe and don't be reckless. In about 10 days, I will be able to reach the legendary peak. Wait a minute? If we enter the 3-star alienation zone today and kill more bosses, we might progress faster. My equipment is clearly outdated. The 3-star alienation zone can drop a lot of good level 30 equipment, so I can finally get a few pieces today. The 4 members of the Shura squad were waiting at the rendezvous point when suddenly a sword came from the west. It was a dragon tooth spike formed by Lu Zai using 32 dragon teeth, which had now become his means of transportation. The 4 members of the team stared in astonishment at the orange glow on Lu Zai's dragon thorn, a standard feature of legendary figures. Their eyes widened in disbelief. You're a legend now? Yesterday you seemed insecure in front of Chu Xiong, and then you broke through today? Ding! You have successfully shocked 4 colleagues, gaining 3,888 survival points. Lu Zai was very satisfied with everyone's expressions. I like your naive and unworldly looks. Chapter 33, Samsung's Alienation, Explosive Force. No one in the Azura squad would have imagined that this newcomer, who had only joined the team a few days ago, would be the first to step into the legendary realm. What is the concept of a legend? In the entire Dragon Kingdom, the youngest legendary powerhouse is in the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom, at the age of 31. It took him a full 14 years to go from awakening to becoming a legend, and he is already the most outstanding being in the Dragon Kingdom. In Binhai, there are 10 legendary strongmen known as the 10 Guardians of Binhai, and 56-year-old Chu Xiong is one of them. And such a powerful being, their Azura squad has one right in front of them, still grinning. To the group of people, all of this seems so unreal, like an illusion. Hongyu looked at Lu Zai and said with a wry smile, I really don't know if I've been a success or a failure as the captain. Lu Zai was stunned. Why so many? If you say he succeeded, his strength is not as good as a new team member. If you say he failed, his team has a legendary player. It's really awkward. Lu Dihan succinctly summarized from the side. Stop talking nonsense. Hongyu laughed and cursed as he delivered a flying kick that landed precisely on Lu Dihan's buttocks. Lu Dihan covered his buttocks and ran away, grinning foolishly. The 5-member team chatted and laughed as they headed towards the 3-star alienation zone. They had already forgotten about the dangers of the 3-star alienation zone. What a joke! With a legendary figure in charge, they could easily kill their way through for several hours without any problem. The level of the alien beasts in the 3-star alienation land ranges from 30 to 40, a wide range, and there are also many bosses, which perfectly meets Lu Zai's needs. With high experience, you can even defeat bosses of higher levels to increase your base rewards. In the Samsung area, the team used the same old tactics, setting up a defensive perimeter and then activating the chain of balance. Just then, a different kind of aura burst forth from Lu Dihan, and he roared incredulously, holy crap, my drawing a circle on the ground skill is finally level 6. Ha, my talent is level 6 too. Lu Zai saw that the newly erected drawing the ground as a prison restriction was indeed thicker and heavier than before, and its range had also expanded considerably. Congratulations! The rest of the team members sent their blessings, but Chuya looked embarrassed. At present, she was the only one whose main talent was still at level 5 balanced, while even the newcomer Lu Zai had 2 level 6 talents. Comparing yourself to others is just asking for trouble. A delightful slaughter ensued, with Lu Zai's Dragon Fang traversing the battlefield, marking 6 weaknesses on each of the ferocious beasts. After the dragon's tooth broke through the opening, a cloud of blood mist appeared. No beast could withstand tens of millions of damage. This was not an amount of damage that they could bear at their age, and they couldn't handle it at all. Gao Tu, standing at the front, looked at his battle sword with a helpless expression. What kind of world is this? I, the mighty sword maniac, have no monsters to kill. As the main attacker, Lu Zai was extremely efficient, clearing out the monsters and drawing a circle as a prison restriction in less than 30 minutes. Lu Dihan continued to target and kill a new batch of strange beasts. Today is destined to be a day of harvest. Kyoto, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the official residence of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in Kyoto, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. A mysterious underground altar, with a boy bound to a towering stone pillar. If Lu Zai were there, he would definitely recognize him as his only good brother, Li Zhuangzhuang. At this moment, Li Zhuangzhuang was bound hand and foot with iron chains, and a long silver needle pierced his chest cavity, with blood flowing continuously into a strange vessel. What are you going to do? Li Zhuangzhuang was on the verge of death. He was unwilling to accept this. He had paid a lot of money to a master to help him develop his talent and advance his level. His talent sequence was ranked 2nd, gold brick. There were more than a dozen people standing in front of him. These people were not officially awakened, and there were even foreigners among them. The leader picked up a vessel filled with Li Zhuangzhuang's blood and looked at the others. Let's get started. Li Chaodue has already entrusted Mr. Zhu to quell this matter. We need to hurry. Boss, he probably didn't expect Mr. Zhu to be one of our people, right? Alright, everyone, let's get started. A death puppet with talent 2 is extremely rare. Dead Puppet, Talent Sequence 3, is a manipulation talent that allows one to refine alien beasts or awakened beings into their own puppets. The power of this talent lies in the fact that the stronger one's mental strength, the stronger the Death Puppet becomes. Every 2 levels of the Death Puppet talent, one more controllable unit can be added. A level 6 Death Puppet can control 3 combat Death Puppets, which is extremely powerful. The death puppet also possesses its own innate skills, but the death puppet's innate skills improve more slowly than those of the awakened. The process of creating a death puppet requires many tools and materials, and this conspiracy against Li Zhuangzhuang has been planned for a long time. The initiator was none other than Matsushita Nozane, the military attaché of the Sakura Kingdom stationed in Kyoto, the Dragon Kingdom, and a rare legendary master in the Sakura Kingdom. As a foreign military attaché, he enjoyed many advantages in his actions in China. It was through these advantages that he colluded with many awakened individuals within China. These awakened individuals did not join the government and were self-reliant, while some of them were willing to do anything for profit. For example, Mr. Zhu, whom Li Chaoyue trusted, was one of them. He was at the peak of his power and preparing to enter the legendary realm. He was at a critical juncture where he needed resources. His responsibility was to protect Li Zhuangzhuang after receiving money from Li Chaoyue. However, he profited from both sides by selling the information to Matsushita Nozomi, which led to the crisis in Li Zhuangzhuang's trip to Kyoto. As night fell, a beam of moonlight shone through a reflector into the dark underground altar, and the ritual of Matsushita Yasuna officially began. He swallowed Li Zhuangzhuang's blood, and then channeled his spiritual energy into Li Zhuangzhuang's body through the silver needles. It's done. 6 more of these rituals are needed for me to have my 4th death puppet, ha ha. Matsushita Nozane was ecstatic, his face trembling with excitement as he laughed. His death puppet talent has been refined to level 8, allowing him to command 4 death puppets. His strength has reached the terrifying mid to late legendary level, with a combat power of over 600,000. Congratulations, Mr. Matsushita. In 6 days, you will have accomplished your great mission, and your status in Japan will be at its zenith. Xu Qiangwu said with a fawning expression. You did a good job this time. I've already notified someone to transfer the 100 million dragon coins to you. Check your account later. Thank you, Mr. Matsushita. Xu Qiangwu felt incredibly satisfied with making this money, reaping benefits from both sides. After leaving the Sakura official residence, Xu Qiangwu sent a message to Li Chaoyue. No leads yet. Li Zhuangzhuang's matter is a bit tricky, we need more money. In the office of the Li Group in Binhai City, Li Chaoyue handed Xu Qiangwu's information to Chu Xiong, who was standing next to her. He replied, and it was pretty much what I expected. This person is suspicious, and my son's disappearance is very likely related to him. Not many people knew where my son went at the time. If this matter is resolved, I am willing to contribute 1 billion dragon coins to the government as military expenses. Li Chaoyue is capable of sitting in this position because he is intelligent and emotionally intelligent. He doesn't care about money, he only cares about Li Zhuangzhuang's safety. Xu Qiangwu's behavior has aroused his suspicion. So the official awakened ones were notified. I heard that Li Zhuangzhuang is Lu Zai's childhood friend? Chu Xiong ignored Li Chaoyue's words and asked a question that Li Chaoyue found irrelevant. That's right, but what does that have to do with Li Zhuangzhuang's disappearance? This matter is very troublesome. If it weren't for Lu Zai, I probably wouldn't have gotten involved. But since it's Lu Zai's business, I have no choice but to take care of it. I'll write more about this kid later. Chu Xiong got up and left. We'll take care of this matter. The 1 billion military expenditure will be waived. Watching Chu Xiong depart into the distance, Li Chaoyue looked bewildered. How could Lu Zai actually make the 10 guardians lower themselves to do this? They even thought Lu Zai was more important than the 1 billion military budget? Li Chaoyue is terrifying to think about. Chapter 34, Level 35, 150 Survival Points per Minute. Alienation Zone, 3-star Area. The Shura squad, who had been fighting for 3 hours and 41 minutes, were all in high spirits. Lu Zai's orange spiritual power permeated the entire battlefield, and those dragon fangs were like soul-snatching streaks of light, piercing anyone who they struck, turning them into a cloud of blood mist. Thanks to Lu Dihen's level 6 improvement in drawing a circle on the ground, he repeatedly set up the circle 7 times, and Lu Zai killed all 7 strange beasts. At this moment, Lu Dihen was covered in sweat. Guys, I'm completely drained. After this wave of kills, we'll have to retreat. Okay. Hong Yu agreed immediately, he was already very satisfied with today's results. Because, including him, Xu Yeti Gao too, and Lu Dihen all increased by an average of more than 4 levels, since the monsters here were too high level, and they were only around level 30. With Lu Zai's monster killing efficiency, leveling up is naturally very fast. Lu Zai's feat was even more outrageous, as he leveled up from level 27 to level 35. However, there are also drawbacks to upgrading, namely that some bosses are no longer considered to be killed beyond one's level. As a result, Lu Zai will not be able to improve his basic survival points, which is the most regrettable thing. Therefore, Lu Zai needs to constantly seek out higher level alienation sites to improve his basic benefits, which is the foundation for him to become stronger. Lu Dihen suggested retreating, but Lu Zai did not agree. He said something that shocked everyone. "Captain, how about I try? Without being confined to this place, let's see how long I can hold out. If things get too difficult, I'll let you know, and then you can retreat?" What kind of weird request is this? The endless stream of mutated beasts in the alienation land remains an unsolved mystery, as they can never be completely eradicated. The reason why all the awakened ones who enter here are in teams is because they all need a character like Lu Dihen. Lu Dihen used a method called drawing a circle on the ground to imprison to prevent the alien beasts outside from seeing the situation inside the team, thus trapping the alien beasts and killing them in batches. Some teams use other methods, but the goal is the same: to provide their squad with an opportunity to kill the alien beast. I've never heard of anyone daring to face a horde of alien beasts in the alienated land. However, considering Lu Zai's current strength, the other 4 members of the team looked at each other and finally nodded in unison. The teammates, with the mindset of going crazy for you, going wild for you, and banging their heads against the wall for you, went along with Lu Zai's crazy behavior. Are you ready? Lu Dihen was about to give up. His self-imposed prison was about to crumble. Based on past experience, Hong Yu should have led the team away by now. Chuya nodded, rearranged the balance effect, and cast a healing spell on everyone. Boom! The restriction that had confined the area to itself shattered instantly. The Azura squad was currently in a wilderness, completely exposed to a horde of thousands of beasts. As far as Lu Zai could see, there were dark, swarming monsters everywhere. Ah! Roar! Previously, the Shura squad was protected by a barrier, preventing the alien beasts outside from detecting them. But now, they are all exposed and are suddenly surrounded on all sides. Lu Zai stepped on a dragon tooth and soared into the air. High in the sky, he made a circle with his hands in the air, and dragon teeth appeared one after another. They drew a circular track around the Azura squad. In this track, the dragon teeth traveled through the space at more than 10 times the speed of sound, repeating the cycle endlessly. The scene resembled the moon orbiting the Earth, except that the dragon teeth were moving so violently that they created an orange storm. All the strange beasts that came into contact with the storm died instantly. Lu Zai was still not satisfied with the effect, so he directly made a single gesture with one hand, and Gaotu's battle blade soared into the sky, then charged into the outer horde of alien beasts at an extremely terrifying speed. The dragon teeth serve as a defensive measure to protect the team members, while Lu Zai still has the mental strength to manipulate other metals for offensive purposes. In an instant, the sky darkened and the earth was shrouded in blood mist. The ground beneath the team's feet became wet, soaked with the blood of the strange beasts. Is this even human? Lu Dihen stared blankly at Lu Zai. Hong Yu, however, was not happy. He felt that Lu Zai's departure from them was not far off. The Shura squad could not keep him. No, even Binhai could not keep him. He should venture into a wider world. For a fleeting moment, Hong Yu even felt that Lu Zai might be the so-called savior, the one who could see through the truth of the strange beasts and quell the crisis. Lu Zai's attacks were extremely ferocious. For a full 20 minutes, the horde of alien beasts couldn't get a single step closer to him. However, Lu Zai knew very well how much mental energy was being consumed. Such a beast tide was indeed not something one person could withstand. He was already defying the heavens by being able to withstand it for 20 minutes. "Captain, let's prepare to leave." Lu Zai looked at Hong Yu, increased the force in his hand, and managed to push the encirclement of the alien beasts outward by dozens of meters, creating a complete retreat environment for Hong Yu. Okay. Hong Yu led the team away safely, following the standard procedure. Ding! Your act of single-handedly holding off a 3-star beast horde has astonished the team. You have gained 3,888 survival points. Back at the squad headquarters, Lu Zai began to tally up his earnings. In this battle, I leveled up to level 36, and my basic survival point gain increased from 60 points minute to 150 points minute. That's impressive. It gives you 9,000 survival points per hour, which adds up to over 200,000 per day. There are 2 pieces of level 35 purple equipment, but Lu Zai is not interested in purple equipment now because the stat boosts are negligible. Lu Zai is now paying more attention to the high-quality special attributes that orange equipment comes with, such as armor penetration. In this battle, Lu Zai exploded 396 times, gaining plus 5,444 points in mental strength, plus 1,313 points in physique, plus 313 points in strength, and plus 331 points in agility. Tomorrow is the last day, and the team plans to rest for a while before preparing for the Blissful Summit mission the day after tomorrow. My task from above is to hold the peak of bliss for 1 hour, so that the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom can benefit within that hour, and to minimize the losses of the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom. For the remaining 2 hours, the Dragon Kingdom's top leadership thought to let the foreign awakened ones be a little arrogant, since they were destined to suffer some losses this time. Based on the strength of the registered participants, the Dragon Kingdom Awakeners team cannot occupy the Summit of Bliss for too long. But Lu Zai no longer thinks so. If I were to directly occupy the pinnacle of bliss, preventing any foreign awakened individuals from entering for 3 hours and leaving them with nothing, I would be completely isolated. This is so awesome. If this is done, it will shock the entire paradise, and how much astonishing benefits will be gained. Lu Zai suddenly began to look forward to the paradise. Chapter 35, Combat Power Exceeds 300,000, Controlling the Peak of Bliss. After the battle in the alienation zone of Samsung ended, the Shura squad arranged for all members to rest the next day in preparation for the Battle of Elysium. The team also received a notification that the awakened team from the Dragon Kingdom would have priority access to the Land of Bliss tomorrow. Since it just so happens that the Dragon Kingdom is responsible for maintaining order during this exploration of the Land of Bliss, this kind of convenient task will definitely be given to the Dragon Kingdom's local awakened teams. If the team enters the Land of Bliss first, they can quickly take control of the Peak of Bliss. However, the foreign teams did not take this matter seriously because they had an absolute advantage in numbers, and they did not believe that the awakened team from the Dragon Kingdom would dare to provoke them at the Summit of Bliss. If the Dragon Kingdom really did that, they would be happy and start a war directly. After all, they would have a legitimate reason to fight, since the Dragon Kingdom provoked them first. They would wipe out the Dragon Kingdom's awakened team, since they had the advantage in numbers. In the Guardian Hall of Binhai City, 10 legendary guardians gathered together. They had some doubts about Chu Xiong's proposed plan, and not all of the other guardians agreed that Chu Xiong should investigate Li Zhuangzhuang for Lu Zai's sake. Chu Xiong, is it really necessary to take this risk for a newcomer? Codenamed Guardian 03, masked and draped in a long robe, spoke in a rough and drawn-out voice. All 9 of you have been working behind the scenes for a long time and are unaware of the current crisis facing the Dragon Kingdom. The infiltration of the Dragon Kingdom by various countries is becoming more and more serious, and some traitors have emerged within the Dragon Kingdom. If the Li Zhuangzhuang incident is not dealt with, such incidents will only increase in the future. The awakened people of the Dragon Kingdom will reach a consensus that the Dragon Kingdom government does not care about the lives of the awakened people. Chu Xiong argued from the perspective of the overall situation. Guardian 04 shook her head. Chu Xiong, you represent us legendary guardians in handling daily affairs in Binhai. You have worked hard and made great contributions. Logically speaking, we should agree to your requests. But you also know why our 9 members have become more and more conservative lately. We have even retreated behind the scenes to improve our strength and no longer show our faces. Guardian 04 was a woman with a weathered but dignified face beneath her silver white hair. Chu Xiong nodded. 3 years ago, the gate of the end opened. In that battle, our commander was seriously injured. Could it be? Chu Xiong thought of a terrible possibility. 0 for the Guardian nodded silently. The commander is about to fall, and Binhai will lose its only immortal realm expert. Once this news spreads, whether it is the awakened ones from the enemy country or the reopening of the Gate of the End this year, Binhai will face annihilation. Has no new immortal been born in the Dragon Kingdom this year? Can't you save our Binhai? Chu Xiong's eyes widened like copper bells. Binhai was his homeland and the driving force behind his continuous fight. The Dragon Kingdom has over 100 major cities, with Binhai being just one of them. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has faced a critical situation, with the number of immortal experts decreasing rather than increasing. Binhai may experience a mass migration, with millions of people dispersing to other major cities. The Kyoto leadership has decided to abandon Binhai. Therefore, at this critical moment, we simply don't have the energy to deal with Li Zhuangzhuang's affairs, even though we know there must be a conspiracy behind it. After all, Jinzhuan is the second-ranked talent in the talent sequence, Guardian 04 said helplessly. Chu Xiong pondered for a moment. You are right, but I have a feeling that Lu Zai's appearance in Binhai and in our Dragon Kingdom is of extraordinary significance. It is right for the 9 guardians to remain hidden for the sake of the overall situation, but I am willing to go alone to settle this matter. Chu Xiong, with your legendary strength, can you really handle the mastermind behind this conspiracy? You should know very well that Li Zhuangzhuang's matter is far from simple, Guardian 03 advised. No, I have another legendary level helper. Besides you, I am not the only legendary one. Xu Xiong's face suddenly broke into a smile full of hope. The 9 guardians exchanged bewildered glances. Last week's statistics from Binhai did not show any peak-level sovereigns who could advance to the legendary realm. Are you mistaken? Just today, Lu Zai has advanced to the legendary realm. He is the youngest legendary powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom and the 11th legendary in Binhai. The 9 guardians have seen countless storms and waves. They have even witnessed the apocalyptic scene when the Gate of End opened. Those colossal creatures hundreds of meters tall, those indescribable and terrifying beings. Guardian 01, as the leader of the 10 guardians, spoke up, "Let Xu Xiong go. We trust his judgment. Remember to act within your capabilities and conserve your strength." Xu Xiong cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you. Keep your bodies useful so you can dedicate them to the coastal area someday." The 9 guardians disappeared together. Xu Xiong was shocked. He understood the meaning of Guardian 01, the 10 guardians would never leave, and would rather live and die with Binhai. Lu Zai, who was resting at the squad headquarters, was suddenly awakened by a message. Ding! You have successfully shocked the 10 guardians and have gained 10,888 survival points. Holy crap, what's going on? The top 10 guardians are shocked? They gave them over 10,000 survival points directly? Lu Zai sprang up from the massage bed. Lu Zai still greatly admires the 10 guardians and the Grand Commander of Binhai. 3 years ago, they repelled the attack of the Gate of the End and saved Binhai. That battle can only be described as brutal. Half of the original 18 guardians perished, leaving only 9. Over the next 3 years, Xu Xiong, a newly emerged legend from Binhai, barely managed to gather the 10 guardians. The Grand Commander was rumored to have been severely injured in the battle against the mythical beast, the Tower of the End, and the Gate of the End was resealed, with the Tower of the End being pulled back into the Gate of the End. Lu Zai looked at his system, survival points, 81051. The Land of Bliss will open at 12 noon tomorrow. I have 15 hours left. At the current rate of 150 points per minute, I can still gain 135,000 survival points in 15 hours. Adding it all up, I will have 216,000 points when I enter the Land of Bliss. That means my total attributes will reach 300,000 plus, allowing me to enter the mid-stage of the legendary realm. Just as Lu Zai was happily imagining tomorrow's exciting battle, a head popped up in front of him. Hey, Yi Luzi, the captain's about to have a meeting. Shuya waved her hand in front of Lu Zai's face, interrupting his thoughts. Okay, let's go. After settling his rewards in the 3-star alienation zone, Lu Zai paid off his debts and was now free of debts. Inside the operations office, everyone was gathered around a wooden box, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. Captain, this was bought for 100 million. Xiao Lu will definitely be stunned. Lu Dihan's eyes never left the wooden box. Hong Yu nodded, his weapons are outdated. We've gained a lot from this newcomer recently. His level and strength have improved considerably. We should give him a gift. Gao Tu nodded, mainly because Chuya is rich, she invested 70 million by herself. Hey, Captain, they're here. Gao Tu pointed to Chuya and Lu Zai outside the glass door. Chapter 36, Orange Weapon Devouring Heaven Dominating the Pinnacle of Bliss. As Lu Zai pushed open the door and entered, the people in the conference room immediately began to applaud, and Chuya behind him also joined in, leaving Lu Zai completely bewildered. The most outrageous thing was that instead of tactical maps and a pile of combat data, the conference table was covered with fruit, snacks, and drinks. Is it someone's birthday today? Lu Zai thought for a long time before he came up with this possibility. The group shook their heads. Hong Yu opened the wooden box on the conference table. Xiao Lu, this is a gift from the Shura squad to thank you for joining us and for recognizing our value. After the wooden box was opened, an orange light swirled around it. Lu Zai was surprised to find that it was actually a level 35 orange weapon, and a mental control weapon that perfectly suited his needs. Devouring Heaven level 35 orange quality. Constitution plus 350. Agility plus 350. Spirit plus 350. Special attribute, armor penetration plus 17.5%. The Devourer is composed of 108 pieces of special metal, and it has a multi-transformation structure, which can both attack and defend. Inside the wooden box, there were 108 neatly arranged grooves, each containing a shimmering orange triangular metal sequin. With a slight bend of his finger, Lu Zai released a fragment of the Devouring Heaven into his hand. The fragment was smooth, dense, incredibly hard, and very heavy. There are 108 such fragments, which can be arranged to form spears and shields, or scattered for attacks. Lu Zai's mental strength is now so great that the dragon's fang is no longer sufficient to meet the demands of such a violent mental attack. 32 dragon teeth were still too few, while devouring heaven perfectly met Lu Zai's current needs. This is far too valuable. Lu Zai felt a little unworthy of it and prepared to close the wooden box. Take it. Everything you've done is priceless to Shura. Hong Yu pushed the wooden box back in front of Lu Zai. Joining the team, killing Zhang Jun and his son, raising the Shura team to 3 stars, and even about to enter 4 stars, and giving us the qualification to enter the peak of bliss, all of this is because of you. Although we all know that you may have to leave us after reaching the pinnacle of bliss, Shura cannot keep a legendary expert, and Binhai needs you more. Shuya added. However, you have written the most glorious chapter in the history of our Azura squad. Gao Tu nodded emphatically to Lu Zai. Thanks to our new members of the Shura squad, thanks to our unorthodox team. Lu Dihan brought over several glasses of fruit wine and distributed them to everyone. With Hong Yu's cheers, the 5 of them drank it all in one gulp. On this day, the Azura squad all knew that the peak of bliss might be the last time Lu Zai would act with them. Lu Zai's strength would inevitably extend to a wider world. The Shura squad drank until late at night. It was the first time Lu Zai had drunk so much, and it was also the first time he had felt that a group of lovely people needed him so much. Whether it's the Shura squad or the ordinary people on the coast, they are all trying their best to play their roles, and they need to be protected. The following day, at noon, the Shura squad set off on time. When they passed through the Dragon Kingdom's border crossing, they were not only exempt from the cumbersome inspection process, but the Dragon Kingdom's city defense troops also saluted them. Because the city's defense forces knew that this year's paradise would be difficult to enter, and extremely dangerous. The conflict between the Dragon Kingdom and the enemy kingdom has almost become public knowledge. They suffered losses in the conflict at level 018 and will inevitably retaliate. A total of 100 teams from the Dragon Kingdom entered this paradise, while there were 750 foreign teams, including more than 300 teams from unfriendly and hostile countries such as Japan, the United States, and India. Teams from the Dragon Kingdom are given priority in clearing the level, while foreign teams are all placed last. At this moment, the foreign teams started making a fuss again. Oh, getting special treatment? But it's all for naught, so what if we let you in first? This year, the title of Summit of Bliss isn't being rotated anymore, it's now up to the most capable. Interesting, ha! What kind of waves can a mere 100 teams of awakened warriors from the Dragon Kingdom stir up? Amidst the taunts of the enemy nation's awakened teams, the 100 teams from the Dragon Kingdom were given priority to enter. Through a spatial leap passage, Lu Zai and the others arrived at a spacious valley. The Summit of Bliss lies 60 kilometers to the northeast. Warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, charge! Even if we all fall today, we'll show those cowardly foreign insects the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. The captain of one of the teams declared upon landing, and his squad took to the air and charged forward. But the next second, a voice shocked everyone. Why can't it be them who fall when we fall? Today, no Chinese will sacrifice their lives. The speaker was Lu Zai. 108 fragments of devouring heaven condensed into a long spear. Lu Zai stepped on it and soared into the air at an extremely fast speed. What shocked everyone was not Lu Zai's words, but the orange energy fluctuations emanating from his body. Ding! You have successfully shocked all the awakened Dragon Kingdom teams, gaining 18,888 survival points. The crowd below gasped in surprise. A legendary powerhouse? Our team actually has a legendary powerhouse? Ha! The 11th legend of Binhai City has been born. 100 teams of Dragon Kingdom Awakeners took to the air using various means to follow Lu Zai. Today, Lu Zai is the spiritual leader of the Dragon Kingdom Awakeners. Upon reaching the Summit of Bliss, Lu Zai landed smoothly. The view here was excellent, with a canyon in front and a plain behind, also known as the Land of Bliss. Those foreign awakened individuals who wish to enter the Land of Bliss must pass through Lu Zai's test. Lu Zai looked at the system, which displayed survival points, 244,000. System, mental strength increased by 200,000 points, and physical constitution increased by 44,000 points. Ding, skill point addition complete, please check. Lu Zai looked at his brand new attribute panel and was shocked. Equipment attributes are no longer displayed with plus signs, they are directly included in the total. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 35 4.5%. Realm, Legendary Realm. Health points, 580010. Constitution, 58,175% damage reduction. Spirit, 313,080. Strength, 984. Agility, 1190. Critical hit rate, 21.9%. Armor penetration, 32.5%. Survival points, 10 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 614 50,000. Talent sequence 05, Weakness LV 615 50,000. Equipment, Devourer of Heaven, Greenwood Bracelet, Giant Serpent Bracelet, Giant Serpent Boots, Radiant Helmet. Seeing the dark mass of enemy awakened individuals approaching from afar, the awakened individuals from the Dragon Kingdom all looked at Lu Zai. They were getting closer and closer, about to reach the summit. 10 kilometers. 5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. The two sides maintained this distance and stood facing off. A major battle was imminent. Chapter 37, The Awakened Ones of the Dragon Kingdom, Going Berserk. The two armies were only 1,000 meters apart. The Awakened Ones of the Dragon Kingdom camp stood proudly atop the mountain, overlooking the foreign Awakened One Legion in front of them. Although these people belonged to different countries, their actions at this moment were so uniform that no one would believe it was not premeditated. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Lu Zai's metal manipulation and attack range was already within reach. Lu Zai's two talents have now been amplified to an extremely terrifying level by 313,000 mental power. Metal Manipulation LV6, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 60 plus 3130 meters, dealing 160% plus 3130% mental damage, no cooldown, armor penetration plus 15%. Vulnerability LV6, detects the target's vulnerability and marks 6 layers of vulnerability. When your attack hits a vulnerability, each layer of vulnerability deals 160% plus 3130% additional damage, bloodlust plus 6%. Let alone 1,000 meters, Lu Zai can now control metal within a 3-kilometer range to launch attacks. The enemy army halted its march at the gesture of a U.S. awakened individual raising his hand, indicating that this U.S. awakened individual was the leader of this operation. Hongyu stood at the front. After all, he was the captain, and Lu Zai was willing to elevate his captain to the level of commander of this operation. The other awakened beings of the Dragon Kingdom naturally followed in Lu Zai's footsteps and were willing to obey Hongyu's commands. This man is called Johnson. He's a powerful expert who's about to advance to the legendary realm. He'll probably advance after this trip to paradise. He's very strong, and he's probably the commander of the allied forces in this operation, Shuya whispered to Lu Zai. So you're called Johnson? Lu Zai felt he had a primary objective: kill this man, and the enemy would fall into disarray. Johnson was surrounded by the crowd, his face filled with an arrogant expression of "I'm determined to win." His level 6 talent, Splitter, was activated instantly. A stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground beneath his feet, and as the pillar continued to rise, Johnson was sent high into the air, making a very impressive entrance. Johnson pointed at Hongyu with one hand. Hongyu? A late-stage dominator who isn't even qualified to mention our shoes can become the leader of the Dragon Alliance's awakened team? Ha, is there no one left in the Dragon Kingdom? Johnson's words drew laughter from the supporters behind him. Indeed, Johnson hadn't paid much attention to Hongyu before, and there was still a significant gap between them. Johnson himself couldn't understand why Hongyu was chosen as the commander-in-chief of this blissful summit. Standing so high up, he's really an eyesore. Xiaolu, make him get down. Hongyu said calmly, not taking Johnson seriously at all. He was joking, of course. He had a legendary underling, so he had to show off a bit. If he didn't show off now, Ye Luzi would leave the team, and he wouldn't have another chance. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 fragments of the devouring heaven flew out at 10 times the speed of sound, and almost the instant Hongyu finished speaking, they slammed into the stone pillar. Bang! The opponent was prepared. All the defensive measures created by the late-stage defensive overlords were shattered. That dazzling orange light proclaimed the arrival of the legendary powerhouse's might. The stone pillar was cut into 4 pieces, and Johnson fell to the ground with a thud. His face was filled with shock. A legendary powerhouse? The enemy troops were all shocked. A legend. Binhai has dispatched a legendary expert cheating. No, he's not one of the 10 guardians. Isn't this person's method the same as the one in the 018 video? Metal manipulation? It's him, it's definitely him. The coalition forces were in a state of panic. Ding! You have successfully shocked thousands of foreign coalition forces, gaining 38,888 survival points. Good heavens, Lu Zai gained nearly 40,000 survival points in this wave, which was a pleasant surprise. But Johnson was, after all, a man on the verge of becoming a legend, and with their overwhelming numerical advantage, he was prepared to fight tooth and nail. Warriors of the free kingdom, charge forward. Take the summit of bliss, and glory will be ours. Rush. Kill. Thousands of awakened beings at the Dominator realm charged forward, displaying a variety of innate talents and supernatural abilities. The awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom, standing atop bliss, were also excited by this scene, and they were all ready to launch an attack. After all, with a legendary figure around, why should they be afraid? The next second, Hong Yu waved his hand and said, "Today's paradise belongs to the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom. Kill these idiots. Kill." A fierce battle erupted between the two sides, and Lu Zai unleashed 108 Devouring Heaven fragments. Lu Zai now possesses a single fragment of the Devouring Heaven technique, which can cause 310,000 x 3,130% x 3,130% equals 300 million. The damage is significant, amounting to 300 million. Lu Zai was secretly delighted. Who could withstand this? A legendary peak-level expert with millions of attributes, combined with their terrifying defensive talents, he wondered if they could stop them. The best defense is offense. As long as you can't stop me, then I am invincible. Lu Zai embarked on a wild path of offense as defense. Sure enough, when Lu Zai's attack landed on the enemy's side, whether it was a barrier erected to restrict movement, an earth-based barrier that appeared out of nowhere, or an elemental shield, they all shattered instantly. The people Lu Zai wants to kill, even God couldn't save them. Even more outrageous, several awakened individuals from enemy countries with life-related talents attempted to strengthen their physical bodies and transform into beast-like forms to resist the fragments. The consequences were predictable, they died on the spot. This is what happens when a dog bites a slipper, the consequence of not understanding science. Lu Zai launched his offensive first, followed by 100 teams of awakened warriors from the Dragon Kingdom. The two sides engaged in a bloodbath at the summit of bliss. But those who were blasted into blood mist in the sky were all awakened beings from enemy countries. Johnson roared, "Surround him! I'll deal with him!" 100-meter high stone pillar rose from beneath Johnson's feet, sending him into battle. On the ground, hundreds of stone protrusions rose from the ground, gathering their power to launch a fierce attack on the Dragon Kingdom's awakened forces. But the next second, the orange light flashed by. Just a few fragments of the devouring sky traversed the battlefield like meteors in an instant, shredding all the rocky outcrops into pieces. At that moment, Johnson realized just how vast the difference in strength between the two sides was. Lu Zai was not the newly promoted legend he had imagined, he actually possessed the mental strength of a mid-legendary. He began to regret his rash actions, but it was too late. A fragment of the devouring sky broke through his defenses and pierced through his brow, causing Johnson to fall backward from the 100-meter high stone pillar. The enemy leader is dead. How precious is a person who was about to become a legend, and he is killed with a single blow. Johnson's death sent shockwaves through the enemy camp. Their hesitation escalated into retreat, and finally into a mass exodus. However, the Azura squad had already planned it out. Since they had already taken action and offended the entire world, they would kill them all and make them go from anger to fear. A massacre unfolded silently as 100 awakened squads from the Dragon Kingdom, led by Lu Zai, charged forward. The 108 devouring sky fragments were like a harvester, frantically reaping the lives of the enemy. In the rest area outside the stadium, the team leaders of each country were all anxious. Because the contestants' awakening device signals disappeared one after another, indicating no vital signs. They collectively raised questions about the Dragon Kingdom. What exactly did you do? What's going on? What kind of conspiracy is the Dragon Kingdom plotting now? We must get an explanation of what happened. They simply couldn't understand why, after thousands of people went in, the promised summit of bliss turned into inexplicable deaths. As of now, the death toll is 598, 603, 609, and it's rising every second. Chapter 38, An Unexpected Discovery, The Power of the End. Faced with the furious and violent questioning from these people from the enemy country, Zhu Xiong suppressed the urge to laugh and maintained a serious expression. These rules were decided jointly by you. The people entering the land of bliss were all decided a week ago, and they are all at the sovereign realm. The competition for the summit of bliss has abandoned the previous rotation system and changed to free competition, which was also your suggestion. So what do you want? Zhu Xiong spread his hands, looking helpless, as if he were the victim. How shameless! Zhu Xiong, what tricks have you played? Why are our people suffering such heavy casualties? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame us for turning our backs on you, the leader of the American team said angrily. He was getting anxious. The city defense personnel on the Dragon Kingdom's side were barely suppressing their laughter. It was really hard to hold back a laugh. Chu Xiong met Chu Xiong's gaze directly and retorted, "That's strange. Does it only count as reasonable if an awakened one from our Dragon Kingdom dies? Are your lives the only ones that matter, while we Dragon Kingdom people aren't? What kind of logic is that? You say you want to turn hostile? Then go ahead. The 10 guardians of Binhai City would like to see how you turn hostile." Chu Xiong also laid his cards on the table. "You." The leader of the American delegation was speechless after being rebuked. The other tour leaders were also extremely anxious. One of them exclaimed, 1,041 people have died. If this continues, it's all over. Upon hearing this number, the leader of the American team couldn't sit still any longer and roared, "There's something unusual about this paradise. We demand an immediate halt to the exploration. We need to go in and investigate." After saying that, the team leaders all chimed in, pretending to force their way into the entrance space teleportation point. Chu Xiong wasn't going to tolerate this, and directly unleashed his legendary power, forcing everyone back with a surge of energy. "I am the commander of the city defense forces and the guardian of order in this paradise, but I am also one of the 10 guardians of Binhai City. Anyone who breaks the rules will be killed without mercy." Chu Xiong's words resonated deeply, and everyone instinctively took a few steps back, watching helplessly as their team members died and disappeared inside. They were not afraid of Chu Xiong, but rather of the 10 guardians behind Binhai City and the immortal commander who had not been seen for many years. They are the last line of defense for the coastal city. At the pinnacle of bliss, watching the enemy awakened beings fall one after another before him, not a single one remained standing on the ground. This one-sided massacre has finally come to an end. Many awakened individuals rushed towards Lu Zai, abandoning him high above. "Brother Lu is awesome. Brother Lu is awesome." Cheers echoed throughout the canyon. This battle annihilated 500 awakened squads of the enemy nation, a truly devastating blow. Even more outrageous is that among the awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom, only 31 suffered minor injuries, 1 suffered serious injuries, and none died. Because Lu Zai, who was charging ahead, was attacking so powerfully, the opponent could only flee for their lives and had little power to retaliate. Hong Yu waved his hand and said, "Today's paradise belongs to us. Everyone, hurry up and explore the interior. This is a rare opportunity, so let's charge." Whoa! This is the first time that the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom have the entire paradise to themselves, and today's exploration is destined to be very rewarding. The various squads rushed in, and the Shura squad was no exception. Unlike other alienated lands, Paradise only has a beast tide in one season each year. However, the quality of the alien beasts here is extremely high, the drop rate is extremely high, and the difficulty is not very high. Such a valuable place naturally became a coveted destination, which led to the joint development by multiple countries. "Xiaolu, today we can try going to the blissful Forbidden Land. It's rumored that there are extremely rich rewards in that area." A multinational team entered it before, and all of them were at the peak of the Dominator level. They were just a little short of breaking through the barrier. But today, your strength far exceeds that team. "We can give it a try," Hong Yu suggested. "It's definitely worth a try." Lu Dihen was also very excited. "I like things that are a bit challenging," Gao Tu said, brandishing his battle sword. "Whatever makes you happy." Shuya blinked. "Then it's decided." Lu Zai readily agreed, hoping to encounter more high-level bosses to increase his basic rewards. The group's foray into the restricted area was seen as an act of daring by other teams, as no one had ventured into the restricted area since the International Joint Expedition's failed attempt. However, considering Lu Zai's overwhelming combat power, it all seems reasonable. The drop rate of monsters in the restricted area is indeed outrageous. Lu Zai's team just killed a level 38 monster and got 2 pieces of equipment, 1 blue and 1 purple. In an ordinary place like the Alienation Zone, you'd be lucky to get 1 piece of equipment out of 10 monsters. The surface of the beast's corpse on the ground was shrouded in an eerie black mist that lingered for a long time. Shuya, Hongyu, and the others stood there stunned, their faces filled with shock. How is this possible? Hongyu couldn't believe what he was seeing. Impossible, this is a paradise, how could this appear? Shuya was shocked after carefully examining the black mist. Lu Zai, not understanding, asked, "Captain? What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Hanyu swallowed hard and explained. You know that ordinary beasts are surrounded by various glows after they die. Generally speaking, the glow is the energy in their bodies that has not yet dissipated. Corresponding to the beast's realm, just like us humans, a beast with dominant strength should be surrounded by a purple glow. But the glow of the beasts here is strange, which means that they are not ordinary beasts, but come from Hanyu dared not make a judgment. He simply could not believe the result. Where are you from? Lu's eye pressed. The gate of the end. Chuya finally blurted out. During the final battle a few years ago, all the alien beasts were surging with this mysterious black energy, but the gate of the end has long been sealed. Even if there were any unusual movements, they shouldn't be here. Hanyu couldn't understand. Unless it was man-made. Chuya came to a terrifying conclusion. The gate of the end was sealed by the Grand Commander and the 10 Guardians. Therefore, only they are capable of breaking the restrictions and releasing this power. Or did the towering tree lose control and break free on its own? But if the towering tree broke free of the restriction on its own, the location shouldn't be here, it should be in the original sealed area. Who is orchestrating all of this? What is their purpose? What are they going to do? The Shura squad suddenly realized they had discovered a secret they shouldn't have. A chill ran down everyone's spine. But one thing is certain, the gate of the end is about to open, and the location is none other than the land of bliss. Luzai knew even more clearly that he had to improve his strength immediately, as the current crisis was not something a legend could solve. Chapter 39, The Gate of the End, The Fall of the Ruler? The scene before them left everyone at a loss. Captain, what should we do? Chuya and the others looked at Hanyu. After pondering for a while, Hanyu made a decision: continue to explore the interior. Whether it is man-made or a natural disaster, we must find out and then report this information back to the Grand Commander and the 10 Guardians. No. Hanyu quickly rejected his own idea. Lu Dihan also instantly regained his senses, muttering, the 10 Guardians and the Grand Commander all experienced the last end war, they cannot be trusted. We cannot tell anyone about this, but we ourselves cannot face the coming of the end. The team fell into deep thought. Take it one step at a time. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Luzai's voice echoed in his teammates' ears. Hanyu nodded upon hearing this. That's the only way. The team of 5 continued their advance into the interior. To their surprise, they discovered that the rest of the paradise was normal, except for the beasts in the Forbidden Zone, which had been corrupted by the power of the end. Inside the restricted area, the Azura squad cut down alien beasts and advanced forward. The number of alien beasts is increasing. As we venture deeper into the Forbidden Zone, the alien beasts here are becoming increasingly corrupted by the end, and their numbers are also growing. Even Luzai, who was at the mid-stage of the legendary level, had to be killed in batches by Lu Dihan using the drawing a circle on the ground as a prison. The paradise was open for a total of 3 hours, and the Azura squad's idea was to get as close as possible to the depths of the Forbidden Zone to see if they could make any new discoveries. After nearly 3 hours of fighting, Luzai stepped over the corpses of a group of strange beasts. A thick, black mist rose ahead, obscuring the sky. This mist was the manifestation of the power of the end, and this area had been completely controlled by the end. There wasn't enough time to go any further. All of Luzai's teammates were astonished by his combat prowess. Their team had reached the deepest part of the restricted area. If it weren't for Luzai, probably no team could have gotten this far. No wonder the requirements for entering paradise are limited to those below the legendary level. Is this the reason why this secret has remained undiscovered? In the mist, the Azura squad saw the scene they had imagined. A wall of energy that blotted out the sky rose from the ground, towering into the clouds, as if severing the heavens and the earth. On the wall, energy runes flowed like iridescent colors, constantly changing shape on the surface. These runes are likely a method to seal this place. The Gate of the End, Hanyu exclaimed in disbelief. The Gate of the End has indeed appeared in Elysium, and the next battle of the end will take place here, unnoticed by humanity. With the onslaught of the strange beasts, they will eventually break through the spatial limitations of paradise and enter Binhai City. A real-life seaside collapse is about to unfold. As they were speaking, a rune engraved on the Gate of the End suddenly exploded, and a black power burst out of the gate. The other runes around seemed unable to tolerate this behavior and immediately gathered together to seal the crack. The black energy was sealed within once again. So that's how it is. The entire team witnessed all of this and understood why only the alien beasts in the restricted area were corrupted. The restrictions on the Gate of the End are loosening, but they haven't collapsed yet, so the contamination is limited. However, judging from the current situation, these restrictions will eventually get completely out of control, in as little as 3 to 5 days, or as long as 10 days. Time is running out for Lu Zai. The awakening devices of the team members all lit up with red warning signals. This meant that the time for the paradise was coming to an end, and the energy of the external spatial passage was about to run out. If they didn't leave soon, it would close. The next time the Land of Bliss will open, it will require restarting the spatial energy, which will be next year. Let's go! Hongmu waved his hand, and the group left the Land of Bliss through the spatial passage. Although the group was not happy about this battle, Binhai City was in grave danger. However, the rewards were plentiful. In less than 3 hours of killing in the restricted area, Lu Zai killed 110 bosses that were higher level than himself. His base earnings have increased from 150 points per minute to 260 points per minute, and his level has risen to 40. Currently, there is no boss in Binhai City with a higher level than him. This means that Lu Zai can now gain 15,600 survival points every hour, totaling 374,400 survival points per day. During the battle, I received 159 attribute infusions, totaling 12,041 attribute points. The higher the level of the monster you kill, the more attributes you will receive from the attribute infusion. After this period of fierce fighting, the strength of the Shura squad has also increased by leaps and bounds. The main reason is that Lu Zai's monster killing efficiency is too high, and the attribute points given by his teammates through attribute infusion alone are very considerable. The weakest member of the team, Shuya, is already at the late stage of the Dominator level, while the captain and Gao Tu have reached the peak of the Dominator level. The Shura squad, who had just returned to Binhai City and hadn't even had time to sort through their spoils, received a shocking message that reverberated throughout the entire city. A message was displayed at the top of the awakening devices of all awakened ones. Zhao Changhe, the Grand Commander of Binhai City, an 88-year-old immortal realm expert, the one who sealed the Gate of the End, and the pillar of Binhai City, passed away due to illness at 15:05 this afternoon. Let us mourn this respectable elder who dedicated his life to the Dragon Kingdom and to Binhai. The Shura squad was shocked. Why did they have to die at this particular time? The Gate of the End is about to open, and Binhai City has lost its only shield. To call this a coincidence is an insult to one's intelligence. There must be some hidden meaning behind it. The 5 members of the team fell into deep thought. Just then, Lu Zai's awakening device rang, and a phone call came in from Chu Xiong. "Commander Chu, hello," Lu Zai said respectfully after the call connected. "Come to Kyoto immediately. I've already sent you the location. I need your help." Chu Xiong's tone was very urgent. "Can you tell me what it is?" Lu Zai was completely confused. The other side only said 3 words, and Lu Zai ran out of the house. "Li Zhuangzhuang." Lu Zai declined his teammates' offer to come and help, because Chu Xiong had his reasons for not informing the entire Shura team to go. From the seaside to Kyoto, you can use the space portal for 10,000 dragon coins and arrive in just 1 minute. Lu Zai arrived at the place designated by Chu Xiong and met Chu Xiong alone. "What exactly is going on?" Lu Zai asked impatiently. Chu Xiong told Lu Zai all the results of his investigation and informed him that the 10 guardians could not help Li Zhuangzhuang with this matter, but they allowed Chu Xiong to handle it himself. However, Chu Xiong was caught in a dilemma after learning that Matsushita Nozane was the military attaché of the Sakura Kingdom stationed in Kyoto. On the one hand, although the military attaché's residence was in a foreign country, it was equivalent to Sakura territory. The same applies to the official residences of the Dragon Kingdom stationed abroad. Even in foreign countries, no other country has the right to enter. On the other hand, Chu Xiong's information was not enough to confirm Matsushita Nozomi's behavior, and it contained some speculation. Therefore, the only solution is for Chu Xiong and Lu Zai, both at the legendary level, to join forces and break in at night, and if anything goes wrong, they will bear the consequences themselves. Lu Zai nodded in response to Chu Xiong's suggestion. "Okay, when do we make our move?" 11 p.m. tonight. Chapter 40, Perhaps I Can Become the Immortal of the Seaside. It was only 4:30 p.m., and during the long wait, Chu Xiong and Lu Zai discussed the situation in Binhai. Zhao Changhe's death left Binhai teetering on the brink of collapse, with various forces stirring with ambition, while the Dragon Kingdom's resources were stretched thin. In the end, the Grand Commander could not overcome time. With his departure, we are in grave danger. Chu Xiong stood up and paced back and forth, a look of regret on his face, but his eyes were incredibly firm. "Perhaps, as one of the 10 guardians, dying in a great battle to besiege Binhai is the best end for us." "Will you fight for Binhai?" Lu Zai did not answer, nor did he comment. He had considered telling Chu Xiong about the forbidden area, but he could not do so. This matter was too complicated, and the 10 guardians in Zhao Changhe were both suspects. He dared not take the risk. After all, he was only a mid-stage legendary. Thinking of this, Lu Zai glanced at the time, 10:51 p.m. They were about to set off. Lu Zai glanced at the survival points in the system, 145,001 points. This is the profit so far today. Without any hesitation, Lu Zai added 100,000 mental power and then 45,000 physical strength. Then he looked at his attribute list, which was already quite impressive. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 4014.5%. Realm, Legendary Realm. Health points, 930010. Constitution, 93,179% damage reduction. Spirit, 413,080. Strength, 984. Agility, 1,190. Critical hit rate, 21.9%. Armor penetration, 32.5%. Survival points, 310 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 614 50,000. Talent sequence 05, Weakness LV 615 50,000. Equipment, Devourer of Heaven, Greenwood Bracelet, Giant Serpent Bracelet, Giant Serpent Boots, Radiant Helmet. I currently possess over 90,000 physique points, which translates to over 900,000 health points, 410,000 spirit points, and my total attribute points have exceeded 500,000, making me a genuine mid-legendary level player. Perhaps I can also become an immortal in Binhai City. Such a thought suddenly popped into Lu Zai's mind. Becoming immortal is something that many awakened beings wouldn't even dare to dream of, but now it's right in front of them. If I possess true immortal power, then on the day the gate of the end of the sea opens, I will be able to fight. The thought of the massive army of black mist that blotted out the sky and the battlefield littered with millions of corpses of strange beasts filled Lu Zai with excitement. Let's go, Xiaolu, let's go meet that Matsushita bastard. Chu Xiong interrupted Lu Zai's thoughts. It was time to leave. Lu Zai nodded and disappeared into the night along with Chu Xiong. The underground altar at the official residence of the Sakura Kingdom in Kyoto, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Matsushita Nozomi looked at Li Zhuangzhuang, who was firmly controlled on the altar, with an excited expression. Only one final ritual remains, and he will possess the 6th death puppet, one with a talent sequence 2 gold brick. He would do everything in his power to nurture this undead puppet. For him, it was an incredibly wonderful thing. At this moment, his face was filled with the greed of a great success. 5 undead puppets were protecting him. Of these 5 undead puppets, 2 are at the early stage of the legendary realm and 3 are at the peak of the dominator realm, making them formidable in strength. The growth rate of a death puppet is slower than that of an awakened one, and it needs to give up its 2nd or 3rd talent, and can only have 1 talent. Nevertheless, Matsushita Nozane's puppet army is already very powerful, and given enough time, his strength will become increasingly terrifying. Outside the official residence, 100 meters away, Lu Zai and Chu Xiong watched from afar in the night. A faint orange light shone on Chu Xiong's arm, which then enveloped the two of them. Talent, Deceiving the Heavens and Crossing the Sea. This ability allows multiple targets to become invisible, achieved through visual interference. The power of this ability stems from mental strength, so as long as the opponent's mental strength is not higher than that of the person wielding the talent, they will not be able to detect it. Of course, this does not include some high-level special items and reconnaissance methods. And so, Lu Zai and Chu Xiong entered the official residence without any hesitation. There were more than a dozen guards at the sovereign realm level, and without any cover, it would be very difficult to enter silently. The two saw a legendary awakened being with an expressionless face carrying a silver container towards the basement at the entrance of a passageway. Lu Zai frowned. This person is so strange, he has no expression at all. Chu Xiong told Lu Zai in writing through the awakening device, this is one of Matsushita Nozomi's dead puppets, and if nothing unexpected happens, they are in the basement. The two followed the dead puppet into a secret passage. The passage doors closed automatically, and Lu Zai and Chu Xiong saw a huge altar and Li Zhuangzhuang, who was barely alive and bound by iron chains. Li Zhuangzhuang was surrounded by silver needles, various strange sacrificial props, and a silver container filled with blood. As the two entered, Matsushita Nozomi was concentrating his mental energy to absorb Li Zhuangzhuang's blood through silver needles, while simultaneously using his mental energy to cleanse Li Zhuangzhuang's will until he was completely under control. This process is similar to possession, but it is more sophisticated. He doesn't need to take over Li Zhuangzhuang's body, he only needs to erase Li Zhuangzhuang's consciousness and control him. The sudden intrusion of the uninvited guest startled Matsushita Yasuke. Now was a critical moment, and no mistakes could be tolerated. Kill them. Matsushita Nozomi's mental strength was higher than Chu Xion's. Under the influence of his mental strength, the deception failed, and his 5 dead puppets also discovered the 2 of them. Lu Zai was about to take action, kill these dead puppets, and then save Li Zhuangzhuang, but was stopped by Chu Xiong. Can your mental strength surpass this person's? As Chu Xiong spoke, his entire arm burst into flames, and he punched a dead puppet away. Another dead puppet was cut into pieces by Lu Zai's devouring heaven, but these fragments of the dead puppets were slowly condensing. The death puppet is immortal and indestructible. Although its strength is lower than that of an awakened being of the same level, it is extremely difficult to deal with. It can regenerate infinitely by controlling a person's mental power, unless the original body is killed or the mental power is exhausted. Why are you asking this? It should be, maybe, possibly a little higher. Lu Zai wasn't sure either, but he felt that Matsushita Nozomi's mental strength was inferior to his own. After all, which legendary mid-stage awakened being has 400,000 mental power? That's too extreme. I also feel that your mental strength is stronger than his. Li Zhuangzhuang has benefited from this misfortune. If you provide Li Zhuangzhuang with mental resistance now, you can make Li Zhuangzhuang mentally devour Matsushita Bastard and obtain his full strength. This is the drawback of the talent of the death puppet. It can only control objects with weaker mental strength than itself. This is also why Matsushita conducted the ritual in such a hidden place. Lu Zai was shocked. Could it be done like this? It sounds exaggerated, but it's actually very difficult for Li Zhuangzhuang to get a backlash. He's just incredibly lucky. First, you need a powerful person to provide you with spiritual support. Second, you need to intervene when others are performing their rituals. Both are indispensable. Lu Zai looked at Li Zhuangzhuang and injected a burst of violent mental energy into his body, beginning a mental confrontation with Matsushita Nozain. During a mental confrontation, the consciousness of both parties will merge to some extent, and they can see some fragments of each other's thoughts. When Matsushita Nozain saw that Lu Zai had achieved mid-legendary strength in just 1 week, he was so shocked that he was speechless. Lu Zai witnessed an even more terrifying scene. In a small, dark room, Zhao Changhe was critically ill, surrounded by legendary experts, including Matsushita Yazunari, awakened individuals from the United States, and many foreigners whom Lu Zai had never seen before. One of them was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner with an extremely terrifying aura. He was likely an immortal powerhouse. Chapter 41, The 12th Legend, Li Zhuangzhuang. A terrifyingly powerful foreign figure with a sinister gaze. He looked down at Zhao Changhe. Old friend, it was truly unexpected that you sealed the celestial realm in the bliss forbidden zone. So let's use your last bit of energy to break the restrictions you set up. The restrictions will become more and more fragile as you die. Zhao Changhe sat up shakily. You want to annex Binhai? I'll be the first to object. Then, with his last bit of strength, Zhao Changhe sealed his physical body. The purpose of doing this was to temporarily strengthen the seal of the gate of the end, but he would lose all his energy and die as a result. This was the only thing he could do. Damn it! Lu Zai was furious. So this was the truth behind Zhao Changhe's death. He had not betrayed Binhai, but had died a heroic death. That small dark room is the talent of an immortal powerhouse, confined space. Forcibly pulling those weaker than oneself into a space one creates is far more powerful than a dream, because this space is real, and everything that happens within it is real. The illusory images flowed by one. Lu Zai also saw the gathering of multinational forces, all preparing to annex Binhai. In fact, to coordinate with this operation, they deliberately stirred up competition with the Dragon Kingdom in several alienated areas, leaving the Dragon Kingdom unable to attend to the crisis in Binhai. This is why Binhai City was abandoned, because the Dragon Kingdom is now being targeted by a large number of enemy countries who want to carve up its cities. The next moment, Lu Zai activated his mental power, which surged violently into Li Zhuangzhuang's body, while Matsushita Nozomi's eyes were filled with horror and fear. He felt his spiritual energy flowing backwards, entering Li Zhuangzhuang's body, and he was completely unable to resist this trend. No! No! Matsushita Nozain, whose head was throbbing with pain, couldn't believe he was going to die in this way. His puppets were all tied down by Chu Xiong, and for the time being, they were unable to defeat Chu Xiong. The young man in front of them was not one of the 10 guardians, yet his mental strength was terrifyingly powerful. Having read a portion of Lu Zai's memories, Matsushita Nozain knew that this young man was determined to kill. Li Zhuangzhuang, chained to the iron lock, began to convulse. His body was undergoing a process of recovery, a backlash. After half an hour of fighting, Matsushita Nobuta was defeated. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, his face turned pale, and his whole body went limp. The surrounding dead puppets also went limp like mud figures and stopped moving. Without the support of spiritual power, they were just a pile of corpses. His raging legendary power was directly absorbed by Li Zhuangzhuang, who slowly awoke, and his first words were, "Holy crap! Brother Lu, I knew you would come to save me." Exhausted, Lu Zai smiled and nodded to Li Zhuangzhuang. "I almost arrived late." The two embraced, and Li Zhuangzhuang, feeling a powerful force in his body, was completely bewildered. "What's going on?" Chu Xiong, standing to the side, said enviously, "You're luckier than if you won the lottery. Through a series of coincidences, you've acquired the strength of Matsushita Bastard." Ha! If it weren't for the violent power flowing through his body, Li Zhuangzhuang would never have believed that he had become a legendary powerhouse after being abducted. "Holy crap, Brother Lu, I'm a legend now. I'll carry you to new heights," Li Zhuangzhuang exclaimed with delight. "Stop flying. He's at the mid-legendary stage, stronger than Matsushita Bastard. Otherwise, how do you think he could turn against the original owner? Focus on your cultivation and prepare to defend the coast," Chu Xiong explained from the side. The three quickly returned to Binhai City. Then, Chu Xiong explained the situation in Binhai to Li Zhuangzhuang again and invited Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang to join the Guardian team. Zhao Changhai is gone, but with two more legends, it's a small consolation for Binhai. Although this is far from enough. Li Zhuangzhuang readily agreed, "You gave me my life, I have no reason to refuse." Lu Zai shook his head, "I need to go into the alienation zone for a while to break through, so I won't join the Guardian. But if Binhai is in danger, I, Lu Zai, will definitely be there." Chu Xiong nodded. He knew that there were too many unsolved mysteries surrounding the young man in front of him. "Your words are enough." Lu Zai had his own plan. He intended to find places of mutation for levels 40 and above. Such places were extremely rare and dangerous, but in order to increase his basic income and obtain survival points as quickly as possible, he had to do so. Lu Zai's idea of going to other places to find a high-level mutation site was approved by Chu Xiong. "I will use the authority of the 10 Guardians to provide you with the necessary assistance." "Go ahead and do it," Chu Xiong promised. As for the information about the enemy's attack, Lu Zai did not intend to reveal it, as this would increase the fear of the city's defense forces and cause the coastal defense forces to lose more confidence. With a major battle imminent, Lu Zai needs to become the source of everyone's fighting spirit, and this spirit comes from strength. "I must advance to immortality," that was Lu Zai's only thought. After Lu Zai left, Li Zhuangzhuang joined the Shura squad, taking Lu Zai's place and continuing to venture into the 3-star alienation zone. When Lu Zai left, Li Zhuangzhuang told him a secret. His talent was very strange. He was born with 2 talents, which was extremely rare, one of which was a gold brick of talent sequence 2. The other one is ranked last in terms of talent, luck. This extraordinary talent is extremely rare and lacks research. No one knows its exact use, so it was simply ranked last. Binhai City declared a state of war after Zhao Changhai's death. The city defense troops maintained all the city's defensive equipment. On the massive city walls, brand new energy cannons were installed, which possess powerful area of effect damage capabilities against ordinary monsters. Throughout the entire coastal city, all media outlets and social media platforms are filled with propaganda about preparations for the war. This scene is very familiar, exactly the same as 3 years ago. But 3 years ago, they had the immortal powerhouse Zhao Changhai. What about this year? The social atmosphere in Binhai was still very oppressive. The people in the city defense army were actively preparing for war. Everyone was determined to live and die with Binhai, but more or less, they did not have much hope. He was simply thinking that if he was going to die, he would take as many strange beasts with him as possible. Lu Zai left Binhai early the next morning via spatial teleportation. Before leaving, the entire Shura squad came to see Lu Zai off, and Li Zhuangzhuang even demonstrated the charm of his talent, the golden brick. With a level 2 talent, one can actually manipulate a 1-ton gold brick and transform it into a giant sword or shield. This sounds so unfair. How can he control such a heavy object at level 2? However, Lu Zai later learned about the differences between the gold bricks and his own metal manipulation. Lu Zai's metal manipulation is effective on all metals, and its power is related to his mental strength. The gold brick talent is peculiar. It can only manipulate gold, and there is no upper limit to its weight. It depends on how much money you have to buy gold. Its power is related to the weight of the gold it controls and the mental strength it possesses. Ranked second in the talent sequence, that's really something. Fortunately, this guy's family was not short of money, and he managed to acquire a ton of gold in no time, and was still making arrangements to buy more. Is this the effect of talent and luck? Lu Zai began to suspect that Li Zhuangzhuang was the real protagonist. Standing before the portal, Lu Zai held a letter of recommendation prepared for him by Chu Xiong. This letter came from one of the 10 guardians and offered him a chance to enter the far north. The place with level 35-45 alien beasts is a difficult place to enter, and recommendations from various places are needed. Lu Zai clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd. I will return in 3 days. The group clasped their hands in a fist salute. See you at Binhai in 3 days. Chapter 42, The Coastal Battle Clock activates millions of attributes. After Lu Zai learned from Matsushita Nozane's memories that the Gate of the End of Paradise had nothing to do with Zhao Chanha and the 10 guardians, he told Chu Xiong the secret of the forbidden area of paradise. The Gate of the End is about to open in the forbidden zone of Elysium. Meanwhile, awakened individuals from countries such as Sakura, India, the United States, and Australia formed an 8-nation alliance and began to create conflicts for the awakened individuals in the alienated land, deliberately keeping the Dragon Kingdom busy. The 8-nation awakened alliance even leaked some information. They will not forget the grudge of level 018, and the coastal city must pay the price. On the day Lu Zai left, the war clock was turned on in War Square in the center of Binhai City. The authority to activate the war clock rests with the 10 guardians of Binhai. It is activated only when Binhai City faces a major crisis, after the guardians assess the countdown to the crisis. At this moment, in the most bustling war square of Binhai City, a place usually teeming with people and filled with various entertainment information and commercial advertisements on electronic screens, the huge electronic screen now displays a serious countdown in black and white, 71 hours, 51 minutes, and 11 seconds. This is the war countdown derived by the Guardians after they went to the Forbidden Zone to check the seal of the Gate of the End. All social resources were poured into the war. All city defense checkpoints in Binhai City are closed. Entry is permitted, but exit is not. Everyone, regardless of their wealth, is subject to a 35% wartime expenditure. Large quantities of giant cannons and tactical equipment were transported to the coastal city defenses. The streets were filled with troop carriers, and the sky was filled with military transport planes. Apart from industries related to clothing, food, housing, and transportation, which are still operating, all other industries are closed and will reopen after the major battle. Everyone was instructed not to leave their homes unless absolutely necessary and to wait at home for the end of the Great War. All awakened ones and the city defense forces were conscripted. Anyone who evaded conscription would be sentenced to death. In the face of a major battle, only by strictly enforcing orders can we have a chance of survival. But everyone knows how the final battle will end? Perhaps it will end the history of this coastal city. With Chu Xiong's recommendation, Li Zhuangzhuang joined the Guardians, bringing the total number of Guardians in Binhai to 11. This news was widely broadcast to reassure the public and boost Binhai's confidence. In the Guardians' Council Hall, 11 Guardians gathered together. Guardian 01 looked solemn. Guardian 01 was also known as the Grand Guardian. The Commander-in-Chief is gone. According to the wartime regulations of Binhai City, I will temporarily take charge of Binhai's defense. I believe everyone knows my stance on this battle. The other Guardians all nodded in agreement. Fight to the death. The Grand Guardian gazed longingly at every corner of the council chamber and at each of his colleagues present, as if missing even a single glance would be a regret. Now, let's discuss Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang's matter. I propose that we send Li Zhuangzhuang away and at the same time forbid Lu Zai from returning to Binhai, the Great Guardian stated today's topic. Li Zhuangzhuang was shocked. He had no idea about this. I protest, Great Guardian. You can't decide our fate. This is our own choice. Upon hearing this, the Great Guardian smiled kindly. Protest denied. You are willing to protect Binhai, but we also have a responsibility to preserve the last spark of life for Binhai. You and Lu Zai are exceptionally talented, the youngest legendary awakeners. It would be such a pity to die here with us old folks. Chu Xiong, I will unify. Guardian 02, I second that. I second that. I second that. The proposal was quickly passed by the 10 Guardians with almost no hesitation. Guards, escort our last Guardian of the coastal region to Kyoto for refuge. The Chief Guardian's face was resolute. Li Zhuangzhuang roared, Great Guardian, this is my home. If I lose my home, where can I go? At the same time, Li Zhuangzhuang activated his innate golden brick, which transformed into a golden spear in the air and hovered above his head. What does it matter if I die? It will not diminish my arrogance. But don't make me feel aggrieved. Today, I will either die here or die on the battlefield of the end. This is how I feel, and Brother Lou is even more so. Great Guardian, please make your own decision. The scene was completely silent. The 10 Guardians realized at that moment that these young people were no less determined than they were to protect the coastal area. The far north. Those who can enter this place are all geniuses from all over the Dragon Kingdom, either rulers under the age of 20 or legends in their 30s. They enjoy the best resources and professional guidance in their city, and are usually accompanied by professional mentors to hone their combat skills and improve their personal strength. Only Lu Zai was alone, fighting here all by himself. 20 now, Lu Zai thought to himself. In the 2 hours since he arrived, he had killed 20 beasts of a higher level than himself. I'm already level 40, and the monsters here range from level 35 to 45. It's not easy to quickly find a boss that's higher level than me. Lu Zai no longer kills ordinary monsters, but only bosses, controlling his experience gain rate and trying to gain more basic survival points. The 2 hours of fighting increased his base survival points from 260 survival points per minute to 280 survival points per minute. He doesn't have much time left, he must improve his strength as quickly as possible. Lu Zai's frenzied killing attracted the attention of those around him. Has this guy gone mad? How can anyone kill monsters like that? Even though he is indeed very strong, isn't this just showing off? Is this all the youngest legend in the Dragon Kingdom has? Shu! Keep your voice down, I heard the war clock has been activated in Binhai. Ha! Then isn't he a deserter? He doesn't even protect his own hometown? Why is he running here? What? Now, conflicts of all sizes have broken out in various parts of the Dragon Kingdom. The most hateful thing is these deserters. They clearly have the ability to surround their hometowns, so why do they leave? No wonder he went on a killing spree, he was venting his guilt. Everyone, please move aside, be careful not to get caught in the crossfire, and don't provoke him. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom does not welcome deserters. Lu Zai could hear the surrounding chatter clearly, but he paid no attention to it. He will only prove through his actions that there is still an immortal presence in Binhai. The first day of battle ended with the fall of a level 43 reverse armor dragon. Lu Zai did not plan to return to the camp to rest, but instead planned to rest on the ice field until his mental strength recovered to its peak before continuing the killing spree. The good news is that I killed 110 bosses that were above my level today, and my base survival point gain reached 370 points per minute. The frustrating thing is that I leveled up to 43 today, and it will be much harder to find a higher level beast boss tomorrow. There are only level 44 and 45 bosses left. Lu Zai glanced at his system, which showed 451,000 survival points. When defeating the boss, I gained over 7,000 spirit points and over 3,000 points in other attributes from various attribute infusions. Since all the monsters killed today were bosses, Lu Zai obtained 2 level 40 purple equipment pieces to replace his previous green wood bracelet and giant serpent boots. He gained 2 special attributes, plus 40% damage and plus 40% critical hit rate. Level 40 equipment with a 40% increase in attributes, that's the power of high-level equipment. This is the profit for the first day. Since the initial profit was only 260 points per minute, the profit fluctuated throughout the day. Tomorrow's profit will be based on 370 points per minute, and with the addition of killing some bosses, the profit will definitely be much more than this amount. Lu Zai's attributes are now close to 1 million, just one step away from becoming immortal. Chapter 43, The Immortal Seaside, Lu Zai. As usual, Lu Zai added 400,000 points of mental strength and 50,000 points of physical strength. Lu Zai is unwavering in this regard, he is tough enough on his own, and his damage output is extremely high. Looking at his attribute list, Lu Zai was filled with excitement. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 43 24.5%. Realm, Legendary Realm. Health points, 143,0010. Constitution, 143,001 81% damage reduction. Spirit, 813,080. Strength, 1,684. Agility, 1,790. Critical hit rate, 57.9%. Armor penetration, 32.5%. Damage increased, 40%. Survival points, 1310 growing. Talent Sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 624 50,000. Talent Sequence 05, Weakness LV 625 50,000. Equipment: Devourer of Heaven, Reverse Armor Dragon Bracelet, Giant Serpent Bracelet, Reverse Armor Dragon Boots, Radiant Helmet. With total attribute points around 960,000, I am now truly at the peak of legendary status, or in some novels, I could be considered a near immortal. With 1.4 million health points and 81% damage reduction, it's incredibly durable. Even better, the equipment also provides a 40% damage increase and a 57.9% critical strike rate. With the combined effect of the equipment and talents, the armor penetration has also reached 32.5%. It can be said that Lu Zai's current stats are extremely impressive. After resting for a while, I can kill some more bosses and then attempt to reach immortality. Lu Zai's heart surged with excitement as he thought of this. He had already begun to imagine himself arriving at the city of Binhai in an immortal form during a time of crisis. The appearance of an immortal will bring immense confidence to the coastal defense battle. Lu Zai relaxed his mind and body, entering a profound state of rest. He floated in mid-air, with 108 devouring sky fragments floating slowly around him like drifting clouds, protecting their master. 2 hours of rest left Lu Zai feeling refreshed. He had been fighting for a day and had only used up less than 60% of his mental energy. In fact, he could continue fighting even without resting. However, Lu Zai has a good habit of regularly restoring himself to peak condition in case of unforeseen circumstances. After a 2-hour break, with a return rate of 370 points per minute, Lu Zai accumulated another 45,000 survival points in his system, which he then added to his mental strength. The description of one's realm now includes a prompt indicating that a breakthrough is possible. He proved that his total attributes had reached the requirement for breaking through to the next realm, 1 million combat power. However, Lu Zai did not plan to break through to the next realm. Based on his previous experience, the more attribute points he had that exceeded the basic requirements, the higher the efficiency of breaking through to the next realm. To save time, Lu Zai naturally chose to kill the monsters first. The number of monsters killed today is destined not to exceed yesterday's, because Lu Zai is now level 43. His only targets are level 44 and 45 monster bosses. He will avoid or dispel other monsters and will not kill them. Lu Zai traveled to every corner of the far north, across ice plains, abysses, mountain peaks, and canyons. Many people saw a strange figure, stepping on orange glowing fragments of the devouring sky, soaring through the air. The bosses he targeted were all killed with a single blow. Rumors about Lu Zai were circulating throughout the Dragon Kingdom camp. Opinions were divided, some sympathized with his impending loss of his homeland, while others criticized his status as a deserter. After 24 hours of continuous kills, Lu Zai heard the most worrying message from the system. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to LV 45 1%. Lu Zai sighed helplessly. Level 45 meant that there were no bosses of his level in the far north. However, there is also something to be happy about. Lu Zai's hourly earnings have increased from 370 survival points per minute to 500 survival points per minute. This means that Lu Zai can gain 30,000 survival points per hour. In the past 24 hours of fighting, Lu Zai has accumulated 550,000 attribute points, and it's time for him to advance to immortal. It's 11 p.m. now, and Lu Zai plans to advance to immortality right now and return to Binhai City early tomorrow morning. According to the Guardian's calculations, the restrictions on the Gate of the End will not hold tomorrow night. System: increase mental strength by 500,000 and physical strength by 50,000. Ding! Stat allocation complete. Current spirit power, 1,313,080. Current constitution, 193,001. Health points, 1,930,010. Notification: your power is abundant, you can break through to the immortal realm. With over 1.5 million total attributes, I am a genuine immortal powerhouse. At this moment, Lu Zai was extremely excited. He held his breath and began to break the mirror. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. This time, powerful orange energy begins to impact the lungs. Lu Zai's breathing was as powerful as a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing. The orange energy streams around his body began to differentiate into a myriad of colors, magnificent and extraordinary. Outside the Dragon Kingdom camp in the far north, 30 legendary late-stage powerhouses slowly revealed themselves, concealed by an immortal-level mysterious artifact. Lord James, we are ready. When is it time to launch an attack on the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom in the far north? The American man named James, his eyes gleaming with malice, said, "They killed my brother at Elysium. Today they will pay for it in blood. 1 hour later, while they are resting, we will launch a surprise attack." Yes. Remember, everyone, this operation will not be recognized by the country behind us. If we fail, we will be abandoned and left without rescue. The country will also claim that this was our personal action and will not protect us. Therefore, we can only succeed and cannot fail. Clear. James and his men dared to launch a sneak attack here because it was meticulously planned. China is currently being targeted by multiple countries, and its defensive capabilities here have been weakened. The Dragon Kingdom's tracking of information on the world's top experts has always focused on the immortal realm, because there are too many people in the legendary realm, and they cannot keep track of the whereabouts of all their legendary realm enemies. James and others had conducted an investigation and found that most of the awakened individuals in the far north of the Dragon Kingdom were outstanding figures from the Dragon Kingdom, with their strength mostly ranging from the peak of the Dominator to the early stage of the legendary realm. Therefore, the 30 late-stage legendary figures who ambushed this group of awakened Dragon Kingdom members were almost completely overwhelmed. The entire operation appeared extremely meticulous, with thorough preliminary work. The only flaw was that their intelligence was from 3 days prior, and Lu Zai's arrival was not included in the operation's risk assessment. The assassination missions accepted by these 30 legendary figures in their later years were extremely lucrative and were part of a key operation funded by various countries against the Dragon Kingdom, aimed at crippling the Dragon Kingdom's reserve forces. In short, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the country, not wanting it to have any chance to recover. An hour later, James waved his hand and ordered, "Attack the Dragon Kingdom camp." 30 legendary warriors charged in, each displaying their unique abilities, and the camp's alarms blared. All awakened beings of the Dragon Kingdom, prepare for battle immediately. Enemy attack. 30 legendary powerhouses unleashed their most ferocious attacks, shattering the protective barrier of the Dragon Kingdom camp and charging in. Lu Zai, who had just been promoted to immortal, heard the shouts, explosions, and alarms in the camp and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Chapter 44, We'll accompany you to fight our way back to Binhai. James's assault team must be quite strong, and they have a clear understanding of the defenses of the Dragon Kingdom camp and the locations of the awakened. 30 legendary late-stage powerhouses, under the cover of the item Eye of the Sky, launched a surprise attack on the Dragon Kingdom camp. At this moment, the first group to encounter James's assault battalion was the camp's guards. The camp's defense forces are divided into the City Defense Army and the City Defense Barrier. The barrier has been broken, and the City Defense Army is mostly at the legendary level, with early, mid, and late stages, but there are only 6 of them. Upon learning of the surprise attack on the camp, none of the Dragon Kingdom Awakeners training in the far north fled, for everyone knew that running away was futile and that cooperating with the city defense forces to counterattack was the only way to survive. More than 90 awakened individuals quickly assembled at the usual meeting place in the camp. This group was quite large and consisted of young people, but apart from Lu Zai, the strongest among them was only at the mid-legendary stage. Jiang Wu, the commander of the city defense forces in the camp, was a late-stage legendary figure. He looked at the awakened Dragon Kingdom members beside him with a furrowed brow, because he knew that these hopes of the Dragon Kingdom were probably doomed. James's attack was too sudden, and he also used a spatial restriction similar to drawing a circle on the ground to block out all fluctuations here, including the awakening device signal. The Dragon Kingdom camp is now in a desperate situation. Jiang Wu stomped his feet on the ground, and his body quickly transformed into a raging bear, talent sequence 69, bear's strength. Jiang Wu, with a talent level of 7, transforms into a 7-meter-tall, four-legged bear, brimming with surging power. He glared at James and the others ahead, and without any hesitation, roared as he charged forward first, "Kill!" He knew he wouldn't be coming back, but as the person in charge of the entire Dragon Kingdom camp and also the one with the highest cultivation level, if he didn't lead the charge, these Dragon Kingdom Awakened might not even be able to muster their fighting spirit. With Jiang Wu leading the charge, the other guards of the City Defense Army and all the Awakened ones, even the Dominator Realm Awakened ones with vastly different strengths, rushed forward. Various elemental attack methods and innate supernatural abilities were unleashed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, sound and various other mutated forms. The restrictions and seals instantly illuminated the Dragon Kingdom camp with vibrant colors. Jiang Wu, transformed into a raging bear, leaped into the air and shattered the granite shield erected by the enemy into pieces with a single swipe of his paw. James smiled slightly, his aura surged, and he instantly transformed into a metal being. His life form changed from a human body to a metal life form. This was talent sequence 28, Body of Steel. James possesses a level 7 iron body, and his collision with Jiang Wu's level 7 violent bear was extremely explosive. The bear slammed its paw down, and the steel-bodied man raised his fist to meet it head-on. The area where the two sides fought was filled with flying sand and stones, and the ground was dented into several deep pits. Ultimately, because James's assault regiment was fighting too easily in other directions, and with the intervention of two other legendary late-game fighters, Jiang Wu immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Bang! With a single knee strike, the steel-like body sent the bear flying more than 40 meters away. The 7-meter-tall bear collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. James sneered, "Where is the glory of level 018? Where is your arrogance at the peak of bliss? The Dragon Kingdom is about to fall, and you are nothing but ants. If you beg for mercy, I may leave you with a whole corpse. Who do you think you are?" A voice drifted over, and a handsome and imposing man strolled through the air, with 108 fragments of the devouring heaven paving his way, making him appear like a god descending to earth. James, now in his steel form, was about to unleash his power and throw a punch at Lu Zai. But then, the man in the sky roared, "Kneel down." As the voice faded, a body of steel, level 7 talent, late-game legendary status. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, his steel body creaked and groaned as he slowly bent his knees, prostrating himself before the man in the sky. Throughout the entire process, the steely muscles in James' face were trembling. It was clear he was desperately trying to control his body, but to no avail. How could a mere late-stage legendary figure resist the mental manipulation of an immortal powerhouse? James's talent is coincidentally to upgrade his life form to a metal life form, while Lu Zai's talent is metal manipulation. When asked to kneel down, he actually did, a scene reminiscent of a father disciplining his son. Just then, many members of James's assault team recognized Lu Zai. It's him, he's the one who went on a killing spree in level 018. It's him. I'd recognize him even if he were ashes. Although Lu Zai's feat in level 018 was censored, other countries used various methods to analyze Lu Zai's general characteristics, and he has long been the object of hatred for many countries. James lay on the ground like a dog, a sight that shocked even the awakened geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. He's so strong. A legendary late-stage player was completely powerless against him? But he was only announced by the Dragon Kingdom a few days ago as the youngest person to reach the legendary realm. How come he can suppress the late-stage legendary realm so quickly? He has redefined my understanding of awakened ones. Ding! You have simultaneously shocked both the awakened in the Dragon Kingdom camp and the awakened in the enemy country, gaining plus 68,888 survival points. Seeing Lu Zai's terrifying power, the members of James's assault team felt immense pressure. Originally, if this mission had failed, it would not have been recognized by the country behind it. They only dared to take on the job after careful planning and believing that it was foolproof. They no longer cared about the generous reward. They only had one thought: to escape this place as quickly as possible. It was far too damn dangerous. Blindfolded, James was pinned to the ground like a lapdog, unable to speak, let alone give orders. The commando's second in command immediately shouted, "Everyone, assemble. Prepare to break out." He was glad that his assault team had 30 men, so even if the enemy was strong, breaking through should not be a problem. However, the second in command's orders did not receive much response. Only 7 or 8 team members on site moved closer to him, while the others disappeared. Lu Zai smiled and said, "Stop shouting, they're not coming back." That's right, the reason Lu Zai was a few minutes late was because he went to deal with about 20 members of the assault team on the perimeter. Those people had no chance of survival under the attack of devouring heaven. They all ended up turning into blood mist. No. You can't possibly be an immortal? The second in command was horrified. He thought that only an immortal could kill more than 20 late-stage legendary beings in just a few minutes, but he really couldn't believe it. How old was this person? An immortal? I am immortal, are you angry or not? Lu Zai fell from the sky, his body bursting with multicolored energy light. One after another, fragments of the devouring heaven pierced into the bodies of the assault team members and exploded instantly. The 30-man assault team was wiped out in an instant. As the blood mist that filled the sky dissipated in the wind, the 100 or so people in the Dragon Kingdom camp stared wide-eyed. These were 30 legendary powerhouses. How heartbroken would the enemy country be if they knew? And they were just ruined by this person? Jiang Wu returned to human form. He had several wounds on his chest, but they were not fatal. Jiang Wu clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lu Zai. "Jiang Wu, the city defense soldier, thanks you for saving my life, brother. From now on, my life belongs to my benefactor. I am ready to go through fire and water at any time without batting an eye." Jiang Wu was a man of strong emotions, and Lu Zai could see his enthusiasm. "Commander Jiang, you flatter me. We are all awakened beings of the Dragon Kingdom. I cannot stand by and watch someone die. It is what I should do. The other city defense troops and awakened individuals, including those who had previously criticized Lu Zai as a deserter, all clasped their hands in gratitude. With the lifting of the spatial restriction on the assault team, the awakening device resumed normal operation. Jiang Wu, who held a high level of authority in the city defense army, received an internal message that shocked him after reading it. After hesitating for a second, he slapped his thigh and walked to Lu Zai's side. My benefactor, this was supposed to be top secret, but I can't worry about that now, I have to tell you. Lu Zai clasped his hands in a fist and said, please speak. The final seal on the paradise of Binhai City was broken ahead of schedule. The celestial beasts led by the celestial beasts broke through the barrier at the peak of paradise and once again visited Binhai City. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom issued a corresponding strategy to abandon Binhai, but all the citizens of Binhai refused to evacuate and prepared to live and die with Binhai. Lu Zai glanced at his awakening device, but there was no message. He instantly understood that the Guardians were deliberately hiding it from him, not wanting him to go back and risk his life. Lu Zai clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd and said, I must return to Binhai immediately. Farewell, everyone. Lu Zai rose into the air, preparing to return immediately through the spatial passage. Wait. Jiang Wu called out to Lu Zai. The spatial passage to Binhai has been sealed off. Lu Zai frowned, then I'll fly back. If my benefactor does not mind, my brothers and I are willing to fight our way back to Binhai with him and be at his beck and call. Before Lu Zai could refuse, more than 90 Dragon Kingdom trial prodigies clasped their fists in unison and said, we are also willing to go together and fight our way back to Binhai. What more can be said? Lu Zai said gratefully, thank you all. Even if the night is long and dark, we will fight our way to dawn. A group of people took to the air and soared towards the coast. Chapter 45, The End of the Coast, Fighting to the Death. Lu Zai had no idea that a crisis had already emerged in Binhai on the very first day after he left. The seal on the gate of the end was more fragile than imagined, and it became increasingly fragile with the death of the spellcaster, Zhao Changhe. With the deliberate manipulation of the end power by several enemy nations, the end beasts, led by the sky-soaring one, are stirring and about to break the seal. 11 guardians and over 600 overlords have been stationed at the first line of defense, which is the summit of bliss. Lu Zai once repelled hundreds of enemy forces here. Now, they will also carry out their first ambush mission here, to eliminate as many endless beasts as possible and let as few beasts leave the land of bliss as possible. That night, the gate of the end shattered. The colossal gate that had been supporting the sky began to crack, and the seal left by Zhao Changhe dimmed. A giant hand punched open the barrier, and all sorts of strange beasts burst out from the billowing black mist. Hundreds of thousands of monsters from the end rushed out of the gate of the end and headed towards the peak of bliss. This was the only barrier in the land of bliss. Once they broke through here, the monsters would break through the spatial passage and head towards the coast. The great guardian's eyes were resolute, his tone calm. Everyone, prepare for the final battle. Hundreds of enormous cannons with astonishing calibers, erected atop the peak of bliss, fired simultaneously amidst Chu Xun's roar. One after another, scorching shells traced beautiful trajectories in the sky as they fell into the horde of alien beasts and exploded with a deafening roar. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled, and the severed limbs of the strange beast flew everywhere. These giant cannons are the product of human technological prowess combined with talent and various tools. They have a large-scale killing effect on alien beasts, but they are extremely expensive to build and limited in number. Within the black mist stood a terrifying beast, over 100 meters tall, with extremely long arms that reached to the ground. From a distance, it looks like a gibbon, but it has no head. 2 huge eyes are located on its chest, glaring angrily at the awakened dragons on the summit of bliss. At the pass of the peak of bliss, a war correspondent is broadcasting the war live, because for the entire coastal region, in addition to tens of thousands of awakened beings of various realms, there are millions of ordinary people. They are watching the war from home. On various screens in the streets and shopping malls of Binhai City, the flames of war were everywhere. The battle clock had already started counting down. 11 minutes and 31 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. As they watched the raging beast tide charge relentlessly towards the peak of bliss, they cried out in alarm and clenched their fists in shock. Every clash between the awakened and the alien beasts caused their hearts to tremble violently. As ordinary people, all they could do was pray. A little girl, holding an apple, stared in horror at the monster on the big screen and hid behind her mother. She asked, puzzled, Mommy, will the monster come to our house? The mother fell silent, patted her daughter's head, and after a long while replied, "No, we have the guardians of Binhai City, we have the city defense army, they are all heroes." The battle at the Summit of Bliss was deadlocked from the first night until late the second night, with both sides suffering extremely heavy casualties. At this time, Lu Zai was still fighting on the second day in the far north. 3 of the 11 guardians sacrificed their lives, and all the awakened ones guarding the Peak of Bliss retreated to the second line of defense in Binhai City. At the same time, the Great Guardian delivered a live speech. "Fellow citizens of Binhai City, brothers and sisters, the gate of the end has opened. We, Binhai, have lost our only immortal being. Our Grand Commander has departed from us. The beasts of the end will attack Binhai in 1 hour. I am deeply sorry that we failed to stop their advance at the Summit of Bliss. As the Guardians of Binhai, we are filled with shame. We can only make one promise now: the Guardians of Binhai, including all members of the City Defense Army, will fight to the death as long as we have a breath left. Perhaps we will face our end, perhaps the history of Binhai will come to an end, but how this history ends will be written by us. I am willing to compose a tragic and unyielding history of Binhai, so that when future generations read about Binhai City, they will at least have awe for what we have done today. Now, please spend time with your families, prepare a dinner, and cherish these last moments together." A poignant speech cast a somber shadow over Binhai City. Actually, everyone had guessed this outcome from the beginning. After all, the only immortal had left, so how could they possibly withstand the beast of the end? But human history is a history of struggle with hope. Everyone in Binhai City is still holding on with a sliver of hope. Now that hope is becoming increasingly slim. Countless citizens flooded the streets, carrying banners and chanting slogans to cheer on the city defense forces. The monsters could destroy the coastal city's defenses, but they could not destroy the city's will to resist. After saying goodbye to their families, the soldiers of the Binhai City Defense Force stepped onto the city wall. Everyone knows that this parting will be forever. Thump, thump, thump. Outside the city of Binhai, a heavy rumbling sound, accompanied by the roar of beasts, grew closer and clearer. The earth trembled as the army of monstrous beasts broke through the spatial passage of paradise and descended upon Binhai City. The coastal city is a colossal human city that has successfully withstood multiple apocalypses. The battle scars on the city walls bear witness to everything that has happened in the past. The 50,000 city defense troops, ranging from legendary figures to extraordinary individuals, were all on high alert. The front line of defense was the first to be attacked by the alien beasts. In the sky, mutated griffins with wingspans of tens of meters glided in, and stone-winged beasts with human bodies and eagle wings launched a surprise attack in the air. "Hey!" they roared, spewing flames or launching stone spikes into the sky. The city defense forces activated the final defense, a defensive barrier erected by the combined defensive talents of thousands of awakened individuals to protect the entire coastal city. The flames and stone spikes bombarded the barrier, creating ripples, while the thousands of defensive awakened warriors on the city wall were struggling to hold on, exhausting their own strength. At the same time, the Great Guardian waved his hand and shouted, "Kill!" The defensive cannons on the city walls fired in unison, instantly turning the ground into a blaze with fire. The aerial projectiles shot into the sky, tracking the strange beasts in the air. An apocalyptic scene was unfolding as Li Zhuangzhuang summoned a 2-ton gold brick that rained down from the sky, killing and injuring dozens of strange beasts. The battle reached its climax, with the Grand Guardian leading the entire city defense force into battle. "Little Lu, please don't come back," Xu Xiong thought to himself as he looked at the strange beasts that blotted out the sky. The entire Shura squad joined the battle. At this moment, they missed that newcomer, that unorthodox guy, so much. They were conflicted, wanting him to be there, yet also not wanting him to be there. Bang! A giant fist slammed into the defensive barrier, and cracks immediately spread throughout the entire barrier. Thousands of defensive talent awakeners immediately began burning their own energy to support the barrier. The Great Guardian looked at all the guardians around him, and they all nodded in unison. The beasts have already advanced to the city walls. It's time for melee combat. Chapter 46, The Immortal returns, the counterattack begins. It was 2 a.m., and the moonlight over the coastal city, unlike its usual bright shine, had become dim and lifeless under the cover of the dark fog, much like the hope in the hearts of the people of the coastal city. Outside the city walls of Binhai, a scene of carnage unfolded as awakened beings and monstrous beasts engaged in a final melee. The low-level awakened ones on the city walls were still controlling various city defense weapons to support the battle below. At this moment, if no one steps forward to engage the beast in hand-to-hand combat, the city wall will be lost immediately, without even a chance to hold out. It was because the Great Guardian and others went out of the city to meet the enemy that the city defense troops on the city wall were given the opportunity to continue their attack. But such opportunities are being lost little by little. Of the 11 Guardians, more than half have already perished. Despite the deaths in these battles, the Great Guardian remained expressionless, his heart filled with immense grief. His brothers, with whom he had fought side by side for so many years, were gone just like that. Li Zhuangzhuang went completely mad, and 2-ton gold bricks crashed into the battlefield like meteors from outer space, reaping the lives of alien beasts. The gold bricks immediately transformed into countless golden spears upon landing, piercing the chests of various strange beasts. What's even more astonishing is that the attacks from the various strange beasts around Li Zhuangzhuang always just miss him, as if he had a cheat code. His innate talent and good fortune allowed him to avoid many fatal attacks. Suddenly, a pair of malevolent eyes locked onto him, and sharp claws swung out. Li Zhuangzhuang immediately held the gold brick in front of him to block the attack. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all skills are futile. The gold brick flew straight at Li Zhuangzhuang, sending him flying over 100 meters. After landing, Li Zhuangzhuang was unable to move. All 4 of his limbs were broken, but strangely, his vital organs were intact. However, there is no doubt that he has lost his fighting ability. The Great Guardian, along with several other legendary guardians, stood in front of the towering figure, preventing him from harming Li Zhuangzhuang further. "You beast, we meet again." The Great Guardian stared straight at the sky. This was the second time he had fought him. Last time, he had the commander-in-chief to lead him, but this time, he has to face it all by himself. The towering creature's breath was incredibly heavy, and the black mist it spewed from its mouth and nose scorched the earth. It walked step by step toward the Great Guardian, its eyes on its chest looking down on everything in front of it, as if those standing before it were nothing more than a group of ants. Boom! The towering creature launched its attack. Talent Sequence 14, Poisonous. This is a fire-type talent that envelopes the towering tree in a highly poisonous mist, imbuing each attack with toxins. These toxins can reduce the enemy's resistance, and the specific amount of reduction is affected by the difference in strength between the two sides. In addition, it also has the effect of slowing down the enemy and dealing damage based on a certain percentage of the enemy's maximum health. A raging black mist, carrying towering peaks, hurtled towards the Great Guardian and his companions. The fact that a few people could withstand an immortal beast with their legendary power was tantamount to throwing eggs against a rock. The group was forced to retreat rapidly, the poisonous mist continuously corroding their bodies. But the 2 legendary guardians coughed up blood and fell straight down from the sky, motionless. On the city wall, the city defense guards saw the crisis and immediately aimed their giant cannons at the towering peaks to cover the retreat of the guards. Dozens of shells roared away, and the next moment, the towering creature used its fist to smash through the steel cannonballs one by one, and the huge shockwave of the explosion spread out in front of it, but it failed to harm it in the slightest. An immortal beast, so powerful it's breathtaking. Huff! Huff! The towering figure walked step by step toward the city defenses, the black mist exhaled from its heavy breaths beginning to erode the guards on the city walls. At that moment, everyone thought of 4 words: the tide has turned. The Great Guardian used his last strength to send the wounded Li Zhuangzhuang and the bodies of his comrades back to the city wall. "I'm not afraid of death, why should I fear a beast like you?" The Great Guardian charged towards the towering peak, preparing to self-destruct. The towering creature roared, for it loathed these lowly ants who possessed an indomitable spirit the ants should have submitted. With a furious slam, its towering arms crashed down, a strike that would end the battle once and for all, making Binhai City its territory. Bang! A colorful light and shadow fell rapidly, and the storm stirred up by the 2 fragments of Devouring Heaven repelled Devouring Heaven. Everyone saw that familiar figure, that genius boy from Binhai City, the youngest legend, the man who killed countless awakened individuals from enemy countries in 018, and who wrathfully slashed enemy troops at the peak of bliss to vindicate the awakened individuals of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, he's back. The towering creature retreated dozens of meters before regaining its footing. It looked in surprise at the man before it, then at its own fists, where large chunks of flesh had been torn away. Reinforcements stood atop each of the 108 Devouring Heaven fragments. Lu Zai, controlling the Devouring Heaven fragments, led his elite force at breakneck speed. What incredible control capabilities! Several surviving legendary guardians on the city wall watched the bizarre scene in horror. The war correspondent, who was broadcasting live from the battlefield, didn't understand what was happening, but he instinctively pointed his camera at Lu Zai's location and asked the legendary guardian next to him. "Guardian, can you tell us what happened? Is there any hope for our coastal region?" Guardian09 nodded. He's back. We've been keeping the information from him and letting him leave Binhai, but he still came back. His name is Lu Zai. He has made many great contributions to Binhai City. Did you see the army behind him? They're all elites. Binhai City only has 11 legends, but the group he brought back has more than 30 legends, and most of the others are at the peak of the Dominator level. They are extremely powerful. Ha! More than 30 legendary figures, what kind of person is qualified to mobilize a force of this strength? May I ask what level Lu Zai is at? The war correspondent was afraid of missing important information. This information was broadcast live in Binhai City, which rekindled hope for many people. Looking at the multicolored energy halo around Lu Zai, Guardian09 smiled slightly. He left as a legend, and returned as an immortal. Heaven has eyes, an immortal has emerged from Binhai. Immortal? Immortal? These two words echoed in everyone's minds. Binhai had actually gained immortality after Zhao Changhe? Whether it was the city's defense troops or the citizens of Binhai City watching the livestream on their phones, everyone went crazy at that moment. Tens of thousands of city defenders on the city wall shouted loudly, "The coastal city will never perish." In countless coastal families, children cheered and adults embraced each other at that moment. They saw hope for the survival of the coastal area. Ding! You have successfully shaken 8 million families and 100,000 awakened individuals in Binhai City. You have gained plus 888,888 survival points. Lu Zai was taken aback. 880,000 survival points? His gaze toward the towering peak grew increasingly confident. I glanced at the survival points in the system, 920,000. System, add 900,000 to spirit and 20,000 to physique. Lu Zai communicated telepathically. It's time for a decisive battle. Ding! Stat allocation complete. Current spirit, 2,213,080. Current constitution, 213,001. 82% damage reduction. Corresponding health, 213,0010. The colossal beast could no longer contain itself. Its 100-meter-tall form spewed poisonous mist as it charged forward. Lu Zai clasped his hands together, and the 108 fragments of devouring heaven immediately condensed into a sharp sword that hung in front of him. Kill! Lu Zai charged toward the towering peak. Following Lu Zai's command, Jiang Wu led dozens of legendary figures and other peak-level rulers to charge towards the other alien beasts. The city gates opened, and tens of thousands of city defense troops from Binhai City rushed out, and the counterattack began. Chapter 47, Immortal Body, the strongest life-based talent. As tens of thousands of city defense troops charged out of the city gates at Lu Zai's command, the decisive battle began. The war correspondent was also deeply moved by this thrilling scene. He stood directly on the city wall, disregarding any danger, determined to present the greatest battle in Binhai's history to every Binhai citizen. Watching the mighty tide of end beasts and the valiant coastal city defense troops charge forward, he excitedly narrated while filming. The highest record in Binhai City's history is 23 legends and 1 immortal at the same time. But today, the reinforcements brought by our immortal Lu Zai from Binhai City include dozens of legends and dozens of peak dominators. He single-handedly turned the tide, saved the crumbling city of Binhai from annihilation. Here, I just want to shout, God Lu is invincible. At this moment, Lu Zai transformed into the image of a savior. Millions of people in Binhai City watched this scene, and many silently stood up and shouted, God Lu is invincible. Without him, Binhai would have been destroyed and its people killed. Neither children nor women could have escaped. Millions of people will be completely destroyed. But now, all the awakened ones in Binhai have launched a counterattack, and the excitement of escaping from a desperate situation has brought tears to the eyes of many citizens. The 100 or so people brought from the far north were all the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. Their combat strength already exceeded their own cultivation level. This group of people were all saved by Lu Zai, who is their savior. And now his hometown is about to be completely destroyed? How can they tolerate this? As long as we live, the city will remain. I'm willing to fan the flames for Brother Lu. Holy crap, that's called going through fire and water, you illiterate. Yeah. This group of prodigies from the Dragon Kingdom roared as they charged forward with overwhelming momentum today. Their lives belong to Lu. Their talent sequences are different from ordinary people. Almost all of them are talents before sequence 20, and they can unleash a variety of dazzling talent attack methods in an instant. The most outrageous case is Jiang Wu. As soon as he transformed into a berserk bear, he was immediately given more than a dozen buffs by his surrounding allies, such as immunity to control, strength boost, speed boost, health boost, and berserk status. At this moment, Jiangwu was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He couldn't help but shout out, "Unrivaled power!" Then, he stomped his feet on the ground, and as the ground caved in, the bear soared into the air. With a heavy punch, it sent a beast of the end flying dozens of meters away, and smashed down several other beasts of the end along the way. Not to be outdone, the city defense forces, led by the few remaining legendary guardians of Binhai, launched an encirclement from the left and right flanks. As for the toughest front line, it was naturally handed over to the distinguished guests from the far north, as well as the immortal powerhouse of Binhai Lu Zai. Lu Zai single-handedly challenged the towering peak, the fragments of devouring heaven arranged in a line like ribbons, heading straight for the towering peak. Towering trees are immortal after all. They may be ugly, but they are also very cunning and have many tricks up their sleeves. Its two eyes on its chest were suddenly filled with black energy, and two jet-black energy pillars blasted directly at those deadly fragments of the devouring sky. Clang, clang, clang. The raging black energy intertwined with the fragments of the devouring heaven, erupting with the sound of metal colliding. The black energy instantly vaporized upon impact, rising into plumes of black mist, as if the energy was being destroyed bit by the fragments of the devouring sky. However, the towering immortal roared, continuously injecting violent energy into his eyes, and the two sides were locked in a stalemate. But how violent is Lu Zai's current devouring heaven fragment spiritual power? Just look at his talent boost. Metal Manipulation LV6, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 60 plus 22130 meters, dealing 160% plus 22,130% mental damage, no cooldown, armor penetration plus 15%. Vulnerability LV6, detects the target's vulnerability and marks 6 layers of vulnerability. When your attack hits a vulnerability, each layer of vulnerability deals 160% plus 22,130% additional damage. Bloodlust plus 6%. With his mental strength reaching over 2 million, Lu Zai's skill amplification has now reached a terrifying 22,130%, which is approximately 221 times. With the added damage from the flaws, it can directly cause a total damage of 107.9 billion. Although the towering figure boasts a constitution of 1 million, health of 10 million, and damage reduction of up to 90%. Furthermore, he possesses a secondary damage reduction talent, Parry, which, combined with his own strength bonus, can create an extremely terrifying defensive effect. Furthermore, the energy of the black mist also has the effect of converging together to resist attacks. But in the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. Cantillon felt as if all his strength was being drained by these violent fragments of the devouring sky. The two black energy pillars were constantly being vaporized and exploded, growing weaker and weaker. Meanwhile, the 108 fragments of devouring heaven attacked frantically, piercing through the black energy current and rising upwards, getting closer and closer to devouring heaven's chest. This scene was clearly seen by countless awakened individuals and was also broadcast live by war correspondents to millions of coastal residents. Everyone saw that the nightmare creature that had plagued Binhai City for many years and weighed heavily on the hearts of everyone in Binhai City was so vulnerable in front of Lu Xun. Even the angel, exerting all his strength, couldn't last a minute. Lu Zai pointed a finger at the towering eyes, and the devouring sky fragment launched its final bombardment. Just when Lu Zai thought he was about to win and that Cantillon would die on the spot, a bizarre scene unfolded. The fragments of the devouring sky pierced through the eyes of the towering being, and under the impact, the towering being's body seemed to have its soul leave its body, with a phantom figure being sent flying directly out of the towering being's physical body. The original physical body was blasted into a black mist by the fragments of the devouring heaven. The illusory body that had separated gradually solidified and became a real, towering structure. Lu Zai was shocked. This was actually the extremely rare life-type talent sequence 04, Undying Body? Undying Body possesses n undying bodies. The number of undying bodies is determined by the talent level. The undying body has a life value that is amplified by the original body's spiritual power or strength. The shell is immortal, and the true body is indestructible. Lu Zai was completely stunned. This talent was the strongest life-type talent, which could be said to be the strongest talent for self-preservation, allowing you to move with ease in the midst of a massive army. For example, if you possess this talent and upgrade it to level 6, its effect will become Undying Body LV6, possesses 6 undying bodies. Each undying body has 22,130% more health than the original body. The shell is immortal, and the true body is indestructible. Lu Zai's current health points are not much, only 1.9 million. With a 221-fold increase, it would only be 420 million health points. Family, who the hell understands the value of 400 million health points? There's also 82% damage reduction. I still have 6 of these bodies. If you wanted to draw a lottery using this kind of talent, your hands would probably go numb from all the fuss before you could even get a chance. However, in order to awaken a better second or even third talent, these experts in the folk will usually kill exotic beasts or other awakened beings with such talents. During the awakening process, a mysterious state will appear, greatly increasing the chance of awakening such a talent. So, Lu Zai dreamed of being in a completely safe position. This talent, I'm definitely going to have it. Thank you all for reading the author's note in this chapter. Xiaodonga is truly grateful for your support. Thanks Omega. Chapter 48, The 10-Nation Alliance in a Dilemma? Once you're here, you're not leaving. Lu Zai finally understood why, despite the repeated opening of the Gate of End, this towering tree, though defeated, did not perish though dead, it did not stiffen. It waited until Zhao Changhe was severely injured and perished before it had the chance to break through the gate. So that's why it's amplified by this immortal body. Originally, its health was 10 million, but after being amplified by its own attributes, it became hundreds of millions. The towering immortal body has reached level 8, which means it has 8 such immortal bodies with hundreds of millions of life points. The enhancement of the immortal body is very scientific and can adapt to the host's power system. If the host is a strength-based character, the amplification will be based on strength. If the host is a mental-based character, the amplification will be based on mental strength. Lu Zai dreams of having this talent that makes it hard to die, the strongest life-type talent. You deserve it. 8 lives, huh? I'll kill you anyway. You may have a lot of health, but my attack power isn't low either. Lu Zai's fighting spirit surged, and he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Kantian. Each of those terrifying devouring sky fragments possessed deadly attack power, causing Kantian to be extremely terrified. After being defeated by Lu Zai in a direct confrontation with dark energy, Kantian realized that he was no match for him. Its only thought now is to retreat to the land of the end and plan for the future. But Binhai is not a place you can come and go as you please. Lu Zai is not the kind of person who would let go of the strongest life-type talent. It has been firmly locked onto by Lu Zai and is being relentlessly pursued. The reinforcements from the far north were prepared to repay Brother Lu's life-saving grace with a bloody battle. When they saw that the End Beast actually wanted to escape, they were instantly furious. You're not giving us a chance to show our strength? How can that be? The city's defense forces, which had been flanking the city from both sides, had completed their encirclement and cut off the city. For the first time, the city's defense forces had gained the upper hand and began their annihilation campaign. On the outskirts of Binhai City, the 10-Nation Alliance, led by Matsushita Yuzuru, crossed the unguarded checkpoints of Binhai City and entered the city. The city's defense forces are no longer stationed at the dozens of checkpoints along the coast, as all forces are concentrated on the central defense line of the coastal city to deal with the End Beast. The actions of the 10-Nation Coalition were tantamount to crossing the border, which, to put it bluntly, was an invasion. The person leading this operation is Matsushita Insane, Matsushita Nosane's older brother, 20 years his senior, and an immortal. The Matsushita family is renowned in Japan, a powerful and influential clan. However, their younger brother recently died in their seaside mansion in Japan, which greatly angered them. However, the investigation results from the Dragon Kingdom can be summed up in just 2 words: suicide. God the hell commit suicide, blasting yourself into a bloody mist? Show me that. Bearing the entrustment of his family and carrying the hatred of national and personal grievances, the vengeful son of Matsushita set off from the land of cherry blossoms. The reason he was chosen to lead the 10-Nation Coalition this time was because he was an immortal being and his determination to seek revenge was unwavering. This allied army consists of 10,000 people, including 9,900 dominators, 100 legendaries, and 1 immortal, and comprises 10 powerful nations. The objective of the battle is to seize the perfect opportunity presented by the arrival of the final beast tide in Binhai and take control of Binhai. A legendary expert with a talent for detection waved his hand, and an iron eagle swiftly landed on his arm. After reading the scene the iron eagle was seeing with his mind, the legendary expert's expression turned ugly. He bowed to Matsushita Yusuke and said, "Reporting to Lord Yusuke, the crisis in Binhai City is about to be resolved. Santan was no match for the city's defense forces and has already retreated." What? They actually retreated? How could they possibly withstand the might of the towering giant? Isn't this towering tree a bit too watery? Impossible. Investigate again. This news is explosive. The people around immediately doubted the authenticity of the news. Then the legendary expert added another piece of information, which calmed everyone down. Reporting to my lord, I also saw Jiang Wu, the legendary expert from the far north, as well as all the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom. They were there to support the defense of the coastal area. Matsushita frowned, recalling the information he had received an hour earlier. The raiding team in the far north had been killed, and the operation had failed. 30 legendary experts died instantly. There must be a master in the Dragon Kingdom, and this master is very likely to have brought people from the far north to the coast. Didn't the Dragon Kingdom say it was giving up on the coastal area? What's with this group? Are they deliberately creating a smokescreen? However, considering that China had recently suffered setbacks in various places and faced immense defensive pressure, Matsushita believed that abandoning Binhai was not a false rumor. After a moment's thought, he made a decision: the army will advance slowly into the coastal city defenses and act when the opportunity arises. Matsushita believed that even if they withstood the attack of the end beasts, the cost would be too high, and he did not believe that the coastal city defense forces could withstand the next major battle. To put it another way, if the situation turns bad, I can leave first, and the other side probably won't be able to stop me, right? At this moment, Matsushita Nozomi's third talent came into play, talent sequence 48, confidence. Innate confidence gives people immense courage, enhances their temperament in daily life, and increases percentage-based attributes during combat. His second talent is the confined space, which is where he was responsible for dragging the critically ill Zhao Changhe into the confined space and persecuting him. Beneath the giant city wall of Binhai City, Lu Zai's 108 devouring sky fragments struck the flaws in the towering immortal body in front of him one after another. The blood mist exploded continuously, and the towering screams were heart-wrenching. Phew, the seventh one. Lu Zai knew the answer in his mind. It has to be said that this thing is really hard to kill. Lu Zai thought of Zhao Changhe, the immortal powerhouse of Binhai. He was able to forcibly seal this thing back then, maintaining 3 years of peace in Binhai. His combat power was also overwhelming. The Binhai 04 Guardian arrived at Lu Zai's side in 2 leaps, clasped his hands together, and bowed, saying, "Commander-in-Chief, the 10-Nation Alliance has invaded Binhai and crossed the checkpoint. They are marching slowly and have ulterior motives. It seems they are observing us. At this speed, they will reach our location in another 30 minutes. Please make a decision, Commander-in-Chief." I am not the Grand Commander. Lu Zai was shocked that the other party addressed him as the Grand Commander. This was not a title that could be used casually. It required an official appointment from the highest levels of the Dragon Kingdom. You are already the leader in the hearts of all the people of Binhai. Without you, Binhai would have fallen. Guardian 04 said with enthusiasm. Lu Zai stopped dwelling on the issue, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Since you're here, then stay. Quickly eliminate the end beasts and prepare for another battle." Good heavens, is the Grand Commander going to push back the beast tide and wipe out the 10-Nation Alliance? The 04 Guardians are incredibly excited. "Yes, sir. We are willing to fight to the death." After receiving Lu Zai's orders, all defense forces in Binhai City intensified their offensive. With the last immortal body of the towering creature shattered, it finally fell. After its true form exploded, the black mist dissipated, and the world returned to clarity. Ding! You have gained 8.8% experience points and obtained the opportunity to awaken the immortal body by defeating the towering giant. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 minutes. Lu Zai glanced at his survival points in the system, 63100. 2 hours of fierce competition have passed. 60,000 isn't a lot, but it's enough for the lottery. Lu Zai communicated with the system. "System, begin extracting the third talent." "Ready?" Draw 200 survival points once with the third talent. Begin the draw. With the blessing of the undying body opportunity, the probability of drawing this talent has greatly increased. Lu Zai had already imagined himself standing alone amidst an army of 100,000, possessing an immortal body. How awe-inspiring that would be. One more update today. The author shamelessly recommends another completed book of mine, 100-fold increase. My tribe is a billion points stronger, with a 9.3 rating. This book has several titles. It's hilarious, incredibly exciting, and goes from primitive times to interstellar warfare, a very novel theme. Chapter 49, The End of the Sealed World, Standing Still Against an Army of 100,000. Thank you everyone for the little gifts and support. And thank you to the amazing Heaven on Earth for the certification. Here's an extra chapter. As the system lottery began, a dense stream of messages poured in. Consuming 200 survival points, lottery begins. Lottery failed, survival points 100, luck points, 1. Consuming 200 survival points, lottery begins. Lottery failed, survival points 100, luck points, 2. Consuming 200 survival points, lottery begins. Lottery failed, survival points 100, luck points, 3. Consuming 200 survival points, the lottery begins. Lottery successful, obtain talent sequence 84 Frost. Give up this talent. Lu Zai gave up on comprehending this talent without hesitation. After spending over 30,000 survival points on more than 150 draws, Lu Zai finally heard the voice he had been dreaming of. Consuming 200 survival points, lottery begins. Lottery successful, obtain talent sequence 04 Undying Body. Comprehend talent. As Lu Zai finished speaking, information about the immortal body quickly merged into his mind. On Lu Zai's system panel, a new talent sequence has also been added. Lu Zai used the remaining survival points to quickly upgrade this talent to Undying Body LV6050,000. Actually, upgrading your talent doesn't require many survival points. It only takes 20,000 survival points to go from level 5 to level 6, and 50,000 to go from level 6 to level 7. Lu Zai planned to save up some survival points to upgrade all 3 talents, since 50,000 attribute points were no longer of much use to him. Moreover, since both 1 million and 10 million combat power are considered immortal, Lu Zai is no longer in a hurry. What lies above immortality? In the basic education system of the Dragon Kingdom, immortality is the highest level. Let's talk about it when we reach 10 million attributes. Maybe we'll break through directly. Lu Zai stopped worrying about this issue and instead focused his attention on his new talent. Undying Body LV8 possesses 8 undying bodies. Each undying body has 22,130% more health than the original body. The shell is immortal, and the true body is indestructible. An immortal body with over 400 million lives, are you scared yet? Everyone used to hate the Great Demon King's talent, but after it fell into their hands and they became the Demon King themselves, they found it surprisingly good. In this battle against the End Beast Tide, Lu Zai's coastal defense forces achieved a great victory, eliminating 74% of the End Beasts. The remaining beasts fled into the Endland, continuing to lie in wait and prepare for their next attack. Lu Zai stood outside the shattered gate of the End, his spiritual power suddenly unleashed, repairing the broken seals with his powerful spiritual energy. The Gate of the End, standing 100 meters tall, has regained its former grandeur and is now brand new, standing between heaven and earth. Runes flow above the gate, making it extraordinary and wondrous. The third sealer, Lu Zai. Above the gate, Lu Zai left the name of the sealer, while the name of the immortal Zhao Chenghe quietly faded away. The world keeps moving forward, and some people will inevitably leave the stage in sorrow, leaving behind only a legend. The reinforcements from the far north, led by Zhang Wu, surrounded Lu Zai. Outside the Gate of the End, tens of thousands of city defense soldiers shouted in unison. Lu Xun is invincible. The commander is invincible. Unrivaled by the sea. Ding. Your feat of sealing away the past has shocked everyone in the coastal area and the 100,000-strong allied army outside the city. You have gained 888,888 survival points. Yes, Lu Zai thought to himself with secret delight. Raise all talents to level 8. Ding, upgrade successful. Metal Manipulation LV6 upgraded to Metal Manipulation LV8. Undying Body LV6 upgraded to Undying Body LV8. Upgraded from Flaw LV6 to Flaw LV8. Upgrading from level 6 to level 7 requires 50,000 survival points, and upgrading from level 7 to level 8 requires 200,000 survival points. The upgrades to the 3 talents cost Lu Zai 750,000 survival points. Of the remaining 130,000, Lu Zai added 100,000 to Spirit and 30,000 to Constitution. The Spirit boosting aspect still involves eating meat, while the physical aspect only allows for soup, highlighting a biased approach. Guardian 04 saw the massive, dark mass of the 10-nation coalition approaching the city walls. Commander, they've arrived. Just when everyone thought Lu Zai would lead them into another bloody battle. Lu Zai turned to look at everyone and smiled slightly. I'm going to kill a few thieves. You all stay here and don't move. Everyone? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zai stepped onto the fragments of the devouring heaven and headed down towards the city. He looked down from his high position and took each step as if he were a god descending to earth. The commander-in-chief was going to slaughter the entire army by himself? All the people of Binhai were stunned by this scene. Even though it was just one person approaching, Matsushita Ensei felt immense pressure. What was going on? What am I being cowardly about? Matsushita's son activated his innate confidence, dispelling his fear. This proves that misusing confidence can turn into arrogance, which can be fatal. Matsushita looked at the aloof Lu Zai and asked, "Who are you?" "Lu Zai, you've crossed the border." "Matsushita, the traitor, did you kill our legendary team in the far north?" "Lu Zai, you've crossed the border." "Matsushita, the traitor, you really think you can fight another 100,000 troops?" "Lu Zai, you crossed the border, you deserve to die." 108 fragments of the devouring heaven rained down like a storm, and Matsushita's vengeful seed immediately activated his talent, confined space, pulling Lu Zai into an unknown space. The two disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Within the confined space, Matsushita's sworn brother possessed a certain advantage, and upon witnessing this, cheers erupted from the allied forces. "Ha, you were just putting on an act, but you still couldn't withstand our great leader's confinement space. As far as I know, no one who has entered the Grand Commander's space has ever come out alive. Those on the city wall, prepare to die. What a wonderful city. It even helped us seal away the end. This city will be ours from now on." They didn't dare to attack the city rashly, because the battle between the immortals was not over. It would be pointless for them to attack the city rashly. If Lu Zai lost, Binhai City would not be able to escape. If Lu Zai won, then it would be them who would not be able to escape. Both sides are awaiting the outcome of the immortal level battle within the confined space. A top-secret conference room in Kyoto, the capital of China. 20 immortal level powerhouses are discussing the most important decision for the Dragon Kingdom. These immortals are the most important force in the Dragon Kingdom, and they are preparing to launch a battle that will influence the world order and determine the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom has abandoned many alienated lands during this period, and we even deliberately lost Binhai City. All the forbearance was for today. Are you all ready? An old man with white hair stared at the crowd. The crowd bowed and said, reporting to Elder Jiang, "We will not return until we win this battle." Old Jiang nodded silently. "We have suffered many minor losses, not because we are afraid of them, but because we want to give the enemy the most unexpected and fierce revenge. In the 5,000 years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, there is no such word as admitting defeat. This time, we will abandon several defensive positions and send 30 immortals to launch a surprise attack on the Moya mine." Yes. Everyone's eyes were filled with eagerness. The Moya mine, a top-secret stronghold jointly guarded by multiple Western countries, is not only a 5-star alienation site, but also rumored to hold secrets beyond the realm of immortality. It is the most important resource area for many Western countries. The Dragon Kingdom has repeatedly shown weakness and abandoned many positions in order to concentrate its forces to launch the most frenzied retaliation. Old Jiang raised his glass. "This glass is a toast to Zhao Changhe, and also to Binhai." The others raised their glasses, ready to drink them down, when the door was knocked open. A man in black delivered a message that made everyone's jaws drop. What? Binhai wasn't lost? It was defended? Old Jiang was shocked. The man in black actually shook his head. "It's not that we held on, it's that we pushed back the end, completely annihilated the sky-piercing one, and that Lu Zai advanced to immortality and became the Grand Commander of Binhai. He was self-proclaimed by the people of Binhai, and he is currently fighting against a coalition of 100,000. The 30 people in the arena were all immortals, calm and collected, having seen all kinds of storms, but at this moment they were holding wineglasses, dumbfounded. Why are all my beloved ministers silent?" Looking at this scene that was not prohibited, old Jiang could only use this phrase to describe it. Please generate electricity. Chapter 50, The Two Saints of Blue Star, The Astounding Rewards That Shocked the World. The 30 immortals of the Dragon Kingdom were collectively petrified. Old Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, "The younger generation is truly formidable." What was his name again? The man in black, Lu Zai. That's a good name. That's a really wild approach. Every move we make will arouse the suspicion of enemy countries. Go to Binhai and find an opportunity to meet with him. If he is willing to join the raid on the Moya mine, we can share the eternal information with him. The immortal realm in this world is already extremely advanced, and the actions of immortal-level experts in every country are closely watched by all nations. Therefore, Lu Zai will also become a key target of enemy countries in the future. The eternal information that Elder Jiang mentioned concerns the realm of eternity, which is above immortality. Advancing to the eternal realm requires not only a breakthrough in strength, but also the acquisition of key information about the Eternal Realm. This information became a top secret for all countries. The man in black bowed and said, "Yes." Beneath the shore of Binhai City, the two armies faced off. Lu Zai was pulled into a confined space by Matsushita's vengeful spirit and has not reappeared since. Once the battle between Lu Zai and Matsushita Yuzuri is resolved, the two sides will enter into a bloody battle, and no matter who wins, this battle is unavoidable. Bang! A loud explosion rang out in the sky, followed by a powerful shockwave. At the center of the explosion, space distorted, and a figure slowly emerged. It was Lu Zai, who was holding Matsushita Weiji's severed head in his hand. Lu Zai successfully broke through the confined space and killed the enemy commander. Within the confined space, Lu Zai's immortal body drove his opponent to despair. Lu Zai practically charged at Matsushita's nemesis head-on, not caring if it meant trading lives. After all, he had 8 immortal bodies, so who was he afraid of? He stood proudly in the void, tossing Matsushita's head to the ground. This is the consequence of invading the coastal area. The 100,000-strong allied army below fell silent, trembling with fear, and immediately retreated. Lu Zai unleashed 108 fragments of the Devouring Heaven technique, slaying enemies as he shouted, "Bricks, come on!" Li Zhuangzhuang, who was watching the battle from the city wall, immediately understood and offered up his 2-ton gold brick. Lu Zai now controls these 2 tons of gold bricks with the same ease as playing marbles using his mental power. Lu Zai accelerated the gold bricks to a terrifying speed, like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! A brick killed dozens of enemy soldiers, and a large area of the ground caved in. The enemies who scattered and fled were harvested one by the fragments of the Devouring Heaven. The Heaven-devouring fragments are agile and mobile, while the gold bricks are ferocious and merciless. In this battle, Lu Zai's swift and decisive killing of the invaders was a show for the whole world, sending a clear message to the outside world: Binhai is not to be trifled with. I thought it was a life-or-death situation, but after Brother Lu arrived, I changed my mind and thought it would be a favorable situation. Now it seems that I was wrong. This is simply a crushing defeat. Li Zhuangzhuang chatted with the members of the Shura squad in the distance. The Azura squad nodded silently, deeply agreeing. The most impressive person was Hongyu, the captain of the Shura squad. It was he who discovered Lu Zai, a young man who was just beginning to show his talent, in the trial camp. He was the one who brought Lu Zai into the team and witnessed his rise step by step, achieving immortality in just half a month. Sometimes, the difference between people is even greater than that between people and pigs. Hongyu sighed as he looked at Lu Zai, who was chasing after 100,000 enemy soldiers all by himself in the sky. The battle raged from the dead of night until dawn. As the first rays of dawn shone upon the seaside metropolis, not a single allied soldier stood beneath its walls. Lu Zai's feat of single-handedly defeating 100,000 allied troops was broadcast live across the entire planet via a war correspondent in Binhai City. The entire awakened community was shaken. Ding! You have shocked the Awakened Ones community on Earth. You have gained 5 million survival points. A generous gift of crabs. Upon hearing this message from the system, Lu Zai was shocked for the first time. Unfortunately, I was shocked to find that I didn't gain anything from the system, which makes it seem unscientific. I'm shocked that I can't do it? Am I not human? Lu Zai had previously asked the system how the number of survival points given by others was determined, and whether there was an upper limit. The system's answer is that the level and number of those who are shocked will affect the amount of survival point rewards, with the upper limit being half of the current level. Lu Zai is now at the immortal realm, and theoretically, 10 million attributes is the maximum. So, this time, the shock level is off the charts. 5 million. Lu Zai was extremely excited. How should he spend it? First of all, upgrading a talent to level 10 will bring about a qualitative change, so upgrading a talent to level 10 is a very sound strategy. Then, if you further enhance your mental strength, you'll become a truly energetic young man. As Lu Zai was making long-term plans, a black ring appeared in the sky, and a man in black walked out of the ring. The man in black represents the pinnacle of legend, and is probably just one step away from immortality. The black ring is a spatial talent sequence that can be used to locate enemies in the void or to perform long-range errands. The man in black went directly to Lu Zai's side, first showing his identity token, then bowing with both hands. "Commander Lu, I have brought information about Elder Jiang from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom." Old Jiang? Lu Zai didn't recognize the person and looked surprised. "The Grand Commander of Kyoto," the man in black added. Lu Zai's mind cleared instantly. This person had extremely high prestige in the Dragon Kingdom and had a record of repelling the Enders 7 times. One of these times was when multiple enders besieged Kyoto near Kyoto, and he repelled them all. What information? You should speak with Elder Jiang in person. I can only tell you that it concerns secrets beyond immortality. After saying this, the man in black handed Lu Zai a red flower. The dream flower is an item that, when combined with someone possessing the dream talent, allows multiple people to enter a dream in real time. It is generally used for holding secret meetings and does not have the ability to kill in a dream. It is safe and reliable and is a powerful skill for business negotiations, secret meetings, and even extramarital affairs. It can also leave the dream on its own without any constraints. This talent is slightly different from Nightmare's talent. One injures, the other negotiates. Lu Zai nodded, flew back to the city defense headquarters, smelled the fragrance of flowers, and the next second he seemed to have left his body and entered a dream. There were 3 people in the dream, a man in black, an old man, and Lu Zai. It seems this man in black is just a tool. His talents and skills are so bizarre. How did he even reach the peak of the legendary level? Lu Zai was completely bewildered. The man in black cupped his hands in greeting. Elder Jiang, the person has been brought. You can continue your discussion. I'll take my leave now. The old man nodded, and the figure of the man in black disappeared, as if a dream had shattered. Old Jiang cut to the chase. There are only 2 eternal realm beings on Blue Star, also known as the 2 saints of humanity. Do you want to become a saint? Lu Zai didn't expect old Jiang to be so direct. Shouldn't he praise me first and then exchange pleasantries when we meet? The other party then started saying such explosive content? This stuff should be top secret, right? I've never heard of it before. Etc. Lu Zai considered a possibility. Was this information being leaked to him? Could it be at the behest of a sage? Thinking of this, Lu Zai nodded. There are countless awakened ones. Who doesn't want to reach the top? Elder Jiang, you've told me all this. Is there anything you need me to do? Old Jiang nodded. I'm telling you this because it's the will of the sage of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm not asking you to do anything. It's just that you are the immortal of the Dragon Kingdom, and the information is free. You can ask whatever you want. Lu Zai nodded. Since the other party had already spoken, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Why are there only 2 saints? Who are they? This was Lu Zai's biggest question. After all, he also wanted to advance to the next realm. The 2 saints, one in China and one in the United States, have created the world order that revolves around China and the United States. As for why there are only 2, I want to tell you that only 2 eternal eyes have been discovered on the entire planet Earth so far. To advance to the eternal realm, one needs to use the eternal eye to see one's true self and introspect. The eye of eternity? Holy crap, that's explosive news. No wonder this world maintains a delicate balance, since there's only 1 saint on each side. But what old Jiang said next sent chills down Lu Zai's spine. We are preparing to gather 30 immortals from the Dragon Kingdom to attack the Moya mine. There are reports that there is a high possibility that a 3rd eye of eternity exists in the Moya mine. Lu Zai was terrified. Once a new sage appeared, the balance of the world would be completely broken. Chapter 51, The Sage of the Dragon Kingdom is actually her? Lu Zai's mind raced, and he came to an inevitable conclusion. So, will this surprise attack on the Moya mine determine the course of this world? And will the 2 saints also make their move? Because the 2 saints of Blue Star would never allow the other to obtain the Eye of Eternity, as that would be tantamount to their own destruction. Old Jiang nodded silently. That's right, this operation was also the will of the Sage of the Dragon Kingdom. Who is the Sage of the Dragon Kingdom? Lu Zai asked curiously. Old Jiang laughed heartily. I don't know either. A sage will appear when he needs to. He can take any form: mountains, rivers, strange beasts. Lu Zai was shocked. No one had ever seen the twin saints before? That makes sense. Someone at this level can create things, so hiding themselves would be too easy. It's estimated that on Earth, only the 2 saints know each other's exact information, since the person who knows you best is definitely your enemy. Thank you for the information, but I don't want to die yet. No, I don't want to go. Lu Zai wasn't being cowardly, he was simply following his heart. What a joke! If we launch a surprise attack on the Moya mine, both side saints will appear. What if the Dragon Kingdom's saint is no match for him? Wouldn't we become cannon fodder? Old Jiang smiled and said, I have delivered the message, but whether you go or not is up to you to discuss with the sage yourself. I won't go no matter who comes. Wait, who did you say? Lu Zai's legs went weak. The sage wants to see you. After saying this, old Jiang's figure became illusory and then disappeared. Damn it, let's welcome the next big shot. The ultimate big shot. Lu Zai was speechless, but he stood up straight and respectfully. This is a saint of the Dragon Kingdom, the pinnacle of combat power on Earth, and the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. A gentle breeze blew by, and all the unease in Lu Zai's heart subsided, making him feel completely relaxed. And a familiar voice drifted on the wind, "Oh no, long time no see." Lu Zai looked around but didn't see anyone. But why did that voice sound so familiar? Not many people call me Xiao Yi. Lu Zai carefully distinguished the voices, filtering through the familiar people around him one by one. The result he came to made his heart race. Answer: Class teacher Lu Ru. Teacher, is that you? Lu Zai asked doubtfully, then slapped himself on the back. Respected sage, the strongest being on Blue Star, are you really teacher Lu? A woman's mature, alluring laughter drifted on the wind, and then a familiar figure appeared before Lu Zai. It was Lu Ru, who revealed her true face to him. This is a privilege that no other city commander in the Dragon Kingdom has received. Don't be so formal, just call me teacher Lu. I have 10 minutes to talk, and I have a class waiting for me. Lu Ru was still wearing black-rimmed glasses, a crisp business suit, black stockings, and a knee-length skirt, a standard teacher image. You're already a saint, why do you still need to stay in school every day to attend classes? Lu Zai thought of a saying, the lesser hermit lives in the wilderness, the greater hermit lives in the city. Who would have thought that the sage of the Dragon Kingdom was just an ordinary teacher? But what's her motive? Wouldn't it be better to be a big shot in Kyoto? Or does she just like cosplay? Lu Ru adjusted her glasses and smiled. The realm beyond eternity is called returning to truth, which literally means returning to simplicity and authenticity. Entering the lives of ordinary people allows me to better understand the mysteries of this realm, but it is too difficult, and I have not been able to break through it yet. Breakthrough? In other words, the teacher has already reached the peak of the eternal realm, or perhaps is half a step towards true realm? Teacher, is it your idea to have me participate in the raid on the Moya mine? Lu Zai thought of this possibility. On Blue Star, there are very few things that I can't see through, but you are one of them. Lu Ru tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. There are things about you that I can't see through. I still can't figure out why you've grown so fast. This is a good thing, and it's your secret. You don't need to explain it to anyone. Thank you for your understanding, Teacher Lu, Lu Zai said gratefully. So why didn't you help me when I was expelled? Wasn't that something you could have easily done with a flick of your finger? A sage might see further. Perhaps Teacher Lu did it on purpose. You can rest assured to participate in the operation at the Moya mine. Although that old guy from the US is also at the peak of the eternal realm, my teacher is no less than him. Without breaking through to the true realm, the two of us will always be evenly matched. So the success or failure of the operation depends on you, and I want to assign the Eye of Eternity to you. Lu Zai was moved, but still hesitated for a moment. Teacher, the other 30 immortals are all commanders of major cities in the Dragon Kingdom. They are just as eager to advance as I am. Elder Jiang, who is at the peak of immortality, has probably been waiting for even longer. Is this really the right thing to do? Lu Ru nodded. I am pleased that you can think this way. However, advancing to the eternal realm is not just about obtaining the Eye of Eternity. You also need to communicate with your 5 internal organs, reflect on yourself, and then create. Once the creatures or items you create reach a certain level, you can touch the realm of returning to truth. As Lu Ru spoke, she pulled out a pointer from somewhere. This pointer is my creation, it has a life of its own. Lu Zai glanced at the pointer that had whipped him countless times and thought to himself, how presumptuous of me to have been beaten by an eternal creation. According to the teacher, creation can be objects, people, or animals. The teacher chose to create a weapon that came to life. This weapon's quality is probably more than 5 color level, right? What the hell am I going to build then? How about Klee? At this moment, Lu Zai thought of a question. Teacher, where exactly do these strange beasts come from? Lu Ru shook her head. The origin is unknown, it came suddenly. Is it possible that he is a creation of some powerful being? Gaining power and advancing through killing humans? After all, Lu Zai was a transmigrator, and based on the settings of various novels and anime, he felt that this was possible. Lu Ru frowned. Your idea is very interesting, it has given me a new perspective. After saying that, Lu Ru paused for a moment, as if recalling something from the past. After a moment, Lu Ru came to her senses. Teacher should go now. The surprise attack is at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Teacher will step in to stop that old guy. The outcome depends on you. Teacher Lu, I understand. Lu Zai agreed, having no reason to refuse. Lu Ru vanished like a gentle breeze, her dream shattered. Lu Zai fell into deep thought in his room, his mind filled with thoughts of advancing to the eternal realm. He then turned his attention to his system, survival points, 5.21 million. The teacher told me to go, so I went. After adding points, I'm now considered a late-stage immortal. Lu Zai began making final preparations for the battle. System, upgrade all talent sequences to level 10. Upgrading in progress. Chapter 52, 3 New Profound Truths of Talent, Metal Frenzy, Tenfold Clone? Lu Ru returned to school after leaving the dream, but Lu Zai's words kept echoing in her mind. Is it possible that the strange beasts are creations of the strong? This reminded Lu Ruhui of how confident she and Orland had been when they first entered the realm of eternity. At that time, the humans on Earth were relatively united, but they were exhausted from dealing with the threat of alien beasts, and deaths were occurring in various places. After advancing to the eternal realm, she and Orland gained immense power, becoming unprecedentedly strong. So the two of them once joined forces to clear out all the mutated areas on Earth and restore peace to humanity. However, the End, who could previously contend with the immortal realm, actually broke through in an extremely short period of time and fought the two of them for 18 days. At that time, the sudden increase in strength of the End greatly shocked Lu Ru and Orland. Looking back now, Lu Zai's guess provides a clue: there is an extremely powerful being controlling these strange beasts. However, their purpose is not to destroy humanity. According to Lu Zai's speculation, there may be two purposes. First, he constantly puts pressure on humanity, forcing them to become stronger along the path he has set. Second, he keeps the alien beasts and humans fighting each other. The alien beasts provide energy for his body by eliminating awakened ones. While raising alien beasts, he is also raising humans, maintaining a delicate balance. If that's the case, even the two human saints are nothing more than his pets. For the first time, Lu Ru felt that her existence was so insignificant. What exactly is this being? Where is it watching us from? Lu Ru felt a mix of emotions. Besides Lu Zai's words making her ponder, she was also struggling with another question: whether or not to tell about the second passage to eternity, which was the biggest secret of Blue Star, known only to the two saints, and both of them tacitly concealed the secret. That means you can advance to the eternal realm by defeating an eternal being, proving your own path, and achieving eternity. If this secret were to become known to all the awakened beings on Earth, the consequences would be unimaginable, because humanity is inherently greedy. Ah, invincible, invincible. Lu Zai's room was filled with his laughter. He just upgraded all 3 talents to level 10. It takes 200,000 survival points to upgrade from level 8 to level 9, and 500,000 to upgrade from level 9 to level 10. So the upgrade of the 3 talents cost a total of 2.1 million survival points, but Lu Zai didn't feel bad at all because it was really worth it. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish, the more survival points are consumed, the more invincible you become. All 3 talents have undergone a qualitative change. They are now completely different concepts. Of the remaining 3.11 million survival points, Lu Zai added 3 million to mental strength and 110,000 to physical constitution. Lu Zai's total attributes are now close to 6 million, making him a top-tier player in the late stages of the immortal realm, with a very impressive attribute panel. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 45 21.5%. Realm, Immortal Realm. Health points, 3,530,010. Constitution, 353,001, 83.5% damage reduction. Spirit, 531-3080. Strength, 2,684. Agility, 2,790. Critical hit rate, 67.9%. Armor penetration, 47.5%. Damage increased, 40%. Survival points, 1310 growing. Talent Sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 1001 million. Talent Sequence 04, Undying Body LV 1001 million. Talent Sequence 05, Weakness LV 1001 million. Equipment, Devourer of Heaven, Reverse Armor Dragon Bracelet, Giant Serpent Bracelet, Reverse Armor Dragon Boots, Radiant Helmet. The key point is that I have 3 level 10 talent sequences of immortality, and these 3 skills are now more and more overpowered than the last. For example, the first talent, Metal Manipulation LV10-05000000, Metal Manipulation LV10, manipulates metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 100 plus 53130 meters, dealing 200% plus 53,130% mental damage, no cooldown, armor penetration plus 30%. Ultimate skill Metal Frenzy, causes all surrounding metal to surge within the manipulation range, creating a metal frenzy that deals 10 times the damage, cooldown, 8 hours. Look at this, is this something a human being would do? What does it mean for all the metal around him to riot? Lu Zai's current range of metal manipulation is within a radius of 53,230 meters, or 53 kilometers, with himself as the radius. Whether it's iron ore, copper ore, silver or buried deep in the Earth's core, as long as you're a metal in the chemical sense, I'll mobilize them all, unleashing a metal frenzy, 10 times more powerful. Furthermore, the level 10 metal manipulation skill increases the armor penetration effect by 30%. Now, combined with the armor penetration provided by his equipment, Lu Zai has a 47.5% armor penetration effect. Lu Zai suddenly had an idea: even without the Eye of Eternity, as long as I leave the game running every day and infinitely improve my attributes, I don't believe I can't beat you. Let's not be too arrogant. Let's be conservative in our calculations. According to the previous calculation method, the total attributes of an Eternal Realm cultivator should be between 10 million and 100 million. Let's just say 100 million. At the current daily income of 720,000 survival points, that's 72 million in 100 days, and over 300 million in a year. How can I not beat you? Our main focus is on doubling one attribute, immense strength and lightning speed. What do you mean by breaking through realms has bottlenecks? What do you mean by getting stuck in a realm? What the hell is a bottleneck? I don't know anything about it. That's the power of numerical superiority. However, considering that the experts in the Eternal Realm must possess special methods, such as creation, Lu Zai needs to find an opportunity to learn about it from his teacher. If possible, he could even spar with his teacher. There's no rush. Lu Zai then looked at his other two talents. Vulnerability LV10, observe the target and mark 10 stacks of vulnerability. When your attack hits a vulnerability, each stack of vulnerability deals 200% plus 53,130% additional damage, and bloodlust plus 10%. Ultimate skill explosion, detonates all vulnerabilities on an enemy the moment it hits. Cooldown, 8 hours. Undying Body LV10, possesses 10 undying bodies, each with 53,130% more health than the original body. The shell is immortal, and the true body is indestructible. Ultimate skill clone, 10 undying bodies appear simultaneously, capable of mimicking the original body's attacks. Cooldown, 8 hours. Let's talk about whether it's invincible or not. Lu Zai even had an impulse to go and challenge Yonghun to a duel right now. My ultimate move is to use 10 clones to simultaneously unleash a metal frenzy, and then use an explosion to bombard the target and detonate all its weaknesses. I wonder how you would deal with that. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and I'm back to normal. I'm definitely going to the battle at Moya Mine tomorrow. A mine? Is there a lot of metal inside? That sounds really exciting. I wonder what a spectacular sight it would be if a metal frenzy were to erupt there. Lu Zai lay in bed, his mind filled with all sorts of thoughts about tomorrow's battle. Chapter 53, Moya Mine, Gold Mine Deposit Site. At 5 a.m. the next morning, Lu Zai was sound asleep when he was awakened in a dream by some unknown lunatic. Screw your sleep, get up and party. After washing up and getting out of bed, Lu Zai regretted smelling the dream flower. Its effects lasted for a month, meaning that for a month, they could come to harass him in his dreams. Although it doesn't cause any harm, and you can use your mental power to refuse being pulled into a dream, it's really unpleasant to be woken up in the middle of the night. At 5:10, the immortal commanders of the 31 giant cities of the Dragon Kingdom had all arrived. They knew each other very well and chatted, exchanging pleasantries and discussing the details of today's operations. Lu Zai stood alone under the spatial portal, eating a steamed bun. He thought to himself, even though I'm immortal, I still get hungry if I don't eat. This setting is so uncool. In cultivation novels, female cultivators don't defecate. Old Zhang frowned, looking worried about the country and its people. He checked the time every minute. After Lu Zai finished eating, he glanced at the system and saw that he had another 300,000 survival points. Without any hesitation, he added them to his spirit. Ding! Points added successfully. Current mental strength, 5,613,080. At 5:38, Elder Jiang bowed to the void, saying, I will obey the sage's command. The others, including Lu Zai, didn't see a thing. Without a doubt, it must have been teacher Lu Ru who sent some message to Elder Jiang privately. Old Jiang cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Ahem, everyone, according to the sage's orders, we will depart promptly at 6 o'clock. Before entering the Moya mine, let me first explain our strategy. Moya mine is a gold mine, and it is also a place of 5-star mutation. It also produces rare metals for crafting special items. Normally, there are more than 60 immortal powerhouses from Western countries here to drive away alien beasts and provide security for the mining teams. Just a few days ago, they discovered signs of the possible existence of the Eye of Eternity in the main mine. Everyone knows that this means the balance is about to be broken. Both China and the United States know this. Everyone nodded. Even an immortal level commander could access the information Lu Zai had heard yesterday. Therefore, our goal today is singular, to seize the Eye of Eternity at all costs. Everyone understood. In this battle, Lu Zai believed that both the Ally forces and the Dragon Kingdom would fight to the death, because if the Eye of Eternity fell into the hands of the enemy, it would mean that his side would inevitably be at a disadvantage in the future, or even be completely controlled by the enemy. Lu Zai's attention was not on the details of the operation at all. He heard the words gold mine. Damn it, my good brother Li Zhuangzhuang has talent sequence 02, Sugar Daddy. What makes this talent so peculiar is that its power is related to both one's own strength and the weight of gold. It is the only talent that can enhance one's personal strength through external resources. Good brother, you're in luck today. I'll bring you back the entire gold mine. Lu Zai rubbed his hands together, a little excited. Not only did his brother avoid hardship, but he also directly traded his bicycle for a Land Rover. Who would have thought that the metal craze would be used for mining? That's so damn realistic. At 5:59, the exciting moment arrived. Elder Jiang channeled a beam of spiritual energy into the spatial gate, which instantly opened. This is a special passage specially opened for this attack, leading directly from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom to the Moya mine. Moreover, to maintain secrecy, this passage has only been activated now. Opening a space passage is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and extremely costly, demonstrating that the Dragon Kingdom is going all out for this operation. Kill. Elder Jiang was the first to enter the spatial passage. Lu Zai silently retreated, protecting everyone in front of him, letting them go first, and then he was the last to enter the spatial passage. The Moya mine has been ravaged by Western countries, with mine pits everywhere and the constant roar of large mining machinery. Meanwhile, dozens of immortal powerhouses were defending against the endless stream of alien beasts in the distance. This is a place of 5-star mutation, where alien beasts are endless and impossible to eradicate. Therefore, to mine and explore here, one must have an extremely powerful legion of awakened ones to provide military support. Lu Zai watched as these immortal powerhouses took turns fighting, their only goal being to prevent the alien beasts from entering the mine, thus maintaining the mine's operation with minimal consumption. Within a giant basin, a 500-meter diameter pit leads to the Earth's core, the Moya main mine, where the legendary clues to the Eye of Eternity lie. Lu Zai's powerful mental strength and his talent for manipulating metals allowed him to sense surging metallic elements throughout the entire area. Within his 53-kilometer control range, there were gold mines everywhere, as well as some rare metals. Lu Zai activated his mental power, and a gold nugget emerged from 501 meters underground. The gold then separated from the soil and impurities that surrounded it, leaving only a lump of glittering gold. It's a complete service, from mining to refining. Of course, there are other metals in this piece of gold that have not been separated. Lu Zai exclaimed, fighting here, this is my home turf. Lu Zai had already imagined how the history books of Binhai would describe his glorious military achievements in the future. Lu Zai had already thought of several titles, such as, that year, God Lu stood with his hands in his pockets, fighting fiercely in the Moya mine. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Dragon Kingdom's Immortal Legion had already clashed with the Allied forces' immortal powerhouses, and the Dragon Kingdom was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, the surprise attack was successful, and some of the enemy's immortals were already engaged in battle with the alien beasts, so the two sides were evenly matched. Battles at the Immortal Realm are nothing short of earth-shattering. The 30 immortals of the Dragon Kingdom unleashed their ultimate techniques, and the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the shockwaves of the battle. The distant beasts were caught in the blast, with countless being blown away. Old Jiang immediately activated his level 9 talent, Duel. They forcibly locked onto 5 immortal level members of the opposing team to engage in a duel. This talent can force others to engage in duels with you, and old Zhang chose enemies with support-type talents, so fighting 5 against 1 was not difficult. Support-type talents are incredibly powerful in large-scale wars, but they are not good at one-on-one combat, and thus fell into Zhang Lao's trap. With their support depleted and their fighting strength greatly reduced, the allied forces immediately launched an attack on Elder Jiang, attempting to disrupt the duel. Meanwhile, the other immortal powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom naturally did their best to resist, and the two sides fought fiercely. Various flowing light effects, elemental special effects, and giant puppets were all displayed. Lu Zai knew that this kind of surprise attack required a quick victory, and he felt that the intensity of the battle between the two sides was clearly insufficient. "Stop fighting, you won't kill anyone like this." Lu Zai thought to himself with a smirk, then spread his palms out, unleashing over 5 million units of spiritual power in an instant hidden technique, clone. The next second, 10 Lu Zais lined up in a row, doing the same thing as Lu Zai. Lu Zai raised his palms higher and higher, and the ground began to tremble. The mine began to collapse, sand and stones flew, and the earth shook. Ultimate technique, Metal Frenzy. Whether it was on the cliff face, or in the earth's core, or buried underground dozens of kilometers away, all of them broke through the soil, soared into the air, and flew rapidly toward Lu Zai. The immortals engaged in fierce battle all turned to look in Lu Zai's direction, wondering, what's going on? Updated at midnight. Tomorrow will be a painful day. 5 days until discharge. Please give me some support. Chapter 54, Below the Sage, I am invincible above the sage, I am AFK. At this moment, the world was dark and gloomy, with only the man and his 10 immortal bodies standing in mid-air, their shapes unique, and the metal within a radius of tens of kilometers was completely wiped clean by him. These metals automatically detached from the mud and rocks in mid-air, leaving only the glittering gold shining brightly. All 11 Lu Zais simultaneously curled their lips into a smile, revealing a Nike logo, hee. Metal Storm, smash it for me. At this moment, the power of the metal storm was comparable to that of a tornado destroying a parking lot. The golden particles were accelerated to dozens of times the speed of sound and hurtled towards the immortal powerhouses of the allied forces. In the sky, the sound of detonation rang out, and jets of metal blasted outwards. The immortal warriors of the allied forces were dumbfounded. Forgive our lack of knowledge, but what kind of ridiculous talent is this? It has a certain metallic feel to it, but is this metallic manipulation really that serious? There was no time to think further. Without any support, the allied immortal faction members each displayed their unique abilities. Eye of the Storm. A mutated giant tree. Earth Barrier. The ocean is boundless. 1,000 miles of ice. In the sky, various elemental talents erupted, but Lu Zai's metal jet, enhanced by 5,613,080 mental power, the support of 10 clones, the multiple amplifications of 56,130%, and the tenfold power of the metal storm, was utterly futile to resist. The metal storm shattered all resistance and headed straight for the bodies of these immortal powerhouses. Zhang Lao and the others were stunned. The allied forces were dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, Lu Zai was filled with pride. Below the level of a sage, I am invincible above the level of a sage, I will trade 1 for 1. Just as Metal Madness was about to completely breach the allied immortal defense line, a voice drifted over. Young man! How arrogant! An old man broke through the void and arrived. Although he was not wearing any props to cover his face, Lu Zai could not see his appearance no matter what he did. The old man simply pressed down with both hands, and the metal storm, like the receding tide, gradually receded and subsided. Lu Zai was unconvinced, and his mental power of 5,613,080 surged up again. Lu Zai clearly saw that the old man's hand trembled slightly, and the metal storm stirred up waves once more. The old man was clearly a little surprised. He hadn't expected that a mere immortal could actually struggle against him. However, he quickly regained his composure and snapped his fingers with one hand. Boom! The snap felt like an explosion right next to your ear. You could feel the air vibrating. This time, the metallic storm completely subsided. The old man smiled slightly and looked at Lu Zai. I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words. Lu Zai puffed out his chest. Below the level of a sage, I am invincible. Above the level of a sage, I am AFK. Teacher, save me. Judging from the battle just now, Lu Zai firmly believes that his strength has reached a level that his opponent cannot ignore. At least he has the ability to put up a fight and is not completely powerless. If he stays idle for a few more days, watch me take him down. Old Jiang on the other side, thinking, this kid, he's a bit reckless. In the void, Lu Ru's figure gradually emerged. Like the old man, she wore neither a mask nor a veil, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Was this a mosaic effect on someone else's mind? Long time no see. Lu Ru stood quietly in the void, but her aura was already awe-inspiring, and her words carried a strong sense of oppression. The immortals of the allied forces did not even dare to look up at her. It's been a long time. Last time we were joining forces to challenge the end, but this time we're facing each other as enemies. How sad and lamentable. Orland shook his head, looking regretful. Stop pretending to be a nice guy. You know what's down in the mine, and so do I. We both know that we can't allow the other side to have a second eye of eternity, Lu Ru sneered. Orland nodded, you're right. Neither of us can allow the other to have a second eye of eternity. So, for the sake of the bigger picture, I refined this eye of eternity. Lu Ru frowned slightly. What do you mean? Ha ha ha. Orland laughed loudly. The eye of eternity is merely a tool for cultivating an eternal realm expert. Even if I obtain it, you and I know best how long it takes to cultivate an eternal realm expert, how long it takes to create an artifact. Therefore, on Blue Star, it is unlikely that either you or I can cultivate a second eternal realm expert, because neither of us can sit idly by. But if I directly refine the Eye of Eternity into an eternal realm artifact, turning it into a killing array, don't forget that my third talent sequence is Master of Weapon Refining. Tell me, can I hold you back today? If I kill you, won't I be invincible on Blue Star? Damn it, I'm the only old man who's not a good person, Lu Zai thought in shock. This guy had actually plotted such a scheme. Orland is right. So what if he gets the Eye of Eternity? Does he expect Lu Ru to just sit and wait for him to cultivate an eternity? So, this cunning old fox actually refined the Eye of Eternity into a special item. With this thing's blessing, the teacher is in danger. All the immortals on the Dragon Kingdom side turned their gazes to Lu Ru in the void. They saw her pull out the creation whip. Unlike the flamboyant items on Lu Zai's body, which were either purple or orange, this whip was simple and unadorned, exuding an eerie aura. Actually, I also wanted to kill you. I originally wanted to force you out today to test the power of my level 10 creation, but I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Lu Ru's tone was not flustered, but rather exuded absolute confidence. Level 10? Not bad, not bad. Let's see if your creation is more powerful or my killing formation is superior. Orland's tone remained unhurried. At their level, it seemed that even if the sky fell, it wouldn't make them go any faster. Lu Zai hated people who spoke so slowly. The next moment, a pillar of energy shot up from the Moya mine, 10 meters in diameter, and blasted directly into the sky. The energy then began to spread in all directions, obscuring the entire sky. Like a giant bowl forged from energy waves, it was inverted over this world, and countless energy arrows began to sprout from the smooth bowl walls, aiming at Lu Ru from every angle. Orland, level 10 weapon crafting master, eternal killing array, please enlighten me. Lu Ru moved swiftly, her teaching whip swaying lightly yet possessing the force of a thunderbolt. An eternal power slammed into the bowl wall with the whip, instantly shattering countless energy arrows. The allied immortals were overjoyed, seeing hope for victory, and shouted, "The American saint is invincible." Lu Zai instantly crushed the sky full of gold ore and reforged it into a giant golden sword, 20 meters long, which he then slammed towards the group of immortals, laughable. You can't beat him, but I can handle you? The Great War has begun. Chapter 55, Slay Eternity, Prove Yourself, Achieve Eternity. Lu Zai saw it all clearly, everyone was trapped in this mess, and there was no way to escape. There are only two possible outcomes, either Orlando wins, or everyone else dies. Either Teacher Lu wins, and we all eat at Orlando's banquet. No matter the outcome, I cannot let these immortals go. Lu Zai also believed that Lu Ru, as a saint, had been locked in a stalemate with Orland for so many years, and could not be so easily manipulated. Similarly, Orland was not so easily manipulated either. The outcome of this battle was hard to say. In the sky, the energy arrows of the killing formation were so dense that even sunlight could not penetrate them. What does it mean to cover the sky and blot out the sun? This was the first time Lu Zai had heard of this idiom, and it was exactly what it meant, not an exaggeration. Lu Zai's metal storm has been cleared and is now in a cooling phase. However, a person who uses cheats should act like one. With the support of level 10 in weakness, level 10 in metal manipulation, and level 10 in immortality, Lu Zai charged ahead alone. Anyway, you can't kill me, but I can crush you. Meanwhile, Zhang Lao and other immortal-level powerhouses from the Dragon Kingdom joined forces with Lu Zai to launch a purge of the Allied forces' immortal-level powerhouses. The battle between immortals is almost without suspense. Lu Zai can even withstand a couple of moves from Orland, so crushing this group of immortals is naturally a piece of cake. The massive golden sword, weighing over 50 tons, slashed down, instantly turning several allied immortals into a bloody mist. The 108 fragments of the devouring sky moved like arms, relentlessly reaping the lives of the enemy. One after another, the immortal-level powerhouses of the allied forces fell, and the Dragon Kingdom achieved a complete victory. However, the immortals of the Dragon Kingdom were not happy. The pressure of the killing formation was becoming increasingly violent, and 2 immortal-level powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom even died from those violent energy arrows. This is enough to prove that Lu Ru was at a disadvantage and could not completely withstand all the attacks of the killing formation. Lu Zai and Elder Jiang could barely manage to withstand some of the attacks from the killing formations, but this did not change the overall situation of the battle. High in the sky, Orland slapped his palm into the void, and a giant circular energy disk quickly took shape. This huge energy disk was frantically gathering the energy of the killing array in preparation for launching the final attack. Old friend, we've known each other for 50 years. Though it's hard to say goodbye, some people always have to fall on the road to the top. I will remember you. Orland placed his hands on his chest and curtsied. High in the sky, Lu Ru's face gradually became clear, and the other powerful figures of the Dragon Kingdom glimpsed the face of the Dragon Kingdom's saint for the first time. But they all knew in their hearts that it was not a good thing for the saint to reveal his true face, but rather a sign that his own energy was exhausted. Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Ru's mouth, yet she remained beautiful and captivating. She smiled and said, Orland, you and I are both wrong. Blue Star is not something that you and I can control. There are even stronger beings on Blue Star. This is the enlightenment my student gave me, and it is also my advice to you. I may lose, and the Dragon Kingdom may perish, but not today. Today, I will make the whole world understand a truth that exists only in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Orland glanced sideways. What kind of logic is that? Lu Ru, the reason why the Dragon Kingdom has stood tall among all races for 5,000 years is because we also have a savage side in times of crisis. Orland, you've got a good eye. Lu Ru slapped her abdomen and spat out a mouthful of blood along with an incomparably dazzling 7-colored bead. Orland exclaimed in shock, you're insane. Lu Ru smiled, I will sacrifice my eternal eye to imprison you for 7 days. If you want to defeat me, you must also sacrifice your own eternal eye. But do you dare? Orland suddenly retreated dozens of meters, you crazy woman. Do you dare? Lu Ru's eternal eye exploded, transforming into supreme power as she chased after him, with radiance bursting forth from her palm and enveloping Orland. The killing formation vanished instantly, and the world returned to peace. Orland never dared to fight Lu Ru to the end he chose to endure. A faint voice echoed from the void, Lu Ru, your resistance is nothing but futile. In 7 days, I will destroy the Dragon Kingdom and dominate Blue Star. Everything you have done today is nothing but fleeting smoke, ha ha. Teacher. Lu Zai disregarded everything and rushed forward to support the swaying Lu Ru. Lu Ru looked at Elder Jiang and the others, you may all step back. I have something to say to my student. At this moment, everyone realized that the sage of the Dragon Kingdom and Lu Zai were teacher and student. With tears in his eyes, old Jiang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, yes, sir. With her last bit of strength, Lu Ru gripped the pointer and gently struck Lu Zai, who made you cry? Your teacher only has 7 days left to live. I used my eternal power to seal Orland for 7 days. The day he breaks the seal will be the day your teacher leaves you. This is the last thing your teacher can do for you and for the Dragon Kingdom. Teacher, I will not let you die. I will kill Orland and use his eternal heart to reshape your eternal realm. Silly child, the so-called one thought can last forever, and eternity can last for a single thought. You must know how far the distance between eternity and immortality is. You do not have the eye of eternity, so you cannot defeat Orland. But your teacher knows that you possess a mystery. You can do whatever you want for these 7 days. Now, your teacher will tell you a few secrets. Lu Ru's complexion was getting worse and worse. Even a saint like her was becoming exhausted when she spoke. Teacher, please tell me. Besides the eye of eternity, there is a second path to advancing to eternity, kill eternities, prove your own path, and achieve eternity. Lu Zai was shocked. Such a thing existed? Then Orland must die. The second thing is your guess last time that the alien beasts on Blue Star might be the creations of powerful beings. The more I think about it, the more I feel that you are right. Before, Orland and I joined forces to fight against the alien beasts, but we were surprised to find Lu Ru told Lu Zai in detail about how the alien beasts of the end could continuously improve their own strength, making it impossible for Blue Star to escape the threat of alien beasts. Lu Zai was not surprised after hearing this, as it matched his guess. So, Xiao Lu, I have a guess. If you really survive and surpass your teacher in achievements, you can try to explore the alienation land to test the strength of this supreme expert. Your teacher once explored the alienation land to level 60 with the strength of the Eternal Peak. Pioneering means opening up new alienation lands and establishing spatial channels so that awakened humans can enter them. For example, the 3-star alienation land that Lu Zai entered before was pioneered by his predecessors. The process of opening up the land requires defeating the native beasts of the alienated land in order to establish a spatial passage. According to the teacher's guess, if the alien beasts in this world are indeed the creations of a powerful being, then Lu Zai can learn about the strength of this powerful being by constantly exploring new lands. Because this powerful being will definitely suppress other powerful beings in order to keep humans under control, if one day no more endless beasts can stop Lu Zai's pioneering process, then it proves that Lu Zai's strength has surpassed or is close to that of this supreme being who controls the Blue Star. Currently, the limit for human exploration is level 60, and teacher Lu Ru was unable to defeat the level 61 native beast. Teacher, I remember. You rest well, and I will deliver the Eye of Eternity of Orland in 7 days. I said I would definitely repay your kindness in teaching me. Lu Zai nodded repeatedly. Lu Ru smiled, I'm very happy that you have this thought. I remember your father was just as heroic as you when he was young. You two are cut from the same cloth. I'm already 91 years old, and I have no regrets about dying. Shu, this is my secret. A woman's youth should not be revealed to outsiders. After saying this, Lu Ru fell into a deep sleep, her smile remaining on her face. After taking a deep breath, Lu Zai took Lu Ru back to Kyoto, handed her over to Elder Jiang, and then turned and left. Old Jiang asked in surprise, the sage is on the verge of death, where are you going? Lu Zai, the fiery dragon's nest. The flame dragon's nest, the ultimate place of mutation in the Dragon Kingdom, is also Lu Ru's pioneering land. There are level 45-60 alien beasts inside, and Lu Zai can kill them to his heart's content and gain a huge amount of basic survival points. 7 days later, he seized Orland's Eye of Eternity to save his mentor's life. He himself, without the Eye of Eternity, could directly kill eternity, prove himself, and achieve eternity. Chapter 56, 7 Days of Intensive Training, Attributes Reaching Billions. Before entering the Flame Dragon's Nest, Lu Zai went to Binhai City and found Li Zhuangzhuang, who was training himself in the alienation zone. Lift up your hood and let me see your eyes. Li Zhuangzhuang was humming his own adapted tune when he ripped the hood off a strange beast. That's hardcore hood opening. Li Zhuangzhuang is exceptionally talented. With the help of his sugar daddy, his cultivation level has improved rapidly, and his strength comes from the weight of the gold. Zhuangzhuang. Lu Zai called out towards the distance. Brother Lu. Li Zhuangzhuang exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lu Zai. I reckon I'll become an immortal in a few days. Congratulations. Lu Zai gestured with one hand and retrieved the 20-meter-long golden giant sword, weighing a full 20 tons, from the system space. Consider it a gift for your advancement to immortality. Li Zhuangzhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never seen so much gold in his life. With such a huge lump of gold, I can smash the head of the Allied Forces immortals to pieces. Li Zhuangzhuang couldn't hide his excitement. Be bolder. What you're going to be hammering away at in the future is eternity, even fulfilling your ideals. Hammer them one by one. Wipe out the alien beasts of Blue Star. Lu Zai was painting a crazy picture for his good brother. Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang both knew that with these 20 tons of gold, Li Zhuangzhuang's strength would be greatly enhanced, and his immortality would be of extremely high value. Brother Lu, knowing you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Li Zhuangzhuang said with gratitude. Lu Zai had to admit that this kid's second talent, luck, was quite something. He seemed to have never encountered any bottlenecks, and everything went smoothly for him. He possessed a legendary body and obtained the golden greatsword, just like a chosen one, sparking and flashing all the way. In Binhai City, Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuang, and the members of the Shura squad drank a lot of wine and had many heart-to-heart talks. At noon, he stepped into the Flame Dragon's Nest alone, knowing that this trip would last for a full 7 days. Here, he only kills bosses that are higher level than him, trying to gain as many basic survival points as possible, and within 7 days, he will raise himself to the most terrifying level. Then they will compete against Orlando. The Flame Dragon's Nest was ablaze with raging flames, the earth cracked, and from those cracks, tons of fire would occasionally spew out and swirl around Lu Zai. They seem to be observing this uninvited guest, sometimes hovering at his feet, sometimes transforming into fire snakes that flicked their tongues at him, displaying extraordinary and mysterious power. Luzai's current survival point income is 500 survival points per minute, which is 720,000 attribute points per day, and about 5 million over 7 days. In this way, he would have more than 10 million attribute points, theoretically meeting the threshold for entering eternity. However, the range of the eternal realm is extremely wide. Combat power of 10 million to 100 million is considered eternal. Although Luzai's various talent bonuses combined with his ultimate skills make his attack power extremely ferocious, for safety's sake, the more attribute points he has, the better. How can you guarantee that Orland, a person with a combat power of nearly 100 million, doesn't have extremely terrifying attack methods that can be amplified? Based on Luzai's previous encounter with Orland, Luzai felt that he needed to be at least several times stronger to have any chance of going head-to-head with Orland. Let's begin. Luzai looked at the increasingly dense flames in the flame dragon's nest in front of him. 108 devouring sky fragments shot directly into those cracks, stirring up countless magma, and dragon roars echoed from underground. A level 51 fire dragon soared into the sky, its eyes wide with fury. Kill. Luzai raised his knife and charged forward. Day 1, Luzai killed 171 bosses above his level, with a base reward of 671 survival points per minute. His level increased from 45 to 48. He earned 890,000 survival points, 800,000 spirit, and 90,000 constitution on the day. Day 2, Luzai killed a total of 199 bosses that were above his level, with a base reward of 870 survival points per minute. He earned 1.54 million survival points that day, plus 1.5 million spirit and 40,000 physique. Day 7, Luzai killed a total of 211 bosses that were higher level than him, with a base reward of 2,000 survival points per minute. He earned 2.19 million survival points that day, plus 2 million spirit and 190,000 constitution, and his level reached 60. There are no more bosses on the entire planet that can be defeated beyond one's level. The only path left is exploration. Luzai let out a long sigh of relief. His body was filthy, having fought continuously for 7 days without a moment's rest. Luzai looked at his attribute panel, and at this moment, his attributes had become terrifyingly monstrous. Host, Luzai. Level, LV 60.5%. Realm, Immortal Realm. Health points, 20 million. Constitution, 2,092% damage reduction. Spiritual, 15.6 million. Strength, 13,684. Agility, 12,790. Critical hit rate, 100%. Critical hit damage, 243%. Armor penetration, 47.5%. Damage increased, 40%. Survival points, 41310 growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 1001 million. Talent sequence 04, Undying Body LV 1001 million. Talent sequence 05, Weakness LV 1001 million. Equipment, Devourer of Heaven, Reverse Armor Dragon Bracelet, Giant Serpent Bracelet, Reverse Armor Dragon Boots, Radiant Helmet. These are all secondary. The real changes that occurred in Luzai's various talents under these attribute boosts were truly breathtaking. Metal Manipulation LV10 manipulates metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 100 plus 160,000 meters, dealing 200% plus 160,000% mental damage. No cooldown, armor penetration plus 30%. Ultimate skill Metal Frenzy causes all surrounding metal to go berserk within the manipulation range, creating a metal frenzy that deals 10 times the damage. Cooldown, 8 hours. The Metal Manipulation talent grants a 1 meter increase in range and a 1% damage increase for every 100 points of mental power. The 16 million mental energy points result in a distance increase of 160,000 meters, or 160 kilometers. The damage amplification of mental power reached 160,000%, or 1,600 times. Luzai's current mental power is 16 million x 1,600 is equal to 25.6 billion damage. And this does not include the 1,600 times amplification of the weakness, the 10 times amplification of the clone, and the 10 times amplification of the metal storm. The damage exceeding 1 trillion is already a piece of cake. I refuse to believe that this won't kill you. Undying Body LV10 possesses 10 undying bodies, each with 160,000% more health than the original body. The shell is immortal, and the true body is indestructible. Ultimate Skill Clone, 10 undying bodies appear simultaneously, capable of mimicking the original body's attacks. Cooldown, 8 hours. An immortal body can amplify life by 1600 times. Luzai's current life value has reached 20 million, so 1,600 times would be 32 billion life value. I have 32 billion lives, who can kill me instantly? Luzai stepped back to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, knowing that Orland, having broken the seal, was eager to take his teacher's life. It's time to put an end to this. Chapter 57, Killing Orland. Upon returning to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Luzai went straight to teacher Lu Ru's residence, which was already heavily fortified by the Dragon Kingdom's immortal powerhouses. Although Lu Ru emphasized that they could not resist Orland's arrival and that they should retreat, the immortal powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom all understood that if the Dragon Kingdom's saint died, how would they survive? The saints also saved them from perishing in the killing formation during the battle at the Moya mine. Teacher, I'm back. Luzai saw Lu Ru looking haggard. Lu Ru glanced at Luzai, who was covered in beast blood and grime. Your aura is truly unbelievable. Lu Ru really wanted to say, how come your aura, which is clearly at the immortal realm, is comparable to eternity? In the end, she held back and didn't say it, but just nodded silently. So many children, what a pity. The teacher is useless, unable to protect the Dragon Kingdom, and unable to protect you anymore. Lu Ru had a premonition that if Luzai were given enough time, he might really have the strength to kill Yongheng and prove the eternal realm. Teacher, there are hundreds of millions of people in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom belongs to everyone, and it shouldn't be protected by you alone. We all have a responsibility. You have protected the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Let me do it today. Luzai's eyes were resolute. Just as Lu Ru was about to say something, a familiar and gloomy voice came from the void outside the house. Old friend, the 7-day period has come. I've come to see you off. Lu Ru was about to get up when Luzai pressed her back down. Teacher, if a friend comes from afar, we must punish him no matter how far he is. I'll go see him off. Everyone. This word seems off, yet it also seems quite reasonable. What's going on? Luzai took a step forward, and the 5-colored energy on his body turned into 7 colors. His figure soared into the sky, with the 108 devouring heaven fragments following him like a shadow. This scene left the other immortal powerhouses present completely dumbfounded. Why is his immortal energy 7-colored? Everyone looked at the sage, while Lu Ru's gaze shifted to Luzai, who was soaring through the air. He has transcended this realm, his strength is comparable to that of the eternal, all he needs is the eye of eternity. Luzai hovered above the main city of Kyoto, looking straight at Orland in the distance. You want to stop me? Orland's eyes were full of mockery. Upon hearing this, Luzai shook his head. No, I'm here to kill you. Ha ha ha, an interesting junior. If you hadn't insisted on being my enemy, I wouldn't have had the heart to kill you. In Orland's eyes, Luzai was nothing more than a pitiful worm who knew he was on a dead end but still flew into the fire like a moth. Luzai, on the other hand, had lost his patience and was eager to show the other party the power of cheating. This battle must not bring shame to the time travelers. The 10 clones are lined up in a row, and the design is still unique. Each clone possesses the same energy level and has hundreds of billions of health points and 92% damage reduction. The 10 clones, along with Luzai's main body, began to create a metal storm together. This is Kyoto, and Luzai had no choice but to cause some damage. Fortunately, before the battle, Elder Jiang had already carried out evacuation work, and Lu Ru had even specially chosen to move to the outskirts of Kyoto, avoiding the city. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Those steel buildings, underground mines, cars, railway tracks, ships within a radius of 160 kilometers, everything has been completely transformed. With his powerful mental energy, Luzai kneaded these metal objects into a ball and then blasted it towards Orland, controlling it with his mental energy. The giant metal ball weighed over 1,000,000 tons, and its power was unimaginable. Orland smiled slightly. Ah, the same old tricks, how childish. Orland snapped his fingers into the void. Snap. The next moment, he frowned, because he realized that the giant metal ball was still hurtling toward him. Wrong posture? Orland switched to another finger and snapped his fingers twice more. Snap, snap. The metal ball continued its violent roar. Snap, 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 snap. Orland snapped his fingers so loudly that it shook the heavens. Only now did he realize that such a low-level method was no longer enough to deal with that junior from 7 days ago. He immediately got into position and used his first talent, the level 10 Iron Curtain of Sequence 17. Between heaven and earth, an iron curtain forged from meteorite iron stood before Orland, blocking the direction of the metal sphere's attack. However, he forgot that Lu Zai's talent was metal manipulation. Lu Zai clenched his fists and roared, "Open for me." Boom! The violent mental power directly controlled the opponent's iron curtain, which began to tremble and roar, tearing a crack in the middle. The crack grew larger and larger until it penetrated the entire iron curtain. Boom! The mega metal sphere, weighing millions of tons, continued to bombard Orland in the distance, passing through the crack. Orland was terrified. This boy was terrifying beyond belief. Second talent, Talent Sequence 8, Level 10, stealing the sky and changing the sun. With this spatial talent, a huge spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the void, and the violent metal ball actually deviated from its course, showing a tendency to be sucked into the spatial vortex. Lu Zai witnessed the million-ton metal sphere being sucked into it bit by bit. An eternal powerhouse is indeed extraordinary. A violent explosion occurred within that spatial vortex. It was a contest between spatial power and the manipulation of metal. The vortex became increasingly distorted. Orland poured countless efforts into maintaining the stability of the spatial vortex. Finally, 10 minutes later, he looked at Lu Zai across from him, panting heavily. "You actually plotted against me, wanting to kill me to attain eternity?" Lu Zai smiled slightly. "You have a good eye for people. He, the younger generation is truly formidable. You're too conservative. There are even more powerful beings on Earth. The threat of alien beasts hasn't been eliminated yet, and you're already in a hurry to exterminate your own kind. How long do you think you can last after the Dragon Kingdom falls?" Orland smiled and said, "Young man, you are too idealistic. You want to kill me to prove your Tao and lead humanity to drive away the alien beasts? Ha, fine, I wish you well and I curse you. Come on, use all the tricks you've been hiding." At this moment, Orland knew that Lu Zai still had a backup plan because he discovered that all 10 of Lu Zai's clones had disappeared. Lu Zai nodded, "Okay." The next second, 10 clones arrived stepping through the void, each with a million-ton metal sphere floating above its head. Orland was shocked. "So these clones of yours went out to sell goods? 10 metal balls? That last one almost killed him, and now there are 10? Without any hesitation, Lu Zai waved his hand and shouted, "Smash it for me." Orland was shocked. "You're too radical. There are even more powerful beings on Earth. The threat of alien beasts hasn't been eliminated yet, and you're already in a hurry to exterminate your own kind? How long do you think you can hold out after the US is gone? Damn it, you stole my lines?" Lu Zai exclaimed angrily, "No, without you, the Dragon Kingdom would be better." The next moment, 10 metal spheres bombarded down, causing an earthquake-like reaction in the outskirts of Kyoto, with huge cracks spreading across the ground like a spider web. The shockwave from the bombardment of the metal ball reached hundreds of kilometers away. The billowing dust created a sandstorm over the entire capital of Kyoto. When the dust settled, Orland was long gone, leaving only a magnificent eye of eternity floating in the deep pit. "I won!" Lu Zai waved his hand, and the eye of eternity floated into his hand. The immortal powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom instantly erupted in cheers. "The Dragon God is invincible." It is extremely difficult for two immortal powerhouses to sincerely admire one another, but now even a peak immortal like Elder Jiang is impressed by Lu Zai's terrifying combat power. Just then, a scout appeared using the wind escape technique. After clasping his fists, he shouted to the crowd, reporting to all immortals, "The seals on the 18N seals north of Kyoto have been broken simultaneously. Kyoto is in grave danger." Lu Zai was shocked. He knew that the superior who controlled the alien beasts of Blue Star had made his move. He kept humans in captivity, and he would not let humans perish, but he would not let humans dominate. "Ha! You can't sit still anymore? Are you scared? Then let me expose your true colors." Lu Zai murmured to himself. Chapter 58, Turning Stone into Gold. Zhuang, let's exploit the bugs. The great battle came to an end. Lu Zai defied the heavens with his immortality and killed Orland, one of the two saints of Blue Star. This news was like a nuclear bomb, detonating the awakened community on Earth. Ding! Your extraordinary actions have shocked the entire planet. You have gained 5 million survival points. Add 4 million in spirit, 1 million in physique. Lu Zai gladly accepted nature's gift. Stat allocation successful. Current spirit, 20 million, current constitution, 3 million, corresponding health, 30 million. You have successfully slain an Eternal Realm expert, gaining eternal power. You can now break through to the Eternal Realm at any time, and you will also possess the ability to create artifacts. Creation, you are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. You possess the ability to create, to alter the structure of matter, both at the microscopic and macroscopic levels. The upper limit of creation is related to your power. Lu Zai can now break through to the eternal realm, even more easily than when the two saints advanced to the eternal realm. However, regarding creation, Lu Zai has not yet decided on the type or direction of his creation. Led by dozens of immortal powerhouses, the city defense army of the Dragon Kingdom's capital has penetrated into 18 breached final seals to resist the alien beasts. This advance force is going to probe the strength of this final battle. Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang went to visit Lu Ru, who was also Li Zhuangzhuang's mentor, so it was natural for them to go. Teacher Lu, we've come to see you. Li Zhuangzhuang, with his outgoing personality, grinned and sat down in front of his teacher as soon as he entered the room. His sunny smile was infectious and made everyone feel much better. Lu Ru could not hide her excitement, because her student had actually killed the Eternal Realm Orland and successfully ascended to the top. Teacher, this is for you. Lu Zai flicked his finger, and the Eye of Eternity flew toward Lu Ru. To everyone's surprise, Lu Ru refused the Eye of Eternity and placed it on the table. In the last great battle, my foundation was damaged and the Eye of Eternity was shattered. Even if I absorbed this Eye of Eternity, it would be difficult to make any breakthroughs in the Eternal Realm. Now that you have helped your teacher resolve Orland's problem, your teacher can return to the Coastal Academy in peace and be a true ordinary teacher. The title of saint brings both glory and great responsibility. Let the Eye of Eternity be reserved for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. After the last great battle, Lu Ru thought that Orland would completely destroy the Dragon Kingdom, but her student defied fate and the Dragon Kingdom is now the absolute hegemon of Blue Star. Unifying Blue Star is just around the corner. The only threat is that mysterious supreme powerhouse. After realizing that she could not advance to the true realm, Lu Ru began to consider retiring and entrusting the future of the Dragon Kingdom to the younger generation. Teacher, do you have someone in mind? Out of respect, Lu Zai wanted to hear his teacher's opinion on who should receive the Eye of Eternity. It's right in front of us. Lu Ru raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Zhuangzhuang, who was eating a banana beside her. Me? Li Zhuangzhuang was stunned when he saw Lu Zai and teacher Lu looking at him. What kind of luck did he have this time? The Eye of Eternity was enough to trigger a duel between the two saints of Blue Star, and it was going to be given to him like this? Is this appropriate? Li Zhuangzhuang asked cautiously. You know, Elder Jiang and his generation of experts have been waiting for this opportunity for decades. I feel that I don't have enough qualifications. For the future of the Dragon Kingdom, you shouldn't refuse. On the entire Blue Star, you are currently the only one with the Gold Master talent, which is extremely rare. After receiving Lu Zai's gold mine, it's only a matter of time before you advance to the Eternal Realm. This Eye of Eternity should rightfully be yours, Lu Ru explained. Lu Zai nodded. I also think it's very suitable. Encouraged by the two, Li Zhuangzhuang also showed a defiant expression. Alright, when I have 100 tons of gold someday, watch me go to the gate of the end and turn those alien beasts upside down. What was said unintentionally may have been taken to heart by the listener. Lu Zai suddenly thought of an extremely overpowered way to become stronger. He looked at teacher Lu Ru with some excitement and asked, Teacher, didn't you say that after advancing to the Eternal Realm, one can create things? Can I create gold? Upon hearing this, Lu Ru and Li Zhuangzhuang both showed expressions of shock. What kind of logical genius is this? How did you come up with that? Lu Ru nodded silently. Yes, the Eternal Realm can change the internal structure of matter, even the macroscopic structure. For example, my teaching whip is a kind of dark matter that can devour its own energy and amplify it dozens of times, making its attack power extremely strong. In the killing array, I also relied on the teaching whip to absorb my own eternal eye in order to break through the killing array. If you want to make gold, the quantity will be limited by your strength, but I guess making 10 or 8 tons a day should not be a problem. That's good. Lu Zai had already planned a path for him and his good brother to dominate the heavens. Lu Zai would create gold, and Li Zhuangzhuang would use the Gold Master's talent to continuously increase his strength. One day, they would have a chance to defeat that mysterious superior. 10 tons? 8 tons? Teacher, you underestimate your student. My mental strength can increase at will, so won't the output increase several times over? The bolder the person, the greater the yield. When do you plan to start? Lu Ru asked Lu Zai. Now. Lu Zai couldn't wait any longer. After all, there were still 18 threats from the end outside, and he needed to explore new areas and discover higher-level beasts to increase his basic survival points. 2,000 survival points per minute is no longer enough to satisfy Lu Zai's current ambitions. In the wilderness, Lu Zai sat down on the ground and began to break through to the realm of eternity. Li Zhuangzhuang waited expectantly for his good brother to hand-rub gold for him. The 20 million units of spiritual energy washed over Lu Zai's internal organs like a waterfall, affecting his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The final hurdle was his kidneys. This time, when Lu Zai advanced to the eternal realm, he felt that it was not a matter of breaking through the barrier of a single organ, but rather that he used his own power to penetrate through all 5 organs. The power within his body flowed freely and smoothly like never before, and his internal organs were quickly opened up without any obstruction. A red energy shockwave shot up rapidly from above Lu Zai's head, merged into the clouds, and then spread outwards. It's done! Lu Zai looked at the red power flowing through his body and was very happy. Lu Zai's system now has an additional attribute bar, Creation LV10100. Holy crap, even creations can have levels? Lu Zai attempted to create gold himself and discovered that he possessed knowledge of all things in time, physical structures, and chemical properties, a knowledge granted to him by advancing to the eternal realm. Creation does not occur out of thin air. Lu Zai held a stone in his hand, ready to turn it into gold. He used his creative power to change the stone's material composition and elemental properties. The next moment, a stone turned into 100% pure gold, a scene that thrilled Li Zhuangzhuang and Lu Zai. Lu Zai suddenly had a whimsical idea: if all strange beasts are creations of the strong, it proves that creations can be given life. Could I also make gold come alive? The next moment, Lu Zai used his mental power to control the gold into the shape of a small tiger, and then tried to bring it to life. Chapter 59, The Terrifying Boss, Level 80 Pioneer. Ding! Creation level insufficient to integrate with life. Mental strength insufficient to utilize life's creation abilities. As expected, a powerful being capable of creating strange beasts is truly terrifying. Lu Zai looked at the 400,000 survival points lying in his system, which was the income he had earned by simply leaving the game running for a few hours. He began to upgrade his creation level. Ding! You have successfully upgraded your creation level to LV6, 100,000. Yes, Lu Zai now possesses a level 6 creation, which directly increases efficiency many times over. Although he cannot integrate it into life, the efficiency of turning stone into gold is already many times higher. Lu Zai had a guess: after his mental strength became stronger in the future, would he be able to create units similar to the Golden Giant and the Gold Saint, or even integrate them into his talent sequence? As Lu Zai pondered, a 10-ton stone lying on the ground rapidly changed, becoming increasingly solid and radiant with golden light. Li Zhuangzhuang, the generous crab gift is unbeatable. Li Zhuangzhuang immediately absorbed the 10 tons of gold greedily, and his body underwent a terrifying change. A 5-colored energy shockwave exploded out, which was only dispelled by Lu Zai snapping his fingers and using his mental power. You know what, snapping your fingers is a really cool move. The creation just now had greatly depleted Lu Zai's mental energy, and only then did Lu Zai realize how much strength was required to create something. The newly added 10 tons of gold allowed Li Zhuangzhuang to break through his cultivation level without any obstacles, directly advancing him to the immortal realm. Even more outrageous, Li Zhuangzhuang summoned all his gold, which turned into a golden liquid that floated above his head. Li Zhuangzhuang said with his eyes closed, "Brother Lu, it seems that my talent sequence has broken through. I think I can now merge with myself." What do you mean? Lu Zai didn't have the talent to attract wealthy patrons, so he didn't quite understand. But as soon as Get Out of Class ended, he saw a bizarre scene: the liquid gold turned into a waterfall and gushed towards Li Zhuangzhuang, flowing into his body. Li Zhuangzhuang's aura surged, and he roared like a madman, "This is the sugar daddy." He transformed into a golden warrior, 10 meters tall, wielding a golden sword. Just one look at him was enough to inspire fear. Good heavens! This is outrageous! He just advanced to immortal, and his aura is already as fierce as that of a late-stage immortal. Therefore, after the sponsor's talent is upgraded, transforming into a golden warrior will definitely greatly enhance Li Zhuangzhuang's abilities. Lu Zai felt that he still had some spiritual energy left in his body, and it was recovering very quickly. Come on, brother, have another one. Lu Zai used his mental power to turn several boulders on the cliff into gold and integrate them into Li Zhuangzhuang's body. Lu Zai had to raise Li Zhuangzhuang to a terrifying level because he knew that he couldn't go to the end of the land to resist the beast tide. Doing so would cause his level to rise pointlessly, and he wouldn't be able to kill bosses above his level. His base survival points would then remain at 2,000 per minute. This won't do. I'm a man destined to become a god. I can't afford to hit a bottleneck. Li Zhuangzhuang's leveling up is not harmful. In fact, killing alien beasts can even boost his attributes, which is more beneficial. So Lu Zai, who was in the Eternal Realm, rested and recovered his mental energy while desperately rubbing gold into Li Zhuangzhuang's hands. A whole afternoon passed, and Lu Zai had secured 100 tons of gold. He waved to Li Zhuangzhuang and said, "I'm fucking done for. I need to rest for a bit. Brother, what would you like to drink? What would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you," Li Zhuangzhuang said with a fawning expression. He would remember this brother for the rest of his life. This brother had created everything for him, helped him possess the body of the legendary Sakura killer, gave him the eternal heart, and was now even making him gold. Isn't this the legendary half-brother? Lu Zai waved his hand. There is no free lunch in the world, let alone gold. You have to go and seal those beasts of the end. The important task of saving Kyoto and the Dragon Kingdom is entrusted to you. Li Zhuangzhuang. Why are you looking at me? You are the savior, you are the hope of the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Zai said with a determined look. Really? Fine, I'll go. But you are the only saint in the Dragon Kingdom. How could I be the savior? Li Zhuangzhuang said, expressing his disbelief. Lu Zai shook his head. How can I compare to your growth rate? In the future, you will be the only person in the Dragon Kingdom to break through to the saint level, while I, Brother Lu, can only make gold for you every day as logistics. Now I have to go to explore the level 80 area, so I have to pave the way for you, brother. Li Zhuangzhuang jumped to his feet, deactivated his golden warrior form, reverted to human form, and gave Lu Zai a bear hug. Big brother. 5,555 inch. Lu Zai finished his pie in the sky promise and pushed Li Zhuangzhuang away, saying, all right, go on. Li Zhuangzhuang kept turning back to say, Big brother, be careful when you go to pioneer the land. Okay, I understand. Big brother, after I save the world, let's go back to our hometown in Binhai and have a drink. Okay. After seeing off the savior, Lu Zai rushed to Mount Fushur in the Sakura Kingdom, because it was rumored that there was a wild and mutated land there that had never been conquered by anyone, and even the two saints of the Dragon Kingdom had failed in their attempts to explore it. Teacher Lu had told Lu Zai that he could only explore the area at level 60, while that area contained monster bosses ranging from level 61 to 80. After Lu Zai recovered most of his mental strength, he took a step forward, shattering the void. An eternal powerhouse could reach anyone, even from tens of thousands of miles away, in an instant. Upon seeing the awakened beings from the Dragon Kingdom arrive, the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom all knelt in worship. They knew that without Orlando, the coalition forces would be as good as the West without Jerusalem. Now they have no choice but to submit, and the allied nations have even sent their own immortals to the northern outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom to suppress the end. It's just a petty mentality. The people of this country are afraid of power but not of virtue, so they must be conquered by force. Lu Zai ignored the awakened ones who were kneeling and wouldn't get up, let them kneel for as long as they wanted. He then climbed the Fushur mountain range on his own. This is an active volcano, with lava still spewing from its crater. Legend has it that the interior of the volcano is enormous and harbors countless strange beasts. Lu Zai leaped off the volcano's crater, and the land reclamation began. In the northern suburbs of the Dragon Kingdom, the immortals of the allied forces, together with the immortals of the Dragon Kingdom, are suppressing the end. Judging from the energy performance of the Gate of the End last month, the immortal powerhouses are capable of suppressing it. But this time, the 18 gates of the End in the northern suburbs broke through the seal and displayed terrifying power. All the immortals from across the planet Earth have arrived, but the two sides are engaged in a war of attrition, resulting in a stalemate. Just then, a 15-meter-tall golden warrior rushed into the battlefield, wielding a 10-meter-long golden sword and slashing down from the sky. The giant dragon, which had reached the heavens, had its left arm severed immediately, and it roared incessantly. The immortals from all nations were greatly astonished. May I ask the name of this hero? Li Zhuangzhuang's battle blade dragged along the ground as he walked towards the Gate of the End without looking back. Only a rough voice echoed, I am Li Zhuangzhuang. You may also call me Savior. The entire audience was stunned. This was truly Garen with Infinity Edge, a combination of silence and critical strike. Chapter 60, Beast Fusion, Sakura Country sinks 5 meters. Li Zhuangzhuang's arrival immediately tipped the scales of victory in his favor. A golden warrior weighing several hundred tons wielded a golden sword, displaying divine might like an ancient demon god. At this moment, Li Zhuangzhuang truly felt that he might be the savior of the world. Looking at the endless beasts falling one after another around him, his killing intent grew stronger. My brother is Lu Zai, a sage of the Dragon Kingdom, and my teacher was the previous sage. Given their backgrounds, there's no reason why I shouldn't be the savior. At this moment, Li Zhuangzhuan's heart was filled with unwavering determination as he led the immortal powerhouses of Blue Star into the surging tide of beasts. On the other side, in the crater of Mount Fushur in Sakura Province, Lu Zai jumped down and entered the volcano. The lava here was scorching hot, and boulders kept rolling down the surrounding cliffs, only to be instantly shattered by Lu Zai's devouring heaven fragments. From within the magma, strange creatures gradually emerged. Level 65 boss, Faceless Demon. Level 72 boss, Two-Headed Giant. Lu Zai looked around and saw nothing but bosses. This place had never been conquered before. It was a pioneering area. As long as you killed the boss of the corresponding level, you would have successfully pioneered to a certain level. Lu Zai's goal is to kill the ultimate level 80 boss here. A level 70 beast charged in furiously, but Lu Zai waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. He's too lazy to kill it would just give him useless experience points. The beast was directly enveloped by the mental force and sent flying an unknown distance before landing precisely in a city center at the foot of Mount Fushur, causing a great commotion. The strange beast even slapped down their ancestral shrine, shattering it into pieces. Even if it's an ordinary beast, it's still level 70, which is not something an ordinary person can handle. Lu Zai couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. It was better for him to die than for his fellow Taoists to die. Lu Zai carefully packed up and threw away any ordinary beasts that came near him, reminding him to be gentle and not to crush them to death, to keep them alive. Lu Zai felt that if he ran up to the city below and shouted, "Open the door, your package," the other party would probably be furious. The entire city was in chaos, and the people who had been living in the cherry blossoms knelt down, pleading, "Please, don't throw them away. Don't throw them away." As for those berserk bosses, Lu Zai treated them differently, showing extreme double standards, and killed them on the spot. After reaching level 60, leveling up became increasingly difficult, which is a huge advantage. Even if killing a boss above my level doesn't give me any experience, I won't complain at all. Lu Zai fought against numerous bosses alone in Fushur Mountain. At first, he was in a great position, killing 100 bosses and leveling up to level 61. Later, he increasingly felt that something was wrong. The number of these alien beast bosses was terrifying. They kept surging out from the Earth's core, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. It was like a level-based game where someone was constantly challenging your limits. This feeling is like someone is manipulating you from behind the scenes, or even wanting you to become stronger. Lu Zai didn't have time to think about that. Now he was focused on earning basic survival points. The system kept sending notifications that basic survival points had increased by 1. The attacks on Lu Zai became increasingly fierce. Boom! Hundreds of level 70 plus alien beast bosses launched a joint attack. They could actually combine. These hundreds of strange beasts collided with each other and merged together, their size and strength soaring. What kind of talent is this? I want it too. Lu Zai was shocked. The next moment, a terrifying behemoth composed of hundreds of strange beasts, standing over 200 meters tall and comparable to a skyscraper, punched through one side of Mount Fushur. The mountain began to shake violently, and collapses and landslides occurred. There was no doubt that the city below the mountain was about to suffer. Lu Zai leaped up and hovered in mid-air. Looking at the city at the foot of Fushur Mountain, which was covered in rubble, he sighed, "Since the city is gone anyway, I might as well borrow it." Metal Storm, rise. 10 clones stood side by side in the void, their spiritual power surging wildly for 30 million units. At this moment, the metal storm launched by Lu Zai has already reached a range of 100 meters plus 300,000 meters, or 300 kilometers, which is roughly covering most of the Sakura country. He intends to hollow out the metal of this country and use the metal of the Cherry Blossom country to fight this combined boss to the death. The Sakura Kingdom is currently broadcasting this great battle live. Watching the 10 Lu Zais frantically draining the country's metal on the screen, they are plunged into despair. They all knew that this country was finished. He pulled out the bridge's steel cables, and the bridge immediately collapsed. The steel structure of the buildings was removed, and large areas of the city were reduced to nothing. Pots, pans, and utensils in the house, especially those with a metal component, have mysteriously disappeared. The spoons in the kids' hands have all run away. An old man's large gold tooth flew into the sky, and he cursed at the sky. Lu Zai's actions warmed the hearts of all 4 seasons and shocked the entire Cherry Blossom country. Ding! Your feat has shocked the entire Sakura Kingdom. Mental strength plus 5 million. Lu Zai, great. Thank you for nature's gift. Give me 4 million spirit points and 1 million physical points. Ding, attribute points successfully added. Current spirit, 24 million, constitution, 4 million, health, 40 million. The combined behemoth had countless tentacles, and its body was an oval shape, extremely ugly, like a large plush ball. These tentacles can extend and retract freely, transforming into extremely violent whips that lash out at Lu Zai. Lu Zai's metal storm had reached a frenzied state. The metal borrowed from Japan flew into the sky and was directly tempered by his mental power into billions of flying arrows. These arrows, fully drawn in the sky, clattered and clicked, ready to launch an attack at any moment. At the same time, all 11 Lu Zais pointed one hand at the giant beast in front of them and shouted, "Slash!" At that moment, even the sun lost its light. Billions of arrows ravaged the entire Fushur mountain like a torrential downpour. The endless tentacles were severed one by one, but how powerful was the behemoth? It was formed by the fusion of hundreds of bosses, and the energy within its body was extremely violent. The next second, it regenerated thousands upon thousands of tentacles. Slay again. Lu Zai seemed to be playing a fruit-cutting game, cutting off each fruit that grew, displaying a stubbornness. Meanwhile, the bosses inside Mount Fushur continued to join the fusion effort, and the giant beast's body grew larger and larger, engaging in a war of attrition with Lu Zai. However, his ever-expanding weaknesses were exposed, and the damage was in the hundreds of billions. Which family could withstand that? After a stalemate lasting more than 10 minutes, all the bosses on Mount Fushur were completely wiped out, and the entire Mount Fushur was flattened by this great battle. The mountainous area was turned into a plain. Lu Zai looked at a 400-meter diameter glutinous rice ball on the plain. That's right, the giant beast no longer had the ability to grow tentacles. It had been completely cut off and its shape had turned into a glutinous rice ball. The next moment, Lu Zai combined the billions of metal arrows into a metal spear. Though called a spear, it was actually a huge iron pillar made from all the metals of a country, which he then thrust into the spear. Chapter 61, Sequence 01 Ideological Imprint. Thanks to the fearless Master Fu and Xia Xiuqiu for the generous donations and certifications. I will add more chapters after I am discharged from the hospital. Ding! You have successfully killed 2,810 bosses, and your base survival points have been increased to 5,000 per minute. Lu Zai's level has been upgraded to level 80, with 5,000 survival points per minute, which is 300,000 per hour and 7.2 million survival points per day, which is excellent. The volcano in front of him lost its meaning again, so he left. Lu Zai's smile was captivating, but this battle caused the Sakura Kingdom to sink by 5 meters, reducing the country's area by 56% and submerging areas with low elevations. As his mental strength increased, Lu Zai's perception became more and more powerful. He looked into the void and found that the air and clouds were different. He could even see a trace of black energy swirling around in the cracks in the earth. This energy? It's exactly the same as the energy of the End Beast. Lu Zai murmured, his heart filled with shock. Could it be that the entire blue star is a creation? I can't worry about that now, I need to go home and grind gold first. Next, Lu Zai will definitely raise the level of his creation and other talents to a higher level, continue to add points to his mental power, and try to bring out different effects from his talents and creation. Lu Zai thought of something. If he had just drained all the metal in Sakura and then given it life, wouldn't he have gained another powerful ally? No, why am I so narrow-minded? When my mental strength is strong enough, I could drain all the metal from the US, Sakura, Australia, and India to create a giant on Earth without any problem. You must have a broad perspective. What level had that powerful being, capable of creating all the alien beasts on Earth to fight against humanity, reached? What was his purpose? All of this made Lu Zai fall into deep thought. But one thing is certain, you must be strong enough to absolutely crush your opponents, and you cannot afford to take any risks. Yes, you need a huge amount of health points, many clones, and survival is very important. Also, your accomplice Li Zhuangzhuang needs to be strong enough. I believe that if the two of us collude and work together, we will definitely be able to bring this big shot down from his pedestal. He. Lu Dai laughed happily, took a step out of the void, and returned to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Big brother, you're back. You have no idea how ferocious the End Beast tide was today. I led everyone to suppress 6 end gates and completely sealed them off. As soon as Lu Zai returned to Kyoto, Li Zhuangzhuang dragged him around and gave him a long boast. 66, I told you, this world can't do without you. Lu Zai struck while the iron was hot, giving Li Zhuangzhuang a mental imprint to reinforce the sealing effect. Huh? That's true. Li Zhuangzhuang wholeheartedly agreed others might just be saying it casually, but he took it seriously. Let's go, let's make gold. Without saying a word, Lu Zai took Li Zhuangzhuang and headed towards the outskirts of the city. As a craftsman, he was afraid he would have to keep making gold forever. I glanced at my survival point, which had reached 850,000 after this great battle. Lu Zai did not hesitate to add points to creation. Creation, LV90 500,000, consumed hundreds of thousands of survival points, upgraded to level 9. With 24 million spirit power and a level 9 creation, I believe the efficiency of crafting gold has increased significantly. While passing through the defenses of Kyoto, Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang overheard immortal powerhouses who had just returned from the Gate of the End discussing the current situation on Blue Star. It seems that the sage's guess was correct. There are still extremely powerful beings in this world. I have a feeling that the energy of the Gates of the End has increased again. It's like they have no upper limit. They are constantly testing our strength and seem to be toying with us. Yes, such a terrifying existence. I wonder how long we can hold out. What if some hidden powerhouse gets tired of playing around and launches a world-destroying war? Will Earth be gone? Very likely. No matter what, as immortals, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Lu greets the sage. As the discussion was in full swing, everyone noticed Lu Zai looking down at them from the air, and the group bowed in greeting. Lu Zai stepped forward. As the sage of the Dragon Kingdom, he had a duty to stabilize morale and give the Dragon Kingdom hope and the courage to fight. He surveyed the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The Dragon Kingdom will prevail, and the Blue Star will live on forever." After saying that, he turned and left with Li Zhuangzhuang. Even Lu Zai himself didn't know that after he left, this group of immortal powerhouses, despite their extremely strong mental strength, were deeply affected by his words, repeatedly saying, "The Dragon Kingdom will surely win, and Blue Star will live forever." This statement has gradually become a subtle and ingrained ideological imprint. After leaving, Lu Zai received a terrifying system notification. Ding! A momentous opportunity. Host, you have very likely obtained hidden sequence information. You are awakening talent sequence 01, thought imprint, progress 10%. Lu Zai? What on earth is this thought imprint? I think I've heard of it in some novel, but I don't know if it's legitimate or not. System, what is a thought imprint? Lu Zai asked, communicating with the system in his mind. Thought imprinting can influence humans with lower mental strength than oneself, implanting unwavering beliefs in them. This is different from manipulation. Thought imprinting implants a specific belief or will. Once this belief and will are successfully implanted, you can obtain the faith power of these people. This faith power can be continuously converted into mental strength to nourish the host. Heavy gift crab, listen to this, is this the value of talent 01? Lu Zai now understands why Li Zhuangzhuang actually believed him so readily when he joked that Li Zhuangzhuang was a savior. It wasn't that Li Zhuangzhuang was naive, it was that Lu Zai was too strong. However, he hadn't fully grasped the sequence talent yet, so the effect wasn't very obvious. It only had a slight brainwashing effect, but it was still some distance from a complete mental imprint. For example, I haven't received any feedback of faith power. System, how do I increase the awakening progress of talent sequence 01, ideological imprint? Lu Zai was now eager to obtain this magical talent. It's very simple, killing alien beasts and awakened ones will increase the progress. The stronger the target, the faster the progress bar will increase. I see, that I'm relieved, Lu Zai murmured to himself. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the city, Lu Zai landed and remained motionless, continuously communicating with the system. Li Zhuangzhuang, standing beside him, grew anxious. Big brother, don't just stand there, start rubbing. Oh, okay. Coming back to his senses, Lu Zai patted a small hill with one hand. Today, he was going to try to turn this small hill into a gold mine. After all, the stronger Li Zhuangzhuang becomes, the stronger I will become in the future, and the power of faith provided under the imprint of thought will also be stronger. Lu Zai is planning to explore the level 100 area. I heard the location is in New York City, USA. They must be very welcoming to me, just like those awakened ones at the foot of Mount Fushur. The primary goal of this pioneering effort is to unlock the mind imprint. I want to see just how awesome this number 1 talent really is. Chapter 62, The Limits of Pioneering, The Arrival of the Supreme Being. No one on Blue Star has ever attempted to explore at level 100. Even the previous twin saints only went to Mount Fushur once to explore, and it ended in failure. It was during this trusteeship process that Lu Ru sensed the presence of a superior being. The strength of the beasts was always superior to that of humans. This time was no different. 11 of the 18 endpoints in the northern suburbs of Kyoto were sealed off by the Dragon Kingdom in conjunction with immortal powerhouses from all over the world. However, the remaining 7 locations became increasingly difficult to seal off, and even after the savior Li Zhuangzhuang intervened, he was unable to take them down. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Zai was handcrafting gold for Li Zhuangzhuang. During those 3 days, Lu Zai gained 7.2 million survival points each day, for a total of 21.6 million survival points. Besides using 500,000 survival points to upgrade the creation level from level 9 to level 10, I added 20 million survival points to mental power, 1 million to physique, and kept the remaining 100,000 as a backup. Li Zhuangzhuang's gold reserves reached an astonishing 1,500 tons in just 3 days, a figure that is unprecedented and unparalleled. Many countries do not even have that much gold in their reserves. But today, Lu Zai's spiritual power has reached 44 million. After undergoing a transformation after reaching level 10 in creation, he can now handcraft 1,000 tons of gold in a single day. Lu Zai is now at level 10 in creation, which allows his creations to possess certain life attributes and consciousness. For example, the gold it rubs out can flow like liquid, can transform into a person or a beast, and can obey Lu Zai's command to transform into any form. As expected, after obtaining 2,500 tons of gold, Li Zhuangzhuang's strength directly reached the peak of immortality. With the Eye of Eternity, he was about to become one of only 2 saints in the Dragon Kingdom. On the 4th day, Lu Zai used his spiritual power to create a golden giant weighing 1,000 tons. Following Lu Zai's instructions, the golden giant charged directly at Li Zhuangzhuang and merged into his body. Li Zhuangzhuang, transformed into a golden warrior, roared, and a dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky. Even the Dragon Kingdom space station could see this magnificent sight from a space perspective. On this day, Li Zhuangzhuang advanced to the Eternal Realm, and the Dragon Kingdom entered the era of dual saints. On the 5th day, Lu Zai's survival points accumulated to 14.5 million again. Lu Zai gained 11 million mental strength, bringing his total mental strength to 55 million. His physical constitution reached 8 million, his health points reached 80 million, and he reduced damage taken by 98%. On this day, the 2 saints of the Dragon Kingdom announced that they would enter the city of New York in the United States to pioneer a level 100 alienation zone for humanity. The news spread like wildfire among New York residents, who rushed to buy standing room-only tickets and relocate their entire families overnight. After all, everything that happened at the foot of Mount Fushir had already spread online, and anyone who saw it would be terrified. Only a great sage of the Dragon Kingdom could pull a raging beast directly from a volcano and airdrop it into someone else's city. But what's the use? Protests, are they effective? Resistance, can you win? The weak are utterly defeated and have no choice whatsoever. What's more, this time it wasn't just 1 saint who came, it was 2. Double happiness. On this bright, clear morning, in Niuyue City, when no one had bothered anyone, Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang arrived. One is a golden warrior with a body height of 100 meters and a weight of 3,500 tons. One of them is Lu Zai, the great demon king who was followed by 10 clones. When a sage takes action, idlers should retreat. Li Zhuangzhuang shouted loudly, and the people of York City below from the United States sped up their escape. The 2 arrived at Liberty Island in New York, where their iconic landmark, the Liberty Statue, stands. Since this place was mutated, no one has dared to enter Freedom Island. It has become the most terrifying and highest-level mutated place on Blue Star, and has never been conquered by anyone. The God of Liberty was originally only 46 meters tall, but after being transformed, he seemed to be given life and grew to 300 meters, becoming a giant like the one that supports the sky. The torch in his hand grew ever hotter, as if it could burn away everything in the world. The statue's eyes blazed like torches as it glared at Lu Zai and his companion. With a sudden swing of its torch, the entire Freedom Island was engulfed in flames, and countless strange beasts rose up from the raging inferno. You're in charge of the ordinary beasts, I'll handle the rest. Lu Zai instructed. No, I'll handle the boss. You kill the ordinary monsters. That's more in line with my savior persona, Li Zhuangzhuang said firmly. Lu Zai gasped. Oh no, this kid's been poisoned too much. After a moment's thought, Lu Zai advised, saviors are meant to save the world in times of crisis. This kind of beast is not for you to deal with. Save your strength, savior. The strongest being behind the scenes is watching you. Li Zhuangzhuang nodded silently, his hands behind his back. You're right, I was careless. So, Brother Lu, let's get started. Lu Zai breathed a sigh of relief and then, together with his 10 clones, charged towards the terrifying level 81-100 bosses. The violent mental energy shattered the weaknesses of the alien beast bosses one by one. The giant alien beasts exploded one after another, and blood mist sprayed onto the sea of fire, steaming up in patches of mist. The air was filled with the stench of blood. Golden Warrior Li Zhuangzhuang could easily defeat ordinary beasts with a single punch, and they wouldn't last more than 2 rounds against him. Li Zhuangzhuang was deeply immersed in the feeling of taking down a whiny kid with a single punch, unable to extricate himself. The Golden Warrior dodged and weaved on the field, his 30-meter-long golden sword creating a sonic boom as he wielded it. The strange beasts were decapitated one after another, except for those that had no heads to begin with, which were sliced in half vertically by Li Zhuangzhuang. The feeling of being able to kill bosses of a higher level again made Lu Zai feel extremely happy, and the notification sound of +1/+1 in the system's survival point-based benefit was like heavenly music. The saying goes, revenge is never too late, but these two brothers took their revenge from morning till night. This battle raged from dawn till dusk. A bright moon slowly rose, and the male god on Freedom Island was also pierced with 108 holes by Lu Zai's devouring heaven fragment. It slowly collapsed, the sea of fire gradually subsided, and the world returned to clarity. The city of Niuyue is now devoid of any strange beasts, and the city itself no longer exists. Others solve problems by addressing both the symptoms and the root cause, but Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang addressed the root cause directly. With New York City gone, the problem is perfectly solved. Just then, Lu Zai suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned to look at Li Zhuangzhuang and said, "Zhuangzhuang, something's not right." Li Zhuangzhuang nodded repeatedly. "No new land has appeared, could it be?" "That's right. All the previous levels of Pioneer lands on Blue Star were opened up little by human powerhouses, and new, higher-level Pioneer lands will also appear on Blue Star. But this time, there was no movement at all. No pioneering lands above level 100 appeared on Blue Star. Could it be that the strength of that supreme expert was only this much? Could it be that he was unable to create beasts above level 100? Just as the two were secretly pleased, Liberty Island began to shake violently, splitting into two and creating huge cracks in the ground. The crack was immediately filled with seawater, and the sea surface was turbulent. From within the crack slowly rose a colossal object, or more precisely, an eye enveloped in thick black energy, its true form indistinguishable from its true form. Peak of the Return to Truth realm, Eye of the Void. Its massive eyes locked onto Lu Zai, emitting a chilling sound, like a demon's whisper. "Hello, my breakthrough seeker." Chapter 63, The Chaos Steel, The Path to Godhood. Your breakthrough realm? I don't know you at all. What's the deal with this big-eyed monster? Since Lu Zai didn't know who the other party was, he naturally chose to remain silent. But Li Zhuangzhuang next to him was different. He firmly believed that he was the savior. He saw an ultimate boss, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and he glared at the opponent, declaring, "Today, only one of us will survive." Lu Zai felt a chill run down his spine and quickly covered Li Zhuangzhuang's mouth. "Brother, wait a minute, don't be so reckless, let's observe first." Li Zhuangzhuang shook his head. "Let me go. The word retreat doesn't exist in the Savior's dictionary." Not to mention Lu Zai, even the giant-eyed monster in the distance was completely dumbfounded. Even with its 500-meter diameter eyes, it couldn't figure out where Li Zhuangzhuang's confidence came from. "Oscar, stop acting, stop acting." The big-eyed monster sprayed a stream of black energy at Li Zhuangzhuang, instantly reverting him to his original form. The big-eyed monster reorganized its words and said casually, "I am neither your enemy nor your friend. I have only used you humans." Holy crap, is this the legendary Loud conspiracy? How presumptuous of me. Lu Zai stared at the big-eyed monster. What was the reason for all this? Now it's time to reveal the mystery. The origin of the beast, the sequence talent, and your origin. The big-eyed monster blinked. You're right, it's time. This all started when I failed to become a god. There are countless gods in the universe, including main gods and false gods. They occupy all kinds of star systems and control the fate of all living things in the heavens. Their goal is to accumulate their own power and ascend to godhood, but there are also unexpected situations. When I ascended to the throne of the false god at the true realm, I encountered a competitor. My star system and the competitor engaged in a star war, and I was ultimately defeated. My star system declined from then on, while our star system follows the sequence path, which is the current talent sequence of Blue Star. My path to godhood is through inheritance. I must lead a race to rise through the sequence path, but I fell to earth and lurked beneath the deep sea, creating billions of endless beasts and bringing the talent sequence to humanity. Now I am about to enter the 12-day godhood period. I will break through the void throne and climb to godhood step by step. After I leave, in return, Earth will enjoy eternal peace. The eye of the void shot a beam of light into the void. Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang vaguely saw God's throne appear, only to disappear the next second. Lu Zai didn't quite believe Big Eye's plan. The sequence talent he left behind? If it were that powerful, he wouldn't have been forced to seek refuge on Blue Star. However, one thing is certain, this big-eyed monster definitely cannot kill him, a level breaker, before it becomes a god. It seems that it was precisely because he broke the level 100 limit for pioneering that it had this opportunity to become a god, and it seems that it dares not kill him before it becomes a god. Otherwise, why would it be so polite to me? It had used its beasts to cleanse countless cities before, and I'd never seen it be this soft-hearted. Great God, where did the sequence path come from? I want to know. Lu Zai maintained a humble and submissive attitude, but in his heart he was thinking about how to bring him down from his pedestal. What a load of bull, a false god, how many people of my dragon kingdom have you killed, and you want to run away? The eye of the void looked at Lu Zai, its gaze striking the void, and an image suddenly appeared, just like watching a movie. It was an extremely prosperous planet inhabited by life, with giant trees, great rivers, and lakes everywhere, inhabited by one big-eyed monster after another. Suddenly, a meteorite landed on this planet, and in the crater, the big-eyed monsters discovered a strange stone tablet. This is our planet. This stone tablet is a fragmented record of a part of the talent sequence. It was by relying on these known sequence pathways that we achieved glory. After our life-bearing planet gave birth to the first false god, we realized that there were so many life forms in the universe pursuing higher peaks. And this stone tablet, which we call the Chaos Tablet, points to the origin of the universe, to those powerful ancient beings, which we call the Old Days. The Old Days? Lu Zai was shocked. How powerful could these beings concerning the origin of the universe be? If our absolute numbers were large enough, could we challenge them? Do these ancient beings pose any threat to us? A series of questions remained unanswered. After Lu Zai's campaigns in the north and south, he believed one thing: absolute safety comes from absolute strength. I need to work harder. Do you have any other questions? The eye of the void looked at the two of them. Li Zhuangzhuang was so angry that he didn't say a word. In his opinion, all heretics should die, especially this kind of scheming old man behind the scenes, who deserved to die a horrible death. If his older brother hadn't held him back, he would have gone up and plucked a few strands of hair from his head. Lu Zai said, "Great God, I have no doubts." Lu Zai's thoughts: "Great God, I want to drag you down with me." The eye of the void nodded in satisfaction. "I will leave Blue Star in 12 days. Do not disturb me during these 12 days. After saying that, it unleashed terrifying black energy from its entire body. This black energy surged out from its large eyes and shot straight into the void, tearing open a spatial vortex above the void. Within the vortex, a radiant throne emitted an unusual glow. Today, the Void Clan reclaims their divine status. After the Eye of the Void finished speaking, it soared into the air, climbing up a series of energy steps, each step extremely difficult. The journey to the throne takes a full 12 days. Lu Zai was overjoyed and offered his hands in prayer: "May the gods of the void return to their divine positions." After Lu Zai finished speaking, he pulled Li Zhuangzhuang away from Freedom Island immediately. He understood that he only had 12 days. Within those 12 days, he had to drag the Eye of the Void down with him, ascend to godhood, and become a false god. What kind of world lies above the false gods? Lu Zai yearned for it. Damn it, why didn't you let me fight him to the death? Li Zhuangzhuang was furious when he returned to the outskirts of the city. His mind was deeply ingrained, and his ambition to be a savior had exploded. Calm down, brother. Don't we still have 12 days? After 12 days, Lu Zai communicated with Li Zhuangzhuang telepathically, while making a throat-slitting gesture. Li Zhuangzhuang immediately understood. Shall we continue grinding gold now? Of course, you are the savior, I must help you. Lu Zai thought of an advertising slogan: "I will make your dreams come true with my own hands." Meanwhile, Lu Zai looked at his system. After a day of fighting, Lu Zai's survival point gain had reached 10,000 per minute. Meanwhile, there are 10 million survival points lying in the system. By defeating those level 8100 boss-level creatures, his progress in unlocking his mind imprint has reached 69%. It's infuriating that there are no monsters left to kill. It seems I can only wait until I become a false god. Lu Zai absolutely refused to believe the nonsense about the Eye of the Void, which claimed that Blue Star would enjoy eternal peace after it left. Lu Zai firmly believed that peace would only come when all the enemies were wiped out. Chapter 64, 12 Days of Seclusion, Unrivaled Aura. Lu Zai is now level 100. Looking around, there are no more bosses on this planet that he can defeat even if he is a level above him. My survival points earned reach 10,000 per minute, which is 600,000 per hour, and 14.4 million per day. 12 days later, that's over 100 million, enough for me to reach the true nature realm. However, that's not enough. Lu Zai needs to find a way to boost Li Zhuang's fighting ability as well, since mixed doubles is always more likely to succeed than going it alone. Without any hesitation, let's get to work. Lu Zai quickly added all 10 million survival points from the system to his mental strength, resulting in an unprecedented boost to his attributes. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 100 0.5%. Realm, Eternal Realm. Health points, 80 million. Constitution, 8,098% damage reduction. Spirit, 65 million. Strength, 33,684. Agility, 32,790. Critical hit rate, 100%. Critical hit damage, 277%. Armor penetration, 47.5%. Damage increased, 40%. Survival points, 10,000 growing. Talent Sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 1001 million. Talent Sequence 04, Undying Body LV 1001 million. Talent Sequence 05, Weakness LV 1001 million. Eternal Creation, LV 1001 million. Talent Sequence 01, Ideological Imprint 68%. With 65 million units of spiritual power, Lu Zai's thoughts transformed a large area of rocks in front of him into gold in an instant. Lu Zai discovered that both the conversion efficiency and speed had been improved compared to previous models. Li Zhuang, who was standing to the side, was stunned, but his body language betrayed him, and he immediately accepted the gold. Thus, Li Zhuang and Lu Zai cooperated and achieved a win-win situation, producing 2,900 tons of gold in a single day. Li Zhuang's strength was greatly enhanced, reaching the mid-stage of the Eternal Realm. During these 12 days, Lu Zai's speed of creation will only increase. So, for the next 12 days, in a mine in the northern suburbs of the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, two lunatics were there every day, rain or shine, busy working on piles of rocks. And the Golden Warrior's size became increasingly terrifying and enormous. On the third day, Li Zhuang's size exceeded 100 meters, and the weight of the Golden Warrior reached 10,000 tons. On the fourth day, Lu Zai's spiritual power exceeded 100 million, officially entering the realm of returning to truth. On the eighth day, Li Zhuang reached a height of 150 meters, the weight of the Golden Warrior reached 40,000 tons, and Lu Zai's daily output of hand-rubbed gold exceeded 10,000 tons for the first time. The exciting 12th day has arrived. Li Zhuang entered the realm of returning to truth, transforming into a Golden Warrior who was 200 meters tall and weighed 120,000 tons. Lu Zai's mental strength reached a terrifying 150 million, his physical constitution was 20 million, and his life value was 200 million. What does 150 million units of mental strength mean? Lu Zai's current skill, Metal Manipulation, can affect a range of 1.5 million meters, or 1,500 kilometers. The skill bonus has reached 15,000 times. A single skill can deal trillions of damage. The clone's health is also increased by 15,000 times. Lu Zai's original health is 200 million, and after the clone receives the 15,000-fold increase, his health reaches a terrifying 3 trillion. Moreover, these 3 trillion lives also have a terrifying 99.2% damage reduction. Tell me, which family can withstand that? Standing on the shoulder of Li Zhuang, who had transformed into a Golden Warrior, Lu Zai looked towards Freedom Island. Today it will ascend to godhood. The Golden Warrior replied in a rough voice, then pull it down. The next second, Li Zhuang shattered the void with one foot and headed straight for Freedom Island. In the United States, on Freedom Island, the Eye of the Void ascends the steps, its enormous eye fixedly staring at the divine throne above. Almost there, just need to get to that place. At this moment, the Eye of the Void trembled with excitement. So many years had passed, and it had once been just one step away. This time, it could finally achieve its wish. Once it becomes a false god, it will create even more powerful alien beasts, devour the entire planet, and then leave unscathed. The promise of eternal peace on Earth is nothing but empty rhetoric. With only 10,000 meters left, its body continued to climb, getting closer and closer. 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters. As the Eye of the Void climbed step by step, strange noises came from below Freedom Island. Hey, big-eyed monster, do you want me to kick you? That'll make things faster. The Eye of the Void looked back at the ground and spotted two familiar figures, but their strength, how could that be? The Eye of the Void was just a few thousand meters away from reaching godhood, because ascending to godhood required climbing step by step with a mortal body, and at this point it had two choices. First, give up the ascension to godhood, recover your strength, and fight the two until dawn. Second, deceive the two people and tell them to go up first and then talk. The Eye of the Void stopped and sat on the endless divine steps, laughing. I didn't expect the two of you to grow so quickly. In fact, this is closely related to the constant tempering of you by the end beasts I created. Be patient, once I ascend to the divine throne, you two can also follow in my footsteps and become pseudo-gods. Then we can explore a wider world together. The Golden Warrior spat on the ground, saying, Pa, nobody believes you. But when Li Zhuangzhuang saw the glittering golden saliva on the ground, he felt a pang of heartache. This was something his older brother had painstakingly crafted day and night. So, he slurped it down. 2. This scene left both Lu Zai and the Eye of the Void completely stunned. The Eye of the Void felt exhausted and even foolish talking to this abnormal person, a ruthless character who could spit out something and then lick it back. In its long life, this was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Are you coming down, or are we going up? Lu Zai stood on the giant's shoulders, gazing at the Eye of the Void. The Eye of the Void sighed and shook its head. How hateful, how despicable. Why do you all insist on throwing your lives away? Why do you humans always try to stop a chariot with your bare hands? With a sigh, the Eye of the Void descended the divine steps, its strength returning to the peak of the true realm. With this return of strength, the ascension ceremony was declared a failure. It was furious, and after this failure, it didn't know when the next opportunity would come. It must then cultivate the next breakthrough person in the same way as the end beast until that breakthrough person can explore to level 100. When will we finally get to that? It's all the fault of those two idiots in front of me, especially that big guy with the yellowish-brown skin. If you hold back for a moment, you'll only get angrier. If you back down, you'll only feel like you've lost out. Ah. I'm going to kill you too. The Eye of the Void expressed its dissatisfaction in human vulgarity, completely going mad and breaking down completely. A black energy surged violently from its eyeball, heading straight for the two. Li Zhuangzhuang, big brother, it's getting anxious, it's getting anxious. Chapter 65, Dethroning the Gods, Blue Star prepares for war. The black energy was incredibly violent, and Lu Zai dared not be negligent. He immediately launched a metal storm with metal from all over the United States within a 1,500-kilometer radius. At that moment, the world changed dramatically, and the 10 clones unleashed a violent metal storm together. The entire metal of the United States was hollowed out, and endless metal was condensed and gathered. According to Lu Zai's creation ability, it was transformed into a metal giant 1,000 meters tall, holding a metal spear in its hand and stabbing it at the energy wave of the Void Eye. Golden Warrior Li Zhuangzhuang chose to flank and launch a sneak attack on the Eye of the Void from another direction. A surge of golden power gathered in his fists. This was the power of money. The talent of a wealthy patron was terrifying indeed. Boom! Lu Zai's storm giant's spear was drawn into the black energy, and even the giant's arm was swallowed up. The vortex formed by this black energy seemed to be tearing the storm giant apart completely. However, Lu Zai now possesses the ability to create things. The shredded metal particles that flew everywhere were then condensed back onto the storm giant by Lu Zai. It just so happens that this thing is endless and never-ending. Even more outrageous, Lu Zai also launched 108 devouring heaven fragments to cooperate with Li Zhuangzhuang in a sneak attack. The Void God Eye had to be distracted to fight the enemy, and its eyes spewed out a large patch of black mist. A black giant that looked exactly like Li Zhuangzhuang walked out of the mist. Talent 06, copy. At the same time, a black energy storm swept across the world, and a giant black hand slammed down in the direction of Lu Zai. One of the clones stepped forward and stood in front. Bang! The giant hand fell, causing a dent in the ground. The giant hand then turned into a cloud of black mist, which then coalesced again. Ding! Your clone number 01 has been attacked, and its HP has decreased by 1.7 billion. That's it? 1.7 billion? My 3 trillion lives, and you only took away this little bit? Who do you think you are? Lu Zai realized that he had seriously overestimated the enemy and underestimated himself. The next 10 clones rushed towards the Eye of the Void, shouting, "Kill it," as they launched a barrage of mental attacks, overwhelming the Eye of the Void. The Golden Warrior, wielding a 150-meter-long golden sword, leaped into the air and slashed down. The Eye of the Void trembled as it forcefully channeled its energy to block the attack. However, on the other side, the Storm Giant's spear pierced through the black vortex and went straight through the Void Eye's body. Before anyone could even register the shock, the various metal objects controlled by the 10 clones exploded outwards, shattering the Void Eye's body and leaving it in grave danger. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose up, the sound of the Eye of the Void exploding with energy. The entire Freedom Island began to tremble and slowly sank into the sea. The Eye of the Void transformed into a thin wisp of black mist and drifted to the side. This black mist appeared and disappeared intermittently, and was extremely weak. Even if Lu Zai did not make a move, it would soon dissipate into the world. Li Zhuangzhuang controlled the wisp of black mist with one hand, his golden eyes glaring at his opponent. "Do you know why you lost?" A faint voice drifted from within the black mist. "It doesn't matter anymore. The victor is king, the loser is villain. The path to godhood is inherently against the will of heaven. Dying halfway is normal. And I'm not the only one, haha. Cough 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 cough. It's not that you're too weak, but that I'm too strong. I am destiny, I am the savior, I was born to sweep away the darkness," Li Zhuangzhuang said with great pride. The black mist almost collapsed and nearly dissipated completely. "Don't be too happy yet, he he he. With my death, those terrifying beings will probably descend upon Earth. When they see the abundant human vitality and development potential of Earth, they will not hesitate to drain everything here. Their methods are 100 times, 1,000 times more ruthless than mine." "What do you mean?" Lu Zai looked at the black mist from a distance. "When I failed to ascend to the throne of gods and fled to Blue Star, I used the strongest method left by my race to conceal the life force of Blue Star, which prevented those terrifying beings from detecting my existence and indirectly protected humanity. Now that I am about to lose it, those methods will soon become ineffective, and Blue Star will surely perish, ha. You didn't expect that, did you, my savior? It was I who was protecting Blue Star all along." Cough 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 cough. The black mist grew thinner and weaker until it completely dissipated. Li Zhuangzhuang waved his hand dismissively, "Tch. Scare tactics. I can kill you, but I can kill your enemies too. I'll kill them one by one. Ding. You have slain an unprecedentedly powerful being, rewarding you with 1,000 base survival points. Your Talent 01, Mind Imprint Unlock Progress has increased by 32%, reaching 100% unlock progress. Successfully unlocked." The system's profits were surprisingly good, but Lu Zai didn't have time to be happy. The Eye of the Void's words made Lu Zai fall into deep thought. It was already destined to die, so there was no need to lie at this point. The only way for Earth to resist now is through creation and the imprint of thought. Thought imprint is a special talent that cannot be upgraded or ranked. It works on all things that have thought, and can give a group of people absolute faith. Lu Zai knew that this ability should be used with caution. After the Great Battle, Lu Zai upgraded his creation ability to level 15, consuming nearly 10 million survival points. The level 15 creation ability gave Lu Zai even more powerful functions. After the Eye of the Void died, it left behind billions of alien beasts in the alienated lands of Blue Star. After these strange beasts lost control of the black energy, they became ownerless creatures. With his powerful mental strength, Lu Zai made the effect of the thought imprint work on every alien beast on Blue Star. The beasts were branded with 3 great laws. 1. Beasts and humans coexist peacefully. 2. The alien beasts must protect the blue planet. 3. Mythical beasts have the freedom to live. Lu Zai didn't need to go through all that trouble. He could have simply imprinted a mental seal on the beasts, which would have been enough. The beasts would obey him. But he didn't do that. When he saw that billions of alien beasts were controlled by others like walking corpses, and now that they had been reborn, Lu Zai didn't want to be like the Eye of the Void. They are now part of the blue planet. Through his creation abilities, Lu Zai endowed the alien beasts with the ability to reproduce and, like human awakeners, the ability to strengthen their own talent sequences through their own efforts. These strange beasts feed on plants, fruits, birds, and animals, thus reshaping the food chain of Earth. As for the humans of Earth, Lu Zai only imprinted one thought on them: humanity will prevail, and Earth will live on forever. This one point is enough. It will give humanity the determination to fight forever without affecting human daily behavior. When Lu Zai finished doing all this, the system completely went into overdrive. Ding! Your thought imprint has been activated. 1.53 billion bundles of faith power are beginning to brew and are being received. Chapter 66, The Rise of Beast Taming, The Consolidation of Power. 1.53 billion streams of faith power continuously poured into Lu Zai's body. These powers of faith had materialized and were visible to the naked eye. On this day, countless people saw strands of pure white silk threads flying towards the capital of the Dragon Kingdom from all over the world. Ding! 1.53 billion units of faith power have been converted into 1.53 billion units of mental energy and injected into your body. Current mental energy, 1.68 billion. The next moment, all of Lu Zai's equipment exploded. Lu Zai was completely dumbfounded. How the hell did my equipment explode? I'm not a monster. And the prompt in his mind rang again. Your strength has reached the true realm, your spiritual power exceeds 1 billion, and you have begun to condense authority. Gods have no equipment, only authority, and the attributes of authority surpass all equipment. Power consolidation progress, 16.8%. My mental power is 1.68 billion, and the condensation progress of my authority is also 16.8%. That means that once my mental power reaches 10 billion, my authority will be successfully condensed? And then I can ascend to the throne of gods? 1.53 billion mental energy per day, that's an incredibly rapid pace, especially considering it's only the first day after Lu Zai planted the mental imprint. As the imprint of thought deepens and strengthens, and as people gain a deeper understanding of it, the benefits will increase, and the quality of the power of faith will also improve. It's like how we know the importance of money from a young age, but only when you're actually in charge do you realize that even a hero can be brought down by a penny. The powerful ideology of humanity will prevail, and the blue planet will endure, will likely only unleash its strongest power of faith when the blue planet faces a major crisis and humanity is in grave danger. On the present-day Earth, where humanity is thriving and coexists peacefully with alien beasts, the impact of this situation is not profound. So now the daily work is clear: every day, use your spiritual power to face all the people of Blue Star, strengthen their ideological imprint, and help them deeply understand the meaning of Blue Star's eternal existence and gain the power of faith. The rest of the time he had to help Li Zhuangzhuang refine gold. Lu Zai was really tired of this. He would be free once Li Zhuangzhuang's own creation level was up. Since spiritual power can now be obtained through faith, one's survival points can be used to upgrade the talent sequence level or add some points to constitution. Now that Blue Star and the alien beasts are at peace, advancement is no longer achieved by killing each other. After Lu Zai changed the way the alien beasts survived, humans and alien beasts have gained a completely new way to advance. That is, humans and mythical beasts sign a contract to reach a subtle cooperative model, which people call beast taming. Previously, the method of gaining power by killing alien beasts was left behind by the Eye of the Void. As an existence even more powerful than the Eye of the Void, Lu Zai possesses level 15 creation abilities, which naturally allows him to plan a completely new path for human development. Humans and alien beasts now fight together, unleashing power far exceeding the effect of 1+1. They work together to coordinate their talent sequence skills and utilize their respective strengths in battle, with immediate results. For example, some mythical beasts possess powerful physical talents, which means that the beast tamer has a frontline unit that can reliably output damage from the back. Some humans possess healing and buffing talents, which can now be applied to alien beasts to enhance their combat abilities. The source of equipment has become human beings producing it themselves using resources, and some awakened individuals with the talent for crafting weapons have risen rapidly and become highly sought after. The Dragon Kingdom became the sole hegemon of Blue Star, and other countries submitted one after another. The awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom had the highest priority right to acquire resources and match with exotic beasts throughout Blue Star. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom reached its historical zenith since its birth, unifying the Blue Star. Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang were hand-processing gold in the suburbs of Beijing. With Lu Zai's current mental energy of 1.68 billion, his daily output could already reach 100,000 tons. Although the weight increased by another 100,000 tons, bringing Li Zhuangzhuang's Golden Warrior to 220,000 tons, its height only increased by 5 meters, reaching 205 meters. This is due to the size difference. The 200-meter-tall Golden Warrior is only slightly larger, yet it still requires tens of thousands of tons of gold. This is similar to how a human can reach a height of 2 meters, while an elephant is only 4 or 5 meters tall. However, an elephant's body size is dozens of times that of a human, but its height is not dozens of times greater. Big brother, I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to creating my own creations, Li Zhuangzhuang said excitedly. In fact, he couldn't understand why his older brother could rub gold so smoothly when they were both at the Returning to Truth realm, while his own creation ability was improving so slowly. He couldn't understand the power of being a cheater. Lu Zai looked at the barren mine in front of him and revealed a fatherly smile of satisfaction. This is great. I'm so tired of this. Last night, even in his sleep, Lu Zai dreamt of his left and right hands moving in slow motion. In the distance, a large group of humans, either riding on the backs of strange beasts or standing on their shoulders, bowed to Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang. The two returned the bow with smiles. If they were awakened beings from the Sakura Kingdom, they would be required to kneel. The two of them held a godlike status on Earth and were highly respected. Big brother, I'm so excited. Li Zhuangzhuang put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. What are you expecting? Have you forgotten what the big-eyed monster said? He said a powerful enemy has invaded. I have a feeling that the prestige of my savior will be greatly enhanced in this battle. Come on, I still prefer peace and tranquility. I'd rather rub gold for you every day, Lu Zai laughed. No way. I'm the man who's going to sweep away all darkness. Why aren't you here yet? My greatsword is itching for a fight. Li Zhuangzhuang waved his 168-meter-long golden battle sword, his face full of fighting spirit. The moment the words were spoken, the void trembled. A huge gray vortex gradually took shape in the sky, growing larger and larger, as if some terrifying being would leap out of it at any moment. Lu Zai gazed into the deep space and murmured, "They've arrived." Li Zhuangzhuang was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, I was just saying, and you're serious? Boom. A loud noise rang out in the sky, and the vortex stabilized, forming a spatial passage. Within the vortex, billions of terrifying creatures are heading towards the blue planet below. Lu Zai used his mental power to inform everyone on Earth. Prepare for battle. Chapter 67, The Bone Clan Descends, World in Chaos. In the sky, countless black dots drew closer and closer, too numerous to count. However, Lu Zai's powerful mental strength already knew that these terrifying creatures were extremely powerful. If classified by the level of the Eye of the Void, the lowest level is 50 and the highest is 150. These creatures all appear in skeletal form. Their name is the Bone Clan. An ancient race that has existed on some inhabited planet for billions of years. Who knows how many inhabited planets they have ravaged and how many species they have wiped out. The Void Eye's home was raided by them before they fled to Earth. The fate of Earth will be put to the test, as this is the first time Earth has resisted extraterrestrial civilizations since entering the Awakening Era. After the death of the Void God Eye, the alien beasts and humans formed a united front, creating a highly efficient war mobilization mechanism. At this moment, over 1 million awakened beings and alien beasts of the Blue Star with the strength of a dominator are heading towards the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The slogan "Humanity will prevail, and the blue planet will endure" played a powerful spiritual role at this moment. Together with their tamed beasts, they rushed to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom through various spatial passages. Meanwhile, legendary and immortal level powerhouses had arrived, gathering around Lu Zai and gazing up at the deep space. Li Zhuangzhuang's golden warrior stood at the very front, like a god, his battle sword planted firmly on the ground, exuding a majestic aura. Eye of the Void, we finally meet. High in the sky, a 200-meter-tall skeletal giant, riding a 500-meter-long bone dragon, was the first to land. Before it could even get its footing, when it was still 100 meters from the ground, Zhu Lizhuangzhuang stomped the ground and rushed forward, grabbing the bone dragon by the belly and throwing it over his shoulder, sending the bone dragon and the skeleton giant flying hundreds of meters until they crashed into a mountain before coming to a stop. Li Zhuangzhuang pointed his battle sword at the skeletal giant. The big-eyed monster died by this very sword, and today it's your turn. The skeletal giant and its bone dragon mount were both a little confused. This wasn't quite what they expected. We were supposed to come here today to take the lives of fugitives and then invade this fragile yet thriving planet, but how come these natives are so fierce? However, it wasn't a big problem. As their subordinates fell from the sky, thousands of Bone Clan citizens roared in unison at the Blue Star Awakeners' roar. Comparing who can shout the loudest? Behind Lu Zai, thousands of beasts also blared with scarlet eyes and roared in unison. The next moment, the two sides charged directly at each other, and the great battle began. Countless support-type talent skills were unleashed in a deluge, including slowing, increasing damage, putting, and increasing defense. A dazzling array of skills filled the sky above Kyoto, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Those bone creatures were no pushovers either. They swept in from the sky, with tens of thousands of bone rhinoceroses in the front row. Their bodies resembled rhinoceroses, but they were just skeletons with a single horn protruding from their huge skulls, which was quite terrifying. The skeletal rhinoceroses launched the first charge, while the human side, with the two-headed giant and the mutated wood as the vanguard, hurled countless wooden spikes, instantly knocking down a large number of the charging skeletal rhinoceroses. May the blue planet live on forever. Humanity will prevail. The awakened one roared and charged forward, its beast tamer becoming even more ferocious than ever before. Roar. Outside the Dragon Kingdom, the roars of beasts shook the heavens as countless giant beasts collided, raising clouds of dust. Some of the Bone Clan's ferocious beasts were crushed, and some Blue Star warriors fell on the road to victory. There is no turning back in war, it's a fight to the death. Lu Zai's clones all rushed out and stood at the forefront of the battlefield. They became the backbone of Blue Star. The 10 clones, each with a life value of trillions, were extremely powerful. The metal spheres that Lu Zai obtained during the metal storm he launched in the United States last time were stored in the outskirts of China, and they came in handy this time. After all, this is China's homeland, he wouldn't do something like tearing down his own home. He controlled the metal spheres weighing tens of millions of tons to bombard the vortex. Lu Zai thought that even if he couldn't stop the vortex, he would still crush a large number of bone beasts to death. The giant riding on the bone dragon charged towards Lu Zai with a spear, but was knocked away by a yellowish-brown giant. Li Zhuangzhuang and the bone dragon were locked in battle, while Lu Zai faced this false god from the Bone Clan. It smiled and stood up from the ground. Its spear, hundreds of meters long, slammed into the ground, and cracks immediately appeared, spreading in all directions. Foolish creatures, you know nothing of the power of the gods. The spear's power unleashed a violent surge. Could this be the power of authority? Lu Zai felt unprecedented pressure and had no choice but to unleash his full power in one strike. Ultimate technique, Metal Storm. Ultimate technique, explode your body due to weakness. Ultimate technique, Clone. After the massive metal sphere that crashed into the vortex in the sky killed countless members of the Bone Clan, it sensed Lu Zai's call and transformed from the atmosphere into a colossal sword, its blade pointing downwards as it hurtled towards him. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. The giant sword, 8 kilometers long and heavy with no edge, hurtles down at 50 times the speed of sound. The violent speed and friction with the atmosphere caused the giant sword to turn fiery red and burst into flames. Foolish. Gods are not to be profaned. The bone giant, spear in hand, stomped his feet on the ground and charged forward, thrusting towards the giant sword. The forces of the two sides were about to collide, and at that moment, the world seemed to stand still. This was the first time Lu Zai had felt so lacking in confidence in a battle, because his opponent was a god, a false god who had truly ascended to the throne of a god. Boom! The spear and the greatsword clashed, a clash of titans. The massive shockwave shattered a large portion of the bone beasts in the sky. On the human side, Lu Zai suppressed the threat of the shockwave with his powerful mental strength. A massive corpse crashed to the ground in the sky, and the metal greatsword and spear shattered into countless burning fragments as they fell, causing a rain of metallic fire to fall on the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom's capital. Upon seeing the Bone Clan's false god, Lu Zai collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. No, there must be a trap. A god can't be that fragile. Lu Zai dared not get close, so he manipulated some metal fragments into sharp blades to attack the Bone Clan's false god from a distance. The bone giant false god was stabbed tens of thousands more times. Not a single bone in its entire skeleton was intact. At this moment, it was critically injured and its life was in danger. It didn't even have the strength to speak. He couldn't understand why nobody in the Returning to Truth realm could deal such abnormal damage. Stop pretending, get up and fight again. The cautious Lu Zai mocked from a distance, not daring to risk getting close. Bone giant, screw you, I'm going to die. The two stared at each other as if it were a scene that wasn't forbidden. At that moment, the giant regretted it. He felt invaded and that he was going to die. He remembered his father, the Bone Emperor, running with him as a child in the sunset. He slowly reached out and took out a bone ring, then crushed it. A beam of white light shot into the sky, and he murmured, "Father, I have marked a life-bearing planet to avenge me." Chapter 68, Ascending the Divine Throne, Forging Authority, Seeking Enemies in the Void. Ding! You have successfully defeated a pseudo-god of a higher level, gaining 4,000 base survival points. Your current base survival point gain is 15,000 points per minute. Really dead? Why don't you get up and keep showing off? Lu Zai stared at the giant's corpse lying on the ground, his face full of disbelief. But then I thought, if 100 million attribute points is the Return to Truth realm, wouldn't 1 billion spiritual power be enough to break through to the false god realm? I gained 1.53 billion spiritual power yesterday, which is enough to make me a pseudo-god, but I just haven't had time to ascend to the throne yet. Lu Zai looked at his system realm panel, where Breakthrough Realm was clearly written after the Return to Truth realm. With 1.68 billion units of mental energy, plus his abnormal talent sequence, he can easily deal tens of trillions of damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Zhuangzhuang, riding on the bone dragon, punched the bone dragon's skull, and the bone dragon cried out in pain and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, the bone dragon tried to get up, but Li Zhuangzhuang punched it repeatedly in the skull. Finally, he even pried open the bone dragon's upper and lower jaws with both hands and twisted them. Crack! The bone dragon's upper and lower jaws snapped, and it collapsed powerlessly, never to move again. Li Zhuangzhuang drew his greatsword and severed the skull of the skeletal dragon, saying, "Don't pretend to be a beast in front of me." With the leader of the Bone Clan dead, morale plummeted. Beast Masters and their beasts are working together to pursue the remaining forces of the Bone Clan. Blue Star emerged victorious in this battle. The Beast Tamers and Beast Masters who participated in the battle emitted bursts of light, indicating that they had received significant improvements. Ding! The people of Earth have deepened their understanding of the ideological imprint during a Great War. 1.82 billion strands of faith power are on their way. Lu Zai, holy crap, take off! As millions of white threads flowed into Lu Zai's body, his spiritual power surged and roared within him like a vast ocean. In the distance, Li Zhuangzhuang, in his golden warrior form, ran over excitedly, causing the ground to tremble. He excitedly told Lu Zai, Big brother, I vaguely feel that I have touched the boundary of a false god. I feel that I can soon condense a godhood, embark on the path to godhood, and ascend to the throne." These words terrified the surrounding Blue Star Beast Tamers. What? Our planet is about to welcome its first god? He's faster than Lucian? This is outrageous. Lu Zai looked at the excited Li Zhuangzhuang. Not bad, keep it up, our savior. As long as you work hard, the Bone Clan will be utterly defeated. But before Lu Zai could finish drawing his pie, the system sent out a message. Ding! Your mental strength has reached 3.5 billion, and the power condensation progress is 35%. Since your mental strength far surpasses that of a false god, the divine throne has appeared. Please come and assume your position. Boom! In the void, a golden divine staircase stretched upwards, breaking through the clouds to reach a magnificent golden throne. At this moment, the whole world was stunned, and even Li Zhuangzhuang's golden eyes were blinded by the light. Zhuangzhuang, protect me! Lu Zai withdrew all his power and stepped onto the path to godhood with a mortal body. However, he walked very steadily with each step, which was completely different from the difficult climb he made when he reached the eye of the void. Big brother, I was just saying. How did you become a god so easily? Li Zhuangzhuang looked at Lu Zai, who was stepping up the divine ranks, with envy. At the same time, he drew his battle sword and stood guard to the side to prevent any unexpected events from disrupting his brother's godhood ceremony. As Lu Zai ascended the steps, the divine radiance emanating from him grew even more dazzling. Everyone on Blue Star was even more shocked. They had been looking forward to it when Li Zhuangzhuang said he was going to become a god, but then God Lu gave a live demonstration right there and then. When did becoming a god become so childish? Just come and go as you please? This scene was broadcast live around the world by the Beast Tamers of Blue Star through the Awakening device, causing a sensation throughout Blue Star. Ding! Your ascension to godhood has shocked the entire planet. Your current realm is classified as pseudo-god. You have received the shocking reward bonus, plus 5 billion survival points, current mental strength 8.5 billion, and authority condensation progress 85%. Lu Zai's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, does that mean I'm only 1.5 billion away from reaching a higher realm? What's above the false god? The Eye of the Void seems to have mentioned it briefly, something about a main god. Regardless of what it is, let's get on and sit down first. Putting aside his many dreams, Lu Zai continued his journey toward the throne. The path to godhood is fraught with peril, testing, and refining humanity. But divinity also began to emerge. 1 step, 2 steps, the devil's pace. Lu Zai finally touched the magnificent golden throne. He turned around, slowly sat down, and looked down at the blue planet below. Boom! 9 thunders roared, dark clouds gathered, and countless lightning bolts struck down like lightning snakes, all pouring into Lu Zai's divine throne. A completely new power is taking shape within Lu Zai's body. Ding! You have successfully condensed divinity and become a false god. Ding! Your renown resounds throughout the divine realm. The will of the universe recognizes you as God of the Void. Ding! Your divine skill has been activated, void target acquisition. As a series of mysterious messages arrived, Lu Zai achieved the status of a false god. In the attributes section, I have an extra skill. This skill is different from the talent sequence, is called God level, and cannot be upgraded. It is called Void Search. God tier void detection. Your attack methods are not limited by space or time. You only need one of two pieces of information about the opponent to activate void detection. Information 1, you have met the other party. Information 2, you possess the other party's biometric information, such as blood, hair, skin, etc. Ha! Lu Zai was stunned by his own divine ability. What the hell was this thing? In other words, as long as I meet one of these two conditions, I can attack him or hit him using my own attack methods. An attack can be launched if either of the following two conditions is met: either you have seen the other party, or you possess some of the other party's body tissues, such as blood or hair. For example, I've met Li Zhuangzhuang. I can launch a sneak attack anytime, anywhere, even in the middle of the night, catching him completely off guard. Lu Zai looked at the full moon in the sky. Perhaps I can try attacking the moon? I've seen the moon, which satisfies condition 1, so theoretically it's possible. Action speaks louder than words. Lu Zai manipulated the giant iron ball, weighing millions of tons, which slowly floated into the air and transformed into a giant arrow, aiming at the full moon in the sky. Chapter 69, Don't Ask Why, the Supreme God is my older brother. Faced with Lu Zai's baffling actions, Li Zhuangzhuang and the others below were terrified. Brother Lu, what are you doing? The enemy is all dead. Li Zhuangzhuang was dumbfounded when he saw Lu Zai preparing to launch an attack. He thought to himself, I made you a god, not a lunatic. The other beast tamers were also horrified. What is Lucian trying to do? Who is this powerful offensive aimed at? Lu Zai ignored these worldly opinions. After all, how could mortals fathom the thoughts of gods? Indeed, no normal person would attack the moon. Void Search activated. Lu Zai thought to himself. Ding! Your attack has been imbued with the divine ability to seek out enemies from the void. Please designate a victim. Target, the moon. Ding! Target detection in progress. Detection complete, attack conditions met, offensive initiated. The next moment, everyone witnessed the most unbelievable scene of their lives. A giant arrow streaked through the air, flying towards the moon at 101 times the speed of sound. Faced with everyone's questions, Lu Zai casually replied, I'll try hitting the moon. The entire planet blew? At 101 times the speed of sound, it would take 3 hours and 15 minutes to reach the moon. By this time, everyone had gone home to enjoy the celebratory banquet following their great victory. However, as war correspondents, they remained very dedicated and broadcast the live, even broadcasting the live from the astronomical center. After all, Lu Zai is the only god on Earth, and everyone was really curious about what he meant when he said he wanted to attack the moon. It would have been better if it hadn't been broadcast live. The broadcast shocked the entire planet. Everyone turned on their TVs at home and saw the live footage from various astronomical telescopes. In the scene, Lu Zai's sky-piercing arrow hurtles wildly toward the moon at 101 times the speed of sound. There's a hit countdown in the live stream, and there are only 10 minutes left. Dear viewers on Earth, we are now broadcasting live the attack of Lucian on the moon. Our footage is synchronized throughout. There are 9 minutes and 31 seconds left until Lucian's colossal arrow reaches the moon. We just consulted an astronomer, who told us that with the strength of the pseudo-god Lucian, combined with the arrow weighing millions of tons, it may cause a huge impact on the moon and trigger a moonquake, but it will not have any impact on Earth. Time passed slowly, and 9 minutes were up in the blink of an eye. In the live broadcast, the giant rocket struck the moon directly, sending a mushroom cloud into the sky. The violent impact triggered a magnitude 12 moonquake. A giant crater with a diameter of 19,510 meters and a depth of 654 meters has formed on the surface of the moon. Most terrifyingly, the dust from the impact obscured the entire moon, absorbing sunlight and preventing it from reflecting light. In other words, until the dust dissipated, humans would not be able to see the moon with the naked eye from Earth. Just a moment ago the moon was shining brightly in the sky, and in the blink of an eye it was gone? The entire planet Earth was shocked. Lu Zai actually attacked the moon, and the power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lu Zai stood on the city wall of Kyoto with his hands behind his back, gazing at the starry sky. He received feedback from void detection. Ding! Void seeking hits target, moon, dealing 521 trillion damage. Triggers a moonquake, shifting the moon's lunar center angle by 11 degrees, altering its magnetic field, and increasing the moon's orbital time around Earth by 51 seconds. Lu Zai's forehead was sweating. I was careless and almost destroyed the moon. The system used a new unit for this information, megabytes MB. Lu Zai knew that this unit had multiple interpretations and measurements, but internationally, 1 trillion was equal to 1 trillion. Therefore, the damage is 521 trillion, which is 521 trillion. Sure, one arrow from me is enough to overwhelm an ordinary family. Lu Zai now possesses 8.5 billion spiritual power, and there are over 30 million survival points lying in the system. Without any hesitation, Lu Zai upgraded all his talent skills to level 15. He only needs 1.5 billion units of spiritual power to become a god. And yet, having only just ascended to the level of a false god, I'm already about to leave this realm. It's truly bizarre. After the talent sequence is upgraded to level 15, it takes 6 million survival points to upgrade to level 16, which is a bit slow. Lu Zai needs to lay low for a while to accumulate points, since at the current rate of 15,000 per minute, that's only 21.6 million per day. This void targeting skill is quite good, but unfortunately it can't be used on the bone giant's father. He had already said that he had marked a location for his father so that his father could come and take revenge. Unfortunately, Lu Zai had never met his father, nor did he have anything from his father that he could use as a trigger for an attack, otherwise he would have given him a good shot right now. After seeing the live stream of someone hitting the moon, Li Zhuangzhuang excitedly ran over to Lu Zai and said, "Hey bro, you're here. Could you teach me that move you just used? How did you figure it out? I'm thinking of hitting the sun sometime." Lu Zai. Seeing his older brother looking blank and not saying anything, Li Zhuangzhuang changed the subject. "Big brother, once I make another gold this year, I'll be a pseudo-god too, and Blue Star will have moved from the era of 2 saints to the era of 2 gods." Just then, a notification sound rang out. Ding! Your attack on the moon has greatly shocked the entire planet. You have gained 5 billion survival points, which is the maximum survival point limit for your current realm. Lu Zai? Is that really that powerful? I also said I'd be promoted to a main god tomorrow. Does that mean I'll advance 2 major realms in one day? Or even the major realm of becoming a god? Without saying a word, Lu Zai spent 120 million to upgrade all his skills to level 20, because the talent sequence skills will undergo new changes when they reach level 20. Then he added 4.5 billion in mental energy and 380 million in physical strength. Ding! Your mental strength has reached 13 billion, you are ready to become a god. Ding! Your constitution has reached 400 million, and your life points are 4 billion. Metal Manipulation LV20 manipulates metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 200 plus 130 million meters, dealing 1.3 million times the mental damage. No cooldown, armor penetration plus 50%. Ultimate skill Metal Frenzy causes all surrounding metals to go berserk within the manipulation range, creating a metal frenzy that deals 20 times the damage. Cooldown, 1 hour. Vulnerability LV20 detects the target and marks 20 stacks of vulnerability. When your attack hits a vulnerability, each stack deals an additional 1.3 million times the damage. Bloodlust plus 20%. Ultimate skill Explosion detonates all vulnerabilities on an enemy the instant you hit them. Cooldown, 1 hour. Undying Body LV20 possesses 20 undying bodies, each with 1.3 million times the health of the original body. The shell is immortal, and the true body is indestructible. Ultimate skill Clone, 20 undying bodies appear simultaneously, capable of mimicking the original body's attacks. Cooldown, 1 hour. Good heavens, the cooldown time of all skills has been reduced to 1 hour. Even more outrageous is that, with the support of 13 billion mental energy, the damage multiplier of these skills has reached 1.3 million times. What does that mean? Is this going to shatter a planet? Lu Zai is now too afraid to experiment on the moon so easily, because it is very likely that one of his actions will cause Blue Star to lose the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he will ruin a festival. Sensing the intense energy emanating from Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuang asked in shock, "Big brother, what's going on?" "It's just the aura of the Supreme God." Lu Zai replied modestly. Li Zhuangzhuang gasped and clenched his fists. "Big brother, if the Bone Clan attacks, let me fight alone." "Why?" "Don't ask why, the Supreme God is my elder brother." Chapter 70, The Blessing of the Supreme God, the Evolution of the Divine Realm. Lu Zai took a deep breath, and divine radiance spread around him like a ribbon. A halo was added to the back of his head, looking like a cheap special effect. At this moment, Lu Zai was truly not human. He was holding his breath and concentrating on attacking the main god. Lu Zai stood in the void, a ball of divine light flashing behind his head like an LED headlight. At first, it was just sometimes bright, sometimes dark, sometimes dark. Buzz. A buzzing sound that could instantly shut down one's brain resounded all around and spread out. At the same time, Lu Zai's body was completely enveloped in blazing divine light, and a pillar of light shot into the sky, breaking through the void and disappearing into the unknown. At this moment, only feedback sounds came from Lu Zai's mind. Ding! You have attained godhood, and your divinity has successfully connected to the divine realm. Ding! You have received divine blessings. Your planet will evolve into a divine realm. The divine realm is evolving, progress 1%. 2%. As divine light soared into the sky, countless streams of light suddenly fell from the void, descending upon Blue Star like a meteor shower. These streaks of light bombarded the Blue Star without causing any damage, but they seemed to contain special energy that was gradually changing the Blue Star's environment. The trees grew wildly, and even the most ordinary grass shone brightly. Birds and beasts, even a husky by the roadside, are full of wisdom. The land became fertile and abundant, and the pollution caused by human beings to nature was purified. The mountains are majestic, the lakes are beautiful, the earth shines, and divine light shines everywhere. The beast tamers and beasts of Blue Star were bathed in divine light and felt their strength surge. They almost advanced to a higher realm, and those with exceptional talent even crossed 2 major realms with this opportunity. The number of people in the legendary and immortal realms of Blue Star suddenly surged, with large numbers of people appearing in various places, either sitting on the ground or standing proudly in the void, attempting to break through to higher realms. Without a doubt, the evolution of the divine realm on Blue Star has brought about a qualitative leap in Blue Star's combat power. Ding! Loading complete. Blue Star has become the 113 millionth main divine realm in the Milky Way. Ding! Your divine realm level is LV132103110 million. Ding! Your divine realm level can be increased by plundering the divinity of other main gods, or by increasing the strength of your own citizens within your divine realm. P.S. The versatile survival points can be used to increase your divine realm level. The higher the level of the divine realm, the stronger the divine light within it, and the more significant the enhancement it brings to the divine race. The portal to the gods is opening for you. The great god of the galaxy is the god of gods, ruling over all. The 3 oracles of the galaxy god: freedom, fairness, and order. Freedom: the galactic gods are free to wage war, but cannot form alliances. The galactic gods will not intervene, judge, or allow transgressions of the principle of freedom. Fairness: every divine realm enjoys absolutely fair treatment. Order: all chief gods must abide by the 3 divine ordinances, maintain good galactic order, and participate in any divine wars initiated outside the galaxy. As more and more information came in, Lu Zai understood that there were so many pantheons in the entire Milky Way, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Now that I have connected to the galactic god realm, there is an existence above the main god in the Milky Way, known as the god of the galaxy. I just don't know what realm he is, or rather, what divine position he holds. Within the Milky Way galaxy, the god of the galaxy established 3 major orders, and while he does not interfere in any battles between the main gods, he strictly adheres to the 1v1 rule. This effectively prevents the lower-level beings from forming alliances, and the chaotic battles among the main gods can effectively weaken each other's strength, ensuring that no being will ever emerge that threatens the god of the galaxy. Moreover, it's not just the Milky Way that has a chief god, because the god of the Milky Way mentioned divine wars against external forces. What a terrifying sight it would be if there were a war of gods between galaxies. Lu Zai couldn't picture such a scene. If it was a battle between children, they would throw mud balls at each other. Lu Zai guessed that a battle between the gods would probably involve throwing planets at each other. This is neither civilized nor polite, and it's also very irritating. A divine realm can have multiple gods. In other divine realms, events can occur where a lower-ranking god overthrows the main god and becomes the new main god. However, Lu Zai has a mental imprint, so he is not worried about this issue. Therefore, developing one's own divine realm to possess more powerful subordinate gods is also a means of self-improvement. Furthermore, the stronger one's subordinates are, the more it will affect the amount of survival points and faith power one gains by shocking everyone. My daily survival points are extremely precious, and I won't use them to improve my mental strength. Using these survival points to improve my strength is far less efficient than waiting for the power of faith, and it would be a waste. However, Lu Dai had just asked the system how to improve the basic benefits of survival points in the future. The system's answer is that killing a main god will grant plus 10,000 points per minute, and killing beings above the main god will grant a reward of 100,000 points per minute. That's terrifying. Lu Zai is now both looking forward to and fearing the God War. Moreover, this Milky Way galaxy is not safe either. Will it be subject to galactic bullying? Alas! Our strength is too weak. We fear the violence of the galaxy. Lu Zai stood proudly in the void, his hands behind his back, overlooking his divine realm, his face filled with concern for the country and its people. I am now a mature god, and I need to be more mature in my actions from now on. I can't resort to violence so easily, unless I can't help it. Lu Zai glanced at his system and found that he had 10 million survival points left. Without hesitation, he upgraded the God Realm level to level 2. Ding! Your Divine Realm has been successfully upgraded to LV 252-3420 million. Having just leveled up 2 times, I gained 5,234 points of divinity, which is the result of everyone in the Divine Realm working together to improve their strength. Lu Zai's system backend kept showing notifications of plus 0.001 divinity. Everyone's continuous improvement in strength was also a contribution to the construction of the Divine Realm. As the level of the Divine Realm increased, Lu Zai saw the divine light above Blue Star becoming increasingly dazzling. Earth has a population of 8.1 billion and a population of 151.4 billion alien beasts. Currently, there are 1.31 million beasts and beast tamers in the Eternal Realm, which is much stronger than before. The number of legendary and immortal beasts is in the hundreds of millions. There are currently 103 people at the True Realm, and only one false god, namely Li Zhuangzhuang. Things will get better in the future, as long as I don't cause trouble and I'll play it safe. Lu Zai's idea was good, but the next moment, one of the billions of spatial channels in the void lit up. Ding! Invasion detected by a main god conforming to the 3 laws of the galaxy god, the Bone Clan. In the sky, billions of living beings descended, and a skeletal giant, wielding lightning, roared. Give me back my son's life. A golden warrior, sword in hand, soared into the sky, one-on-one duel. Lu Zai's forehead was sweating. Are you serious? This guy is a god, you know. Chapter 71, You escaped severely injured? I searched for the enemy in the void. After receiving the blessing of a level 2 divine realm on Blue Star, Li Zhuangzhuang directly ascended to the divine throne and became a false god, thus becoming Lu Zai's first subordinate god. At this moment, he was bursting with confidence. Even without the talent of confidence, his courage was second to none, because the human race had now risen to become one of the thousands of divine races. The golden battle blade rose from the ground and slashed wildly at the Bone Clan chief. Lightning flashed and thunder roared between the Bone Clan chief's palms, and the divine might of the supreme god suddenly arose. Boom! A magnificent white bolt of lightning, as powerful as a waterfall, rushed straight towards Li Zhuangzhuang, as if to engulf him in a sea of lightning. The golden battle sword melted upon encountering lightning, turning into a pool of liquid gold that spread across the entire sky, radiating brilliant golden light. Just as the sea of lightning was about to engulf Li Zhuangzhuang, a clone stood in front of him, kicking him away as he spread his arms and raised his head slightly, as if welcoming the baptism of the sea of lightning, seemingly enjoying this treatment, his mockery overflowing. Li Zhuangzhuang crashed to the ground, his face filled with disbelief. I am the savior, why? Why do saviors always have to go through so many hardships? How long will this test last? I'm trembling with cold, when will I be invincible? Boom! On the other side, the sea of lightning roared and poured in, completely engulfing Lu Zai's clone. Ding! Your clone has been attacked with overwhelming power, its health has decreased by 500 billion. Oh, how powerful, how terrifying! Lu Zai's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, immediately calmed down. The damage of a mere 500 billion is insignificant. Lu Zai glanced at the health bar of his clone in the system. 20 clones, each with a 1.3 million times increase in the original's health. The original lifespan is not much, only 4 billion. With a 1.3 million-fold increase, that is 5,200 trillion if I'm not mistaken. Converted to the new unit, it is 5,200 trillion. 5,200 I love you. Meanwhile, the legendary beast tamers beside Lu Zai, along with their tamed beasts, had arrived from various passages. They stood proudly in the void, densely packed and countless. Lu Zai's mental imprint was strengthened once more, and he roared, humanity will prevail, Blue Star will live on forever, kill! Kill! A million beast tamers rode their beasts into the void, engaging in battle with the Bone Clan. Lu Zai's 10 clones had already firmly surrounded the Bone Clan chief. The Bone Clan chief was also a skeletal giant, but much larger than his son, and his mount was a 2-headed bone dragon. The two-headed skeletal dragon opened its massive mouth, its left head spewing fire and its right head spewing out icy air. The fusion of ice and fire created a terrifyingly powerful force. Ice and fire charged furiously at Lu Zai's clone, while the Bone Clan chief roared and unleashed his ultimate move, Thunderstorm. In the void, spherical lightning bolts, each 100 meters in diameter, raged across the battlefield like rain. Lu Zai unleashed a metal storm with one hand, condensing a terrifying metal tide that clashed with the thunderstorm. The clash between metal and thunderstorm sent explosions resounding through the sky, causing the earth to tremble. The blue star, which was already at night, suddenly burst open in the sky as if it were daytime, due to the collision of thunder and metal tides. The sky was filled with divine light, as dazzling as the aurora borealis in the Arctic, yet deadly. Your race is so weak, you should live in the shadows and become nourishment for the gods. You mere mortals dare to dream of killing a god. The Bone Clan chief in the sky fought with increasing ferocity. In his heart, every one of the myriad gods was incredibly powerful, but the weak human race alone was not qualified to become a god. Lu Zai smiled slightly. None of your business. The Bone Clan chieftain felt a chill run down his spine. Was this god insane? He had absolutely no divine dignity whatsoever, so crude and vulgar. How did the god of the galaxy manage to vet this guy? How could he possibly become a god? As Lu Zai's mental strength increased, his metal storm was no longer as simple as it used to be. It was more violent and dense, like a tide, like a vast ocean, rushing forward unstoppable. The Bone Clan chieftain's divine power relentlessly bombarded Lu Zai's metal tide, and his two-headed bone dragon also fought back fiercely. However, the Bone Clan chief was finding it increasingly difficult. He increasingly realized that although both sides were clearly gods, and his own divine power might even be stronger, why was there such a large difference in the power of their attacks? The thunderclaps crashed into the metallic tide, growing ever darker, and they were swallowed up one by one. The metallic tide surged forward, unstoppable. The two-headed dragon soared into the air, its two heads held high, its huge mouths open, ready to spit. Lu Zai roared, "Shut the hell up!" The metal tide unleashed a tremendous wave, within which a giant steel hand evolved. Under Lu Zai's mental control, it became extremely powerful, its muscles bulging, resembling a pillar supporting the sky. A whoa! The bone dragon's mournful howl echoed through the sky, for its fate was in the hands of the dragon. The steel lever arm, tens of thousands of meters long and incredibly thick, gripped the two-headed dragon's vital spot as it struggled to escape. Arrogant! The Bone Clan chief was terrified and furious at the sight. A thunderous explosion blasted towards the steel arm with unprecedented density. The 10 clones stood on the crest of the metal tide, and with a clasp of their hands, the surging waves shattered the ball lightning one by one. At the same time, the 10 clones simultaneously pointed to the location of the Bone Clan and said in unison, "You come down too." Another steel arm shot into the sky, reaching straight for the Bone Clan chief. The bone dragon had been dragged into the metal tide, and tens of thousands of metal fragments were slashing and cutting at its body like sharp blades. The bone dragon howled incessantly. Already made entirely of bones, it simply couldn't withstand such torment. Its bones were severed inch by inch, and its form gradually disappeared into the metallic tide. Amount of godlike status has fallen. Ding! You have successfully killed a being at the god realm, gaining plus 10,000 basic survival points per minute. Your current basic survival point gain is 25,000 points per minute. The death of the two-headed bone dragon greatly shocked the Bone Clan chief. Seeing that his other people on the battlefield were also unable to break through, and seeing the giant hand in the sky striking him fiercely, he, who had been a god for hundreds of years, felt his divinity waver for the first time and felt disheartened. He couldn't understand how these weak humans could be so fearless, fighting even more fiercely than the Bone Clan in the face of their attacks. It was just pretty reckless. Enough. Let's go back to my Garan Bone Star. With a thought, the Bone Clan chieftain and all his Bone Clan subjects instantly vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace. Lu Zai was shocked. System, what the hell is this skill? Ding! This is his second divine skill. Spatial jump establishes a spatial marker point. The main body, along with selected targets within a certain radius, can instantly return to the marker point. This amazing skill is different from teleportation through spatial channels. Spatial teleportation can be interrupted, but spatial jump cannot. However, this divine skill also has a drawback: it can only return to the marked point. Without a doubt, the Bone Clan can only return to their own divine realm. Damn it, bro, we just let them get away like that? Lu Zai reached out and grabbed a wisp of residual lightning from the metal tide in his hand. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring breeze. The Bone Clan must die. Lu Zai needs to rest for a while. Once the 1 hour cooldown of Metal Tide is over, he will definitely take revenge. You managed to escape with serious injuries, while I can search for enemies in the void. What a coincidence! Moreover, if we could plunder the divine realm and divinity of the Bone Clan, wouldn't the Blue Star become great again? Chapter 72, The City of God's Tyrant. After this battle, Lu Zai gained a clear understanding. His spiritual power might not be the strongest among the main gods, and other main gods might be stronger than him in terms of basic power. However, the combined attack effect generated by his multiple talent sequences far surpasses that of these main gods. This duel with the Bone Clan chief was almost overwhelming, and the Bone Clan chief escaped before his weaknesses could be fully exposed. However, if you can escape Earth, can you escape your home planet? As a supreme god, losing your divine realm is not much different from losing your life. An hour later, all of Lu Zai's talent sequences were ready for cooldown, and he unleashed a metal storm with his best mental state and strongest combined attack. Imbue this attack with the Void Search attribute. Lu Zai thought to himself as he watched the metal storm soar into the sky. Ding! Please assign a target to the Void Detection System. Target the owner of this item. Lu Zai did not know the name of the Bone Clan chief, but he had already met this person, thus fulfilling the first condition. Moreover, he possessed the other party's divine remnant, which also fulfilled the second condition. Meeting either one of the two conditions was sufficient. Ding! Target successfully locked onto Bone Clan Chief Kuei Sang. Void detection activated successfully. As the system's voice faded, the metallic storm surged into the sky, heading towards the distant planet Garan. The Void Searcher could provide Lu Zai with the location for preparation, and the subordinate god Li Zhuangzhuan led 10,000 elite troops from Blue Star toward Garan Star. After all, with their elder brother's devastating attack preceding them, they were merely there to clean up the battlefield. It should be noted that after conquering the divine realms of other main gods, Lu Zai could gain an enhancement of his divinity, expand the area of his divine realm, and raise its level. At the same time, Lu Zai himself can also gain basic survival points by killing the main god, which can be said to be quite beneficial. Lu Zai doesn't need to worry about the matter of conquering the Bone Clan at all. This metal storm will surely take the lives of the entire Bone Clan. The Bone Clan chief was unable to resist, and the remaining Bone Clan members were no match for Li Zhuangzhuang. Lu Zai had more important things to attend to. Because a message, visible only to the chief gods, appeared atop the Blue Star's dome: Chief gods of all divine realms, please proceed to the city of the ultimate gods, Tyrant, on time. Countdown, 1 hour 31 minutes. P.S. Excluding divine realms currently at war. In the realms where war is raging, the spatial channels created by the god of the galaxy will sense the fluctuations of war and automatically close, only to automatically reopen after the war ends. This mechanism is designed to uphold the 3 laws, prevent the spread of war, and strictly adhere to the 1v1 rule. Tyrant, the city of the gods, is, according to galactic anthology, the only divine capital in the galaxy. It was founded at the end of the Old Ages, and countless years have passed since then. The god of the galaxy is the guardian of this place. Whenever something important happens in the Milky Way, the god of the Milky Way will convene a meeting of the gods. The memories of his past are tormenting Lu Zai again. Before he transmigrated, he hated meetings the most, especially those held after get-off work. It felt like he and his girlfriend were all ready, but then someone knocked on the door. Rank can crush you. Lu Zai thought to himself, forced to endure this damn corporate slave life. He had never met the god of the galaxy, but the other party gave him a terrible first impression. Before the meeting, Lu Zai still loved Li Zhuangzhuang. He used his powerful mental energy to turn a certain rocky beach into gold, weighing about 500,000 tons. This was his current limit for turning gold in one go, but he could do it again after a rest. Then he left a message for Li Zhuangzhuang on the rocky beach: "My silly little brother, play it safe and don't be reckless. Saving the universe depends on Zhuangzhuang." After confirming that everything was correct, he stepped into the spatial passage, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Zai appeared hundreds of millions of light-years away. This is an extremely prosperous planet, and its area is also incredibly vast, at least tens of thousands of times larger than Earth. This planet is inhabited by the most powerful race of gods in the entire galaxy, the Lightfeather race. On this planet, whether they are fish, insects, beasts, or humanoid creatures, they all have a pair of colorful, luminous feathers on their backs and move extremely fast. Tyrant is the capital of this planet, and Lu Zai is already queuing outside the capital to enter. He is completely stunned by the scene before him. No matter which realm you come from, once you enter Tyrant, you'd better line up obediently and enter one by one, just like you clocking in at work. Lu Zai's resentment towards the god of the Milky Way +1 +1 +1. Why do they have to do this when they're already gods? After passing through tens of thousands of channels in Tyrant quickly, the billions of gods entered the city. Tyrant is a city that combines entertainment, business negotiations, and trade, and is the largest city in the galaxy. Lu Zai planned to have some fun after the meeting, because a voice kept nagging at him, "I've fought for 20 years, what's wrong with enjoying myself? Keep the music playing, keep dancing." Countless Guan Yu clan warriors patrolled the towering outer city walls, which were equipped with various defensive artifacts, such as a light energy cannon capable of killing a false god with a single shot. There is also the light energy crossbow, which is said to be able to fire only 10,000 light feather arrows per second. There are also countless pseudo-god level light energy beasts on the city wall, currently in a dormant state. Once war breaks out, millions of light beasts will sacrifice their lives, spewing out all their light energy to gather above Tyrant City, forming an unbreakable light energy barrier. The words Thailand are written on the gates at each entrance. The language and script of the Protoss are incredibly magical. They can automatically be converted into written or spoken language that you can understand. For example, Lu Zai saw the Dragon Kingdom script and heard the Guan Yu tribe warriors on the city wall talking in the Dragon Kingdom language, with a bit of a northeastern accent, which was very strange. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and go inside." A muscular Guan Yu warrior on the city wall roared at a god whose body was covered with 108 eyeballs. This god is so damn round he's covered in eyeballs, with no blind spots from any angle. Anyone who looks at him feels like they're looking at themselves. Don't you think that's unfair? There was nothing they could do. They couldn't afford to offend them. So all the main gods obediently entered the pantheon of the gods in Tyrant. The square was filled with countless gods, each with their own throne suspended high in the air. They were so densely packed that Lu Zai's trypophobia was about to flare up. A streak of light guided Lu Zai to his divine throne, where he found himself positioned very far back. Because the seating arrangement is based on the level of the divine realm, Lu Zai is currently high in the sky, at least several hundred kilometers away from the front row. After all, there are hundreds of millions of main gods attending the meeting. He looked at the group of gods sitting in the first row, and they were all small, like a group of children. Lu Zai took a deep breath and said with a sense of frustration, "Damn it, one day I'll sit at the kids' table too." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in the sky, and the big shot made a dazzling appearance. God of the galaxy, King of the gods, he has arrived. Chapter 73, Kings Everywhere, Brief Yet Glorious. In the center of the pantheon, there used to be a statue of a god. It has 3 heads and 2 arms, and 4 pairs of wings of light. It is divine and extraordinary. A loud explosion rang out in the sky, and a dazzling divine light poured into the statue, bringing it to life. The statue slowly rose, its 4 wings fluttering, and it stood proudly in the void. "Welcome, God of the galaxy." The gods all bowed their heads and shouted in unison. Lu Zai, being new to the area, also followed suit and imitated the style. "I've met the God of the galaxy, so perhaps I can use my power against him." This crazy idea was barely sprouted before Lu Zai suppressed it himself. Lu Zai himself felt that he was sick. Why did he have such a violent and reckless idea? Calm down and keep a low profile. Is it because of my own divinity? Why do I always want to give someone a blowjob? The God of the galaxy has 3 heads. One is a beautiful woman named Telia who fights monsters and supports her family. The other is a very rugged-looking man named Tyrant, and the gods are named after him. In the middle is the head of their child, named Tyrio. What the hell is going on? It's said that the God of the galaxy has only one main consciousness, meaning he plays 3 roles by himself. That's really something. Aren't these ancient gods too lonely? Come to think of it, they are. They possess endless power, are unrestrained, and can do whatever they want. "My lord, let's begin," the woman said, turning to the man. "Good." Tyrant smiled slightly, seemingly enjoying the self-talk. "Go, Father God." The little boy, Tyrio, poked his head out and chimed in. Lu Zai stared in disbelief, his skin crawling with goosebumps. That's seriously amazing. This is absolutely mind-blowing even in the entire universe. I have ruled the Milky Way for 50 centuries. This is the 119th meeting of the gods. Among those present are newly elected gods and some old friends who have left us. Time and space may change, but order remains the same. The 3 laws keep our Milky Way forever young. But the Orion galaxy next door is not so peaceful. Half of the gods have fallen, and it seems that annihilation is inevitable. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Many of the chief gods rose from their thrones, shouting angrily, "Kill the divine beast! Inferior species should be eradicated! I curse those dark creatures!" Lu Zai heard a new term, hunting divine beasts, which literally means terrifying ferocious beasts that specifically hunt gods. They roam the universe, traversing galaxies. Their population is enormous, and wherever they go, they inevitably wreak havoc and launch divine wars. Many major galaxies were wiped out in this way. Even God has sworn enemies. The god of the galaxy pressed down with both hands, and the scene immediately fell silent. No one uttered a sound. The appearance of the divine beast hunter is both a crisis and an opportunity. The divine beast hunter can provide us with powerful divinity, making us stronger than ever before. Do you remember how our Milky Way galaxy grew so powerful? The male face of the god of the galaxy surveyed the scene. Soon, his son answered, 18 centuries ago, Father God led the galactic gods to successfully resist the attack of billions of divine beasts, and our galactic pantheon rose to prominence and has achieved its current glory. Tyrant, Father God has said many times that a good god doesn't dwell on past glories. The universe is vast and boundless, filled with god kings, some short-lived and some glorious. No one knows whether destruction or rise will come first. It was clear that Tyrant was very strict with his family education, which drove Lu Zai crazy. Yes, Father God, I understand. Tyrant nodded in satisfaction and continued, according to intelligence from the Orion system, the strength and scale of the attacking divine beasts this time far exceed those of the previous one in the 18th world. Therefore, I have decided that all major divine realms should immediately prepare for battle in case of unforeseen circumstances. We obey the command of the god of the Milky Way, all the gods echoed. According to my calculations, it will take some time for the god-hunting beast to defeat all the main gods of the Orion galaxy and wipe out their ancient gods. The ancient gods of Orion have already asked me for help. I have decided to send 100,000 main gods into the Orion galaxy as a show of support. Rest assured, I will maintain the galactic passage. If anything goes wrong, I can bring you back. Anyone who wants to go can volunteer. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. What the hell are you trying to bring back? Even your ashes probably can't be delivered back by courier. Knowing full well that Orion was doomed, they still went there. It seems that the situation on Orion's side was more serious than the galactic god had said. And since the galactic pantheon needed time to prepare for war, these 100,000 supporting gods were just cannon fodder. Sure enough, not a single person volunteered. Whether you were a human in your past life or a god in this one, you still can't escape the routine. The capital city is full of schemes. I want to go back to the countryside. This was Lu Zai's thought at that moment. Since the gods remain silent, I will, in the name of the 3 laws, randomly select 100,000 main gods to go there, for freedom, fairness, and order. Damn, randomly selecting lucky audience members? Lu Zai immediately sensed something was wrong. The next moment, 100,000 beams of divine light shone rapidly onto the thrones above the Plaza of Gods, and the gods whose thrones were illuminated were chosen. A beam of divine light shot straight toward Lu Zai's throne. Oh no, this felt like a heart attack. The next moment, Lu Zai's throne was illuminated and shone brightly. Several oddly shaped main gods nearby cast gloating glances, clapping and saying, "Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations my ass. Damn it." Lu Zai discovered that the chosen divine thrones were almost all the new gods on the outermost periphery, that is, the kind with a divine realm level of 1 or 2. There was a huge, dark mass of gods in front of him, but not a single one of them had been chosen. This further confirmed Lu Zai's suspicion that these main gods were cannon fodder. The god of the galaxy deliberately chose the weakest among them to buy time. Good. The great war of the gods has begun. The first batch of galactic gods will let those ugly and vulgar beasts know that we are the true gods, and those who overstep their bounds shall die. Those who overstep their bounds shall die. The gods rose and cheered, knowing they wouldn't be the cannon fodder anyway. The meeting ended there. Lu Zai left the god square and wandered around the capital city, intending to spend some time and have some fun. He wondered what the outcome would be. I don't know if the main god would accept a surrender from the divine beast hunters, but I can surrender and help you fight in the galaxy. Lu Zai had no principles, he just wanted to live. Just then, a notification sound came. Ding! The Bone Clan of Galen Star has been wiped out. This battle resulted in the death of the Bone Clan chieftain, granting plus 10,000 base survival points. Current survival point gain is 35,000 points per minute. Your divine realm, Earth, has increased in area by 50% and is currently evolving. In this battle, you have gained 20 million divinity points, which have been automatically added to your divine realm level. Current divine realm level, LV3 113,030 million. Not bad. Lu Zai understood. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the outside of a shop called Goddess Right Hand. Various female deities stood at the entrance, adorned with red lanterns and dressed in a very seductive manner. "My lord, how many are there?" a subordinate god with 8 large breasts asked with a smile. Chapter 74, Orion Galaxy, Here I Come. Faced with the temptations of the world, Lu Zai remained calm and instead scoffed, "This god is not a casual person." "Just kidding, this kind of bizarre shape is simply not suitable for him." Then the other party immediately understood and switched to a different elemental god. A beautiful, humanoid subordinate deity with a foxtail emerged, and Lu Zai couldn't help but tiptoe inside, but when this deity is in a bad mood, she's not human. Having spent 5,000 points of divinity, Lu Zai left the right hand of God clubhouse with satisfaction. A row of various receptionists bowed uniformly at a 45-degree angle. "Welcome to visit again. TSK, same old recipe, same familiar taste." After giving each female attribute a reward of 1,000 divinity as a tip, Lu Zai drifted away. In the City of Gods, you can obtain anything you desire as long as you are willing to spend your divinity. Divinity can be drawn from one's own divine realm level, or it can be exchanged for survival points. The latter is only applicable to Lu Zai. Come and see. Come and see. 10,000 Sea Devouring Beast Cubs release cards. You can release them into your own divine realm to nurture it. Don't give me 98,000, give me 68,000. I'll take the Sea Devouring Beast Cubs home. A 1,000-ton helium metal deposit release card, 1,800, no bargaining, take it home if you need it. The humanoid cat-eared deity is for sale. I can't keep her alive anymore. Take her back for 100,000 divine essence. She has all the poses you want. In the free market, various hawking cries could be heard incessantly. Lu Zai glanced at his system, where 39.14 million survival points lay quietly, which could be exchanged for an equivalent amount of divinity. "I'll make the Sea Devouring Beast Cubs cheaper." "How many do you have?" "I'll take them all." Lu Zai picked up a wet Sea Devouring Beast Cub from the stall with one hand. The little beast bared its teeth and bared its mouth at Lu Zai, making incessant noises. These Sea Devouring Beast Cubs were bred by certain divine races and can grow to the level of pseudo-gods, possessing considerable strength. If they were raised on Earth, they could provide many water elemental beast taming experts with excellent beast taming training directions. "I have a total of 100,000 of them. I'll give you 600,000 divine essences for a fixed price. Take them all." A female deity, extremely burly, with biceps thicker than Lu Zai's thighs and probably 2 meters tall, was a member of the Sea God clan. These Sea Devouring Beast Cubs were products of her clan. Lu Zai's purchase of these items is of great significance to the development of the Blue Star Divine Realm. It will not only increase biodiversity but also enhance the strength of the beast tamers. Once these void beasts reach their own divine realm, they will be influenced by their own creations and gain the ability to reproduce, so there will be no need to purchase them anymore. "Okay. I'll take them all." Lu Zai paid 600,000 divine essences, and strands of brilliant divine essences flowed from his body into the other party. After the deal was completed, the other party was not very excited. He simply handed the 6 delivery cards to Lu Zai and sighed, "Hey, you got a great deal. If I didn't have to go to the support battle in the Orion system, who would be willing to sell these cute guys?" The delivery card is a kind of prop, similar to a storage ring in fantasy novels. It is very convenient. Lu Zai took the 6 delivery cards, invaded them with his divine sense, and after confirming that the items were correct, he looked at the other party. "Not only are you going, but I'm going too," Lu Zai said with a smile. The other party was clearly surprised by Lu Zai's composure. "Aren't you afraid? This trip." The female god looked around, then whispered in Lu Zai's ear, "It'll be hard to come back. It's pointless to worry about things we can't control." Lu Zai said calmly. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but that he couldn't change reality. However, there were still 3 days before heading to the Orion battlefield, and he wasn't without the power to fight back. "My name is Eloy, or you can call me the Sea Priest." "What is your surname?" The other person cast a friendly glance my way. "My name is Lu Zai, the god of the void." "I will remember you, empty god," Eloy said earnestly. "Ahem, it's the god of the void," Lu Zai corrected earnestly. "No difference, anyway, all the gods in the sky are pretty bored and empty. Eloy turned and left, waving goodbye to Lu Zai. See you in Orion, thanks for your patronage. Goodbye. Lu Zai murmured only after Eloy's figure disappeared into the distance. As a supreme god, he could imagine how painful it would be to sell off his own people. Everything was for survival. Eloy simply wanted to perpetuate his divine race and exchange his divinity for combat resources. However, Lu Zai quickly regained his composure. As the chief god, he only needed to be responsible for his own race of gods, and he could not have a trace of pity. The Orion War? Perhaps it's not the moment of my demise, but the opportunity for the rise of the Blue Star gods. Lu Zai murmured to himself. Lu Zai now possesses the first talent sequence, the thought imprint, but he has never fully utilized this talent. Perhaps it's time to unleash its potential. Lu Zai continued to stroll around the Tyrant Shopping Center and purchased 11 Ironclad Pterosaur deployment cards. I also purchased 2 World Serpent drop cards. The divinity of the main god is extremely scarce, but Lu Zai currently has a base income of 35,000 survival points per minute, which can be exchanged for divinity, an unparalleled advantage. After finishing his shopping, Lu Zai used the remaining divinity to upgrade his divine realm, raising it to LV 150,050 million. Lu Zai was unaware that Earth was undergoing a dramatic transformation, with divine light shining brightly, abundant species, and all things thriving. Every citizen of Earth longs for their god to return to Earth. Lu Zai went to Orion alone, leaving his divine domain to Li Zhuangzhuang. Every citizen of Earth received a telepathic message: humanity will prevail, Earth will endure. Lu Zai recounted his experiences, the dangers of his journey to Orion, and the aftermath. The entire planet Blue Star was filled with sorrow, for the planet's supreme god had risked his life alone, yet had arranged everything for them. Lu Zai, who was heading to Orion, also received a system notification. Ding! The thought imprint continues to strengthen. You have gained 3 billion faith power, and your current spiritual power is 16 billion. Lu Zai felt a warmth in his heart. Having arrived in the Orion star system, he charged towards the sky full of divine beasts, shouting, "Kill!" He was the first god among all the galactic gods to provide support. They were also the first reinforcements seen by the Orion ancient god, with billions of hunter beasts rushing forward, while Lu Zai went against the current. On Blue Star, after seeing the information left by Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuang absorbed the gold left by Lu Zai and combined it with the gold he had recently been crafting by hand. He finally broke through to the realm of a main god. However, due to the existence of Lu Zai as a main god, he was still a subordinate god. On this day, facing billions of Earth's beast tamers, he declared with boundless pride, "Although my elder brother's men are gone, the face of the Earth god still exists and cannot be disgraced. He is not, and should not, fight alone. Who among you is willing to accompany me to Orion?" Below, hundreds of millions of people shouted in unison, "I do. Humanity will prevail, and the blue planet will live on forever." Li Zhuangzhuang laughed loudly. "All right, if this is destined to be the end of Blue Star, then let us turn this end into something brilliant and proud. Glory belongs to Blue Star. It belongs to the god of the land. Glory belongs to Blue Star. It belongs to the god of the land." In the next moment, billions of beast tamers and beasts rushed into Orion through the spatial passage. "I'm sorry, I received some terrible news today. It's 2:25 a.m. now, and I still need to continue my treatment. This chapter might not be of good quality, I apologize everyone. I'll try to make up for it with another chapter tomorrow afternoon." Chapter 75, The War is Intense, and the Plunder of Divinity. The Galaxy God issued a divine decree to the 100,000 main gods, ordering them to support the Orion God War within 3 days. However, he did not specify a particular time, and most of the main gods chose to go on the 3rd day. They all wanted to spend the last 3 days in their own divine realm and prepare for battle. Lu Zai's decision to enter early was based on his considerations. He believed that the battle 3 days later might be more intense and dangerous. Instead of waiting for that outcome, it would be better to enter this place now. The Orion Pantheon should still have the power to resist, and it would be safer. Arriving here a day earlier, gaining a better understanding of the battle situation, and becoming more familiar with the mythical beasts will actually be more advantageous. Moreover, the first main god to come to the aid is probably more valued by the allies here. Most importantly, Lu Zai wanted to plunder more divinity through the War of Gods. A deep voice echoed in Lu Zai's mind, "God of Hunters welcomes friends from afar. Your appearance makes the dawn of victory even brighter." It was the ancient god of Orion. He had noticed me. Lu Zai's heart skipped a beat. The fact that an ancient god would pay such attention to a minor chief god shows just how much the Orion Pantheon needs support right now. Lu Zai is currently in space outside Orion's main star, in an asteroid belt filled with billions of meteorites and comets floating in the void. The beast hunters, with their bizarre and ever-changing appearances, defying description, brandished their swords and spears as they charged out from the meteorite cluster, shouting, "Purge these blasphemers!" Blasphemer? You dare say that again? Lu Zai didn't understand why these mythical beast hunters called the gods blasphemers. He personally hated that title. But Lu Zai was surprised to find that the power of these so-called hunting beasts was no different from that of these gods. They also possessed some talent sequences, some of which Lu Zai had never seen before. This is not scientific. Blue Star's talent sequence comes from the inheritance of the Eye of the Void, and the Eye of the Void sequence comes from the fragmented Chaos Steel. There must be a story between these mythical beast hunters and gods, all centered around the talent sequence. Lu Zai was surrounded by the main gods of Orion. Normally, they would fight each other just like the galactic pantheon, but at this moment, they were united against a common enemy. Vast divinity permeated the entire space, and some meteorite clusters were directly used as weapons by the gods to blast towards the hunter-beast camp. Lu Zai frowned. Among these massive amounts of meteorites and asteroid belts, he sensed metal. That's right, these space debris floating in space are rich in all sorts of metals, including gold. Lu Zai now possesses 16 billion units of mental energy, and the range he can influence has reached a radius of 160 million meters. 20 clones appeared simultaneously, and together with Lu Zai, they unleashed a violent metal frenzy in this space. Bang 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 bang. Meteorites exploded in space, and Lu Zai extracted the metal from them and condensed it together. The surging tide of metal rolled forward, engulfing vast swaths of the mythical beasts. However, the strength of these beast hunters should not be underestimated. They struggled and fought against the metal tide, and Lu Zai was unable to eliminate them immediately. The metal tides are not to be trifled with. Those metal tidal waves contain hundreds of millions of metal blades, arrows, and spears. They surged forward, forming a wave-like attack, and the hunter beasts engulfed within them encountered the most terrifying scene of their lives. Every flaw in their bodies was being attacked by billions of metal weapons, the ferocity of which they had never encountered before. They looked at Lu Zai with malicious and suspicious eyes, unable to believe that such power could be possessed by a mere minor deity. Meanwhile, the Orion faction was also shocked by Lu Zai's ferocious offensive. For the first time, these deities, who had lived through countless years, began to question the meaning of life. Why is his so unique, even though they are both chief gods? Under the overwhelming onslaught of Lu Zai's metallic tide, the gods of the Orion pantheon shouted, "Charge!" This is an extremely rare instance of them repelling the divine beasts on a localized battlefield since the invasion of the divine beasts. However, this kind of battlefield was not limited to Lu Zai's location. The entire Orion constellation was engaged in a divine war, with tens of thousands of such battlefields. The number of fallen Orion pantheon gods is increasing daily, and the situation is already precarious. Ding! You've given the Orion gods a tiny shock, survival points plus 5 billion. Lu Zai? Holy crap, 5 billion survival points. That's enough to exchange for divinity and upgrade your divine realm. What is the divine realm? It is the base and headquarters of every god. The more vast the divine realm, the more abundant and prosperous the divine race, and the more powerful the chief god becomes. It will give back to the chief god in various forms. For example, Lu Zai's method of giving back is through the imprint of his thoughts, and also through the daily increase in divinity of all the divine beings on earth, which is automatically incorporated into the process of upgrading the divine realm. For example, Lu Zai just upgraded his divine realm to LV4, and this process has now reached LV4 8.41 million 50 million. These 8.41 million divinity points are automatically provided by the Blue Star God Clan and are available at all times. But the good news doesn't end there. Ding! You have killed 184 pseudo-god level beast hunters and absorbed 18.4 million units of divinity. Ding! You have killed 2 divine beasts at the main god realm, absorbing 2 million divine essence. Your base survival point gain has increased by 20,000, bringing your current survival point gain to 55,000 per minute. Awesome! Awesome! If this continues, I'll have an inexhaustible supply of divine power. At that moment, in space, an even greater number of divine beasts crossed Lu Zai's metal tide and came against the current. Purge these blasphemers. It turned out that reinforcements of the god hunters from other battlefields had arrived, and their numbers were terrifying. The glimmer of victory that the Orion god had just seen was extinguished once more. However, as chief gods, they showed no fear and unleashed their strongest divine power, kill. The two sides clashed, and some ancient forbidden creatures appeared one after another: the world serpent, the giant wolf griffin, the two-headed giant. For the first time, Lu Zai began to doubt his own metal tide. Although it was powerful, the massive number of divine beast hunters were unleashing their divinity to resist his metal tide. Suddenly, violent fluctuations emanated from the teleportation portal on the battlefield. A 303-meter-tall golden warrior charged out first, his golden battle blade sweeping across the void, instantly causing several pseudo-god-level beast hunters to explode. "Damn it, bro, you didn't even call me when you got into a fight," Li Zhuangzhuang exclaimed excitedly. His skill was so great that his battle cries shook the heavens, and 1,041 newly promoted pseudo-god-level beast tamers from Blue Star, along with their beasts, charged out. Seeing this, Lu Zai was shocked. Has Blue Star become this powerful? Chapter 76, Eloy enters Earth. Poseidon's wrath spreads blood 5 steps away. The beast tamers of Blue Star, leading their exotic beasts, charged forward like madmen. Lu Zai immediately placed his 10 clones at the forefront to absorb the majority of the firepower. After all, his main body currently has 400 million life points, while 16 billion mental power can give his clone a 1.6 million-fold increase. Therefore, the life value of one clone has reached an extremely terrifying 640 trillion, or 640 trillion. Lu Zai had lost all sense of what 640 trillion life points meant. He once asked the system what level this life point was. The system's answer is that if the moon is considered a living object, then its life value is approximately 1,000 trillion. In other words, Lu Zai's clone has about half the health of a moon. Lu Zai was shocked. When did the moon become a unit of measurement? On the battlefield, the metallic tide continued to roll forward, and above the tide, the chief god of the Orion pantheon, together with the beast tamers from Earth, launched a general offensive. The two sides engaged in an earth-shattering battle, with violent explosions caused by various talents filling the entire sky, and shockwaves shattering meteorites in space. Meanwhile, Lu Zai looked at his 5 billion survival points, lost in thought. My current god realm level is LV 410 million 50 million. It's time for a rapid upgrade of the divine realm. Upgrading the divine realm will transform Blue Star into an unparalleled breeding ground for the gods, granting the Blue Star gods unprecedented abundance of cultivation resources. The divinity of Earth will become increasingly intense, all things will revive, and various wondrous new species will gradually evolve. System. I am here. All in. What's the meaning? 5 billion survival points, use them all to upgrade the remaining levels. Understood, currently being upgraded. Upgrade complete. You have consumed a total of 5 billion survival points to upgrade your divine realm level to LV 31 150 million 320 million. The area of Earth has expanded by 310%, and the total amount, quality, and density of divinity have all greatly increased. Earth's biodiversity has risen by 310%, resources are extremely abundant, and all things are entering a period of rapid growth. A biological explosion is brewing. You have acquired some powerful biological populations from the origin of the universe. They are 100% loyal to you and have been incorporated into your pantheon. Ding! The vast abundance of life on Earth has allowed them to naturally accept your mental imprint. A new species has provided you with 8 billion mental energy. Current mental energy, 24 billion. The series of system messages that came through gave Lu Zai a jolt. Wow, I guessed right. The benefits are much greater than if I had just increased my mental strength. In the future, on my own blue planet, there may be very ancient and powerful species, and they will all obey me. Lu Zai looked at the battlefield. As his mental strength increased, the metal tide became more and more violent. Meanwhile, a battle taking place in a corner of the battlefield made Lu Zai frown. In space, a wave suddenly rose up. It was a real ocean tide, not Lu Zai's metal storm tide. The tide was so vast it blotted out the sun, and the tsunami, tens of meters high, rolled forward, sweeping up countless mythical beasts that struggled endlessly. What's most terrifying is that within those ocean tides are countless enormous tentacles, hundreds of meters long, constantly attacking the hunter beasts trapped by the tides. A familiar figure stood on the tide, leaping up and striking the divine beast. The terrifying tentacles seemed to obey her every command, launching a coordinated attack on the target she had locked onto. With a powerful strike from the tentacles, the hunter beast was reduced to dust. This person was none other than Eloy. Such terrifying combat power shocked Lu Zai. This talent sequence was something Lu Zai had never heard of before, and had never seen before. In other words, Eloy, the chief god, possessed a portion of the talent sequences unknown to Earth, possibly the contents recorded on another chaos stele. That's quite a talent. Lu Zai thought with envy. If only this fierce woman could join our blue star and become my subordinate deity, Lu Zai thought, drooling as he looked at Eloy in the waves. Unfortunately, things seemed to be going wrong for this fierce woman. The continuous stream of divine beast reinforcements has put Eloy in a difficult situation. Lu Zai pointed directly into the void, and a portion of the metal tide swept towards the area where Eloy was located, absorbing some of the pressure for her. At the same time, Lu Zai came to Eloy's side and said sincerely, "Why are you here too?" Eloy looked at Lu Zai, knowing that he had helped her, and replied, "You're here too. Maybe we thought of the same thing. Better late than never." The two nodded in tacit agreement. "But you can't hold on any longer," Lu Zai said bluntly. Whether it's the Galactic Pantheon, the Orion Pantheon, or any other pantheon, the fall of a chief god or the disappearance of a race of gods is not a big deal. It happens every day. I'm prepared. Eloy's eyes were firm, but Lu Zai could still see that she was reluctant to give up her race of gods. From the fact that she bought sea monster cubs to improve her strength, it was clear that she wanted to survive in the crisis. Lu Zai felt that the opportunity had arrived. Join my Blue Star God clan, become my subordinate gods, and perhaps we can carve out a future. Are you insulting me? Eloy's expression immediately changed, because at any time, it was unacceptable for a chief god to be demoted and become someone else's subordinate god. Lu Zai clenched his fist in the void, and a violent metal tide swept across the area around Eloy. Within the metal tide, countless giant metal hands pulled the hunter beasts into the storm. Think it over yourself. If you accept it, you and your divine race will have a glimmer of hope. If you don't accept it, you will not be able to escape the pursuit of the divine beast today. Eloy looked at the terrifying metal tide. She considered herself to be outstanding in combat among the gods of equal divine power, but she did not expect that this young god could unleash such great power. She fell into deep thought. Lu Zai seized the opportunity and extended an olive branch again. My blue star is a level 31 divine realm. I can give you an ocean and make your sea race incredibly powerful. All I want is to protect Blue Star and make Blue Star live forever. Eloy's expression was complicated, torn between certain death and a glimmer of hope. However, in dire situations, both gods and humans have the instinct to survive. I am willing to fight for you, great void god. Eloy bowed, her divine essence descended, and a ray of divine light entered Lu Zai's body. She officially became a member of the Blue Star God clan and Lu Zai's second subordinate god at the main god realm. Welcome to the team, priest of the sea god. Today, let's have a good fight. The next moment, a tsunami and a metallic tide roared together, and a violent force began to rage across the battlefield. I'll add another chapter before noon tomorrow. Chapter 77, The Reward of the Ancient God Hunter, the Blasphemer Lu Zai. Lu Zai and the sea god priest worked together with exceptional chemistry. Because she accepted Lu Zai's ideological imprint and had a high degree of tacit understanding with him. The siren tsunami and the metal tide surged forward, and wherever they passed, the mythical beasts were defeated. Li Zhuangzhuang, in his golden warrior form, charged ahead, leading the Blue Star's beast-taming powerhouses to outflank the divine beast from behind. In the battle in this star system, the Orion Pantheon achieved a rare and resounding victory. Gazing upon the endless expanse of fleeing Orion, the Orion gods, their divine power surging, cried out in unison, "Homage to the god of Orion! Homage to our guests from afar!" All the main gods looked in the direction of Lu Zai, filled with awe. Li Zhuangzhuang flew in from afar and landed in front of Eloy and Lu Zai, his face full of excitement. Damn, they got away. That wasn't enough. Lu Zai nodded, it's all right. There will probably be endless beasts to hunt in the future. By the way, her name is Eloy, and she is now my subordinate god. Her sea monster clan is also part of the Blue Star God clan. You two should cooperate well in the future. Eloy simply nodded slightly at the yellowish-brown giant in front of her. She hadn't gotten used to her new identity yet. Who knew that the brain-dead Li Zhuangzhuang would immediately revert to his original form and pat Eloy on the chest? Hey, buddy, welcome to the team. Eloy's face turned ashen. Li Zhuangzhuang's hand, which was patting the other person's chest, froze in midair because the other person's pectoral muscles felt wrong. Lu Zai knew things were going badly, so he immediately turned around and pretended not to see anything. God, may I hit him? Eloy asked politely. Lu Zai nodded slightly, don't let anyone die. The next second, Eloy burst into action, dozens of tentacles shooting out from the waves behind her. I'll beat you to death, you lecherous god. Li Zhuangzhuang never dreamed that the other party was a woman. What woman has such well-developed muscles? Ah! Big brother, save me. Li Zhuangzhuang was beaten so badly that he ran away with his head in his hands. After all, he was in the wrong and they were on his own side, so he didn't dare to transform and fight back. Eloy just chased after him and didn't really hurt him. Having been a deity for countless years, this was the first time she had encountered workplace harassment. The victory in this battle gave the Orion pantheon some confidence and alleviated the current predicament of Orion, which was besieged on all sides. A distant and clear voice echoed from the sky, "Warrior from afar, please proceed to the city of hunters." All the chief gods of the Orion pantheon bowed in unison to the void. The voice was that of the hunter god Agura, who had actually invited Lu Zai to the hunter's capital. Lu Zai also bowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness, ancient god. I will be there shortly." Although Orion is currently in grave danger, this Agura, like Tyrant, is an old god-level being with extremely powerful strength. Ancient gods are beings with combat attributes exceeding 100 billion. Lu Zai glanced at his own 24 billion spiritual power and felt a deep respect for the ancient gods. The hunter's capital, Imenge. A name that was once incredibly brilliant, even more glorious than Tyrant, the god of the galactic pantheon. Lu Zai couldn't help but think of his own blue star. When will the name of my capital city resound throughout the world? When will the human race of my blue star be able to stand at the pinnacle of the cosmic gods? In the divine capital of Imenge, Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuang, and Eloy arrived in an instant through the spatial passage. The steps leading to the temple are flanked by thousands of guardian deities, each reaching 200 meters in height. These divine guards, wielding spears formed from divinity, are depicted as centaurs' human heads, horse bodies, and holding divine spears. A 200-meter-long centaur, how awe-inspiring! Upon entering the temple, one is struck by its vastness, which gives the illusion that the interior space is endless. A woman in flowing white robes sat on a divine throne, with a giant lion prostrate beside her. She was none other than the hunter's only ancient god, Agura. She slowly approached Lu Zai and extended her right hand. Was this a hand-kissing gesture initiated by the goddess? Lu Zai wondered to himself, then reached out his right hand, gently grasped the goddess's fingers, and lowered his head to kiss them. "Respected god of Orion, Lu Zai, the chief god of Blue Star, pays his respects to you." The goddess smiled and nodded, then looked around. "You may all step back." The next moment, besides Agula, only Lu Zai and his subordinate gods remained in the main hall. "Your support was timely and helpful, giving my people hope, although that hope is fading." Agura's voice was devoid of emotion, as if she were not talking about Orion, but rather narrating an ordinary event from the perspective of an observer. "By the divine decree of the god of the Milky Way, this is my duty." Lu Zai, unaware of the other party's intentions, naturally gave a rather official reply, not forgetting to mention his own pantheon's ancient gods in praise of them. What if the two of them had a deep friendship? It's always good to say nice things. Tyrant? That girl is no good. She likes role-playing and even had a child with me. She's a freak among the old gods. Igra's words clearly showed her dislike for Tyrant. After a long conversation and some discussion about the battle, Agura changed the subject. "You are the youngest chief god I have ever seen. I have also watched your battles, which were very interesting. I don't care about your secrets, and I would even bless you. If Orion survives, I really hope you will take charge of the galactic pantheon. You are much more normal than Tyrant. Is this something you can just spout off about? Are you telling me to rebel?" Lu Zai shook his head repeatedly. "The god of the galaxy, justice, freedom, and order, he has given our galaxy pantheon a glorious past and a bright future. God of Orion, please don't joke about a mere chief god like me. I can't bear it." Lu Zai immediately said, I dare not, I didn't say that. Others may not be able to see it, including Tyrant, but Coco, you can't escape my eyes, because my power comes from the profane stone, not the chaos stone, and you are the profaner." Lu Zai was shocked. "We're not even acquainted, why are you slandering me? Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation." "What is a blasphemer? Is it the blasphemer that those beast hunters talk about?" Seeing Lu Zai's nervous look, the god of hunters laughed. "Your performance is too similar to that of the first batch of blasphemers." "I don't understand what you're saying," Lu Zai declared, refusing to listen to anything that sounded like nonsense. "Look me in the eye. Do I look like I'm joking? A turtle laying eggs? I don't want to look." Lu Zai really didn't want to look at her. Although she was beautiful, staring at an ancient god was not a good idea. It was easy to leave some trace and be exposed by the other party. Seeing that Lu Zai didn't look up, Agula began to talk to herself. The universe originated from a Big Bang, and at the center of the explosion, an extremely powerful energy region was created. This region was later called the origin site by many ancient gods. The powerful energy created tens of thousands of sequence pathways. These sequences can be understood as a kind of rule, a kind of skill, but they also have life. As the universe expanded, these sequences began to search for their own masters. This batch of sequences with life is called the ancient sequences. It created the first batch of the most powerful ancient gods in the universe. And you, Agula, looked at Lu's eye. You carry the aura of the past. Chapter 78, Little brother, think it over, Sister La will lead you in a rebellion. I have the aura of an ancient god on me? Are you kidding me? I'm just an ordinary, model young man. I just want to live a normal life. What kind of big accusation are you throwing around? Lu's eye stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. Seeing Lu's eye's surprised expression, Agula covered her mouth and sneered, You think the god of the galaxy really wants to support me? He's just a piece of trash who profits from war. Every time there's a war between the divine beast hunters and the blasphemers, he seizes the opportunity to grab profits. I have a feeling that Tyron will rise and fall because of the war of gods. He'll mess things up sooner or later. You mean? This war of gods has nothing to do with the galactic pantheon? Not only Lu's eye, but almost all the galactic gods really thought that these hunter beasts would attack the galactic pantheon after conquering the Orion pantheon. Agula nodded, the blasphemer mentioned by the divine beast hunter is me, but now there's someone else you. Don't talk nonsense. They're talking about you, what does it have to do with me? Lu's eye cursed inwardly, but smiled and said, Excuse me, what is a blasphemer? Why can't the divine beast hunter tolerate these blasphemers? The sequences you've learned are no longer the original ancient sequences. They've been copied and passed down through countless eras. These sequences are ordinary and not worth mentioning. There are only 10 true Great Old Ones, and they are incredibly powerful. These Great Old Ones possess life, and they search for hosts in the universe, thus creating the 10 most powerful Great Old Ones. The ancient gods used their powerful divinity to further subdivide and pass on the sequence, which is the sequence you see used by the major gods and the beast hunters in the War of the Gods. After the 10 Great Old Ones became powerful, they were not satisfied with the status quo and all wanted to go to the origin land to find the primordial power that gave birth to the 10 Great Old One sequences. They fought a war among the Great Old Ones, and one of the most powerful Great Old Ones, the god of blasphemy, emerged victorious, killed 9 Great Old Ones, and became the only Great Old One to enter the origin land. Unfortunately, he died inexplicably inside, and the 10 Great Old Ones also disappeared from then on, wandering in the universe, searching for a host. Because of his great power, the blasphemal gods who left behind are still powerful, and they have been hunted down by the other Great Old Ones. For example, I am a descendant of the blasphemal gods, and so are you. Now, most of the main gods are developed from some lowly people from the Great Old Ones, such as Tyrant. They almost never participate in the War of Gods because of their inferiority complex, and at the same time, they are gloating and want to seize benefits from the War of Gods of the 10 Great Old Ones. But I don't understand why there are ordinary humans among the descendants of those who blasphemed the gods. I've never seen one. Agula frowned. Aren't you human? Lu's eye looked at Agula in surprise. She was clearly a beautiful human. But to everyone's surprise, Agula shook her head, I'm not. I don't believe it. I can't see the difference between you and me. Lu's eye said, indicating that he couldn't tell the difference with the naked eye. Agula took a deep breath. She couldn't very well tell Lu's eye that the private parts of her race were different from those of human women. Agula didn't explain further, believe it or not, but Lu's eye thought of a terrible possible outcome. If, let's say I really do have the aura of an ancient blasphemous god within me, and I'm not a descendant of the blasphemous god race, and the talent sequence I cultivate is just an ordinary sequence recorded on the Chaos Stone tablet. So the only explanation is that it's your own system? Or not a system? Is it an ancient sequence of the blasphemous gods? Wandering the universe after death, and finally choosing me? Did I actually encounter such a 1 in a billion chance? Lu's eye tentatively asked, May I ask a question about the god of blasphemy? No one else can do it, but you are a descendant of the blasphemous gods, so it is possible. Agula looked at Lu's eye. It was clear that Agula valued her identity as a blasphemous god very much. She even looked down on Tyrant, an ancient god who grew up from the descendants of the old lowly people. What is the old order of the blasphemous god called? What type is it? The sequence our ancestor possessed was called blasphemy, a powerful sequence that transcends all things and can even blaspheme any existence. Legend has it that the god of blasphemy always rebels with the people of the gods and never goes out to cultivate. He grows stronger every day, and after countless years, he becomes the most powerful ancient god in the universe. What is this if not blasphemy against the other gods who fight on the battlefield every day and cultivate desperately? It is indeed very humiliating. This is also one of the reasons why they could not tolerate us later, fearing that the ancient sequence would return to blaspheme the gods. Lu Zai stood there in a daze. Damn, it really is like that. Damn, I got the strongest sequence of the old days? Lu Zai suppressed his shock. The current situation was strange, with both good and bad news. The good news is that he has a powerful backer, namely the incredibly powerful Blasphemy clan, because he carries the aura of the Blasphemy clan. There's also good news: this aura can only be detected by the profane gods themselves, and by the descendants of the 10 great ancient gods. Tyrant, a descendant of the ancient scoundrels, cannot detect it. Why am I talking exactly like that woman? This is wrong. All beings are equal. Don't discriminate against Tyrant. Then, Agula took out a crystal ball and said something that made Lu Zai's jaw drop. How about we rebel together with Sister La? You help her destroy Tyrant, you take control of the galactic pantheon, and achieve the status of an ancient god. From then on, we'll support each other and take care of one another. We're all family, no need for formalities. No, big sister. You're barely able to take care of yourself right now, and you're trying to drag me into a rebellion? Why does such a momentous event sound to you like it's as simple as asking me to go out and pick up a package for you? Lu Zai shook his head vigorously. No. The god of the galaxy is incredibly powerful, and he has no ill intentions towards me. Lu Zai's survival instinct was at its peak. Pa! What nonsense about not having malicious intent? Sending you to Orion is cannon fodder, is that not having malicious intent? And do you know why the galactic god has been able to rule the galactic pantheon for so many eras with the 3 great orders? It's because whenever a chief god rises, he will definitely take action. Although he can't directly kill his own chief god, as that would violate his cultivation talent sequence, order. But he can always find a way to make those powerful chief gods cannon fodder. Are you worried that my Orion pantheon can't hold out? As long as I crush this crystal ball, the blasphemous gods will come to my aid. The reason I haven't done so yet is because I want to take down Tyrant. She has also coveted my Orion pantheon for a long time. This time I'm just playing along. I didn't expect to run into you halfway, so I changed my strategy at the last minute. Lu Zai swallowed hard. Becoming an ancient god. Commanding billions of gods, what family could resist such temptation? Brother, have you thought this through? I can tell you're not an honest man, and you're quite ambitious. Agula stared at Lu Zai, now regarding him as one of her own. After pondering for a long time, Lu Zai uttered 5 words in a trembling voice. Sister, you have a really good eye for people. Chapter 79, Expanding and Strengthening, Creating New Glory. While Lu Zai and Agula were plotting loudly, Eloy and Li Zhuangzhuang were shocked the whole time. They were gods and could not do anything to betray the main god, so Agula allowed them to be present and listen. However, the two of them were completely overwhelmed. They couldn't understand why the main god, who was so young, would rebel and become an ancient god. Why is his cultivation level able to improve so quickly and so abnormally? Eloy even felt a bit like she'd been tricked. The gods in this blue star god realm seemed rather abnormal. Your 2 subordinate gods are quite interesting, very strong, and very spirited. One is a gifted tycoon, and the other is a sea god priest who possesses billions of sea beasts. Agula looked at the 2 people beside Lu Zai with an appreciative look. So, third in the universe. Lu Zai has let loose now, they're even going to rebel together, and they're from the same race. So, Sister La, how do we rebel? Rebellion is a skill. If you're not careful, you could be wiped out. That would mean you'd be like a turtle doing push-ups, never able to turn the tables. Simple. We will fight and retreat, sacrificing a portion of the divine realm to preserve the number of main gods. Finally, we will fight the final battle against Imange. I have already deployed some formidable defensive artifacts in the capital. I anticipate that Tyrant will definitely launch a massive attack under the pretext of saving Imange. According to her prediction, by the time she annihilates the Beast Hunter, we will have already lost the capital, while she will enjoy the entire Orion pantheon. And the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Agula stroked the crystal ball in her hand, her big eyes narrowing into slits with laughter. Lu Zai understood. This was a ploy to lure the enemy in, and Agura was luring 2 groups of enemies at the same time. Meanwhile, Tyron's attack could also deplete some of the divine beast's strength. Interesting. The only problem is, what if your reinforcements run into trouble? Lu Zai was worried about this only variable. If he got trapped in Imangay and attracted the enemy, but no reinforcements came, he would really be a fool. Absolutely impossible. Agula denied it outright. The one who came to our aid is my cousin, an ancient godlike being with a divine realm strength of level 91, far surpassing Tyrant. Lu Zai was shocked. It turned out that Tyrant possessed an entire star system, and her god realm level was not even 90. Did that mean I had a bright future? After all, I was already level 31. So, our next move is to put on a show for Tyrant? Well, life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. And you are still a member of his pantheon. Your acting skills are very important. In 2 days, another 100,000 main gods will be supporting Orion. Many of these main gods are spies who will transmit information from here back to the galactic pantheon, so the acting skills need to be more realistic. Agula said lazily, resting her chin on her hands. And so the matter was settled amicably. Lu Zai left the temple and began to manage his system earnings, which contained a large amount of information that he hadn't yet accessed. Ding! In this battle, you and your divine race have gained a total of 1 billion divine essence from killing enemies. This essence has been accumulated and is now being used to upgrade your divine realm level. Your current divine realm level is LV 34 160,350 million. Your Protoss has been granted 3 billion spirit power during the battle due to the effectiveness of the thought imprint, bringing your current spirit power to 27 billion. You subsequently killed 3 more divine beasts at the main god realm, increasing your base survival point gain by 30,000, bringing your current gain to 85,000 per point. Sure. With the expansion of the divine realm and the increase in level, even without war, the spiritual power provided by divinity and faith is increasing every second. The survival point rewards are getting more and more outrageous, at 85,000 per minute, which adds up to 122.4 million per day. There will be more and more in the future. In this divinely impoverished realm, I, Lu Zai, am as wealthy as Jack Ma. 2 days later, 100,000 main gods from the Milky Way galaxy marched towards Orion. To their astonishment, they discovered that 70% of the hundreds of millions of divine domains of Orion had been lost. Orion began to focus its defenses on the inner perimeter of the capital city. The hunter god Agura personally received this reinforcement and expressed his determination to fight to the bitter end. The fierce battles of the past 2 days, along with the harvesting of divinity and his contribution to his divine realm, have propelled Lu Zai to a new level. As for his survival points, Lu Zai used 200 million life points to increase his life force. The reason was simple: with the decisive battle imminent, he wanted to make his clone even stronger. As long as he was alive, nothing else mattered. A physical constitution of 600 million is equivalent to 6 billion lives, while one's spiritual power has reached 35 billion due to the contribution of the power of faith. With a 3.5 million-fold increase, the number of lives increased from 6 billion to 21 trillion, exceeding the moon's number by several times. Lu Zai possesses 20 such clones, along with a damage reduction of 99.6. Lu Zai glanced at his attribute panel and thought, very stable. Host, Lu Zai. Realm, God. God realm level LV 39 160,400 million. Health points, 6 billion. Constitution, 600 million 99.6% damage reduction. Spirit, 35 billion. Strength, 233,684. Agility, 242,790. Critical hit rate, 100%. Critical hit damage, 1,427%. Survival points, 3.13 million growing. Divine skill, Void Target Search. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 20 million. Talent sequence 04, Undying Body LV 20 million. Talent sequence 05, Weakness LV 20 million. Eternal Creation, LV 20 million. Talent sequence 01, Ideological Imprint Accumulating Faith Power. On Earth, the inhabitants of Eloy have migrated here. They roam the Pacific Ocean, a level 39 divine realm, where the ocean is extremely rich in resources. This group is growing at an alarming rate. Eloy's first thought was that her decision was right by following Lu Zai. She no longer had to live the life of selling sea beasts in exchange for divinity. Although she could no longer possess an independent divine status, the growth of Blue Star gave her a sense of pride and honor, which was enough. After all, Earth gave her a sense of a vibrant future. Li Zhuangzhuang's current gold weight has reached 10 million tons, and his height is 400 meters. This was thanks to the massive amounts of gold he and Lu Zai extracted from meteorites and asteroids in space. On this day, 100,000 galactic gods, together with the Orion gods, engaged in a great battle against the god-hunting beasts within the 18 giant defensive rings surrounding Emenge. Tyrant, far away in the Milky Way, received a message. Great god of the Milky Way, the Orion Pantheon is in grave danger. In this battle, your subordinates believe they are doomed to defeat. As a result, the Orion Pantheon has only the capital city of Emenge to defend it. You, Great One, have finally waited for this moment. Within the galactic capital city of Tyrant, upon seeing this information, Tyria smiled alluringly. My husband, your chance has come. You've been waiting for this for countless eons. The son, Tyrio, exclaimed excitedly, Father, are you going to unify the Orion Pantheon? That's amazing. Tyrant calmly said, I've told you so many times, stay calm in the face of adversity. Although we have the advantage this time, we still need to maintain a humble attitude. Telia, my husband is right. Tyrios, Father God is right. Then, the family of three laughed heartily, their laughter so powerful that it filled the entire temple. Chapter 80, Blasphemous Gods vs Galactic Pantheon plus Hunting Divine Beasts. Outside the temple of Emenge, Lu Zai and Agila gazed at the starry sky. I get extremely nervous during every final battle. This isn't the mindset an ancient god should have, Agila said self-deprecatingly. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Zai gazed up at the deep starry sky, his thoughts racing. What we possess the most is what we fear losing the most. And what I possess, besides endless years, are these people who have accompanied me through countless years. I have witnessed countless star systems perish. I once saw the pantheon of an ancient god refined into divine crystals by the god-hunting beast. A single divine crystal weighs less than 1 kilogram. That 1 kilogram is the weight of a civilization that has lasted for countless years and has billions of gods and people. Agila sighed. The weight of a civilization is only 1 kilogram of divine crystals. How ironic this is. Lu Zai couldn't help but sigh. Sister La, I have a question. Lu Zai thought of the hatred that spanned countless eras between the blasphemous god clan and the 9 great ancient god clan, which are now the hunter god beasts, and he had a question. Go ahead and ask. The blasphemous gods and the 9 great ancient gods have never considered peace talks or ending the war. Isn't this a win-win situation? Agila smiled slightly. Only those who can constantly change themselves are gods. Those who want to change others are crazy. We all call ourselves gods, and we only think about how to make ourselves stronger, instead of caring about the feelings of others. That's the mindset of the weak. Damn it, I think you're all crazy. Lu Zai was shocked by the group's thoughts. These ancient gods, to put it nicely, are aloof. To put it bluntly, they're stubborn. Are you nervous? Agila looked at Lu Zai. Of course I'm nervous. I'm still young, I haven't gotten married yet, and I have plenty of time ahead of me. Lu Zai counted his unfulfilled dreams on his fingers. Alright, you're not like a god at all. You need yourself, just make one yourself. Agila ruthlessly interrupted Lu Zai's grumbling. You don't understand. If that were the case, life would be as lonely as snow. Lu Zai and Agila gazed at the future under the starry sky, chatting about the present, sometimes laughing foolishly, sometimes hesitating. The first ray of sunlight shone on Agila's golden hair. Agila slowly opened her palm, and the ray of sunlight was compressed and distorted to form a ball of light, which danced in Agila's palm. They're here. Agila looked at the distant horizon. Then let's fight. Lu Zai took a deep breath. Ding! A great battle is imminent. The ideological imprint has been strengthened once more. The fighting spirit of the blue star gods is soaring. The power of faith has provided you with 4 billion mental energy. Current mental energy, 39 billion. Agila was not afraid at all when he saw the overwhelming waves of the god-hunting beasts pressing down on the capital. With her golden hair flying, she gently clapped her hands, and instantly, millions of giant divine towers rose from the ground around the walls of the divine capital, Emenge, scattered around the city walls. Divine light flowed across these divine towers, and all sorts of giant cannons and crossbows on them were aimed at the void. At the same time, Emenge immediately erected a golden light shield, resembling an inverted giant bowl. These golden shields are Emenge's last trump card, equivalent to the life points of 10,000 moons, and also possess a powerful damage reduction effect. The various gods of Orion took to the skies: centaurs, sphinxes, stone-winged divine beasts, holy griffins. According to the script, these mythical beast hunters will launch a decisive battle against Imange. When the battle is at a stalemate, the galactic god will lead billions of galactic gods to reap the spoils. Meanwhile, Agula's cousin's reinforcements will arrive to quell this divine war, allowing Lu Zai to rise to power and control the galactic pantheon. Director, Agula. Leading actress, her cousin. Supporting role, Lu Zai. From the void, a powerful divine beast emerged from the divine beast faction. Half of its body was red, and the other half was black. The same applies to the head, except the red side represents women and the black side represents men. His entire body radiated divinity, becoming extremely powerful. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Lu Zai and Agula. Glory belongs to the hunters, and you filthy blasphemers will be wiped out. From this day forward, there will be no more Orion, no more Imange. Agula smiled slightly. Back in the ancient era, you were slaughtered by my race and fled to all corners of the world. How many eras have passed, and you've already forgotten? Ha ha, the 9 ancients are about to reappear in the world, but where are your ancient gods? Some people are about to be wiped out and still don't know it. How utterly ridiculous. Heh, you've gathered enough divine crystals to awaken the 9 ancient primordial sequences, just like the gods who hunted them. Do you really think I'm easy to bully because I blasphemed the gods? Agura's divinity surged, and the entire void of Imange trembled in sync with his powerful voice. War. Purge the blasphemy. The hunter-beast faction also erupted in a thunderous battle cry. The next second, Imange roared, and a million defensive artifacts fired simultaneously. In the sky, divine crossbows shot out beams of divine light that pierced the heavens. Some of the lower-level divine beasts were directly pierced by the divine light, shattered, and turned into a sky full of radiance. The shells fired by those cannons raged wildly, and the explosions created shockwaves that spread outwards for thousands of kilometers, like ripples. The violent shockwave overturned many of the divine beasts, but the terrifyingly large number of divine beasts continued to charge forward, unleashing various talent sequences. Some of the divine wrath and divine light were absorbed, blocked, or weakened. Some divine artifacts were even temporarily frozen and sealed. Meanwhile, the beast hunters that charged under the golden light barrier began bombarding it. Ripples spread across the barrier, absorbing the attack power while its durability decreased. Kill. The 10,000-man Hercules god charged forward on horseback. Talent, Fearless Divine Striker. This talent sequence is the core talent of the Centaur god. One terrifying aspect of this talent is that it can be activated in combination, greatly increasing its power. What a magnificent sight it must have been when tens of thousands of centaurs, each hundreds of meters tall, launched their fearless vanguard. They formed a giant arrowhead formation, and the entire charging formation was bathed in supreme divine light, like a sharp sword piercing into the beast hunting formation. Li Zhuangzhuang clenched his fists on the spot, and golden light shone brightly, transforming him into a golden warrior weighing tens of millions of tons. He slashed horizontally with a battle blade, and a black spatial rift appeared in the sky. Eloy leaped into the void, slammed her fist into the ground, and roared, "Endless sea of beasts!" Amidst the endless tides, countless tentacles snaked out, waving across the sky. Countless mythical beasts were swept into the sea of beasts, and wails echoed across the heavens. A galactic war of gods has broken out. Another chapter will be added at noon. Chapter 81, I am a god, naturally not a human. Is this a war of gods? Lu Zai looked up at the overwhelming divine power in the sky, his heart filled with awe. Even the most talented Hollywood directors could not have filmed such a magnificent battlefield. Agura spread her arms as if embracing the void, her golden hair flying, her eyes blazing with divine light. She chanted obscure and incomprehensible words, like a demon's whisper, "In the name of the blasphemous gods, I chant the ancient will, to destroy these weak invaders." As soon as he finished speaking, 18 black holes rapidly formed outside of Imange. Under Agula's manipulation, they began to devour everything around them, and even light could not escape their grasp. This is a completely different talent sequence, originating from the profane stone tablet. Space-based talent devouring void. Space distorted, and everything around became dim and lifeless. The dimness was not a simple black, but pure nothingness. A large number of mythical beasts were swallowed up by the black holes, and they unleashed their powerful divinity in an attempt to resist being devoured by these black holes. However, such efforts are somewhat futile in the face of Agura's immense power. 18 black holes began to operate, converged, and finally collided to form a huge black hole, like a man-eating millstone, constantly crushing the lives of the mythical beasts. The powerful red and black-faced beast hunter roared angrily, clenched his fists, and the void trembled. Meteorites, comets, and even some asteroids floating in the sky began to converge on him madly. Starfall! He roared, sending countless enormous celestial bodies hurtling toward the black hole. Because he knew that although Agula's black hole possessed some of the basic characteristics of a black hole, it was still different from a real black hole. A true black hole possesses inexhaustible and inexhaustible power. Agula's black hole originates from her innate ability to devour space, and its power also comes from her own spiritual energy, so it has an upper limit. By using meteorites and comets to impact this black hole, we can quickly deplete its energy. This is a truth that all men understand: there is no hole in the world that cannot be filled. Therefore, Lu Zai, being a man, also sensed the unfavorable situation in the battle. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm just a supporting character, why do I have to take action?" The next moment, 30 clones appeared. That's right, during this time, he had taken the time to raise all the skill levels of his talent sequence to level 30, and the number of clones also reached 30. 30 clones, each with the same spiritual power as the original and a staggering 23,400 trillion units of blood, appeared out of nowhere. The mythical beast in the sky immediately felt immense pressure, and its gaze toward Lu Zai became resentful. The 30 clones immediately surrounded the leader of the divine beast hunter. What the hell is going on? Is this skill even legitimate? Maybe we're not human, but you're a real dog. The red and black-faced divine beast hunter looked at Lu Zai. What pantheon are you from? You're a blasphemer too, you're really going to get us killed. Surrounded, the red and black-faced divine beast hunter trembled with anger and cold. I'm not a god, so naturally I don't need to be human. Lu Zai sneered inwardly. The next moment, he activated the rolling metal tide and, together with 30 clones, began to fight the opponent. This was Lu Zai's first time confronting an ancient god. After several rounds of confrontation, Lu Zai stood atop the crest of the metal tide and smiled slightly. Ancient god? You don't seem that strong. The fear in his heart vanished instantly, and Lu Zai summarized his evaluation of this ancient god in 4 words: nothing special. With 39 billion in spiritual power and the added bonus of his terrifying skills, he could easily contend with an ancient god realm expert with 100 billion in attributes. Damn it, all my fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. I used to be so afraid of the galaxy god family of 3, but now that I think about it, if my stats were a bit higher, what would I be afraid of? However, although the red-faced and black-faced being in front of him was also an ancient god-level being, Lu Zai clearly sensed that he was not as powerful as Tyrant, and that family of 3 was no ordinary person. Li Zhuang, in his golden warrior form, worked in perfect harmony with Eloy. The golden warrior kept ordering the divine beasts in the sky to crash into the demon sea, and then Eloy's tentacle monsters dragged them into the deep sea. Lu Zai's metal tide was heading straight for the red-faced man. He stood on the crest of the wave and mocked, "How old are you?" Still throwing stones around. The other party had no choice but to stop throwing stones into the black hole. Realizing that Lu Zai was actually a minor god, he lowered his guard in the face of the surging tide of metal rushing towards him and even let out a cold snort. A mere god-level metal manipulation dares to act so arrogantly? Take this palm strike. Holy crap! The red-faced and black-faced ancient god was originally going to say, "Watch me shatter your metal tide with one palm." Before he could finish speaking, a colossal claw materialized from the metal tide, forcefully dragging the ancient god-hunting beast into it, where it was subjected to countless cuts and slices from billions of metal fragments. The ancient god of the hunter beasts was dragged into a metal tide of god-level power? This scene stunned all the hunter beasts. Because the action of pulling them in was very strange, just like when a child makes a mistake and is dragged home by their father holding a rattan cane. There was no resistance, only despair. Ding! You have astonished the surrounding divine beasts and the supreme god Imange, gaining plus 18.8 billion survival points. 666. Lu Zai was overjoyed when he heard the system's reward message. These 18.8 billion survival points cannot be used to improve mental strength. There are many ways to obtain mental strength now, so we can wait for the power of faith. Since the source of divinity is extremely rare, it can only be obtained by hunting down and plundering these gods. Therefore, it is better to use these survival points to upgrade the level of the divine realm. It's important to understand that upgrading your god realm level is equivalent to comprehensively improving yourself, and it can also create an even more invincible god race. Just then, a loud bang echoed in the sky, and Tyrant made her dazzling entrance. In the void, countless spatial channels opened simultaneously, and billions of the main gods of the Milky Way galaxy set off with Tyrant to conquer the Orion galaxy. Wow, it's so lively, Father God. Tyrio poked his little head out, pretending it was the first time he'd ever seen anything like this. How many times have I told you, children shouldn't make noise when there are guests? Mother Tyria sternly reprimanded, her eyes full of doting affection. Tyron stood proudly in the void, looking indignant. Odor, you've come to the wrong place this time. I have long had dealings with the old god of Orion. You invaded Orion. What do you take my galactic pantheon for? Useless. The red and black-faced ancient god retorted without changing his expression. The Tyron family of 3 choked to death on the spot. Father God, he called you trash. I heard you, I don't need you to remind me. Honey, can't you control the kids? I'm very busy. Tyrant complained to his wife. Ugh, the golden warrior Li Zhuangzhuang, who was far away, couldn't stand the disgust of this family and vomited out hundreds of kilograms of gold. However, thinking of how hard-won this gold was, he sucked it back in. Eloy witnessed this and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If anyone ever praises me as a tough guy again, I'll be the first to disagree. You're the one, Zhuangzhuang. Li Zhuangzhuang, you flatter me. The two gods, Aigu and Lu Zai, exchanged a glance and smiled slightly, for they both knew that now was the time for their plan to succeed. Agula gently crushed the crystal ball with her right hand hidden behind her back. Her cousin was about to sweep away the remaining enemies with lightning speed, and Lu Zai was about to dominate a galactic pantheon. Thinking of this, Lu Zai inwardly laughed like a pig. Chapter 82, Cousin, let's get up and party. Agula gazed at the countless gods in the void, his robes fluttering, and as he crushed the crystal ball, he declared boldly. Imange has stood for tens of thousands of years, when has it ever fallen? Today, we send you on your way. On the war monument of Imange, the names of countless gods will be added. Lu Zai's fighting spirit soared, and he thought to himself, Sister La is right, let's teach them a lesson. At the same time, Lu Zai also went all in on his 19 billion survival points to upgrade his god realm level. Ding! You have consumed 19 billion survival points to upgrade your divine realm level to LV 72 460,730 million. Ding! The remaining massive upgrade has expanded Blue Star by 442%, adding 17,000 new species, including 3 ancient species. P.S. Ancient species can cultivate to the quasi-ancient god realm, and origin species can be born in a level 100 divine realm. All races within the divine realm rejoice. You have been granted 6 billion units of faith power. Your current mental strength is 45 billion. Great! Great! Lu Zai thought to himself, secretly delighted. This profit was just too good to pass up. Lu Zai's side reaped a great harvest, while in the distance, the golden warrior Li Zhuangzhuang, upon hearing that reinforcements were approaching, raised his battle sword and roared, You're all going to die. The ancient god Odor, with his red and black face, instantly regained his senses, desecrating the crystal? You still have your people? Tyrant, the goddess of the galaxy, frowned slightly. Agura, I'm here to support you, do you believe me? Telia, yes, my husband meant well. Tyrio was about to speak when he was immediately interrupted by a divine light from Agula. Shut up, you little idiot. Are you 3 putting on an act? Disgusting. At this moment, everyone tensed up, and even the billions of gods of the Milky Way galaxy stopped moving forward, unable to advance. The blasphemous crystal is the most precious treasure of the blasphemous race, capable of summoning fellow race members, regardless of time and space. Emenge roared with battle cries. Upon learning of reinforcements, their fighting spirit soared, and they launched an even more ferocious charge towards the divine beast. Regardless, let's deal with these mortal enemies first. As for the main gods of the galactic pantheon, once reinforcements arrive, we can launch a coordinated attack from within and without, and take them down in one fell swoop. Everyone saw the battle situation clearly, except for one thing. The promised blasphemous crystal arrived in an instant, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Agula sensed something was wrong. Tyron sensed something was wrong. Oh? Lu Zai's scalp tingled. Huh? The golden warrior in the midst of the carnage. What the hell? Tyrio blinked. Father God, there are no reinforcements. Tyron laughed heartily. My dear son, your observation skills are truly outstanding. Ha 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 ha. Telia, my lord, it seems the advantage in this battle is on my side. The scene turned bizarre as a battle erupted instantly. Billions of gods from the galaxy launched a full-scale attack, indiscriminately targeting the area near Imange, killing any divine beasts or blasphemous beings without mercy. After all, the prerequisite for occupying this place is to eliminate all enemies. On the battlefield, the situation suddenly changed. The main gods of the outer galactic pantheon, as if injected with adrenaline, surrounded the area, causing tremors throughout the sky above Imangaj. Various extraordinary talents descended upon the land. The golden shield was repeatedly affected, and many of the divine beasts and the main god of Imangaj fell one after another, leaving Imangaj in grave danger. Seeing that there was no movement at all, Luzai and Agula looked at each other, and Luzai's face was full of doubt. "Sister-in-law, what's going on?" Agula's face was filled with terror. She seemed to have realized something, and she whispered to Luzai alone. "Brother, oh no! My cousin must have had too much to drink. She's forgotten." "Luzai? How presumptuous of you. Are you serious? We're risking our lives fighting here, and your sister's drunk?" No, how could a god get drunk?" Agula was also furious. Her hobby is collecting divine wine from various pantheons, and she likes to get completely drunk in her mortal body. The most outrageous thing is that when she gave birth to my two nephews were never sober during the entire breastfeeding period. "Why?" Luzai asked, looking shocked. "The alcohol content in breast milk was too high, and my two nephews were slightly tipsy every day until they were over 1 year old and weaned and started eating solid food, at which point they sobered up," Agula recalled. While using their own methods to resist the army of the galactic gods, the two anxiously searched for a way to break the deadlock. "Luzai, can't you wake me up? Do you have any other ways to contact me?" Agula shook her head. "The blasphemous crystal can make her sense my summons, but this summons is not forced. She's drunk, so naturally she can't sense it." Luzai sighed deeply. "Your family is really unreliable." Agula was also furious. "I really want to stab her, she'll definitely wake up." Agula's words gave Luzai a great inspiration. Her cousin was a god, although she liked to experience the feeling of being drunk in a mortal body. However, once attacked, her divinity will automatically return to her body to resist the threat, and she will regain her senses. So, void search might be useful? Thinking of this, Luzai asked excitedly, "Do you have anything of my cousin's, anything that smells like her?" "Yes, I do." "What do you need that for?" Agula blushed. "Stop asking, just give it to me. I'll give my older cousin a wake-up call." Luzai was anxious. Tyrant was about to pounce on him. Who cares about sleeping? Get up and party. The next second, Agula pulled out a pair of pink underwear. "Here, my sister left this when we came to play last time." "All right then." Luzai took the item, focused his mind, and unleashed his divine power. A large hand made of metal rose into the air, and Luzai endowed this attack with the characteristic of searching for enemies in the void. System, activate void detection. Attack successfully launched, conditions met. Target, Lux, one of the ancient gods of the blasphemy race. That giant metal palm swept through the air, ignoring time and space, heading straight for its target. In an ancient galaxy, atop a divine throne, a graceful woman lay peacefully, her breathing even, her face flushed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes abruptly, sensing an attack or threat. The next second, smack. Several huge slaps landed on her buttocks, sending her crashing to the ground. Carrot. Just as Lux was about to lash out, she suddenly sensed the call of the desecrated crystal. "Oh no, my sister is probably gone. I had completely forgotten about something so important. Prepare for war. March on to Imangaj," she issued the rallying cry in her divine capital. A divine light shot into the sky, following her steps, and entered Imangaj through the blasphemous crystal. Chapter 83, The Ancient Blasphemy Descends, The Gods Retreat. Beams of divine light shot into the sky, following in the footsteps of their ancient god Lux, and stormed into Imangaj through the blasphemous crystal. The next moment, billions of blasphemous gods descended upon the dome of Imangaj. Luzai and Agula, who were in the distance, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the reinforcements. Lux, barefoot, stepped down from the void, golden divine light emanating from wherever her toes touched. Her lips parted slightly. "Who's causing trouble? They're asking for it." His gentle voice carried an overwhelming divine power that filled people with terror. The original tyrant placed her hand on her chest and bowed slightly. "So it's Miss Lux, I've heard so much about you." Lucas glanced at the tyrant family of 3 and said disdainfully, "I wondered who was so bold as to do this, but it turns out it's you little perverts. Did you get your brains messed up from playing role-playing games? You even have designs on my sister?" Tyrant smiled slightly and looked at his wife and children. "We are not afraid of you." Tyrant was not being arrogant. Several eras ago, she had fought Lux and won a minor victory. She was confident that the galactic pantheon had undergone tremendous development over these past few eras and was not afraid of Lux. Tyron clenched her fist, and 12 wings of light instantly unfolded behind her, creating a magnificent spectacle. With a tremor in the void, Tyron flew rapidly towards Lux's location, the ethereal feathers on her wings transforming into a raging ball of light. At the same time, Tyrio's eyes shot out divine light, sweeping across the void. Telia parted her fiery red lips slightly, and divine fire flew out from her mouth. Lux smiled slightly. Let me correct you. From now on, you should call me Ms. Lux, not Miss, because I have a husband. Whom? Husband? Where is my husband? Lux looked into the void, and the next moment, the void trembled, and terrifying giant shadows appeared one after another. The ancient god Oder, with his red and black face, stared wide-eyed at the giant shadows, his face filled with horror. How is this possible? Tyron, who was in the heat of battle, was so shocked that he immediately steadied himself and stopped attacking, looking completely incredulous. Even his chattering wife and children fell silent at that moment. The enormous group photos slowly approached, revealing their true forms. Wife, I'm here. An ancient god, 800 meters tall, descended first, followed by their 2 sons. Luzai's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at Agula. Who is this? Agula smiled and said, the trolls are one of the oldest races among the blasphemous gods. They are one of the direct descendants of the gods nurtured by our ancient ancestors. The prefix for this ancient clan is so long, but Luzai kept mentioning the word awesome in his words. Father God, it's Urios, the ancient god of the troll race. Tyrio snuggled into his mother Tyria's arms. Telia gently patted her son's head. Husband, shall we go home? Tyron smiled slightly. Wife, not every road leads to a return. Urios, come and fight. Tyron activated his complete form, and his wife and daughter beside him turned into raging flames that engulfed his chest. At this moment, Tyron possessed the body of a demon, the wings of an angel, and looked down upon the heavens. The troll Urios stroked Lux's cheek. Wife, I'll be right back. Lux nodded slightly as she watched her husband leave, and then she and her 2 sons joined the battle to wipe out the enemy. At this moment, the tide of battle turned dramatically. On Luzai's side, there are 3 powerful figures at the ancient god level, Urios, Agura, and Lux. Below the ancient gods, Luzai, Li Zhuangzhuang, and Eloy are all top-tier combatants. The scales of victory have begun to tip. Tyron's wings of light soared into the sky, as if they were obscuring the entire void. Billions of light blades poured down from the wings like a torrential rain. The wings of light were frantically consuming divinity, and the divine fire within Tyron's chest was burning fiercely. The flesh and blood on her chest turned to dust and fell away bit by bit, leaving only a skeleton of the demon's body. From a distance, it's impossible to tell whether he is a god or a demon. The 3 divine flames within his chest pulsed incessantly, a mixture of pain, resentment, roars, and the cries of his wife and children. Kill! The light bullets transformed from billions of light wings fell like meteors, crashing towards Urios. Divine skill, demon wings. As the light orbs carrying divine might approached, Urios' body trembled, and his form continued to expand. He let out a terrifying roar, his muscles bulged, his whole body trembled, and he gripped an unassuming large club tightly in his hand as he charged toward the billions of light bullets at the most ferocious speed. Urios brandished his giant club, blasting countless light projectiles into a sky full of brilliance. The trolls, a race of gods that grew against all odds, had no special skills, they simply pushed their power and speed to the extreme. They hate magic and those fancy talent sequences. They are not born with any talent sequences and have carved out a formidable reputation among the gods solely through their savage growth attributes. All skills are powerless before absolute power. This is their creed. You can't possibly beat me. Urios roared. Although his body was still being hit by many light bullets, his skin was torn and his divine blood was flying, Urios' fighting spirit never diminished. The troll race is extremely powerful, whether in terms of strength, physique, or innate regenerative abilities. Tyron concentrated her divinity, causing all the light projectiles to bombard Urios, blasting spatial rifts into the void and unleashing countless spatial turbulence. Standing atop the metal tide, Luzai was shocked by what he saw. The battle between ancient gods was truly terrifying. If it were me, I don't know how long I could hold out. Tyron and Urios are far stronger than Odo. Luzai was interested in watching the battle because the situation was starting to turn in his favor. He, Li Zhuangzhuang, Eloy, Lux, and Agula were working together to force back the divine beast hunters and the main gods of the galactic pantheon. Facing the charging Urios, Tyron ignited the divine fire within her heart to its fullest extent, continuing her ferocious offensive. He even heard the cries of his wife and children. They were overwhelmed. Urios, die. As Tyron saw Urios charging towards her, she broke off a pair of her own wings. The light wings transformed into a pair of fiercely burning battle blades, which Tyron grasped and rushed towards Urios. The two bodies collided, their swords and clubs clashing and fighting fiercely. Amidst the violent collision, divine fire flew everywhere, and countless embers fell from the void like fireworks, both brilliant and tragic. Urios's body had been blasted to pieces by those light projectiles, but his powerful healing ability allowed him to continue fighting. The sound of his bones cracking could be heard from time to time, followed by painful growth and healing. Urios leaped up and slammed his club down, shattering Tyron's flaming sword. Then he frantically tore at the light wings on Tyron's back. The two ancient gods were engaged in a rare hand-to-hand combat. Urios ripped off half of Tyron's wing and plunged it into her chest. But Chapter 84, Unifying the Galactic Pantheon, Merging Billions of Divine Realms. Divine blood splattered as Tyron roared, her eyes flashing with divine light, sending Urios flying. Both of them retreated rapidly, creating distance between them. Urios was dripping with blood, but his eyes were filled with fierce fighting spirit. Every troll is born to fight. He charged forward again, step by step, accelerating. His entire body was burning with divine blood, and his enormous figure was coated with a layer of scarlet bloodlight. Tyrant, looking one last time at his wife and son burning in his chest, said from afar, "Wife, son, we can't go back today." Tyrios, "Father God, you are the best. I'm not afraid. Telia, my husband, we are family." Having said that, the figures of his wife and children completely transformed into divine fire. Tyron roared, his body bending forward, all the wings of light on his back forcibly detaching from his body, bringing with them large chunks of flesh and blood. Slash. The enormous wings of light transformed into fire blades hundreds of meters long, slashing down repeatedly at the charging Urios. Boom! One after another, the clones blocked Urios' way, and were then blasted to pieces. This was Lu Zai coming to provide support after finishing off the battle on the outskirts. He was surprised to discover that the light wings could kill one of his clones with just 3 strikes. What does this mean? My clone now has tens of trillions of health points. For the first time, Lu Zai experienced the terrifying power of this ancient god. But it didn't matter. Once he became an ancient god, even an early-stage ancient god could easily crush those peak ancient gods, including this demon brother. Fortunately, Tyron's ferocious attack method was achieved by sacrificing her divinity and burning divine fire. Moreover, there are not many of these light wings, they are consumables. There are only 12 wings in total. When the clone of the user perished, the light wings also burned up in the void. Lu Zai sacrificed 3 clones to shield Urios from all the fire blades. The troll Urios charged forward, saying to Lu Zai, "You've got some skills, kid. Want to stun Agura? I'll make sure you get it done." Lu Zai was speechless. "Listen to me, thank you. Big brother, you go ahead and chop someone up. This troll brother doesn't look like a decent person either." Lu Zai was surprised by Tyron's powerful attacks, while his opponent was also surprised by Lu Zai's appearance. You are the chief god of the galaxy." Tyron looked incredulous. This person actually came from her own pantheon. Lu Zai nodded, "I'm one of the first batch of cannon fodder you sent." Tyron roared to the sky, "Interesting, interesting. I misjudged. The path to godhood is inherently against the will of heaven, so dying halfway is normal." Tyron stared at Urios charging towards her, her mind already made up. Boom! The demon Urios' club slammed down, burning countless drops of his divine blood in the process. After this attack, Tyron could no longer hold on. Perhaps if Lu Zai hadn't joined the battle, she could have fought Urios to the death, but there are no ifs. An ancient god, the god of the galaxy, the Lord of Tyron, has fallen. In the void, the red and black-faced hunter god Odor also met a violent end under the combined attack of Agura and Lux. The blasphemous god was quickly pushed back by Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy's powerful charge. This earth-shattering battle of the gods has finally come to an end. The blasphemous race has achieved a complete victory. Lu Zai also benefited greatly from this great battle. Ding! You have killed several main gods, increasing your basic survival point reward to 1 million per minute. Sure, in this battle, Lu Zai killed dozens of main gods and thousands of subordinate gods, so the gains were pretty good. At the current rate, if they give out 1 million survival points per minute, that's 1.44 billion per day. The future is promising, the future is promising. Lu Zai exclaimed excitedly. The most important issue is the ownership of the galactic god system. The entire galactic god system has 440 million god-level divine domains. After the death of the god, these divine domains became unclaimed lands, and their divinity began to be lost in large quantities, but they are still very valuable. These unclaimed divine realms have two absorption methods. One option is to send one's own divine race to occupy and continue developing this divine realm, allowing it to regain its vitality and continuously provide divinity to oneself. However, this would take a long time. Another simpler and more direct method is to destroy these unclaimed divine realms and extract divine crystals. Divine crystals are crystals that contain divinity and can be absorbed by gods to strengthen themselves. As Lu Zai was pondering these questions, several ancient gods approached. "Brother, what do you plan to do with the galactic god system?" Agula asked. "I suggest you nurture the star system slowly. I see that your blue star god realm is full of vitality. You can split your own gods out and occupy these god realms, and then gradually take control." No. The ancient gods are reviving. No one can guarantee whether tomorrow will be peaceful or war-torn. I suggest we refine them directly to quickly improve our strength. I think this young man is quite extraordinary and has the potential of an ancient god. Urios looked at Lu Zai with eyes full of approval. Surprisingly, Urios' injuries were no longer as horrific as before, and his severed arm had regenerated, restoring his normal height of 2 meters. "I agree with my husband's opinion. It's more important to gain strength quickly. Otherwise, next time we encounter a crisis, we'll only be able to ask for help helplessly like your sister-in-law. How embarrassing would that be? Don't you think so, little brother?" Lux nestled next to the troll and earnestly advised. Agula rolled her eyes at her. "Great suggestion, but don't make suggestions like that in the future." Lu Zai's time as a god, rather than a human, was short and he lacked experience, so naturally he had to listen to the advice of his seniors. He also felt that dispersing his blue star god race across billions of planets was an extremely arduous task, and that refining them would be much faster. However, he definitely wants to preserve Tyrant, the main planet. It has complete city defenses and a vast temple. It's like getting a divine capital for free. Alright, I choose to refine these unclaimed divine realms and relocate the capital to Tyrant. Lu Zai made up his mind. The other three nodded in agreement. Tyrant, now renamed Dragon City, is where Lu Zai planted his divinity, drawing 90% of the quota from each race of the Blue Star God clan to enter this vast planet. Earth's abundant resources will support the remaining 10% of the Protoss, allowing them to develop very smoothly. This vast planet is many times larger than Earth. It was once a level 100 divine realm. However, after Tyrant's fall, she lost her divinity. Lu Zai stabilized it to the same level as his own divine realm. With the others as witnesses, Lu Zai ascended the Dragon Capital Temple and began refining 440 million god-level divine realms through the authority link here. Although most of their divinity had been lost, the sheer quantity was enough to satisfy his cravings. Lu Zai exclaimed with anticipation, "Begin refining." Chapter 85, 1000-level divine realm, origin species. Lu Zai exclaimed with anticipation, "Begin refining." As soon as Lu Zai finished speaking, the system responded immediately. Ding! Refining the unclaimed divine realm of the galactic pantheon. Ding! A total of 441.4 million refinable divine realms have been detected. Refining in progress? Successfully refined the Saturn divine realm, obtaining 1.4 divine crystals. In an instant, an enormous amount of information flooded into Lu Zai's mind, and more than 400 million unclaimed divine domains began to be refined in batches. 1 divine crystal is equal to 10,000 divine essences. How lamentable! These vast divine realms were created at the cost of countless divine essences, but after the main god fell, they were all recycled as waste. The refining process was extremely rapid. In less than an hour, Lu Zai's system space had an additional 30 kilograms of tiny divine crystals, totaling 500 million crystals, or 5 trillion divine essences. Ding! All divinity has been used to upgrade your divine realm, which has now reached level 1131.3 billion 100.1 billion. Lu Zai was completely stunned. The god realm had actually been upgraded to level 1000 or higher. To be honest, Lu Zai was very grateful to the three ancient gods in front of him, as they had given him this opportunity to improve. One major reason for this is that Lu Zai possesses an ancient aura, and Agula believes that it is illogical for Lu Zai, as an ordinary human, to become a god so quickly. According to the clan's records of blasphemy against the old gods who were blasphemed back then were just as perverse and outrageous. Initially, both Urios and Lucas wanted to refine the galactic pantheon, since no one could resist such abundant resources. But when Agula revealed the reason, both of them were shocked. Given the recent frequent pursuit of blasphemous gods by the Beast Hunter faction, rumors suggest it's in an effort to resurrect the 9 great old ones. Since the other ancient gods are all reviving, there's no reason why the most powerful blasphemous ancient god from back then shouldn't be making any moves. In the darkness, the three of them had already regarded Lu Zai as the hope for the revival of the blasphemous gods. However, the three of them decided to keep it a secret and did not intend to tell Lu Zai, fearing that Lu Zai would feel too much pressure if he knew about their savior-like identity. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Zai had already guessed that the system within him might be the most powerful entity in the universe at one time. The elevation of the divine realm is equivalent to the elevation of the god's physical body, or to the elevation of the entire Blue Star divine race. As Lu Zai's god realm level soared to 1001, a series of changes began. Ding! Your divine realm's area has expanded by 100,000%. Ding! 4.1 million new species have been born in your divine realm, a sign of extreme prosperity. Ding! 3 powerful origin species have been born in your divine realm. Chaos Siren, Golden Giant, and Chaos Troll origin species, the first ancient lifeforms to emerge with divine nature after the Big Bang. Your subordinate deity, Li Zhuangzhuang, has gained the support of the Golden Giants and formed a bond with them, merging into their race. Li Zhuangzhuang's strength has reached the peak of the main god realm. A breakthrough is imminent. Your subordinate deity Eloy has gained the support of the Chaos Sea monsters and formed a bond with them, merging into their race. Eloy's strength has reached the peak of the main god realm. A breakthrough is imminent. Your origin Chaos Troll has no vassal gods to form a bond with and is currently in a state of being left to its own devices. Your divine realm has experienced tremendous growth, and billions of gods have resonated with you. Their thought imprints have collectively taken effect, and the power of faith flows continuously. Currently, you have accumulated 35 billion units of faith power, which has been converted into 35 billion units of spiritual power. Your current spiritual power, 80 billion. The terrifying boost made Lu Zai feel like his whole body was filled with power. The most outrageous thing was that his 2 beloved generals had actually formed a bond with the origin race, which Lu Zai had not expected. Upon seeing that Lu Zai had completed the refinement of the divine realm, the other 3 ancient gods slowly walked over and said in unison, "Congratulations!" Lu Zai cupped his hands to the 3 of them and said, "In this battle, Brother Urios was seriously injured, his Chaos Trolls also suffered heavy losses, and the gods of my 2 sisters were also affected. Yet I alone enjoy the fruits of victory. I will remember this favor." Urios frowned and said, "Brother Lu, you misunderstand. Although I am an ancient god who blasphemed the gods, I am still a member of the ancient gods. How dare I call myself a chaos giant? They are the origin species, the most primitive divinity. I only have a trace of their bloodline in me." Lu Zai was shocked. "My god. There are hundreds of millions of chaos giants on my blue star right now, but they are not yet adults." Thinking of this, Lu Zai made a gesture in the void, and a chaotic giant demon tens of meters tall appeared in front of him, bowing deeply and saying, "My god is mighty." Urios and the Igris sisters' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Urios, this is a chaos troll?" The 3 of them looked at Lu Zai, wanting to verify. Lu Zai nodded, "I have 100 million, brother, do you want it?" "Ha!" The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. The fact that origin species could be born in such a large number makes it impossible for anyone to imagine just how terrifying Lu Zai's current god realm level is. What they didn't know was that Lu Zai's method of refining and adding points was extremely terrifying. Others would have to slowly absorb the refined points, and the twists and turns in the process were self-evident. Lu Zai's method was simple and brutal, and he was just playing with a numerical value. If I possess 100 million chaos trolls, my divine bloodline will have a chance to be reshuffled, and if I create bonds between these chaos trolls, it's no exaggeration to say that my strength will skyrocket in a short period of time. Lu Zai nodded, "No problem. I will place these 100 million chaos giants in your divine realm, sever their divine affiliation, and give them to you." Urios waved his hands vigorously, No, it seems that Brother Lu is really too young. You don't know how rare the origin seed is. Nominally, there is a chance to obtain it after the god realm level reaches 100, but the probability can only be described as extremely low. Let me put it this way, I have lived for so many eras and have only seen an origin seed once. So are you still going to give it to me? You should cherish it and nurture it well. Agula also advised, "Brother, the origin species are no ordinary creatures, you must Before he could finish speaking, two powerful auras appeared in the distance. Damn, I've evolved. Ha ha, you said I was the savior, and now I really believe it. Come on, I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like I used to be? The golden giant that Li Zhuangzhuang transformed into exuded a terrifying aura. If the previous golden warriors were merely giants made of piled-up metal, then the current golden giant was a truly terrifying behemoth with flesh and blood, and a pair of demonic golden horns on its head. Urios and his two companions stared in disbelief. Yet another origin species? Before she could finish speaking, a terrifyingly powerful woman appeared behind her. With a gentle clench of her hand, the tentacles of the chaotic sea monster in the void tore through space and waved wildly behind her. At this moment, Urios and his two companions were convinced that the young man in front of them was the ancient god of the blasphemous race. Chapter 86, Stepping into the Ancient God Realm. Urios and the other two were clearly ancient gods, true gods, not subordinate gods. However, when they saw Lu Zai's two subordinate gods, a strange sense of awe still arose in their hearts. This was not awe of strength, but awe of life itself. After all, what lay before them were the original species after the Big Bang. Urios obtained 100 million Chaos Trolls and almost immediately sent Lu Zai and Agula to their wedding night. This made Lu Zai and Agula both blush. Lu Zai was embarrassed, and Agula was awkward. The four sat together in Lu Zai's dragon capital temple, and Agula couldn't help but sigh. It all feels like a dream. Just a few days ago, I was being threatened by the master of this temple, but now I'm sitting here chatting and laughing, and the master of this place has become my cousin. Why not my husband? Urios grinned foolishly. Agula pouted, I really don't know what my sister sees in you. Can you shut up? Lux covered her mouth and chuckled, then changed the subject. Little Lu, I wonder how many more years it will take you to reach the ancient god realm. Only when you truly enter the ancient god realm will you have the ability to contend with the 9 ancient gods. I wonder where those old immortals are hiding now, and what stage their resurgence has reached. Lu Zai chuckled to himself, who do you think you are? I already have 80 billion spiritual power. I'm only 20 billion spiritual power away from entering the ancient god realm. Whether it's harvesting faith power from the divine realm daily or exchanging 1 million survival points per second for mental power, it's not difficult at all. However, Lu Zai didn't say anything. After all, giving them a little shock would also earn them some survival points. Urios regained his composure, his face filled with worry, and said, I don't want to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Lu Zai turned to look at Urios, clearly indicating that he carried significant weight. Urios nodded, the most powerful ancient god at present, an ancient god who survived the Origin War, also a member of the Origin race, and a follower of the god of blasphemy. For the last few hundred epochs, he has been sleeping, nourishing his divinity. Lux added, he might be the most powerful god in this universe, aside from the 10 great elders, Leviathan. Lu Zai was shocked. This Leviathan was actually the original race from the time of the universe's origin, and had even followed the blasphemous god. But at this moment, Agula added, he is indeed powerful, and he once followed the god of blasphemy, but he does not belong to any branch of our blasphemy race. Agula, you can say these things here, but once you leave this room, you mustn't spout nonsense. Urios was unusually serious. He fought against the 9 ancients with our ancestor, the god of blasphemy, and made great contributions. He is also an ally of our blasphemy race. Now that the blasphemy race is declining, he is someone we can rely on. Lu Zai realized that it was a different race. They had joined forces before, and he agreed with Agula's opinion. After all, those who are not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. We must be wary. The most urgent task is to understand the enemy's situation and gather information about the resurgence of the 9 ancient gods, Lu Zai said, succinctly revealing the current predicament. Because worrying is useless. Right now, we don't even know when the 9 ancient gods will revive, how much divinity they still lack, or what their strength will be after they revive. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Urios looked at Lu Zai, then how do you suggest we obtain this information? Naturally, we should go to the territory of the beast hunters to inquire. They won't deliver the information we want to our doorstep, Lu Zai said with a smile. Lux was shocked. Lux, you mean? The pantheon that attacks the beast hunters? Exactly. Lu Zai couldn't think of a better way either, but this method was definitely better than waiting to die. My location in the divine realm has already been exposed. If I sit here and wait, one day the 9 great old ones might break in without me being prepared. Urios, in recent eras, we, the blasphemous clan, have been on the defensive and have never taken the initiative to attack. You know what, if my idea succeeds, it will greatly boost the morale of our blasphemous clan. Upon hearing this, Agula nodded slightly. If we can conquer a pantheon, it will further enhance your strength, brother. We haven't entered the divine nest of the beast hunter for a long time, so I believe we can find some clues. Urios, then it's decided. Anyway, the gears of fate have already started, so we just need to keep rolling forward. Agura, when does it start? Wait until I advance to the ancient god level. Lu Zai said calmly. But the other three people heard this sentence differently. They were talking so enthusiastically just now, and now they're saying they'll wait for you to advance to the ancient god level. Doesn't that mean waiting for many years? Well, since Lu Zai has said so, the three of them didn't say anything more. After a few simple words, they went to Agula's Imenge for drinks. A few friends agreed to drink together for 2 months, just a few drinks. But damn it, they've been drinking for months now, and you still call that just a few drinks? This is something Lu Zai didn't expect. With nothing else to do, Lu Zai glanced at the status of his divine realm. The faith power he had amassed for himself had reached 6.1 billion, which he could withdraw at any time. No rush, we'll settle it all at once we've raised 20 billion. Lu Zai glanced at the growth of his divine power in his divine realm. His divine realm was now at level 1001, and upgrading to the next level required 100.2 billion divine power. However, his countless gods were constantly gathering divine power for him, and he was only 10 billion away from the next level. The speed was not slow. From now on, you don't need to worry about the god realm level anymore, just let it level up on its own. Host, Lu Zai. Realm, God. God realm level LV 1001 90.1 billion 100.2 billion. Health points, 10 billion. Constitution, 1 billion 99.91% damage reduction. Spirit, 80 billion. Strength, 100 million. Agile, 100 million. Critical hit rate, 100%. Critical hit damage, 11,000%. Survival point, 1.13 billion growing. Divine skill, void target search. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV 3001 billion. Talent sequence 04, undying body LV 3001 billion. Talent sequence 05, weakness LV 3001 billion. Eternal creation, LV 20020 million. Talent sequence 01, ideological imprint accumulating faith power. Tomorrow, I should be able to advance to the ancient god level. I'll choose a divine nest to hunt divine beasts and give it a shot. The 9 great old ones should also show themselves soon, right? Chapter 87, Taking the Initiative, Titan's Nest. The next day, Lu Zai stood atop his blue star divine realm, overlooking all living beings. This is no longer the weak blue planet it once was after its area has expanded time and again, it is now 1194 times larger than the original blue planet. Towering trees, some thousands of meters tall, reach for the sky. These trees are not simple plants, but rather tree spirits imbued with divine qualities, making them quite formidable deities. In the vast and boundless ocean, sea beasts appear from time to time. Ordinary sea beasts that are hundreds of meters long are chasing fish and shrimp 1 second, and the next second they are swallowed up by the chaos sea monster and become an appetizer for breakfast. Li Zhuangzhuang and Erloi followed behind Lu Zai, their faces beaming with pride. They were all extremely satisfied with the current state of the blue star divine realm, especially Eloy. She never imagined that her race would develop to such a great extent, even merging with the origin species, and that her own strength was comparable to that of an ordinary ancient god, with a breakthrough imminent. Li Zhuangzhuang's golden giant clan was even more terrifyingly powerful. One of them, a subordinate god, actually broke through to the ancient god realm before Lu Zai, which was outrageous. Although Li Zhuangzhuang's talent sequence skills are not as transformative as Lu Zai's, and his attack power after various amplifications is much inferior to Lu Zai's, he is still a subordinate god of the ancient god realm, which is already in existence that defies the heavens, and fortunately, he is constantly getting stronger. Li Zhuangzhuang now possesses billions of gold giants, which are usually scattered across asteroids to mine gold. When it comes to battle, they can merge with Li Zhuangzhuang to form a golden giant in its ultimate form. Looking at the incredibly prosperous blue star divine realm, Lu Zai nodded in satisfaction and looked at his system. Ding! Your blue star divine realm has condensed 20.3 billion units of faith power for you, which has been converted into 20.3 billion units of spiritual power. Your current spiritual power is 100.3 billion, enough to break through to the ancient god realm. Let's begin the breakthrough. Lu Zai said calmly. Now, every time he breaks through a realm, he no longer feels the same excitement as before. This has become the norm, and Lu Zai has gotten used to it. The next moment, billions of divine lights rose up throughout the entire Blue Star Divine Realm, and Lu Zai began to use the divinity of the Blue Star Divine Realm to help him break through his cultivation realm. Billions of divine lights gathered around Lu Zai's body and began to rotate rapidly. A purer and more solidified divinity began to grow from within Lu Zai's body. His skin began to radiate an otherworldly divine glow, and his eyes seemed to be able to perceive the pulse of the universe's depths. Everything was undergoing a qualitative change. After an hour of transformation, his divine radiance grew even more dazzling, and Lu Zai shone like a golden crow over the entire Blue Star Divine Realm. Ancient God, Lu Zai. Billions of gods from Earth soared into the sky, bowing and worshipping in the direction of Lu Zai. Congratulations to the God Lord on advancing to the ancient God level. Lu Zai waved his hand, prepare for battle. Above the pseudo-god realm, be ready to follow me into battle at any time. Then he took a step forward and headed towards Imange, respectfully bidding farewell to the God Lord. The millions of gods below were shocked. The war of gods was about to begin? They felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, they were extremely eager for the war of gods. This serves two purposes. Firstly, it acts as a form of ideological imprinting. Secondly, it is tempting due to the soaring strength of the Blue Star Divine Realm after the last divine war. They all yearn to undergo a transformation in the new round of divine battles. Inside the temple of Imange, the sounds of clinking glasses and exchanging toasts could be heard. Inside the temple, golden divine light descended, and three figures slowly emerged: Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuan, and Eloy. Lux, already slightly tipsy, raised her glass to Lu Zai in the distance. Hey bro, wanna have a drink? Wow, an ancient god. That's impressive. Agula exclaimed after sensing Lu Zai's aura. Urios glanced at the two subordinate gods behind Lu Zai and let out a burp. Two ancient gods and one quasi-ancient god, impressive. Perhaps their slightly tipsy state had numbed their senses, but the temple quickly quieted down, and the wine glasses in their hands hovered in the air as they gradually came to their senses. First, Lux exclaimed, my god, he's at the ancient god level. We've only been drinking for a day, haven't we? Or are we just drunk? Agula ran up to Lu Zai, touching him here and there, and nodded after confirming that it was true. Urios tapped Li Zhuangzhuang's golden shell and exclaimed, my goodness, this yellow thing is also at the ancient god realm. Ding! You have successfully shocked 3 ancient gods and gained 30 billion survival points. Lu Zai smiled slightly and added 30 billion survival points to his life value. You should know that his mental strength is now 100 billion, and the bonus to his life value is extremely terrifying. If I raise my life value to 30 billion, wouldn't my clones be more robust than the sun? At least several trillion. A clone comparable to the sun? Lu Zai was utterly shocked. In the future, he could point at his 30 clones and shout, son. Brother, does this mean we should start planning a war against the divine beasts? Urios asked excitedly. Lu Zai nodded, it seems you already have a target? Lu Zai noticed that when Urios talked about the war of gods, his eyes lit up. Clearly, this was a target they had already decided to attack. Sure enough, Urios jumped up from his throne like a rocket. Brother, let's go and kill those idiots from the Titans. Those big idiots have been my enemies for countless epochs. Lu Zai understood immediately. He knew what the Titans that Urios was talking about were. They were not ordinary Titans, but ancient Titans from the distant past, who were on par with the demon race. The demon gods possess the bloodline of the Chaos Demons, while the ancient Titans also possess the bloodline of the Chaos Titans. Both sides rely on their physical strength, and their fighting and survival methods are highly similar. Unfortunately, the trolls belong to the blasphemous race, while the Titans belong to the Beast Hunter faction, making them sworn enemies. What do you think? Lu Zai asked, looking at Lux and Agura. Lux, naturally siding with her husband, was the first to agree. Agula herself had no target to attack. She hadn't even considered it, because she thought it would take Lu Zai a long time to break through to the ancient god realm. With her mind blank, she nodded and said, I have no objection. Then it's decided. Lu Zai made the decision immediately. What difference did it make who he attacked? Attacking the ancient Titans would also do Urios a favor, so why not? The group immediately sat down together to discuss the details of the attack. The final decision was made to launch an attack on the ancient Titan's nest tomorrow, with the goal of destroying its base. Urios, alright, I will lead the attack alongside the golden giant. Eloy, I will lie in ambush on the outskirts of the god's nest. When they launch an attack, I will create a chaotic tide and use billions of sea monsters to stop them. Agura, my centaur army will respond from the flanks and maneuver around them. When the enemy is weak, I will coordinate an attack. When the enemy charges, I will cooperate with the vanguard and sea monsters to encircle and annihilate them. Lux, I'm going with my husband. Luzai, alright, tomorrow, with my metal tide as the signal, we'll sweep through the ancient titan's nest in one fell swoop. Everyone, hee hee hee. Chapter 88, Thunderous Strike, Surprise Attack on the Ancient Titan. Listening to the cacophony of laughter filling the room, Luzai had the illusion that everyone in the room was a villain. The objective of the surprise attack on the ancient titans has been decided. After chatting for a while, everyone deliberately talked about some light topics, even bringing up the topic of Aigu and Luzai's wedding night. In fact, Luzai knew that this was a way to release pressure before the great battle. After all, it was a battle of gods. It concerns the rise and fall of several pantheons and the life and death of billions of gods. The following morning, in Luzai's divine capital Dragon City, tens of thousands of war passages had their teleportation destinations temporarily adjusted, directly connecting to the ancient Titan star system. Urios and his race of chaos demons awaited orders above Dragon City. Since he fused with the bloodline of the chaos demon, his strength has increased dramatically, and his troll race has truly gained the most primitive and pure bloodline blessing. Lux and Agura, following yesterday's assignment, led their respective members of the divine race to stand by in Dragon City. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy were excited. Ever since they obtained the bloodline of the origin species, they couldn't wait to find a target to test their results. Everyone looked in Luzai's direction. This man had clearly become the core of the team. Who could have imagined that a mortal could ascend to the throne of a god, become a chief god, and now rule a pantheon, becoming one of the best among the ancient gods? Luzai's entire divine realm is preparing for war. All the gods above the level of pseudogod have set out, and powerful ideological imprints are continuously accumulating faith power. Ding! Your celestial race is rapidly gathering faith power. Current faith power, 10 billion, which has been converted into spiritual power. Current spiritual power, 110.3 billion. Ding! Your divine realm level has increased to LV 1003 100,100.4 billion due to the natural increase in divine realm divinity. Not bad at all. With the advancement of the god realm level, the faith power I harvest every day has reached the level of tens of billions. However, this is under the premise that a god war has broken out, and everyone on Blue Star is in high spirits. As the level of the divine realm increases and the divine race expands, the daily gains will only become more and more terrifying in the future. Meanwhile, the level of the divine realm was also automatically increasing without stopping. Luzai remembered that it had just been upgraded to level 1002 yesterday. Judging from this, the Blue Star divine realm has a promising future and will be invincible sooner or later. Urios and the others approached Luzai, their eyes resolute. We're all ready. Luzai nodded, then initiated a general mobilization for war, addressing the assembled gods of all realms. Since the origin of the universe, the god of blasphemy founded the blasphemy race, which has reached the pinnacle of all races in the universe. Who dares to challenge them? However, times have changed, and now the blasphemy clan is in dire straits, struggling to survive amidst the hunts of the 9 ancient gods. Perhaps. Luzai's tone grew increasingly somber, his eyes filled with melancholy. Perhaps one day our blasphemous race will perish in their hunt, we will lose our divine realm, we will be forced to wander at the ends of the universe, and may even gradually disappear. Luzai laid bare the crisis facing the blasphemy clan, speaking frankly, which left all the blasphemy clan members below feeling indignant. The blasphemy clan was once so powerful, why did it come to this? I'm so unwilling. But the next moment, Luzai stepped into the war passage, his voice echoing throughout the capital city. Even if we are destined for destruction, it will never be today. Today, we will show those gods who hunt us what cruelty truly means. Today, we, the blasphemers, will take the initiative. We will annihilate the titans with the most ferocious offensive, sounding the horn of the blasphemy's counterattack. We will let all races of the universe know that even brutes have dignity. Luzai, radiating divine light, charged into the war tunnel. Today, we slay gods. Kill. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy followed closely behind their god, charging forward. Behind them, all races rallied, and billions of blasphemous race members surged towards the war tunnel. Kill. As planned, the Golden Giants, together with the Chaos Trolls, charged ahead, their target the ancient Titan's lair. The ancient Titans lived a lifestyle different from other divine races. They prefer to occupy a vast planet as the mother star of their galaxy, and build their divine nests on the main star. The nest is dedicated to procreation, while on other planets, billions of Titans are tasked with gathering resources to sustain the mother planet. These substars also serve the functions of defense and war mobilization. When Urios led the Chaos Trolls, wielding their giant clubs, charging towards their home planet. When Li Zhuangzhuang, together with the Golden Warriors, wielding their battle swords, charged towards their home planet. The ancient Titan giants on each of the substars quickly amassed, their numbers astonishing. These ancient Titan giants, upon reaching the level of a supreme god, had an average height of 500 meters. They roared in, hurtling towards the enemy ranks at dozens of times the speed of sound, their powerful bodies crashing directly into the ranks of Urios and Li Zhuangzhuang. Enraged, Li Zhuangzhuang had already reached a height of over 1,300 meters, wielding his battle blade and slashing at the void, die. Several charging Titans were immediately slashed open by the blade, some even losing arms and bleeding profusely. All three gods were based on their physical bodies, with Urios even transforming into a chaos troll, roaring and wielding a giant club that shook the void. Facing the charge of the ancient Titans, neither side yielded nor avoided the attack, but instead clashed head-on. These ancient behemoths collided and fought endlessly in the void, divine blood flying everywhere and the sounds of battle shaking the heavens. At this moment, a voice echoed in the hearts and minds of all the blasphemous ones. The blasphemous race may perish, but not today. Today we slay the god. Agura led the centaur gods in a ferocious charge. The centaur gods gathered together, forming a giant arrowhead formation, radiating divine brilliance, which directly scattered countless ancient Titan gods, throwing their flanks into chaos. The area of conflict between the two sides gradually expanded, escalating from small-scale skirmishes into a full-scale war. In the seemingly calm void, the ancient Titans, who were trying to catch their breath, suddenly found that the surrounding void had become cold and gloomy. Countless waves inexplicably surged in the void, growing higher and more turbulent. In the midst of the tidal wave, countless things, each over 1,000 meters long and resembling the tentacles of a demon, suddenly attacked, sweeping away the wounded ancient Titans and dragging them into the tidal wave. Then, cries of despair rose and fell. Those terrifying tentacles tore and strangled the ancient Titans. Even though some of the ancient Titans were very powerful and tore off many tentacles in an attempt to escape, more tentacles swarmed over them and dragged them into the sea of despair. Lu Zai stood proudly in the void, unleashing 30 clones. He looked at the mother planet, staring fiercely at the billions of ancient Titans above it, destroy it. With a wave of both hands, all 30 clones created a sudden metal storm. The ancient god realm, combined with the support of the 30 clones, made this metal tide as terrifying as a cosmic storm. Even meteorites and comets in space were swept up in it, crashing towards Titan's mother planet like a mudslide. Chapter 89, The Titans, the Ancient Gods, Beaten to Death. The incredibly powerful metallic tide crashed down on Titan's homeworld like a mudslide. This metallic tide is devastating wherever it goes, and it is about to threaten the homeworld of Titan. You should know that the divine nest is inhabited by Titans in their breeding season, who are constantly creating humans, 24 hours a day. The most bizarre thing is that the ancient Titan race has only one female Titan. They are born without gender. Only when they break through to the ancient god realm and become the ruler of the star system can they evolve maternal instincts. Next, this female Titan will have access to all the male Titans in the galaxy and will choose her as a match. The female Titan possesses a powerful reproductive ability, capable of condensing hundreds of thousands of divine embryos in a single day. These embryos are suspended in the mother's nest and cared for by their fathers until they are born. Within the mother nest, Titans from various planets are visited daily to breed superior offspring. Titans often had to engage in protracted tournaments to select the right to fight for it. To say that the winner is 1 in 10,000 is an understatement. Therefore, the most powerful beings of the ancient Titan race reside on their home planet. Meanwhile, the battle on the planetary outskirts of Titan has already concluded. The profane race is tightening its encirclement, and the forces on those outer planetary outskirts are retreating towards the mother planet. Lu Zai could only describe the blasphemous behavior of the gods today with 2 words, insane, or in 4 words, utterly insane. Especially the Chaos Trolls and Golden Giants, who physically clashed with the ancient Titans. Both were giants hundreds of meters tall, and they managed to shatter several substars through hand-to-hand combat. With the help of Lu Zai's metal tidal propulsion, the Protoss army led by Urios and Li Zhuangzhuang landed first, while Lux and Agura's Centaur army also attacked the home planet from the flank. The ancient Titans suffered repeated defeats and retreated to their homeworld. The status of the divine nest is equal to that of the gods of the galaxy. It is the last bastion. Lu Zai saw that on this mother planet, there were red tumors that were thousands of meters high, and within these tumors were billions of Titan embryos. Titan blood flowed through the veins as thick as small rivers running along the massive tumor, and the entire tumor breathed rhythmically and pulsated slightly. Between the tumors, there is a huge red blood vessel that connects them. This huge blood vessel comes from the body of the female Titan and provides nourishment to these divine embryos. In short, the entire mother planet is maintained by the female Titan alone. She supplies these divine embryos normally, but in critical moments, she can also extract nutrients from the mother planet to become war resources. The metallic tide surged forward, with various blasphemous gods riding the waves and charging ahead. Just as the metal tide was about to threaten the first giant tumor in the divine nest ahead, a huge tremor came from the ground, and a roar resounded throughout the entire Titan homeworld. The ground cracked open, and ancient Titans, whose auras were much stronger than before, pushed against the cracks with their hands and burst out of the ground. "You are guilty." They glared fiercely at the blasphemous people before them, their hearts filled with anger and bewilderment. What's infuriating is that these blasphemous races actually marched on their home planet, attempting to destroy the god nest. What's puzzling is how these blasphemous races, who are usually hunted down by them and struggle to even protect themselves, managed to launch such a swift and fierce attack. How dare they? Bang! Urios, who was at the forefront, didn't bother with words and sent several ancient Titans flying with a single blow. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy, who were behind them, also took action. They were there to kill a god, not to talk big. The situation suddenly spiraled out of control, and the two sides clashed again in a bloody battle. The metal tide surged forward, but the elite ancient Titans, with their terrifying power, managed to control it, stopping it from advancing any further. Lu Zai was shocked. He was already at the ancient god level, and the physical strength of these ancient Titans was too outrageous. Agura explained from the side, "They are burning divine blood. Those Titans are the most powerful elites in the race. In order to protect the god's nest, they are burning themselves to fight against your metal tide." That is not surprising. Lu Zai nodded slightly, looking enlightened, and ordered 30 clones to rush to the front. "Since you are known for your physical strength, I will utterly crush you in the very area you pride yourself on." Lu Zai did a quick calculation and found that his current life value was 310 billion. "My current mental strength is 110 billion. The clone's life value needs to be increased by 110 million times on the basis of 310 billion life value, which is 310 trillion. Well, 1 trillion equals 1 trillion. I have 31 trillion. Can you kill me instantly?" Lu Zai had absolute confidence in his physical abilities. Sure enough, the 30 clones charged forward, only to be immediately surrounded by thousands of elite ancient Titans. But the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded that stunned both the enemy and their own people. The 30 clones mastered the art of metal manipulation to the extreme, their bodies instantly enveloped in the hardest metal, and their fists condensed the most powerful metal, unleashing punch after punch. Those seemingly powerful ancient Titans were repeatedly exposed and their massive bodies were sent flying backward, some even being blasted to pieces. Wow! Absolutely amazing! Urios, standing in the distance, stared blankly at the clones, his club raised high. He had a gut feeling that these clones were stronger than him. What he didn't know was that these clones were stronger than Lu Zai, and their strength was even greater than that of ordinary ancient gods. Just as the metal tide continued its relentless advance, about to engulf the divine embryos, a blood tide swept across Titan's homeworld. One after another, enormous tumors exploded, and the divine blood that filled the sky formed a blood tide hundreds of meters high. It built a high wall, and on the wall, a terrifying female Titan appeared. You deserve to die," the female Titan whispered, her chest heaving violently as divine blood began to flow back into her body. It turns out that he detonated all the divine embryos, sacrificed the future of the race, and condensed his ultimate form, Blood Slaughter Titan. The metallic tide surged forward, and the female Titan lightly touched it with her fingertip, splitting it in two. Lu Zai frowned, and with a thought, he reunited the diverted metal tides, which hovered in the void, ready to launch the next attack at any moment. Lux, Urios, Agura, Li Zhuangzhuang, and Eloy also approached Lu Zai. Everyone knew it was time to gang up on this ancient god. Chapter 90, Leviathan's Power Surges, Leviathan Resurrects. The female Titan is undeniably powerful, but Lu Zai now possesses the resources to contend with her. In fact, under sufficiently risky circumstances, disregarding his own safety, Lu Zai is confident that he can defeat the Blood Slaughter Titan, whose strength has reached the late stage of the ancient god realm and who has unleashed her ultimate form. However, Lu Zai prioritizes safety in his actions. Why would he want to fight you one-on-one when he already has so many allies at the ancient god level? Wouldn't it be better to gang up on them? Blood Titan was surrounded by a ring of red blood energy. At this moment, the blood energy within his body was extremely violent, constantly burning and evaporating. This scene reminded Lu Zai of Rock Lee in the anime, who had opened the 8 gates, a pinnacle of physical prowess. I would gladly call you the strongest in physical combat, Lu Zai thought to himself. Boom! Urios, who was known for his physical strength, broke through the speed of sound by dozens of times and a big club slammed down. The next moment, the attack suddenly decreased, and Bloodthirsty Titan knocked back Urios' club with just one punch. Urios slid backwards, his feet leaving 2 long trails on the ground, before finally regaining his balance by slamming his fist into the ground. Seeing the situation was dire, Li Zhuangzhuang immediately activated his fusion form. Billions of golden giants transformed into streaks of golden light and merged into Li Zhuangzhuang's body. The golden giants' aura surged, and with a swing of their battle blades, earth and stones flew everywhere. The incomparably powerful blade light swept forward, slash. Ha ha ha, naive. Blood Slaughter Titan actually clasped his hands together to catch the battle blade, but his knees were also slightly bent by the powerful attack. Blood Slaughter Titan frowned. Is this the power of the origin species? The sword and the arms clashed, both sides putting in their best effort. Eloy immediately launched her most ferocious attack, Demon Punishment. A tidal wave surged in the void, and thousands upon thousands of ferocious tentacles emerged, sweeping towards the bloodthirsty Titan. They bound it tightly, and some tentacles even tore through the flesh of the bloodthirsty Titan and pierced into its body. Blood Slaughter Titan was shocked. Another origin species? He continuously burned his own life force, his body rapidly expanded, and many of his tentacles broke off. However, Agura and Lucas also unleashed their strongest killing moves one after another. Lu Zai raised his metal tide, and the metal flow gathered into a giant hand, which directly clamped down on the Blood Slaughter Titan. The 30 clones simultaneously made a fist-clenching motion, and the giant metal arm clenched its fist in unison. Blood Titan's body could not bear the weight, and blood energy was constantly being squeezed out of its body, staining a large area of the sky red. Metal flowed rapidly along the giant metal arm, strengthening itself to prevent the bloodthirsty Titan from breaking free. Who exactly are you? Sensing such violent metallic power, Bloodthirsty Titan finally panicked. The one who will kill you. Lu Zai smiled slightly. From his perspective, countless flaws on the Blood Slaughter Titan were being detonated one by one, and tens of trillions of attack power were erupting, destroying this ancient god that had been passed down since ancient times. The physical body is collapsing, and the bones and muscles are shattering. Having absorbed countless divine embryos, the bloodthirsty Titan is currently consuming divine blood as it resists the frenzied attacks of several ancient gods. He was furious and powerless, surrounded and attacked by Lu Zai's 30 clones at close range, and they were incredibly strong. He didn't even have the chance to struggle. With the added attacks from other ancient gods, it now felt like it was being slowly devoured, and it was powerless to stop it. Lu Zai, the 6th brother, was steady and unhurried, and even stood high in the sky directing his accomplices to launch a coordinated attack. This battle can only be described as frustrating for Blood Slaughter Titan. What utter frustration! Bloodthirsty Titan's body tried to break through the encirclement again, but was forced back by 30 clones. The giant metal claws exerted their power simultaneously, the Chaos Troll's club swung out, the golden giant raised his blade and brought it down, and the Chaos Sea monster unleashed a barrage of whips. Boom 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 boom. Blood mist filled the entire mother planet, and billions of divine embryos turned into blood. The mother of the ancient titans thus perished. The crowd rejoiced, especially Urios, who roared to the sky, "After being chased by you for countless eons, you finally met your match?" The blasphemous cries against the gods resounded throughout the heavens, and everyone felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Having been suppressed for so long by the army of beast hunters composed of the 9 ancient gods, today they launched a proactive attack and won a great victory. How could they not be happy? Several ancient gods flocked to Lu Zai. Urios, what do we do next? Lu Zai looked at the distant divine nest. Naturally, we should explore the divine nest. Let's disband the army and return to our original positions first. Yes. The group nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Zai had become their pillar of support, and they were even more convinced that Lu Zai was the reincarnation of the god of blasphemy. The various divine races returned to their respective divine realms through the war passages, leaving only a few ancient gods and powerful figures such as Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy behind. The group headed towards the divine nest. The ancient titans are considered a major force in the beast hunter faction. Although they are not as powerful as the 9 great ancient gods, this race has its own unique advantages, such as this god nest. The divine nest can refine divine realms and absorb the divinity contained in the corpses of enemies. Therefore, after each divine beast hunt, the spoils are usually handed over to the Titan's divine nest for processing, which is more efficient and yields more. Inside the nest, there were blood vessels several meters in diameter leading deep into the earth. Now, without the nourishment of the female Titan, these blood vessels had dried up and shriveled, sticking to the ground. The nest of gods is extremely large and has a vast space. It was once the breeding center of the entire ancient Titan race. The group eventually reached the deepest part, where there was a huge pool of blood, which has now dried up, but its size alone gives a glimpse into its former glory. Elite Titans regularly inject their divine blood into this pool to nourish female Titans and nurture divine offspring. Where is it? Urios spotted a spatial passage behind the blood pool at a glance. If my guess is correct, these two passages are the channels through which the Titans, after refining the divine realm or spoils of war through the god's nest, output the divinity they obtained to their destination. Agula placed his hand at the entrance of the passage, carefully sensing it. Can you find out the destination of this passage? Lu Zai was concerned about the result. The destination of the passage was very likely the divine realm of one of the 9 ancient gods. Only the 9 great ancients could persuade the Titans to willingly relinquish their divinity for the purpose of reviving the ancient gods. Agula nodded, okay, give me some time. She possessed spatial abilities, giving her an unparalleled advantage in exploring and opening spatial passages. This harvest is truly bountiful. Little Lu can absorb the residual divinity of the mother planet and all its child planets. At the same time, we can also find out the location of these lingering ancient gods, giving us a certain first-mover advantage, Urios said excitedly. Agula released a wisp of its divinity, channeling it through the spatial passage to an unknown location. It tried to sense this unknown place, then abruptly withdrew its hand, its face filled with terror. Xiao Lu. It's Leviathan. The entire audience was stunned. Why him? Chapter 91, Refining the Divine Nest, Desecrating the Divine Temple. Why? Why is the Titan homeworld connected to the realm of the gods where Leviathan resides? Everyone was speechless with shock at this unexpected outcome, and terrifying speculations began to take root. Urios lowered his head, planted his giant club on the ground thoughtfully, and said, so, the divinity of Titan wasn't given to the 9 great old gods, but to Leviathan? He is the most respected being of the profane race, a powerful ally who fought alongside the great old gods of profane. Why would this be? Agula's chest heaved violently, his lips trembled, and his teeth clenched. Traitor! He betrayed the entire blasphemous god clan. He even betrayed the blasphemous god. No wonder our blasphemous god clan's divine realm locations have been repeatedly exposed. No wonder our extremely hidden star system has been hunted down by the god-hunting beasts. It was him. The moment she uttered those words, Agula's voice became hysterical, extremely shrill, like a demon roaring. Lux released a divine radiance, which calmed him down somewhat. Sister, I know you respect him, but the situation has changed. Then, Lux looked at Lu Zai. Little Lu, what do you think? What do I think? I'm watching from my bed. I've never even seen this Leviathan before, Lu Zai thought to himself, but he still reassured everyone, don't be angry or nervous, the situation is not out of control yet. Oh? Urios looked at Lu Zai. But Leviathan is connected to almost all the pantheons of the blasphemous gods, and many of the blasphemous gods are even very dependent on this ally who survived the Age of Origin. If he betrays us, all of us blasphemous gods will fall into the hunt of the 9 great old gods. Lu Zai nodded. Think about it from another angle, why haven't the divine beasts launched a full-scale attack on us yet? Why hasn't Leviathan awakened? If they are really that powerful, what are they waiting for? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was going on. They are not ready yet, they are still wary, and they are afraid of blaspheming the gods. So they have united and adopted a strategy of defeating them one by one, collecting divinity and awakening the 9 ancient gods, Agula whispered, pursing his lips. But if that is the case, wouldn't Leviathan become a tool of the 9 great old ones? Using him to find us. Isn't Leviathan worried that the 9 great old ones will abandon us after using us? I don't think Leviathan is that stupid, Urios analyzed. I agree with my husband's point of view. As the strongest ancient god who survived the age of creation, Leviathan couldn't have been unaware of this, Lux added. Lu Zai smiled and said, the world is in turmoil, and everyone is driven by profit. Even gods are no exception. I guess the 9 ancient gods must have given Leviathan an irresistible guarantee of benefits, so that Leviathan no longer has to worry about its survival. That makes sense. Urios nodded silently, then asked, "So what should we do?" The others also turned their attention to Lu Zai. Then a magnetic voice drifted over. "Perhaps this is the time for me, the savior, to step in." Li Zhuangzhuang squatted in the corner of the god's nest, slowly stood up, and looked up at a 45-degree angle. "Everyone! Lu Zai, you are our ultimate trump card, and we cannot show it to others easily. Eloy, you and Zhuangzhuang step back first and focus on enhancing your divine power in the Blue Star Divine Realm." Li Zhuangzhuang was shoved away by Eloy's giant hand, which was placed on his shoulder. Let's go back." Li Zhuangzhuang was extremely displeased and retorted to Eloy, "You look down on my strength?" As Eloy pulled Li Zhuangzhuang away, she shook her head and said, "You've misunderstood. I just think Leviathan is no match for you. You shouldn't reveal yourself too early. You should know that there are still the 9 great old ones behind you." "That's true." The two figures walked further and further away, disappearing from sight. Agula shook his head. "You, a subordinate god, are no ordinary god. You don't have the talent of confidence, yet you are more confident than anyone else. Ahem, let's get back to the main topic." Lu Zai looked embarrassed. "What we're about to do is definitely the last thing Leviathan and the 9 great old ones want to see." Lux suddenly realized, "I understand now. The 9 great old ones and Leviathan chose to defeat us one by one because they were worried that we would unite. Well then, we will unite and fight together against them." Urios exclaimed excitedly, "We've been on the defensive all along. Actually, they're not good at defensive warfare and are afraid of our surprise attacks. From now on, we'll take the initiative to attack instead of defending." It was as if everyone had discovered a new world, and they had a clearer direction for their future actions. However, Agula still raised a question. The blasphemous race has branches in millions of star systems, and the number of ancient gods is no less than 1,000,000. In order to prevent the hunting beasts from launching a war of extermination against us, many gods deliberately do not maintain contact with each other, except for relatives like me and Lux. So how can we contact these blasphemous gods and launch a large-scale divine war? Everyone looked at each other, remaining silent for a long time. You are indeed a difficult problem, beyond everyone's capabilities. How can we unite billions of stars that have very little contact with each other? Urios slowly stood before the crowd, and from his own heart, he used his divinity to slowly release a heart that shone with divine brilliance. Agula was shocked. "Heart of blasphemy, you are one of the guardians of the Temple of Blasphemy?" This was the first time Agula had learned that her brother-in-law had this other identity. Urios nodded silently. "The Temple of Blasphemy is the birthplace of the blasphemy race. Legend has it that before the god of blasphemy perished in the origin, he left behind some secrets of the blasphemy race here and set up a restriction that only a god of immense power could break. The temple's guardians consist of 10,000 ancient gods of the blasphemy race, and I am one of them. We possess the heart of blasphemy and a special passage to enter the temple. The heart of blasphemy can be passed on to other ancient gods, maintaining a size of 10,000. Now, I am passing it on to you." Lu Zai accepted the heart of blasphemy, feeling somewhat lost about the journey ahead. "If I take this heart of blasphemy, will I be able to enter the temple and unite the blasphemy race?" As it turns out, Lu Zai was too naive. Urios shook his head. "You can refine the entire god's nest, and then use this to launch a challenge against Leviathan. If you kill him, you will have the right to use the power of the temple to call upon the entire blasphemous race." "Lu Zai? Let me kill Leviathan, the strongest ancient god in the universe?" Lu Zai really wanted to immediately forcefully press his blasphemous thoughts back into Urios' chest. "I, Lu Zai, am a man of unyielding integrity. How could I accept your gift? But it seems there's no better way out." Lu Zai looked at the heavy heart of blasphemy in his hand, and then glanced at the expectant looks of the people around him. Just then, a voice came from the mysterious passage. "Youngster. Who cut off my divine supply? Whoever you are, I will find you. Do not try to resist." Agula immediately used his spatial powers to completely sever the passage. Leviathan has awakened. Chapter 92, Blasphemy Against the Temple, Challenging Leviathan. Leviathan has been revived. This news struck everyone present like a hammer blow, meaning that challenging Leviathan was imminent, and there was no time to wait. The Nest of Gods has been supplying divinity to Leviathan for a long time, so Leviathan naturally knows this location, and therefore the Titan homeworld cannot be stayed for long. Lu Zai is currently facing a dilemma. If he stays here to refine the divine nest, he may encounter Leviathan. However, without refining it, Lu Zai was not confident that he could take on Leviathan one-on-one with his current strength. Everyone understood Lu Zai's thoughts. After much deliberation, Urios, carrying his giant club, was the first to step forward. Go ahead and refine it. As long as I'm still standing, no one can bother you. Wife, you and Agula go first. Agula and Lux shook their heads simultaneously. We won't abandon you, and if Leviathan finds you, they'll know for sure we're involved too. Lux, don't hesitate, hurry, refine this god's nest. Using his spatial abilities, Agula immediately created hundreds of spatial turbulence around the god's nest, interfering with access to Titan's home planet. Li Zhuang and Eloy also stood guard outside the god's nest to prevent any unforeseen events. Seeing that everyone was so determined, Lu Zai did not hesitate at all and immediately used the system to begin refining the Titan's nest. A violent golden divine radiance emanated from Lu Zai's body, enveloping the entire divine nest, and the refining process began. Ding! Refining all Titan substars and divine nests, refining progress 1%, 2%. An ancient Titan race is being reduced to ashes under Lu Zai's raging divine radiance. The enormous divine nest began to collapse, and wisps of red divinity flew out from it. At this moment, Lu Zai's body was like a giant range hood, frantically absorbing the divinity from the surrounding planet and mother planet. Ding! Refining of all child stars and the mother star is complete. A total of 28.1 trillion divinity has been obtained and used to upgrade your divine realm. Your divine realm has been upgraded to LV 1225 31.3 billion 122.5 billion. As the refining process ended, the divine radiance gradually subsided, and the once vibrant Titan offspring, the mother planet, no longer existed. The group stood in the void, gazing at Lu Zai. Everyone truly felt that he had become much stronger. Lu Zai obtained 28 trillion divine essence from this refinement, which is several times higher than the gains from refining the galaxy god system last time. The ancient Titans were indeed extraordinary. This refining process raised Lu Zai's divine realm level from 1004 to 1225. Once the god realm level reaches 1000, the boost from those 200 levels is incredibly powerful. Lu Zai immediately felt the feedback of power. Ding! Your divine realm has expanded by 223% again. Your blue star's myriad races are once again flourishing, teeming with life, and giving birth to many powerful divine races. Ding! Your mental imprint is becoming increasingly solid. The faith power provided by the myriad races of Blue Star has surged once again. The current faith power has experienced a major explosion, converting into 120 billion mental power. Current mental power, 230 billion. Excellent, very strong. Lu Zai was secretly delighted as he heard the system notifications. The entire refining process was fraught with danger but ultimately safe. Leviathan did not appear, leaving one to wonder whether he had absolute confidence in himself or had other plans. Just as Lu Zai and the others were about to leave quickly, everyone froze. The group looked at each other. Urios fixed the crowd on his feet. You received it? Agula and Lux nodded repeatedly, while looking at Lu Zai. Lu Zai nodded. I sensed the call of the Temple of Blasphemy. It's Leviathan, using the power of the temple in the blasphemous lands of the gods to summon all the ancient gods who have blasphemed the gods to the temple. Urios. Leviathan is the great guardian of the Temple of Blasphemy and has the ability to contact the blasphemy race. This is the ability that Lu Zai and his group want to control. Only by controlling the temple can they unite all the blasphemy race. What is she going to do? Agula pressed. Urios shook his head. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. The first thing this guy did after waking up was to summon all the blasphemous ancient gods. I can't figure it out. Could it be that they want to lure all the ancient gods to their territory, then betray them, collude with the beast hunters, and wipe out our race in one fell swoop? Lux thought of this terrible outcome. Urios shook his head. I was once a guardian of the temple. Although I don't know how many ancient gods are left in the entire profane god race, I am certain that even if the 9 ancient god races unite, they cannot eliminate all the profane gods in one annihilation battle. Some of our ancient gods will still be able to break through. If the god-hunting beasts already have the strength to annihilate us, my Leviathan would not have been asleep, but would have been awakened long ago. Xiao Lu, what do you think? Everyone looked at Lu Zai, because in the end, the decision of the whole matter still rested with him, since he was the one who challenged Leviathan as the guardian of the temple. Since Leviathan is summoning all those who blaspheme the old gods, let us go and see. We'll have to face them sooner or later anyway, and I believe that launching a challenge at such a rare gathering of the old gods will have a greater impact and be more convincing. Everyone frowned. Urios tentatively asked. Leviathan is the ancient god who was closest to breaking through to the ancient god realm. How confident are you? Luzai thought for a moment and then held up one finger. After taking a deep breath, Urios sighed. Even a 10% chance is not bad. It's worth the gamble. It concerns the future rise and fall of the blasphemous god clan. Let alone a 10%, even a 1% chance is worth fighting for. Lucas and Agra nodded emphatically. We are ready to fight you to the very end. Luzai's voice rang out again. You've misunderstood. It's not just a 10% chance, it's a definite victory. Luzai wasn't arrogant after using cheat codes for so long. Didn't he have a good idea of his own skill level? Just now, my mental power doubled to 230 billion, greatly increasing my strength, and my divine power also became much stronger. In the previous battle where he joined forces with several ancient gods to besiege the female titan, this was the first time he had fought against a god with the strength of a late-stage ancient god. Luzai adopted a cautious battle plan, choosing to encircle and attack. However, after the battle, he discovered that his opponent had almost no resistance when facing his metal tide, and could only passively defend. He died before he could even use a few attack moves. Therefore, Luzai was not afraid of any of the most powerful ancient gods. Shall we leave now? Urios asked Luzai, sensing that the temple was once again summoning the blasphemous ancient god to the clan's territory. Let's go. Luzai smiled slightly. Today, we enter the temple and slay the traitor. Chapter 93, The Appearance of Ancient Law's Evolution. Luzai and his group responded directly to the temple's call, their figures disappearing into the void. This trip was to blaspheme the temple. The Temple of Blasphemy possesses an extremely powerful function inherited from the ancient god of blasphemy. It can be used to contact all gods who possess the aura of the blasphemy race, including the chief god. However, this time, the Temple of Blasphemy only issued summons to ancient gods. The Temple of Blasphemy is also the only entity that controls the communication function of the blasphemy race throughout the entire universe. From Luzai's perspective, in his previous life, it would have been a signal base station. All ancient gods that sense the summons can respond automatically, and the power of the temple can immediately construct a spatial passage leading to the Temple of Blasphemy. In the blink of an eye, Luzai and the others arrived at a vast planet. This was the ancestral home of the blasphemous gods, and the place where the ancient blasphemous gods once lived. In the radiant void, a colossal temple floated. What mighty force had created such a magnificent structure? Luzai was awestruck. Besides Luzai and his group, other ancient gods of the blasphemous race frequently appeared in the surrounding void. Most of them were unfamiliar even to Urios, since the blasphemous race was distributed across various pantheons in the deep space of the universe, fighting independently with very little interaction. The Temple of Blasphemy stands proudly in the void, like a castle in the air, with nearly 10,000 ancient gods as guardians, of whom Urios was once one. Apart from the temple guardians, the other ancient gods stood on the altar below the temple, waiting for Leviathan's arrival. Many ancient gods in small groups began to whisper among themselves. After all, Leviathan had suddenly revived and the Temple of Blasphemy had suddenly issued a summons. These two events are unprecedented in recent eras, and combined with the current situation of the blasphemous race, many ancient gods have begun to worry. Old friend, what exactly is the purpose of summoning me here today? A tall, blasphemous ancient god asked his old friend beside him. I'm afraid this isn't a good thing. I really don't know what you're worried about. With Leviathan around, we, the blasphemous race, are not afraid to hunt divine beasts. But why did he wake up? If the situation was under control, there was no need for him to wake up. I heard that a female titan from one of the ancient titan factions was recently killed. Have you heard about it? The place I am in is far away from the ancient titans, and I have never heard of it. Regarding what happened today, I was attacked by the ancient titans. Halfway through the battle, they ran away. Later I found out that something happened to their home planet. It's really karma. I just don't know which of my fellow titans came to my rescue. Everyone took turns analyzing the situation and discussing the recent battles that had taken place around them. Most people are cautious about today's call to action, believing it to be a bad omen. Meanwhile, Urios, Agura, Lux and the others watched as Luzai stepped onto the divine staircase and headed towards the Temple of Desecration, for at this moment, Luzai had taken on another identity, the Temple Guardian. With a blasphemous heart, Luzai successfully stood in the temple, where 10,000 ancient gods stood guard. Before long, a deep, resonant voice echoed from within the temple. Hello, inheritors of the blasphemous race. Leviathan summons you in the name of the ancient blasphemous gods. May we, the blasphemous race, be immortal throughout the universe, and may our journey be invincible. Beneath the temple, a million ancient gods bowed in unison, all repeating, "May we profane the immortality of the divine race in the universe, may our journey be invincible." Lu Zai had heard Urios say these words before. They were the words left to his people by the ancient god of blasphemy when he stepped into the origin of the universe. After that, the god of blasphemy disappeared. Leviathan's entrance with the classic quote from the god of blasphemy is nothing more than an emphasis on his past as someone who fought alongside the god of blasphemy, subtly reinforcing his own status. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling divine radiance, like a galaxy, flowed out from inside the temple, and Leviathan stepped on the galaxy to arrive outside the temple. His form was different from that of the gods. He was the same height as Lu Zai, and beneath his 7-colored eyes was a handsome face with sharp features, looking like a dashing young man of about 20 years old. The young man looked down at the gods and slowly spoke. Since the ancient blasphemous gods disappeared from the origin of the universe, all 10 ancient gods have vanished. But the most wondrous thing in the universe is time. It can repair everything, whether it is the nothingness of the universe or the glory and fear in our hearts. As time flows, the balance of power has shifted. The 9 ancient gods have formed the Beast Hunter Alliance, eyeing our blasphemous race with predatory intent. In recent eras, we have lost more than 10% of our blasphemous race. I cannot bear to see this situation continue. What about you? Are you willing to continue to live on? The gods below all bowed and replied, "We refuse." The blasphemous gods were somewhat bewildered. What was Leviathan up to? Judging from his tone, was he about to launch a counterattack? Even Lu Zai frowned slightly. Their previous judgment was that Leviathan had betrayed the blasphemous gods, but judging from his tone today, it seemed like he was about to launch a counterattack. However, Leviathan's subsequent actions truly shocked the blasphemous race. This preface was merely a prelude. Leviathan's 10 fingers were slender, and from his fingertips came an extremely strange red divine light. The light was so beautiful and dazzling that the violent divinity contained within it made all the gods present stare at Leviathan. As an ancient ally of the blasphemous race, I, Leviathan, will steadfastly lead you out of the shadows. You did not misread. The power flowing through my veins is one of the 9 ancient laws, the power of evolution. What? He killed the ancient gods of evolution? How is this possible? He possesses limitless evolutionary power. Is he now our ally, or a beast hunter? Leviathan's actions far exceeded the expectations of the blasphemous gods. In the ancient war, the 10 ancient gods each possessed their own laws. In the end, the god of blasphemy, with his overwhelming power, overwhelmed the other 9 ancient laws and emerged victorious. This law of evolution was the law of one of the ancient gods, but now it has fallen into the hands of Leviathan. There is only one reason for this: he killed the ancient god who was about to be resurrected. Lu Zai only understood now that Leviathan had not betrayed the blasphemous gods. He had deceived all the gods and approached the hunter beasts by sacrificing the blasphemous gods. During the period of weakness when the 9 great old ones were about to revive, he struck successfully and stole the power of evolution. No wonder the ancient titans offered it divinity. They probably had no idea that the god of evolution they worshipped was dead, and that they had been supporting Leviathan all along. What a brilliant plan! Chapter 94, Leviathan, times have changed. Outside the temple of blasphemy, a million ancient gods of blasphemy looked at each other in dismay. They had anticipated that something extraordinary would happen today, but they never expected that Leviathan would actually be able to slay the old ones and plunder their laws. The intrigue and schemes involved are so deep that they send chills down one's spine. However, at this moment, the ancient gods who had blasphemed the gods were unaware of Leviathan's intentions. Everyone took a step back and stared at the most powerful ancient god, their eyes filled with doubt and awe. Noticing the blasphemous god's reaction, a chilling smile crept across Leviathan's pale face. I am a loyal ally of the blasphemous gods. I was, I am, and I will be. Now that I possess the power of evolution, I will lead the blasphemous gods to recreate their former glory, purge the old gods, and embark on the journey to the origin. And to achieve all this, all you need to do is offer a small sacrifice, a little sacrifice. Leviathan's face was filled with longing, as if he could already see him cleansing the universe and standing proudly in the sky. Among the blasphemous gods, speculation has begun about what Leviathan meant by sacrifice. The bold Urios stepped forward, gave a slight bow to Leviathan atop the temple, and then asked, "Honorable Leviathan, my oldest ally, first of all, congratulations on slaying the ancient gods and creating a feat never before seen since the blasphemous gods. Please allow me to ask, what do you mean by asking us to make some sacrifices?" Before clarifying the situation, Urios maintained respect for this so-called ancient ally, but if Leviathan attempted to harm the blasphemous race, not only Urios, but all the ancient gods of the blasphemous race present would not allow it. Blasphemy has its own pride, it would rather die standing than live kneeling. Hearing Urios's question, Leviathan smiled slightly. Oh. You're a chaos troll? Leviathan gently touched Urios with his finger, and a drop of divine blood burst from Urios's body and landed on Leviathan's fingertip. The surrounding blasphemous gods all turned to look, their eyes filled with shock. The chaos troll possessed an incredibly powerful physical body, yet Leviathan easily breached Urios's defenses with a mere touch. They knew Leviathan was powerful, but they never imagined it had become this powerful. Perhaps this is the tremendous boost after plundering the old laws. Leviathan put his finger, stained with Urios's divine blood, into his mouth and licked it gently, his eyes slightly narrowed in a look of enjoyment. The taste of the origin species is truly wonderful. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Urios excitedly, saying, "Now, an immense opportunity is laid before the blasphemous gods. As long as you offer up your bloodline power, I will use the power of evolution to evolve your bloodline to a completely new level, and even cultivate beings that surpass the origin species. Forget about the ancient gods, we can even go to the origin land." Leviathan described his grand ambitions in an almost insane tone, but the blasphemous gods below frowned and retreated, keeping their distance from Leviathan. Because what Leviathan wants is the bloodline of the entire blasphemous race, to be used in accordance with his laws of evolution to create an even more terrifying species. Urios flatly refused. "I'm sorry, I cannot agree to your request. The blasphemous race does not need freaks, and our bloodline cannot be polluted." "We cannot agree to this either." With Urios taking the lead, millions of ancient gods expressed their stance, which was an insult to the blasphemous gods. Leviathan forced a smile. "I understand, I completely understand. After all, the blasphemous race is both stinking and stubborn. I understood this when I followed your ancestors in their battles. So many eras have passed, your ancestors are gone, but you haven't changed a bit. You deserve to die." Leviathan is no longer pretending. Today he has risen again, and his purpose is very clear: to seize the bloodlines of all the races that blaspheme against God. Although there are millions of ancient gods here, if they join forces to attack Leviathan, they will not all be sacrificed, and may even gain the upper hand. But all the ancient gods know that they cannot hold Leviathan back, and Leviathan knows the location of every blasphemer, and he can kill them one by one. How should we deal with that? These ancient gods had survived countless battles of the gods. Now that they had a clear understanding of the situation, their divinity erupted, and they prepared to fight a great battle against Leviathan. Leviathan sneered, "Don't bother struggling. You can't keep me here today, but another day I will come to visit you and taste the blasphemy of the divine bloodline." The gods were both angry and helpless. Just then, a soothing yet profound voice rang out, speaking in a clear and resonant tone. "So, this is your reason for betraying and blaspheming the gods?" The voice came from one of the guardians in the temple, whose divine radiance shone brilliantly, and a surge of metal rose beneath his feet as he approached Leviathan step by step. Leviathan's pupils contracted. "Who are you?" "The guardian of the temple of blasphemy, a member of the blasphemy race who is unwilling to see the blasphemy race suffer betrayal." Luzai always positioned himself as an ordinary member of the blasphemy race, in order to resonate with the millions of ancient blasphemy gods, because they were also among them. "May the blasphemous gods be immortal in the universe, may our journey be invincible. These are the famous words of your ancestors, and to achieve all this, you must keep up with the times. Do you think the words of the blasphemous gods are wrong?" Leviathan changed the subject and questioned Luzai. Luzai shook his head. "But you forgot the blasphemous gods' words: life and death, the cycle never ends, we live, they die." These words stirred the emotions of the millions of ancient gods. These were the very words spoken by the god of blasphemy before his expedition against the 9 ancient gods, uniting the entire god race like never before. The blasphemous race also adopted this as their survival philosophy: we live, they die. Leviathan shook his head. "Stubborn people are the most detestable people in this world. You." Leviathan looked at Luzai and said heavily, "In the name of blasphemy against the temple, I hereby sentence you to death." Luzai also revealed his blasphemous heart. "In the name of the god of blasphemy, I challenge you, great guardian." The millions of ancient gods were all shocked and admired the guardian's courage. He was facing the strongest ancient god in the universe, an ancient god who had stolen the ancient laws. Ha 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 ha. Leviathan's body suddenly swelled up amidst repeated maniacal laughter, revealing its ultimate battle form, a giant with 18 heads. These heads include those of the original species of the Beast Hunter faction, as well as some species from the profane god race. Clearly, he has begun to integrate the superior bloodlines of various races and then evolve himself. One of Leviathan's serpent heads opened its massive mouth, and a forked tongue hundreds of meters long, accompanied by billowing flames, attacked, leaving the gods below dumbfounded by its power. Leviathan could break through the Chaos Troll's defenses with a flick of his finger. What terrifying power would this attack possess? Boom! The snake's tongue struck the area where Lu's eye was located, and a huge shockwave swept across the entire temple. As his arrogance dissipated, the gods did not witness the scene they had imagined, a mangled corpse, but instead, with his hands behind his back, Lu's eye stood on the crest of the raging metal wave. The huge snake tongue was directly gripped in the hand of a giant metal hand formed by the waves, rendering it unable to move. Ding! You have astonished millions of ancient gods. Maximum reward, survival points plus 500 billion. Lu's eye smiled slightly. Great Guardian, times have changed. Chapter 95, Plundering the Laws of Evolution, a terrifying speculation. No one expected that such a violent attack would be directly taken down by a giant hand controlled by Lu's eye's mind. Not only did these ancient gods not expect this, but even Lu's eye himself did not expect it. I always seriously underestimate myself. I'm still too cowardly. Lu's eye sighed inwardly, while adding 500 billion survival points directly to his mental strength. Ding! Your mental strength has increased to 730 billion. In this way, Lu's eye's strength has definitely entered the late stage of the ancient god realm, although in terms of attributes he is not as good as Leviathan, who is at the peak of the late stage of the ancient god realm and is half a step away from the old ones. However, with his divine realm level and the bonuses from his multiple talent sequences, Lu's eye felt that defeating his opponent would not be a problem. Lu's eye's taking down doesn't mean defeating Leviathan, but rather cutting down it. These are two different concepts. These ancient gods all have their own trump cards, making them not so easy to kill. Unless the difference in strength reaches a certain level, even if you defeat them, it will be difficult to kill them. But with this improvement, Lu's eye is not only confident in defeating Leviathan, but also in keeping him alive and killing him. Leviathan was clearly shocked by Lu's eye's strength. Looking at all the ancient gods he had come into contact with, who could withstand his attack? Even that proud ancient god of evolution was tricked by him when he was about to be revived, and he was silenced when he was at his weakest. He then secretly enjoyed the divine offerings from many hunting beasts. At this moment, Leviathan no longer held back. Its berserk divinity surged forth, and its dozen or so heads roared simultaneously, unleashing a variety of bizarre attacks. There is ice, there is flame, there are towering thorns, and there is lightning stretching for miles. Lu's eye unleashed 30 clones simultaneously, their tens of millions of trillions of life points displaying terrifying power. The clone stood atop the metal frenzy, charging forward with the force of thunder, clashing head-on with Leviathan's offensive. This scene stunned the blasphemous gods below. They never imagined that among the blasphemous race, there would be an ancient god capable of fighting Leviathan in such a simple and brutal way. This is an ancient god from that divine realm, so valiant. I don't know, he's completely unfamiliar with us. We have very little contact with the blasphemous gods, and I never expected that such an extraordinary ancient god would emerge from them. I'm pondering a question. This person is one of our kind, and just now he was the first to stand up and defend the bloodline that blasphemed the gods, so why don't we support him? That's exactly what I was thinking too. Leviathan, that traitor, has gone too far, and his blasphemy has led the race to need a new great protector. While Leviathan was fighting Lu's eye, the millions of ancient gods below were whispering among themselves, discussing the future of the blasphemous gods. Leviathan made no attempt to hide his ambition, allowing the blasphemous gods to see his true colors. Boom! Lu's eye's clone, which was charging at the forefront, was shattered by Leviathan's ferocious attack, and the divine radiance spread across the sky like the setting sun. Lu's eye himself did not expect that Leviathan's true form would possess such ferocious power after evolving. This law of evolution is quite something, but not much, and it will soon become mine. Because Lu's eye witnessed firsthand that as the first clone vanished into nothingness, the second clone materialized into metal, clad in metal armor, and smashed one of Leviathan's heads with a single punch. Leviathan retreated repeatedly, but its 29 clones pressed their advantage, surging forward under the momentum of the metal frenzy. Leviathan's multiple godheads clashed with Lu's eye's clones at close range, and both sides suffered damage, but it was clear to anyone with eyes that Lu's eye had an absolute advantage. After destroying 3 clones, Leviathan had lost 17 heads. The last head was a turtle-like head, and it even seemed to have an urge to retract its head. Leviathan's body was also torn to pieces, not a single piece of flesh was intact, and it glared fiercely at Lu's eye. Who exactly are you? The one who will kill you. Lu's eye sneered. Arrogant. You really think you can stop me? Junior, I'll remember you. With that, Leviathan's body began to turn into a cloud of blood mist, growing thinner and thinner, as if he had never existed. Luzai looked into the void and roared, "Did I say you could leave? Get out here!" The countless metallic elements coalesced into a massive spherical barrier, trapping Leviathan within this colossal metallic sphere. With nowhere to escape, the blood mist crashed wildly against the metal sphere, desperately trying to break free. Although the metal sphere was dented by the impact, it still firmly trapped Leviathan under Luzai's mental control. Then, the metal sphere shrank smaller and smaller until it firmly imprisoned Leviathan, transforming it into its original human form, a pale-faced, bloodied, and mangled boy. However, this boy no longer possessed the unruly demeanor he had displayed earlier. You remind me of someone I used to know," Leviathan murmured, collapsing helplessly to the ground, bound by metal. "Oh? Is that so?" Luzai didn't like to talk too much with a dying man. He had seen many movies where villains died because they talked too much. If you can kill them quickly. But he did have a huge question he wanted to ask Leviathan. This question had puzzled Luzai for a long time and was of great importance. "You are just like the god of blasphemy from back then," Leviathan exclaimed. He was the one who had accompanied the god of blasphemy the longest and understood him the most. Now, saying this made the ancient god of blasphemy below very shocked, and his respect for Luzai increased even more. "I have a question. You can choose not to answer it or answer it, but the outcome will be the same: you must die," Luzai said coldly. Leviathan coughed up divine blood and gave a helpless, bitter smile. This kind of personality is more like him. "Tell me, what's the question? I'm curious too. What do you want to ask?" As an ancient ally of the blasphemous gods, you do indeed have a close relationship with the god of blasphemy according to their records. Even if you didn't have any close relationship with the blasphemous gods, you wouldn't betray their position and cause countless deaths among them. If you want to seize the ancient laws, you can join forces with the blasphemous gods to challenge the divine beasts. Why are you standing on the opposite side of the blasphemous gods? Whether for the public or for private reasons, this is not the best choice for you. This question indeed troubled Luzai, because Leviathan himself held a supreme position among the blasphemous gods. Why would he destroy his own position and take a roundabout path? He could have led the blasphemous gods to openly challenge the 9 great old ones. After all, those old monsters had not yet been resurrected. Luzai's question startled Leviathan. Luzai observed this expression very carefully, as if Leviathan himself did not know why he did it. However, Leviathan's expression immediately changed from confusion to determination, and he said angrily, "Desecrator, die." Luzai was shocked. It was that phrase again. Why did Leviathan, like all the other divine beast hunters, always say "Desecrator, die" whenever it saw someone blaspheming a god? This unwavering belief is just like that of their own Blue Star god race, steadfastly believing that humanity will prevail and Blue Star will endure forever. Ha! Luzai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be? Have the 9 great old ones and Leviathan all been implanted with a mind imprint? The content is, Blasphemers, die? Chapter 96, Sequence Evolution, Divine Realm Evolution. Leviathan perished, and an ancient god that had existed since time immemorial transformed into a sky full of divine light, like a falling meteor, gradually fading away. From that moment on, there was no trace of his existence in this vast universe. The gods below, all of whom were profaning the gods, all looked at this terrifying young man. Holy crap, this young man is so fierce. They previously thought Leviathan was powerful and dangerous, but this unfamiliar young man was even more outrageous. The only worry is that they don't know what this young man is thinking right now. After all, he is the strongest in the entire blasphemous race. Fortunately, judging from the young man's blasphemous stance and open defiance of Leviathan, he should be one of our own. Therefore, within the entire area of the Temple of Blasphemy, millions of ancient gods of blasphemy are now watching Luzai's every move. Luzai walked down from the Temple of Blasphemy, step by step, and went directly to the millions of ancient gods. He stood with them in one place and spoke. From this day forward, the blasphemous race does not need a high and mighty grand protector, for we are already beings of supreme power. A simple sentence unleashed the pent-up desires of the gods who had blasphemed the divine race for so many eons. Yes, how could the once blasphemous race have fallen to such a state? Would someone who once blasphemed against the gods be hunted down by the divine beasts? Would they fear being surrounded and forced to sever ties with the Temple of Blasphemy? How majestic they once were! Now they are fighting for the survival of their race. Respected great guardian, no, respected kin, our comrade, what are your plans? Some ancient gods below who had been blasphemous asked impatiently. They were about to call him Great Guardian, but then they remembered that the young man had said that the blasphemous race no longer needed a Great Guardian, so they changed their address to kin. Luzai nodded. I plan to lead the blasphemous god clan to break free of their shackles and carve out a future. Our blasphemous god clan did not create past glories through forbearance, but through our divine blood. The hunting of divine beasts has been rampant for too long, and it should come to an end. My name is Luzai, and I fight for the blasphemous god clan. Luzai was practically ready to shout, I speak for the blasphemous race. Immediately, a murmur of discussion arose below. No one had anticipated Luzai's direction, nor had they considered it before, believing that the blasphemous god clan was not strong enough. But now that they have a powerful clan leader, everyone's thoughts have changed. Amidst the rising tide of enthusiasm, Urios was the first to stand up, raising his arm and shouting, fight for a future. With one person taking the lead, others responded, and the gods began to shout in unison, with more and more people joining the battle. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Luzai pressed down with both hands, and the scene immediately quieted down. From today onwards, the blasphemous god clan will restore its old order. All god clans will maintain communication. In the event of an attack, we will provide reinforcements immediately. Similarly, whoever discovers a pantheon that hunts divine beasts should report it to the blasphemous temple. We will launch an attack on a chosen day. From today onwards, the blasphemous god clan will change from strategic defense to strategic offense. If the blasphemous god clan is destined to perish, then we will also make our final shining moment on the charge. Fight your way to a new dawn. Destroy those mythical beast hunters. The gods were excited. This time, Luzai's goal was achieved. The millions of ancient gods completed the interconnection of spatial channels in the temple, changing the previous situation of fighting alone. Luzai returned to his capital city and began to tally up his battle rewards. Ding! You have slain an ancient god. Your current survival point gain has increased to 2 million points per minute. With the kill of Leviathan and the results of the previous battle against the ancient titan, Luzai's survival points per minute have now reached 2 million, which means he can gain 2.88 billion survival points per day. Luzai would use these survival points to improve his talent sequence level, because using them to add attribute points would be a drop in the ocean and too wasteful. In addition to the increased survival points, Luzai received an unprecedented reward this time, the Law of Evolution, one of the ancient laws. You have acquired the ancient law, Evolution. The Law of Evolution has successfully merged with your divinity. It has been absorbed by you and, combined with the divinity of Earth, has undergone some changes. You now possess 2 major evolutionary achievements. Ding! You have successfully evolved your metal manipulation ability. This talent sequence has evolved into manipulation of all things. You can now manipulate materials that are no longer limited by metal. Terrifying energies flowed through Luzai's body, and he clearly felt the changes within himself. With a surge of spiritual power, Luzai pulled a meteorite from outer space over and suspended it above his head. The next moment, Luzai made a fist, and the meteorite immediately shattered and was crushed. Amazing, incredibly amazing. Li Zhuang and Eloy, who were standing to the side, were also dumbfounded. They were both at the ancient god level now, and their strength had greatly increased, but they were still somewhat surprised to see Luzai's power. My older brother has become stronger again, and not just a little bit stronger. Hey bro, what kind of new move is this? Li Zhuang asked curiously. Luzai replied lazily, control of all things. Can you control everything? I don't believe it. Come on, try controlling me. Li Zhuang immediately transformed into a golden giant, eager to try. Luzai shook his head, your position is too high, I'm afraid it won't work. Li Zhuang nodded in deep agreement, that's right. I was careless and made things difficult for you, brother. Luzai. Ignoring this goofball, Luzai continued to examine the second change in himself caused by the laws of evolution. Ding! You can perform a linked evolution on a species from your divine realm. A key evolution combines the characteristics of 2 species to create a completely new species with even greater power. Luzai understood immediately, it required the connection of 2 god races, and he already had 2 origin races here, a golden giant and a chaotic sea monster. Moreover, neither of these 2 divine races falls under the category of blasphemy against the divine race, and those ancient gods who value bloodlines would not say anything if they did. He considers himself a member of the blasphemous race because he himself possesses the aura of blasphemy. Luzai guesses that this might be due to his cheat ability. Lu Zai was curious about what he would gain from evolving these two origin species, but he needed to consult their opinions, even though they were his subordinate gods and he could force it. However, it's still necessary to consult them to some extent, since we've grown acquainted over the years, and there's a certain amount of friendship involved, especially with Li Zhuangzhuang, who is my childhood friend. More importantly, even if they object, we will evolve on our own, so there's no harm in asking them. I have a method here that can link and evolve your divine races together. What are your thoughts? Lu Zai asked the two of them. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy were taken aback at first, then almost simultaneously exclaimed, "Is it the law of evolution?" Lu Zai nodded silently. The two were overjoyed. "We do. That's the evolutionary effect of the ancient laws. It might allow their respective divine races to step into a completely new realm." Since the two agreed, Lu Zai did not hesitate at all. He immediately used his divinity to lock onto the Golden Giant clan and the Chaos Sea monster of the Blue Star Divine Realm, and communicated with the system in his mind. Begin evolution. Chapter 97, The Golden Siren, The Ancient Catastrophe. As Lu Zai's divinity spread, the two excited subordinate gods also began to use their own methods to observe the changes in their own divine race in their minds. Using his divinity and the laws of evolution, Lu Zai directly pulled the Golden Giant and the chaotic sea monster out of Blue Star. The Golden Giants roared in the void, feeling a powerful force covering them, originating from the God Lord. They felt both awe and excitement. Meanwhile, on Blue Star's Chaos Sea, the surface surged, and countless chaotic sea monsters brandished their sky-covering tentacles, preparing to welcome the evolution of the God Lord. The powerful divinity, combined with the ancient laws, has caused the Golden Giant and the chaotic sea monster to evolve together, and a brand new body is taking shape. Huge golden tentacles sprouted from the backs of those golden giants, and the bodies of the Chaos Sea monsters were coated with a glittering metallic sheen. A completely new species of gods has been born, a species even more powerful than the original species. Ding! Evolution successful. You have obtained the new divine race Golden Siren. Your strength has increased dramatically. Ding! The newly formed and powerful golden sea monsters of the divine race have received the mind imprint, providing you with 120 billion faith power, which has been converted into spiritual power. Current spiritual power, 850 billion. Ding! Your Blue Star Divine Realm has sensed the arrival of a new species and is extremely excited. Its faith power has exploded, gaining 150 billion faith power, which has been converted into mental power. Current mental power, 1 trillion. Congratulations! You have obtained the opportunity to advance to the ancient realm. Testing in progress? Condition 1, total attributes exceed 1 trillion, already met. Condition 2, possess at least one ancient law. This requirement has been met. Congratulations! You have met all the qualifications for advancement to the ancient gods and are eligible to advance. Hint, the old gods can implant a thought imprint on the ancient gods. This very hint made Lu Zai's heart tighten. It turned out that the phrase desecrator, die, from the beast hunter was a thought imprint that only an ancient god could plant. That narrows down the target. There are only 10 old gods, and the god of blasphemy is the most likely candidate to possess the thought imprint. But why would a blasphemous god plant such a mental imprint, causing such suffering to his own people? He didn't understand. Lu Zai was not in a hurry to break through to the ancient god realm. He knew that the more attribute points he had, the smoother the breakthrough would be. He would wait a few days until his total attributes exceeded several hundred billion before succeeding in one go. But now he has more important things to do. Lu Zai took a single step and arrived at the Temple of Blasphemy. The three ancient gods, Urios, Agura, and Lux, had already received Lu Zai's summons and were waiting outside the temple. Urios, Agula, and Lux became reserved upon seeing Lu Zai, their usual playful demeanor gone. In this world, all status stems from power. After Lu Zai killed Leviathan, the relationship between the group underwent a subtle change. But as Lu Zai grinned and blurted out, "Sister, brother, you're all here. I got to eat," the tension in the three of them instantly eased. "Hey little brother, what do you want with us?" "See, I told you, Lu will always be Lu. His ruthlessness is only directed at outsiders, not at his own people," Agula said proudly. Clearly she was right. Urios and Lucas exchanged a smile, clearly content with their current situation. But Lu Zai's next sentence caused the smiles on everyone's faces to freeze. "I'm preparing to advance to the ancients, and before that, there are some things I'd like to discuss with you." Lu Zai spoke calmly, as if everything was perfectly natural. The past? Even after confirming they hadn't misheard, the three were still deeply shocked. "No, how come you're from the past?" Ding! You have successfully shocked 3 ancient gods, survival points plus 10 billion. After a long pause, Agula finally grasped the key point in Luzai's words. It wasn't that he had advanced to the ancient realm, but that he had something to say. Brother, it seems like you have something to say? Luzai nodded. I suspect that the culprit behind the current situation is the god of blasphemy. After he defeated the 9 great ancients, he planted a thought imprint on the descendants of the 9 great ancient gods, who are now the hunter god beasts. The 3 were shocked. If Luzai hadn't been one of their own, someone they had fought alongside and who had become sworn brothers, they would have rushed up and attacked him long ago for such slander and blasphemy against the god. Of course, another reason why the 3 didn't make a move was that they were simply no match for the opponent. No one could understand why the god of blasphemy would plunge his own people into a catastrophe that would last for countless eons. After the ancient wars of the gods, the number of the blasphemy race had been reduced by half. Is this something that should be done to blaspheme our ancestors? Urios was furious. He felt his faith was crumbling. He had fought his whole life to uphold the honor of the blasphemous gods, and now he was being told that all the disasters could have been caused by the god he believed in. It feels like spending all your savings to support your girlfriend through college, only to have her dump you because she thinks you're too poor. Looking at Urios' extremely angry expression, Luzai was glad that he hadn't told all the blasphemous people about this. Luzai patted Urios on the shoulder. This is just my guess, and there must be a reason for this. What other reason could there be? Back then, only the god of blasphemy possessed the power to implant the thought imprint into all the divine beasts. Urios indicated that he would not accept any explanation. Luzai also received a clear message from Urios' words. Indeed, only the god of blasphemy possesses the thought imprint. So the question comes back to the original point, why did he do that? Just then, Agula's words reminded everyone. Could it be because of the origin land? Agura frowned and made this guess. She continued to analyze. The god of blasphemy disappeared after entering the origin land. Could it be that he saw something or encountered something that forced him to make such a decision? After all, we don't know whether this thought imprint was planted before or after he entered the origin land. Lux sighed. What happened to make him make this decision? To keep the descendants of the 9 great ancients fighting the profane gods until now. Luzai pondered for 2 minutes, then considered it for another 3 minutes, and finally realized with surprise that he had wasted 5 minutes. He had to change the subject. We have too few clues right now. We should focus on the battle at hand. I will enter the temple of blasphemy immediately and wait until I break through to the level of an old god. The 3 nodded in agreement. That's the important part. We're waiting for your good news. Chapter 98, Surviving the Ancient Calamity, Becoming an Ancient God. The 3 nodded in agreement. That's the important part. We're waiting for your good news. The key to advancing to the old ways in the current situation is to resolve everything with force. Urios stroked his chin and said slowly, it is rumored that advancing to the old ones will bring about the old ones' catastrophe. These blasphemous stone tablets record things. It is said that the god of blasphemy also experienced the old ones' catastrophe back then. All 9 old ones were like this. I wonder what will happen to you. Was the old catastrophe dangerous? Would people die? Luzai felt a chill run down his spine. Previously, every breakthrough was smooth sailing, without experiencing any bottlenecks. Why is he having to overcome a tribulation this time? What was it like for those ancient gods to survive the ancient catastrophe? Luzai wanted to know. After all, his life was at stake. Urios said with a solemn expression, in the origin era, to advance to the ancient gods, they needed to cultivate to their peak, and during the tribulation, they needed to shatter the cataclysm and condense their own laws in order to succeed. It is said that the number of ancient gods preparing to advance to the old ones was extremely large. It was an era of great intellectual ferment and overwhelming martial power. Of the millions of peak ancient gods who advanced to the old ones, only 10 succeeded. Luzai gasped, causing the surrounding air temperature to drop by 10 degrees Celsius. Of the millions of ancient gods who reached the peak and advanced to the ancient era, only 10 succeeded? Seeing Luzai's shocked and frightened expression, Urios comforted him. Don't worry, those ancient gods who died in the catastrophe were all at peace and suffered no pain. Luzai. You're good at comforting people, which makes me even more panicked. However, the tribulation of blaspheming the ancient gods is different from that of others, Urios added. What's different? Luzai immediately asked. After all, he might have the same prestige as the god of blasphemy. The 9 great old gods all fought hard against the great old catastrophe and won, while the god of blasphemy chased after the great old catastrophe for several days. As Urios said this, his eyes were filled with longing for the strong. Awesome! Lu Zai exclaimed inwardly. With Urios' words, Lu Zai felt more confident. The group discussed the recent deployments and war preparations of the Blasphemous clan, with Lu Zai even issuing a general mobilization order through the Blasphemous temple. It wasn't that Lu Zai was in a hurry, but rather that he wanted to eliminate the hunter beasts before the 9 ancient gods were fully revived. Oh, now there are only 8 ancient gods left, and 1 god of evolution has died. Lu Zai suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten a question. He looked at Urios and asked, "What is the old cataclysm?" He had actually forgotten even the most basic thing. Urios said with a solemn expression, according to the records of the profane stone tablet, it was a terrifying existence originating from the origin land. It was only after defeating the old cataclysm that the god of profane had the idea of advancing into the origin land. The old cataclysm was terrifying. In addition to the god of profane, the other 9 old gods all lost countless gods when they were advancing to the old gods before they defeated the old cataclysm. Lu Zai nodded slightly. It seemed that this time, when advancing to the ancient gods, he would also need to bring along the most powerful god race from his blue star god realm to increase his confidence. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy were no ordinary ancient gods now. Just as the group was discussing, a temple guardian suddenly appeared in front of them. He bowed to Lu Zai and said, "Great guardian, the blasphemous compass in the temple has just sensed that one of our blasphemous god clan settlements has been attacked by the god-hunting beasts. 100 ancient gods in the area have already joined the battle. The news we just received is that an ancient god has been resurrected and has also participated in this attack. Previously, only the blasphemy compass within the temple knew the distribution of all blasphemy races. Blasphemy races that were attacked could contact the guardians of the blasphemy temple, and the High Guardian would decide whether to evacuate, provide assistance, or launch a counterattack." Lu Zai frowned, a plan forming in his mind. "What star system are they from? Can you figure out their location?" Agula stepped forward and said, "It's not difficult. If they don't launch an attack or show themselves, we might have trouble tracking their pantheon's location. But once they do appear, they will definitely carry spatial information about the star system they live in, which I can deduce." "That's good. Listen to my command, dispatch the nearest blasphemous god clan to provide assistance. We blasphemous god clan will not abandon or give up on any member of our clan. We either go mad together or perish together." "Yes, sir." The temple guardian immediately went to gather the blasphemous gods in the surrounding area. Lu Zai's words made his blood boil. Go wild together, or perish together. This means that the blasphemous clan has broken free from its individualistic approach. From this day forward, the blasphemous clan will not abandon any of its members. No one will have to worry about being abandoned when they fight, because if you fight for me today, I will fight for you tomorrow. The guardian immediately contacted the ancient gods around the starfield where the incident occurred through the blasphemous compass. At first, the ancient gods were somewhat worried, but since it was Lu Zai's order, they set off immediately. However, when Lu Zai's words reached the ears of every ancient god of blasphemy through the Temple of Blasphemy, everyone no longer held back. On the battlefield, Lu Zai's orders were relayed, and those blasphemous gods who thought today was the end of the world immediately rekindled their fighting spirit. Lucian is absolutely right. This is exactly what it should look like to blaspheme against the gods. Even if I die at the hands of that beast-hunting bastard today, I'll still laugh 3 times. Ha ha ha. Come and fight. On the battlefield, everyone held their ground, awaiting reinforcements. Each person unleashed their strongest fighting power, for these gods all knew that the blasphemous gods had returned. The once most powerful god race had returned. Sure enough, not long after, thousands of blasphemous ancient gods arrived on the battlefield and joined the battle. The leader of this attack, the Beastmaster, is none other than one of the newly resurrected 9 elders, Nicholas, the god of time. Nicholas looked at the spirited blasphemous gods and sneered, "I have used the way of time to see through the past, present, and future. In this battle, their efforts will be in vain." Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and his eyes widened in fear. The subordinate deity beside him noticed something amiss and asked, "Lord God, what's wrong?" Nikolai looked horrified and said tremblingly, "In 1 hour, someone will undergo the ancient tribulation in our capital. Quickly, return to the rescue. Return to the rescue. The ancient tribulation will destroy our capital." On the battlefield where the fierce battle was raging, the divine beasts received orders to retreat to their home planet. Urios, along with Agura and Lux, who were fighting here, watched the fleeing divine beasts and were shocked. "The 3 of us are really amazing. We repelled them. On the mother planet of Krone, Lu Zai, along with Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy, rushed in. The golden sea monster waved in the void, breaking through the mother planet's defenses. Lu Zai's divinity erupted, the ancient calamity, the tribulation begins. Chapter 99, Nicholas, you beast, undergoing tribulation in my divine capital. Upon arriving at Krone's home planet, Lu Zai was immediately besieged by billions of divine beast hunters. However, he remained calm. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy beside him were excessively strong. Countless golden sea monsters shook the void, and those terrifying golden tentacles were like punitive whips, frantically sweeping across the hunter-beast camp and creating terrifying sonic booms. One by one, meteorites from the void were picked up by the golden tentacles and hurled like slingshots. The meteorites, traveling at dozens of times the speed of sound, caused the divine beast hunters to scream in agony, and many of them exploded and died instantly. Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuang, and Eloy, three gods, challenge an ancient goddess planet. Meanwhile, Lu Zai had already started the process of advancing to the ancient era in the system, and the strange phenomena in the sky suddenly changed. Both sides in the midst of battle involuntarily stopped fighting and looked into the void. That oppressive aura, that extreme sense of pressure surged in from beyond the horizon. Cracks appeared directly in the sky above Krona, and some never-before-seen creatures used their giant claws to tear open the cracks and poured out from them. These terrifying creatures come from the origin, that unknown and mysterious region that once caused the blasphemous god to vanish, the center and origin of the universe. A colossal beast, 1,000 meters tall, opened its massive maw and inhaled into the void, instantly creating a black hole in front of it. The sky trembled, as if it were about to devour all matter. A colossal beast, headless and tailless, named Chaos, punched forward, causing the buildings on Krone homeworld to tremble in unison. Had it not been for the protective barrier, they would have collapsed entirely. A colossal beast, covered in billions of scales, roared repeatedly, causing these scales to stand up and gleam. The next time, these billions of scales shot out from its body at hundreds of times the speed of sound, crashing down on the barrier of the Krone home planet like a torrential downpour. The barrier immediately rippled, and some of the shield cracked due to the continuous heavy blows. What's even more despairing is that there are more than 10,000 of these ancient behemoths. Lu Zai silently upgraded his survival points to Undying Body. Ding, Talent Sequence 04, Undying Body LV40 010 billion. In this kind of battle, the more clones the better. How can you transcend tribulation without help? The most awkward situation at this moment was for the hunters on Krone's home planet. Lu Zai was attacking them, and the ancient behemoths were also attacking them. For a moment, they didn't know who to attack first. However, time waits for no one. The defensive barrier of Krone's home planet suddenly exploded, and the huge barrier turned into a sky full of divine light, which fell into the sky. Ancient behemoths charged in from outside, their goal to kill the god of tribulation and all creatures around him. Lu Zai deployed his 40 clones in a row, facing the divine beasts and ancient beasts in front of him, and calmly said, "Kill." The golden siren and its clone erupted simultaneously. Metal manipulation had evolved into the manipulation of all things. At this moment, Lu Zai blew up all the buildings on the mother planet of Krone and hurled them into a ball towards the ancient behemoth. This massive objects, a mixture of metals, rocks, and various other substances, was made using simple and brutal methods, yet it was enormous in size and possessed immense power. Seeing such a ferocious attack, the ancient behemoths capable of creating black holes roared and opened their mouths together, preparing to create a massive black hole to devour the matter. The next moment, all 40 clones said in unison, "Shut up." An invisible force exerted immense pressure on the upper and lower lips of the giant beasts, rendering them unable to open their mouths and forcing them to obediently shut their mouths. This is the terrifying aspect of controlling everything. Whether it's air, water droplets, metal, rocks, or even flesh, everything can be manipulated, as long as your mental strength is strong enough. In that move just now, Lu Zai's clone manipulated the surrounding air to create a huge vacuum zone, using the immense air pressure difference to exert tremendous pressure on the giant beast's mouth, forcing it to shut up. Well, the end of science is theology, and the end of divine power might also be science, though it's a bit unscientific. Lu Zai's clone even controlled a group of giant beasts with billions of scales to turn in the air and shoot directly at the divine beast hunter. The latter was instantly dumbfounded, unable to dodge in time, and suffered heavy casualties. The ancient behemoths were invincible and unconquerable. Their glorious lineage records only one defeat, the tribulation ritual of the 10 ancient gods. In particular, the tribulation ceremony of the blasphemous god was a disgrace to their ancient behemoths. But today, as they looked at the young man before them, their dead memories began to awaken. They felt the same pressure. It was the same familiar formula, the same familiar taste. the ancient behemoths in the sky launched an even more powerful attack. The golden sea monsters displayed their formidable fighting power, and Lu Zai witnessed several golden sea monsters tearing apart a snarling ancient behemoth with their tentacles. But the hunters of Krona's home planet were in an even worse situation, caught in the middle, blocked from both ends and attacked from both sides. Lu Zai and the ancient behemoth changed various attack moves, the sky was filled with divine light, and the void trembled. Everyone, human and ghost, is showing off, while the beast hunter is getting beaten up. How frustrating. Just as Lu Zai's camp was advancing rapidly, preparing to launch a general offensive against the ancient behemoths, a voice drifted over. You beast! You dare to undergo your tribulation in my capital city? You deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly figure slowly materialized in the air, meeting Lu Zai's gaze across the distance. Behind him were billions of divine beasts, the army that had attacked the blasphemous gods. They had now withdrawn, and their leader was none other than the god of time, Nicholas. At this moment, Nicholas looked at his shattered capital and his liver trembled with rage. He wields the power of time and can roam freely through the river of time. In theory, he could even go back in time and bring everything back to before the war began. However, the power of time is an extremely strange ability. The mental energy you consume to rewind time is closely related to the magnitude of the things you change. For example, just in the past hour, the capital city suffered devastating destruction, with hundreds of giant beasts and hundreds of thousands of hunter beasts dying. If you were to rewind that time, the karmic consequences would be terrifying. It would be as if you resurrected so many powerful creatures. Not to mention Nikolai, even if Lu Zai came, he would probably suffer a mental breakdown. If nothing major happened in the past hour, then going back in time would result in minimal karmic consequences. Thinking of this, Nikolai sighed slightly. He had seen Lu Zai undergoing his tribulation here in the river of time. He rushed here as fast as he could, but it was still too late. He had not expected that this young man would be so lacking in martial ethics. The next moment, Nikolai waved his hand, and a river of time unfolded before him like a brilliant galaxy. Within the river of time, waves surged, and Nikolai, standing within it, picked up a few drops of water from the river, crushed them, and looked at Lu Zai. You deserve to die. Lu Zai remained highly vigilant, but nothing happened around him. Just as he was becoming complacent, a giant sword suddenly shot out from behind him and pierced through his chest. This Lu Zai was shocked. This person actually set the attack time to a certain second in the future, and directly attacked his back without any warning or sensation. Is this the power of time? Chapter 100, Acquiring the Time Law, Gain Soar. That sword strike was truly despicable. It came without any warning and was impossible to predict. Lu Zai watched in horror as his body was pierced by a sword. Fortunately, his 40 clones could compensate for all the damage. Not much, just enough to withstand the destruction of a few galaxies, which is actually quite terrifying. Nikolai looked at the young man in the distance in disbelief. Damn, this young man is something else. My own time law is different from any other attack method. Other attack methods are traceable, and can be defended against or dodged. But how can you dodge an attack launched by your own time law, which is applied directly to a specific point in time? Lu Zai looked at Nikolai from a distance and immediately activated the chaos tide. That's right, the current tide is no longer limited to metal. As long as there are resources around, everything can be used. Bang bang bang. Several violent explosions erupted around Lu Zai's body, with various attack methods lurking in the future, like time bombs that would detonate as soon as the time came. Lu Zai's main body did not receive any life enhancement. It exploded on the spot time and time again, but was compensated for by his clones and stood up again. It was so strange, like an unkillable cockroach. After being tormented for so long, Lu Zai was surprised to find that not a single one of his clones had actually fallen asleep, which was absurd. After all 40 clones are now amplified by 1 trillion in mental power, and the life value of each clone has long exceeded hundreds of billions or trillions. Lu Zai's chaotic tide swept over Nikolai's location like a blotting out storm, while Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy were frantically battling against the old cataclysm. They actually chose the simplest and most brutal way to fight, hand-to-hand combat. The Golden Siren's close-quarters combat was terrifying. Its countless golden tentacles shattered the void with every strike, and countless spatial turbulence ravaged the battlefield, making it both bizarre and terrifying. Lu Zai was constantly subjected to attacks from the future, which made him feel desperate and helpless. Damn it! Lu Zai's body had been shattered hundreds of times, and he was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. With the support of trillions of spiritual power, the chaotic tide directly enveloped the entire void where Nikolai was located, and the tide immediately transformed into a giant prison, imprisoning Nikolai within it. The next moment, countless sharp spears around the prison attacked the trapped Nikolai. The spear, traveling at hundreds of times the speed of sound, emitted a piercing whistling sound as it hurtled forward. Nikolai calmly placed his hands behind his back, picked up a drop of water from the river of time, and murmured, "Past, present, future, I am here, and I am not here." The next moment, his body became ethereal and vanished, leaving only a wisp of divine light in the void. But the millions of spears struck empty air, achieving nothing. The prison exploded with a deafening roar, transforming back into plagiarism, rolling ever forward. Nikolai reappeared in the same spot, and shook his finger at Lu Zai. "None of your methods are effective against me. This is the power of the ancient gods. Despair, Junior. Yes, the laws of time are incredibly powerful." Lu Zai finally understood. Nikolai had simply disappeared, delaying his own appearance by a few seconds, perfectly dodging his attack. Following this line of thought, any physical attack methods he employed would indeed be of little use against Nikola. A wave from the chaotic tide leaped and excitedly jumped into Lu Zai's hand. This wave carried a divine glow, the remnants of divinity left behind after Nicholas disappeared. Lu Zai smiled slightly. "You have some skills, but not many. If I use void detection, how will you deal with it?" Nikolai didn't understand what Lu Zai was saying, and beckoned to Lu Zai with his finger, laughing disdainfully. "Come here." "As you wish." Lu Zai unleashed trillions of spiritual power, and the chaotic tide surged straight into the void, instantly creating 100 million towering giant swords, their blades all aimed at Nikolai. Nikolai found Lu Zai ridiculous. The laws of time cannot be compensated for by increasing the number of weapons. Let alone 100 million giant swords, even if there are trillions or hundreds of trillions, what difference would it make? The next moment, Lu Zai communicated with the system. "System, activate void detection." Ding! Void target acquisition activated. Please designate a target. Lu Zai, target, Nikolai. Attack feasibility test in progress. Test complete, attack conditions met, you possess the target's information materials, void lock successfully activated. Because Lu Zai possessed the remnants of Nikolai's divine radiance, he could naturally activate the void search. Lu Zai looked at Nikolai meaningfully. "You're going to die." Sure enough, the colossal sword shot out, heading straight for Nikolai. Nikolai smiled charmingly. "A mere trifle." He disappeared again. He appeared again. When Nikola appeared at another point in time, he had just shown up and was about to mock Lu Zai. "What's a mere greatsword?" Holy crap! To his surprise, these giant swords appeared directly behind him. Had he not immediately disappeared into another node, he would probably have been hit directly. Then, a hilarious scene unfolded. As Nikolai continued to disappear, those giant swords, like vengeful spirits, would immediately bombard the new point in time where he reappeared. Seeing this, Lu Zai laughed and said, "Whether in the past, present, or future, you're doomed. Void target acquisition ignores distance, time, and space. Each time Nicholas changes the timeline, he consumes divine power and the power of time. If this continues, he will eventually be exhausted to death." Lu Zai simply ignored this man. He was already crippled, and according to the laws of time, he would be mine sooner or later. He looked at the ancient cataclysms and the beasts of the gods in the void, and then soared into the sky. 40 clones advanced in unison, charging forward on the chaotic tides. This battle lasted for a full day and 2 nights. Just like when the god of blasphemy advanced, Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuang, and Eloi chased after the old cataclysm and slashed at it. At this moment, those ancient behemoths were shocked. Is it you undergoing tribulation, or are we undergoing tribulation? Why do we feel like we are doomed? A pleasant notification sound appeared in Lu Zai's system. Ding! Congratulations on annihilating the ancient calamities and successfully advancing to the level of an ancient god. Lu Zai was radiant with divine light, and his divinity surged. After countless eons, the blasphemous gods once again possessed an ancient god, Lu Zai. In this battle, countless ancient behemoths were killed, as well as divine beasts. Lu Zai glanced at his basic survival points and gasped. Current base survival point income, 10 million survival points minute. On that day, upon learning of Lu Zai's advancement to the ancient gods of blasphemy at the Temple of Blasphemy collectively hung up a banner, "Hunter of the Divine Beast, die." The hunt is on. Chapter 101, What? The God of Time is dead? Lu Zai now has a survival point income of 10 million per minute. To put that into perspective, it means that Lu Zai can gain 14.4 billion survival points in 24 hours. What's most confusing is that the battle between Lu Zai and Nikolai seemed to be over, but it wasn't. Nikolai used the power of time to escape to an unknown star field, but Lu Zai's relentless pursuit in the void also caught up with him. The saying, "some people seem to be alive, but they are actually dead," is especially true for Nikolai. After annihilating the divine beast, Lu Zai began refining the Crone Mother Star. This was Lu Zai's first time refining a home planet containing ancient gods, and he was extremely excited. He rubbed his hands together and activated the system. Refine the Crone Star System. Ding! Refining in progress? 1%. 2%. Refining successful. You have acquired a massive amount of divinity, and your divine realm level has been raised to LV 1500 100,150.1 billion. Your remaining area has increased by 500%, your divine power has risen again, and the blue star divine realm has been upgraded to an ancient level divine realm, beginning to nurture ancient level species. 666, all my remaining levels are 1500. Lu Zai was surprised to discover that there were a total of 14 origin level species on Earth, and countless ancient god level species. To put it modestly, if all the gods of my own blue star were mobilized, they could destroy the Crone homeworld 8 times over, excluding the existence of Nicola. Those beast hunters were no match for their blue star god clan, they were not even in the same league. After successfully advancing to the ancient realm, Lu Zai immediately led the blasphemous god clan to search for the trail of the god-hunting beast. Now the balance of power has shifted, and the blasphemous god clan is now hunting down the god-hunting beast. The 1 million ancient blasphemous gods now regard Lu Zai as the reincarnation of the god of blasphemy, and they firmly believe that Lu Zai can lead the blasphemous god race to glory once again. However, Lu Zai found himself in a dilemma, just like when he hunted the divine beasts. Finding the enemy was not an easy task. The reason why the beast hunters were able to continuously kill the blasphemous gods was because Leviathan, who held power in the temple of blasphemy, betrayed them. For 5 whole days, Lu Zai led the blasphemous god clan to construct channels in various star systems, which was not only time-consuming and laborious but also extremely inefficient. After all, the universe is infinitely vast. Just when Lu Zai was at his wit's end, a blasphemous meeting was convened, attended by all 1 million ancient gods. The meeting's topic was how to find and kill the mythical beasts. An ancient god of the blasphemous race named Gulas provided Lu Zai with a crucial clue. Respected ancient god, controller of the laws of evolution, supreme being who blasphemes against the divine race, your subordinate Gulas has a plan. Nikolai was extremely humble and respectful to Lu Zai, who had a long list of titles preceding his name. Lu Zai had a feeling that his title would probably be even longer in the future. Speak freely, Lu Zai said with a smile. Although the universe is vast, the god hunters, like us, frequently hold meetings of the 9 great ancients. Nikolai has attended all of these meetings. Even though he later fell into a deep sleep, what can escape the calculations of the river of time? Lu Zai suddenly realized, that's right, the river of time, the law of time. With this law, I can examine the memories left behind by the hunter god clan within the river of time. However, Gulas frowned and said, the river of time is vast and the universe is boundless. To inquire about a specific matter within the river of time requires an extremely large amount of mental power. I suggest that the great ancient god, the master of the laws of evolution, and the supreme being who blasphemed the gods, could use some specific matter to guide the search, such as the remnants of the mother planet Crone. In this way, the result would be twice as effective with half the effort. Good suggestion indeed. Lu Zai immediately adopted Gulas's suggestion and went to the vicinity of the already refined Crone home planet to find some specific resources to guide the search. Everything was ready, all that remained was to await news of Nikolai's death. On a planetary belt in deep space, Nikolai suddenly appeared, panting heavily. He had used the laws of time to appear in the future and the past, but those damned 100 million giant swords were like stinking dog shit that he couldn't shake off, always following him immediately. He had traveled to 18,000 locations and switched 18,000 time points, his divinity flowing like a girl's period. Damn it, he was furious and helpless, because as soon as he appeared, those giant swords followed him again. He had to change the time frame again, and his body weakened once more. Each time the power of time is used, a considerable amount of divinity is consumed. Nicholas existed for countless ages, and he never dreamed that one day he would die from overwork. Finally, 19 days later, Nikolai chose to appear on Crone's home planet. He had only one wish, to die in his homeland. That's really not a high request. I've resigned myself to my fate. However, when he arrived on Crom, all he saw was emptiness. Crom is gone, and so are the mythical beasts that once roamed here. An ancient god, the master of the laws of time, is exhausted. In his desperate eyes, the image of countless giant swords was reflected. The next time, the giant sword pierced through his body, and Nikolai fell to his knees. His last words as he died were, "Fuck you, Lu Zai." How disgusting. On the other side, Lu Zai, who was lying on the blasphemous temple, sprang up from his throne. Yes, he sprang up like a spring. This scene left Urios completely bewildered. What's going on? Agula and Lucas also cast strange glances. There are no nails on the throne, and gods don't get hemorrhoids, so how did it launch into the air? Lu Zai slowly revealed the truth. Nikolai is dead. The three people below shouted in unison, "Finally dead?" Nikolai died a miserable death, and these people waited anxiously, hoping every day that he would kick the bucket. The next moment, a series of messages came into Lu Zai's mind. Ding! Congratulations on slaying an ancient god. You have obtained the law of time. Countless pieces of information about the laws of time settled in Lu Zai's mind and became a part of his body. Lu Zai had mastered the laws of time in an instant. The only difference is that his mental strength is far greater than Nikolai's. Lu Zai swept his palm across the void, and a ceaselessly flowing river of time appeared out of thin air. Compared to Nikolai's long river of time, Lu Zai's is more surging, broader, and longer. Lu Zai then transformed the remaining divinity he obtained from the mother planet Krone into divine radiance and scattered it across the river of time. Immediately, countless water droplets on the riverbank came into contact with it. Lu Zai understood that all the connected water droplets represented the past of Krona. Lu Zai examined them one by one, and they were all images of the Krone homeworld's hunting beasts attacking and blaspheming the gods. 3 hours later, Lu Zai saw an astonishing scene in a drop of water, and he frowned slightly. In the scene, the 9 ancient gods gather on the homeworld of Krone, discussing a momentous event. Chapter 102, Stealing the Remains of the God of Blasphemy. In the scene, the 9 ancient gods gather on the homeworld of Krone, discussing a momentous event. Lu Zai used his divinity to materialize the water droplet. The next moment, the environment around him changed. Lu Zai was standing in the divine capital conference room of the Krone Mother Star. The 9 ancient gods were discussing important matters next to him, and he was there in person. This method is similar to creation, reproducing scenes from the long river of time. In terms of technology, it is similar to 3D holography. Lu Zai was there in person, but he was only listening and could not change the facts. Those who died in the 9 great old ones cannot be resurrected, and those who are alive cannot be killed here. They are merely projections. Nicholas, the god of time, spoke first. Thank you all for gathering your spiritual power on my river of time. I have finally sensed the fluctuations in that place and the location of his fall. Using the river of time, I saw the scene after he entered the origin land. He did not die, but escaped with serious injuries. Unfortunately, even with the combined spiritual power of 9 of us, I was unable to calculate the exact location of the planet where he fell. I only saw a white dwarf star, utterly desolate. We will have to wait until we have rested and then deduce it again. The other 8 ancient gods all showed fanaticism. Those were the remains of the blasphemous god, and might even contain the power of the blasphemous god. You must understand, none of the 9 of them could defeat the god of blasphemy back then. This power drove them all mad. After the 9 of them were revived, they all sensed the aura of the blasphemous god. The feeling was very subtle. So they gathered together and poured all their spiritual energy into the river of time, tracing back to countless eons ago, to the day the god of blasphemy entered the origin of the universe. And Nicholas finally saw that day. The god of blasphemy escaped from the origin, severely wounded, and sealed himself on a dead white dwarf star. The 9 ancient gods were extremely excited. Among them, the god of evolution said regretfully, I was the last to be resurrected. It seems that I need Leviathan to contribute a few more positions of the blasphemous god so that I can obtain enough divinity. Then we can go to that place together and seize the remains of the blasphemous god. All the gods nodded in agreement. Having read this far, Lu Zai already knew how things would unfold. No one expected that the god of evolution would fall into the hands of Leviathan, which meant they didn't have enough mental power to deduce the location of the god of blasphemy. After Nicholas, one of the 9 great old ones, died, the core was lost and the river of time was gone, so they could no longer continue their search. Lu Zai sensed the atmosphere at the scene and extracted information from the meeting bit by bit. He locked onto the locations of the remaining 7 ancient gods, understood, and withdrew from the physical form of the river of time. Urios and the others, seeing the strange phenomenon disappear, immediately gathered around and asked, So, any results yet? Lu Zai nodded with a determined look in his eyes. The god of blasphemy is very likely not dead yet. He has sealed himself away, but his location is currently uncertain. It would take extremely strong mental power to pinpoint his location. When everyone heard that the god of blasphemy was still alive, they were terrified. This powerful figure who had dominated the past and present and traversed the universe was still alive. For Urios and the others, the question they most urgently wanted to know was, why did the god of blasphemy implant a thought imprint on the divine beasts and hunt down the blasphemy race? This was not something he should do. It was even tantamount to betraying the blasphemy race. Lu Zai did not spread this matter, only Urios and a few others knew about it. If too many people knew, it might even shake the belief of the blasphemous god clan. The blasphemous god held a lofty position in the hearts of every blasphemous clan member, and was regarded as the founder of the blasphemous god clan. Agila looked at Lu Zai. Brother, we may not be able to accompany you on the road ahead, but we will always be here when you need us. I don't know what the future holds, but one thing is certain, the future of the blasphemous clan is now tied to you. You are our only hope. Many past events need to be uncovered by you. Our fate is in your hands. Don't feel pressured. Do what you want to do. We will support you with our insignificant strength. Lux put one hand on Lu Zai's shoulder, while Urios put his hand on Lu Zai's other shoulder. The couple said at the same time, go ahead, do what you believe is right. Lu Zai nodded. In this life, one should always do something meaningful. Tomorrow, we will declare war on the 7 great old gods. I just learned from the River of Time that after the death of the god of time, they have gathered all the god-hunting beasts and are preparing to launch the final war. The time is in 3 days. However, we, the blasphemous god clan, should not be passively attacked. Even if we die, we should die on the road to the charge. Tomorrow, we, the blasphemous god clan, will fight to the death to wipe out the 7 great old gods. Indeed, just now, in addition to understanding the content of the meeting of the 9 great ancients, Lu Zai also saw from the River of Time that after the death of the god of time, the 7 great ancient gods united together and they felt panic towards Lu Zai. They understood that Lu Zai's rise to power was too rapid. If there is any possibility of defeating Lu Zai, it is to launch a decisive battle as soon as possible, without giving Lu Zai any time to develop. Li Zhuangzhuang slowly stepped forward and patted Lu Zai's chest. Hey, brother, have you forgotten that you still have me as your savior? Why are you so dejected? Do you remember when I was besieged in Kyoto? It was you who rescued me and helped me reach the legendary realm? When have I ever shown weakness along the way? Don't worry, we celebrate together when we win and we celebrate together when we lose. Isn't that how we've always been? This time, I'll help you take care of it. Lu Zai smiled slightly and bumped fists with the savior. Thank you. Eloy also brought her fist together. How could I be left out? Back when I was selling cubs in the capital, I thought I was going to die in the War of the Gods. But I never expected that I would fight alongside you all the way to this day. The Siren clan is grateful for the God Lord's care all this time. It's time for our Siren clan to show our enemies our strength. Thank you. At this moment, Lu Zai never regarded the two as his subordinate gods, but as brothers and friends who had shared hardships. Tomorrow, we will carve out a future. Urios stretched out his palm. Kill. Agula placed his palm on Urios's palm, a gesture signifying that they were bound together in life and death. Kill. Lux followed closely behind. Kill. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy joined in, and everyone's eyes turned to Lu Zai. Lu Zai slowly reached out and joined the others, then kill. The following day, 1,000,000 ancient gods of the blasphemous god clan and 1,100 million main god-level powerhouses of the blasphemous god clan gathered in the airspace surrounding the blasphemous temple. Igura exhausted his divinity and built a spatial passage based on the coordinates of the 7 ancient gods provided by Lu Zai. Lu Zai pointed to the enormous spatial passage with one hand. Today, only one can be spared, the blasphemous clan or the divine beast hunter. Brave warriors of the blasphemous clan, follow me and carve out a future. In the void above the ancient, blasphemous temple, billions of gods responded, kill. Chapter 103, The Ancient Divine Land, 7 Gods in Chaos. Lu Zai's initiative to initiate this war was not without reason. Throughout history, we have witnessed the 7 great old ones preparing to launch an attack on the temple of blasphemy. Rather than burning the flames of war on the ancestral lands of the blasphemous gods, it would be better to go to their capital city and wreak havoc on their civilization. This battle was the most difficult one for Lu Zai, as he faced 7 opponents alone, using the power of the blasphemous god race to shake the overwhelming might of the 7 ancient god races. Future historians may record this divine war as a futile and overconfident attempt, leading to the downfall of the blasphemous race. It is also possible to write that the blasphemous gods used their power to suppress the ancient gods and unify the world. Lu Zai saw countless possibilities in the river of time, yet this matter could not be understood through the river of time. The causal relationships and the forces involved are far too vast. The spatial passage that Agula created with all his divinity was extremely vast, and the blasphemous gods followed Lu Zai and charged straight in. At the end of the spatial passage, there was an incomparably dazzling divine light. The billions of divine beasts ahead had sensed the spatial anomaly and had sealed off the spatial passage long ago. Countless divine techniques blasted into the spatial passage, and the battle cries of the divine beasts shook the heavens. Desecrators, die! Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy led all the golden sea monsters of Blue Star to the forefront, riding on the chaotic waves created by Lu Zai and brandishing their golden tentacles. The void trembled, countless tentacles lashed out, and violent shockwaves immediately erupted at the end of the spatial passage. Countless mythical beasts were torn to pieces by the golden sea monster. The torrential drops of divine blood were dissipated by the shockwave, staining the void crimson as they drifted down in a flurry. Lights and glows illuminate our path as we forge ahead. The blasphemous gods burned their divine blood and charged forward fearlessly. The divine beasts fought to the death, holding their ground at the end of the passage, behind which lay the ancient divine land. Lu Zai's figure transformed into a streak of light, with 40 clones charging around him in unison. The chaotic tide stirred up a massive tsunami, tearing open a gap at the end of the passage. Li Zhuangzhuang, a gigantic figure, shattered a group of divine beasts at the gap in front of him with a single palm strike. Big brother, charge through. I'll hold them off. Li Zhuangzhuang stood like a giant pillar supporting the sky, his hands supporting the heavens and his feet stepping on the corpses of the hunting beasts, gradually widening the gap. His body withstood the attacks of billions of hunting beasts, remaining unmoved. Eloy let out a piercing roar, and countless golden tentacles sprouted from her back, sweeping wildly across the battlefield. Behind her, a million blasphemous ancient gods surged out from the gap, breaking through the hunter beasts' blockade of the passage. The blasphemous clan gradually expanded their gains, and following Lu Zai's clone, they fought their way out and arrived at the ancient divine land. This place was once the birthplace of the 9 great old ones, and its divine radiance still shines brightly. The enormous city of the end is magnificent, and its defenses are outrageously strong. 7 fundamental laws protect this city: the law of life, the law of destiny, the law of power. Each law is extremely powerful. The 7 great old ones stood in the city of the end, gazing at Lu Zai from afar. The next moment, his figure began to blur and merge into one. The power of the 7 laws evolved into the most powerful enemy Lu Zai had ever seen in his life, the ancient god of the universe Pseudo. It is fake because it lacks the power of 2 ancient gods. When Lu Zai saw the ancient god of the universe before him, his breath caught in his throat. It was the law of fate influencing him, and he felt his life slipping away bit by bit. Lu Zai's divinity erupted, and a dazzling river of time, like a silver waterfall, rushed down from the heavens. He waded upstream and picked up a wave, which was the most brilliant moment of his life. Lu Zai solidified it into eternity and manifested it in the present. The loss of life was immediately alleviated. The god of the universe smiled slightly, a smile that thoroughly enraged Li Zhuangzhuang. After spinning his golden battle blade once in his hand, he thrust it towards the god of the universe at hundreds of times the speed of sound, roaring, "What the hell are you laughing at?" The god of the universe looked at the raging golden battle blade, and with a mere flick of his finger, the blade instantly stopped in front of him, hovering in the void. This moment seemed to stand still. The law of power states that any attack method that uses force will be neutralized by the opponent. Boom! Li Zhuangzhuang stomped his feet on the ground, and the ground immediately exploded with a crack that stretched for thousands of feet. His entire body shot up, and he punched the god of the universe with his bare hands. Li Zhuangzhuang, who was thousands of meters tall, possessed an incredibly fierce aura. But in the instant he approached the god of the universe, Li Zhuangzhuang seemed to see his childhood running under the setting sun. His memories kept replaying, and his body gradually withered. The law, life. Li Zhuangzhuang's vibrant divinity is gradually withering away. But the next moment, Li Zhuangzhuang's eyes flashed with divine light, and he roared, "If you can't kill me, I'll call myself a savior." In the distance, Lu Zai released his divinity and infused it with an extremely powerful mental imprint. Li Zhuangzhuang firmly believed that his identity was that of a savior. He believed that his fate was in his own hands, not in the hands of heaven. If the god of the universe wanted his life, then he would defy fate and change his destiny. Li Zhuangzhuang's fist broke through the shackles of life and slammed into the god of the universe. The god of the universe was clearly shocked by what he saw. He retreated into thin air to dodge the attack, as if the space around him could be changed at will. Law, space. The position where the god of the universe retreated was immediately bombarded by Lu Zai's clones, causing a large area of the void to collapse and turbulent currents to fly, but the god of the universe remained unfazed. You deserve to die. The god of the universe sensed that Lu Zai possessed the power of faith of the blasphemous god. Life and death are not for you to decide. You have no right to do so. Lu Zai stood proudly in the void, his 40 clones lined up in a row, and the chaotic tide had already covered the sky and sun, permeating the entire ancient divine land. Poor God Hunter, poor blasphemer! The god of the universe shook his head repeatedly. He looked at the god hunter and the blasphemers who were still falling in the void and muttered to himself, faith is nothing but a tool to cover up the truth. With faith, the gods no longer need to think about the origin of the universe. How many epochs have the god hunter lived in vain for the sake of the words blamer, die? The evil of the blasphemer is that we cannot remove the imprint of his mind. How many epochs have the 9 great gods lived in vain because of his wantonness? Lu Zai didn't speak, he just listened quietly. Was faith really just a tool to cover up the truth? My telling Lu Zai that I was the savior seemed to cover something up. I told the humans of Earth that humanity would prevail and Earth would live on forever, which seemed to be a cover-up for the fact that Earth was in dire straits at the time. What exactly is faith? Why did the god of blasphemy allow the blasphemy race to fight the beast hunters for countless eons? Perhaps only by finding the remains of the blasphemous god can we verify all of this. If faith is meant to cover up the truth, then what exactly is he hiding? Lu Zai looked at the god of the universe. When was the thought imprint of the beast hunter planted? Why did the 10 great ancient gods fight each other in the Age of Origin? Upon hearing Lu Zai's question, the god of the universe burst into laughter, looking at Lu Zai as if he were a fool. Young man, why do you think the Origin War was instigated by the 9 great ancients? Have you ever considered that the 10 great ancients were originally at peace, and it was only after the god of blasphemy planted the seal of death to blasphemers on us that we were drawn into the Origin War? A buzzing sound filled Lu Zai's mind. Could it be that the war was truly started by the god of blasphemy? This. Chapter 104, Slaying the Universe, Searching for the Desecrated Remains. The words of the god of the universe made Lu Zai fall into deep thought. He vaguely sensed that in this matter, both the beast hunters and the blasphemous race seemed to have no choice but to become pawns. The god of the universe looked at Lu Zai's solemn expression and smiled. So, Junior, only one of us can survive. We both have our own divine race behind us. For the sake of survival, neither of us is wrong. We are no different. I bless you, and I curse you. Come on, show me your skills. It's time for the steel seal that has existed for billions of epochs to come to an end. Lu Zai nodded. He understood what the god of the universe meant. When the divine beast hunters had wiped out all the blasphemous gods, the mental imprint would naturally be removed, and they would usher in a faster rise. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. The power of the 7 laws erupts simultaneously: life, destiny, power, space. The area where Lu Zai was located transformed into a strange energy field, and the divinity of the god of the universe erupted to its extreme. Within those distorted spaces, bizarre attacks erupted from time to time: the biting of giant beasts, the slashing of sharp claws, the tearing of air by long swords, and the sweeping of battle blades. Lu Zai's clones fought against the god of the universe's various bizarre moves by riding the chaotic tides. These clones used the laws of time to always resolve crises in advance, and could even appear at some point in the future to launch a fatal attack. In the void, Lu Zai, together with Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy, fought fiercely, and the two sides were evenly matched. After the golden touch shattered, it filled the sky and fell in a flurry. This was the first time Lu Zai had ever seen a force that could break through the golden sea monster's defenses. Lu Zai roared, and all his clones began to attack the weaknesses of the god of the universe in the void. Streams of divine light burst forth, and the divinity of both sides was being consumed at an alarming rate. At this point, it's a contest of inner strength and resources. Lu Zai fought 7 opponents single-handedly without being at a disadvantage. Ultimately, this was because the powerful divinity provided by the Blue Star Divine Realm after reaching level 1500 was supporting his battle. At this moment, the billions of gods in the Blue Star Divine Realm are inspired by the ideological imprint of Blue Star Forever, and the power of faith they provide is astonishing. Ding! The myriad gods of the Blue Star Divine Realm have provided you with 200 billion units of faith power, which has been converted into spiritual power. Your current spiritual power is 1.4 trillion. Feeling an incomparably powerful spiritual force enter his body, Lu Zai's divine blood boiled, and the chaotic tide surged forward. The violent tide directly formed a tsunami-like barrier, rolling forward and burying everything that blocked it. However, Lu Zai's chaotic tide is not a tsunami. It is composed of various substances and is like a mudslide, which is unstoppable. The laws of the God of the universe were showing signs of defeat in their offensive. He gazed at the man standing atop the crest of the tide and sighed inwardly. It's all fate. The appearance of the divine beast hunter and the profane gods is a cruel joke of fate. Meeting you after the 9 great ancients revived is also an arrangement of fate. You are very powerful. Your divine realm can actually gather such violent divinity. Leviathan and Nikolai did not die unjustly. Since it is a cruel joke of fate, then let fate put an end to our battle today. As the mythical voice of the universe faded, he drew a circle in the air with both hands. The 7 laws coalesced into a ring of destiny, which continued to expand, imprisoning the battlefield. Lu Zai, the god of the universe, Li Zhuangzhuang, and Eloy were all immediately rendered unable to move. The ultimate power condensed from the power of the 7 laws was a move that the god of the universe once intended to use to kill the god of blasphemy. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough to unleash that attack back then. Countless ages later, they finally witnessed the power of the Ring of Fate. However, the problem is that this cycle of fate attacks indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe who lives and who dies is simply a matter of fate. The Ring of Fate locked onto the battlefield, and an incredibly violent divine radiance slashed down, instantly exploding one of Lu Zai's clones. This attack actually killed one of Lu Zai's clones? That's worth hundreds of trillions of life points. With another strike, one of the god of the universe's arms was severed. The god of the universe, watching his divine blood gush forth, sneered, "Slay again." Beams of divine light continued to surge into the battlefield, which terrified Lu Zai. How did this turn out like playing Russian roulette? Each revolver contained a single bullet, and people took turns firing, with death entirely up to fate. Divine beams slashed down one after another. Lu Zai took 5 hits, and the god of the universe took 3. The god of the universe sneered, "Youngster, it seems fate is not on your side." Lu Zai's mind raced as he tried to find a way to break the deadlock. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder. "Damn, bro, I can actually move." Lu Zai stared in astonishment at the familiar face before him. How was Li Zhuangzhuang able to break free from the shackles of fate? What the hell is going on? Clearly, the god of the universe was even more shocked than Lu Zai. He couldn't understand how a god could break free from the control of the cycle of fate. Li Zhuangzhuang just grinned and said, "The harder you work, the luckier you get." At this moment, Lu Zai suddenly realized why this guy wasn't injured. Could luck really fight against fate? Li Zhuangzhuang's enormous figure stood in front of Lu Zai and Eloy. The divine light no longer favored this side, but instead bombarded the god of the universe without exception. The body of the god of the universe was torn apart bit by the divine light, and his eyes changed from doubt to despair. Being killed by one's own self-created killing move is an incredibly explosive occurrence in the entire universe. As Lu Zai watched the other party's divinity gradually fade away, the reward notifications from the system followed one after another. Ding! In this battle of gods, you have slain several ancient gods and 7 ancient beings. Your base survival point reward has been increased to 80 million points per minute. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the 7 laws. You can now fuse the 9 laws to greatly increase your strength. Your current mental power has increased to 5 trillion. His mental strength increased several times over, which also greatly enhanced Lu Zai's divine perception. As the battle ended and all the divine beasts perished, the blasphemous gods were now invincible throughout the universe, and the blasphemous gods were in an uproar. Urios and the others were also very excited. They couldn't wait to ask, "Lord God, do you know the location of the remains of the god of blasphemy? Can you deduce it now?" Lu Zai lightly tapped his finger in the void, and a river of time surged forth. This time, it was even more vast, boundless, and its source could not be seen. The time points that Lu Zai could trace through the river of time became even more ancient and clear. He traveled against the flow of time and saw a scene in a wave. Lu Zai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice to the people in front of him, "He didn't die. And now, he's resurrected. The god of blasphemy has awakened." Chapter 105, The Blasphemous God. Hello, Lu Zai. Lu Zai was terrified. He had just killed all the ancient gods, and now he had awakened? He originally planned to accumulate strength after advancing, lie low for a few years, and then advance to a level even stronger than before exploring that white dwarf star. But now it seems I have no choice but to face him, because his presence is becoming clearer and clearer, which proves that the god of blasphemy is approaching me. The people around him were completely shocked by Lu Zai's words. The god of blasphemy has awakened? In the past, they would have gone completely mad. The god of blasphemy is the spiritual leader of the blasphemy race. His resurrection is a blessing for the entire race. However, everything changed completely after Lu Zai appeared. It was Lu Zai who led them step by step to defeat the divine beast and annihilate the ancient gods. Moreover, he also learned that the ultimate reason why the blasphemous gods had been tormented for countless epochs was possibly the work of the blasphemous god himself. It was because he had planted a thought imprint on the beast hunters that countless wars of gods had occurred. Now that the god of blasphemy has been resurrected, the first thing he does is come to find me. Why is that? Lu Zai smiled slightly, thinking, what's meant to be will be, return to the temple of blasphemy to prepare for welcoming guests. Everyone in the blasphemous god clan was filled with trepidation. They all knew who this guest was, the very god of blasphemy. A ruthless individual who once overpowered the 9 great divine races, implanted a mental imprint upon them, and stepped into the origin of the universe. The final divine war between the blasphemous race and the hunters of divine beasts has come to an end. Lu Zai also began to devour the ancient divine lands and the surrounding divine realms of the various beast hunters. Within the system, a massive surge of divinity rushed in, causing Lu Zai's divinity to soar repeatedly. Although upgrading the divine realm after level 1500 requires a massive amount of divinity, the benefits this time are simply too great. Ding! You have devoured the ancient divine land. Your blue star divine realm has expanded by 500%, becoming the largest divine realm in the known universe. Your level has successfully increased from LV 1500 to LV 2013.1 billion 200.1 billion. Good heavens! Lu Zai saw a particularly eye-catching message in the system's notification, the largest known universe. That's right, his own divine domain has become the largest known. However, there is one premise: it is within the known scope. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will definitely happen. There will definitely be some unknown divine realm in the universe. Ding! Your countless gods are greatly encouraged. With the expansion of the divine realm, the blue star gods have provided you with 1 trillion units of faith power, which has been converted into mental power. Current mental power, 6 trillion. Lu Zai gladly accepted the spoils of war, feeling the surging divinity throughout his body, and led the entire blasphemy clan back to the blasphemy temple. Of the million who blasphemed the temple, 710,000 remained who had blasphemed the ancient gods. At this moment, many of them were still recovering from their injuries, but not one of them was absent. They were all about to witness this historic moment of blasphemy. Lu Zai meeting the god of blasphemy. Has he come yet? Urios, who was usually calm and composed, stammered for the first time, looking at Lu Zai with trepidation as he asked. Lu Zai looked into the void, his eyes deep and boundless, as if he could see the end of the universe, or as if the universe itself was within his eyes. For the first time, Urios felt fear towards his former little brother. His power was suffocating, and even though he had no ill intentions towards him, it was still frightening. Mortals cannot look directly at gods, and at this moment, Urios felt that even he, as a powerful ancient god, dared not look directly at Lu Zai, which showed how terrifying he was. A dazzling divine radiance spread out, and none of the blasphemous ancient gods knew where this heavenly radiance came from. Only Lu Zai silently used his ability to manipulate all things to create a divine throne beside him. Senior, please take a seat. Lu Zai first offered a polite greeting, because he did not know the other party's intentions, and it was impossible for him to start a fight upon meeting. He had always been a refined and easygoing person and disliked fighting and killing. Lu Zai's divine eyes saw an extremely inconspicuous speck of dust fall onto the divine throne, and then slowly condense into a human form, a man of the same age as himself. But Lu Zai knew that this man was a blasphemous god who had lived for countless eons, and was once the strongest ancient being in the universe. A very polite junior, not bad, not bad. No wonder you were able to lead the blasphemous god clan to where you are today. I really didn't expect it. The god of blasphemy nodded with a kind expression. The blasphemous gods below were all speechless. This was the first time these powerful ancient gods had been so restrained. Facing their ancestor, they didn't know what to do or say. Unease and unease were the true reflection of their feelings at this moment. Lu Zai smiled in response. It is a blessing for the blasphemous gods that you were able to be revived, senior. However, I have many questions that I do not understand. I believe that you, who are all-knowing and all-powerful, must also know the doubts in my heart. Omniscient and omnipotent? The ancient gods below were speechless. They had never heard of any god being so powerful. Most importantly, if the god of blasphemy is an omniscient and omnipotent god, How did the god of the land know this? Is he even stronger? Who? The god of blasphemy sighed, there are indeed not many things I do not know in the universe, but you are an exception. After you appeared, I could not see through your future, nor could I see through the future of the blasphemy god race. Even the future of the origin of the universe has become blurred. It was not like this before. Luzai smiled and said, Senior, please elaborate on the past, such as the place of origin, and your imprint of thought. The mere mention of the thought imprint caused the 700,000 ancient blasphemous gods below to tense up, as they too were eager to know why the god of blasphemy had planted such a vicious thought imprint on the god hunter beast, plunging the blasphemous god race into crisis. The motives behind the blasphemy will be determined by this event, affecting whether the blasphemy race views him as an enemy or a friend. This thought imprint was planted when I survived my return from the origin, risking the collapse of my divinity. The god of blasphemy looked into the void, lost in thought. Why? Luzai pressed. I lost my divinity in the land of origin it left me. I believe you know what I mean. Luzai was shocked. It must be the system, right? This thing was actually his divine essence before? In the land of origin, I chose to advance to the omniscient and omnipotent godhood. I believed that this was what the strongest god in the universe should possess. At that time, I had eliminated all enemies and had no rivals. Being invincible is lonely. I chose to change, but I was wrong, the god of blasphemy sighed. What happened after you became omniscient and omnipotent? Luzai seemed to be getting close to the truth. Because of my presence in the origin, other terrifying beings in the universe have been revived. They were sealed in the origin by the dark matter of the universe and were originally at peace. But my entry gave them a chance to escape. After I became omniscient and omnipotent, I saw these terrifying beings slaughter the blasphemous gods and the god-hunting beasts, leaving the universe in nothingness. So, I chose to flee the origin, exhausting all my divinity to rebuild the origin and plant a thought imprint, causing the god-hunting beasts and the blasphemous gods to fight each other, maintaining a balance between the two camps in the war, and preventing either race from rising up to explore the origin like me. So that's how it is, but Luzai still discovered a loophole. If you want to prevent the two races from entering the origin land, you could simply implant a forbidden exploration of the origin land thought imprint. Why drag them into a bloodbath? Luzai's smile vanished as he looked at the god of blasphemy. Senior, you're lying. Chapter 106, The Origin God is the End of the Universe. Sensing Luzai's gaze, the god of blasphemy smiled slightly. Interesting, Junior. You can believe me or not, but today I'm here. You've come to collect the 10 great ancient laws, haven't you? All of this is just a foreshadowing you laid after you were injured in the origin land, a scheme that spans countless eras. Luzai directly pointed out the god of blasphemy's thoughts. Luzai believed that the words of the blasphemous god were half true and half false. There might indeed be some terrifying beings in the place of origin, but he did not tell the whole truth. Luzai countered, back then, your strength was enough to collect all 10 laws. Why didn't you collect them then? Why are you trying to collect them now? What's the point of going through all this trouble? The god of blasphemy laughed and said, I believe you have also tasted the enormous benefits brought by the power of faith. If you want to break through to the level of an old god, you must rely on the imprint of thought to obtain more power of faith. My idea is to implant the imprint of thought into the 9 old god races. So you sacrificed your blasphemous nature? Luzai laughed. When you want to pursue a more distant end, you must let go of the scenery in front of you, and the end and origin of the universe are both there. The god of blasphemy looked into the void, his eyes filled with longing. Below the temple of blasphemy, countless ancient gods were filled with grief and indignation, for the spiritual leader they had once followed had collapsed at this moment. They never imagined that the god, regarded as the supreme commander of the blasphemous race, would not be thinking of leading the blasphemous race to rise, but rather of using them, even at the cost of sacrificing them. Luzai could already feel the anger of the blue star divine realm accumulating, and a continuous stream of faith power beginning to gather. Luzai slowly rose to his feet, facing the god of blasphemy directly. So, it seems there's nothing left for us to discuss. Please. Luzai made a gesture of invitation, the meaning clear, let's get started. The god of blasphemy nodded and slowly rose. You are quite good. It's a pity you haven't seen the splendor of the origin land. You don't know that in their eyes, we are all ants. Unless we can also advance to the origin god, Junior, no matter who wins today, our fate is the same. We will still fight to the ends of the universe for ourselves and for the god race. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of blasphemy made a grasping motion in the air towards Luzai. The next moment, all the space around Lu Zai collapsed, and divine light filled the space, with billions of divine rays piercing towards Lu Zai like sharp swords. Lu Zai's figure disappeared, and a few breaths later he appeared behind the god of blasphemy. A wave of light condensed from billions of divine lights bombarded the god of blasphemy, and at the same time, the chaotic tide directly covered the temple of blasphemy, like a giant wave pressing down. The beams of light released by Lu Zai passed right through his body. The god of blasphemy looked relaxed, as if he didn't need to dodge these attacks at all and simply ignored them. The god of blasphemy gave him the feeling that he both existed and did not exist. He was nothingness. Lu Zai even tried to find his aura behind him, but Lu Zai found that even the divine radiance emanating from the god of blasphemy did not carry the slightest aura. In this way, he could not activate his void search, because although he had seen the god of blasphemy before, his appearance was completely at will and was not his true face, and his aura was uncontrollable. For a time, Lu Zai had no way to deal with him and could only deal with him using various laws. Lu Zai used the power of the 10 laws to fight against the omniscient and omnipotent god of blasphemy, and the surrounding gods of blasphemy were unable to help him. Li Zhuang and Eloy's attack methods were completely ineffective. The gap between them was too great. Omniscience and omnipotence mean that the other party's understanding of Lu Zai has reached an extremely terrifying level. The terrifying tide created by Lu Zai may seem to blot out the sky, but the god of blasphemy always knows the most ingenious way to break it. Fortunately, Lu Zai understood that although the god of blasphemy was striving to become an omniscient and omnipotent god, he had not yet reached the level of the origin god, and his omniscience and omnipotence had certain limitations. It's as if the god of blasphemy cannot see the future of Lu Zai and the blasphemy god clan. The sheer power of their battle shocked all those who blasphemed the gods. Both of them possessed an incredibly violent and relentless divine nature, and the battle lasted for a full half-month. 15 days later, Lu Zai looked at the countless shattered stars around him and smiled slightly. In these 15 days, he has leveled up his clones to level 50, and his clones are increasing in number as he fights. Meanwhile, during these 15 days, Lu Zai extracted another 1 trillion units of faith power from the Blue Star Divine Realm. The billions of gods in the Blue Star Divine Realm were all concerned about this battle, and they firmly believed that their god lord could defeat the god of blasphemy. With a total of 7 trillion units of spiritual power, Lu Zai became more and more courageous in battle, while 50 clones stood proudly in the void. "Young man, how much longer are we going to fight? Ha ha ha, you can't control me, but I am omniscient and omnipotent. I can make countless mistakes, but you can't afford to make any." The god of blasphemy looked at Lu Zai. He understood the battle very well. As an omniscient god, he could see through the flaws in all of Lu Zai's attacks and easily dodge them. You can keep fighting, but if Lu Zai makes a mistake, he has to pay the price of having clones to absorb the damage, and the number of clones is limited. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of blasphemy clasped his hands together, and the airspace around Lu Zai immediately felt as if it were being squeezed by some enormous pressure. Lu Zai felt as if he were blocked by 2 huge high walls, and the pressure was getting closer and closer. The god of blasphemy continued to clasp his hands together, compressing and shattering the space around Lu Zai, while turbulent void currents raged wildly around him. Lu Zai used the laws of power to forcefully break open a gap, escaped, and left his 10 clones to fight in place while he took the remaining 20-odd clones and stepped into the void. Indeed, Lu Zai has sacrificed quite a few clones in this battle. If he hadn't been constantly gaining new clones by advancing his clone levels, the outcome of this battle would have been very uncertain. Seeing that Lu Zai wanted to escape, the god of blasphemy smiled and said, "Escape won't solve the problem. But I can solve the problem of the person who caused it. I can't kill you, but you can't stop me either." Lu Zai plunged into the void and headed straight for the white dwarf. The enhancement of his spiritual power allowed him to sense the aura of the god of blasphemy. The white dwarf was where the god of blasphemy had escaped after fighting in the origin land, leaving behind a pool of divine blood. With this divine blood, Lu Zai was able to truly pinpoint the opponent's location and launch a void search. All the past events should come to a close. Watching Lu Zai's fleeing figure, the omniscient and omnipotent god of blasphemy felt a strong sense of foreboding. He unleashed his full divine power and roared, "You dare to do this, Junior!" Chapter 107, The Despair of the Blasphemous God. The god of blasphemy immediately discerned Lu Zai's intentions, but being able to discern them and being able to stop them are two different things. Lu Zai fought for 15 days, growing stronger with each battle. His Blue Star Divine Realm continuously infused him with the power of faith, like a perpetual motion machine. The god of blasphemy roared and tried to seal off the space where Lu Zai was located to prevent him from escaping. However, all he saw was Lu Zai respond with a ghostly smile and lightly trace a line on the barrier he had created with his finger. Sizzle! The 7 trillion units of spiritual power erupted instantly, tearing open the barrier in front of him. Lu Zai took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Meanwhile, in order to prevent the god of blasphemy from turning the conflict against his own race after he left, Lu Zai left behind more than 10 clones to fight. Although these clones could not defeat the blasphemous god, they could easily hold out against him for several days with their physical bodies. At this moment, the god of blasphemy showed a hint of fear on his face. He had been plotting for so many eras and never thought he would be defeated by a junior. And the method this junior used was actually the very same divine essence that he had abandoned back then. Did I make the wrong choice back then? The god of blasphemy, having lived for so long, was never so bewildered. He looked at Lu Zai, who was disappearing into the void, and sensed his every move through his omniscience and omnipotence. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. Don't force me to take that path. I don't want to take the old path, but don't force me. Surprisingly, after Lu Zai disappeared, the god of blasphemy did not pursue him. He did not harm the ancient gods of the blasphemy clan around the blasphemy temple, but instead slowly sat down on the throne above the blasphemy temple. He pointed to an ancient god of the blasphemous race below. Your bloodline should be from the Jia family, right? His ancestors fought alongside me. Oh, so you're a descendant of your Siver family, aren't you? Not bad at all. Back then, he was incredibly brave, and together with me, we beat the god of time to his knees, begging for mercy. The many ancient gods of the blasphemous race below did not answer his question. No one uttered a sound, and they just listened quietly as this once strongest being in the universe reminisced about the past. His experience was the complete epic of the blasphemous race. After recounting the histories of more than a dozen ancient god families, the god of blasphemy frowned and said, "Your great guardian, he still went down that path. So please forgive my intrusion." The god of blasphemy slowly rose and looked into the void. An incredibly terrifying power swept over. The god of blasphemy understood that this was Lu Zai's strongest attack, condensed from 7 trillion units of spiritual power, and he had also endowed this attack with the divine skill characteristic of void targeting. This attack is unavoidable. In the eyes of the blasphemous god, there was no fear, but rather a resolute determination, as if he had made a momentous decision. Lu Zai's attack was incredibly powerful, but it wasn't difficult for the god of blasphemy to block it. The real difficulty lay in the fact that this attack would never disappear, it would follow him like a ghost until he died. In the void, the violent attack, condensed from 7 trillion units of spiritual power, was shattered by the god of blasphemy with a single palm strike. Then, from another angle, the attack took shape again and came down once more. It's been a long time, the god of blasphemy murmured to himself as he looked at the familiar attack method. At the same time, Lu Zai returned from the White Dwarf Star and launched an attack using the divine blood left on it by the god of blasphemy. Lu Zai knew in his heart that after this attack, he would be invincible. As for when the god of blasphemy would die, that would depend on how tough his life was. The god of time had also fled for a long time before finally dying in despair. Lu Zai didn't speak, he just looked at the other person quietly. Both of them were very clear about their current situation, so there was no need for further words. After shattering another void targeting attack with a single palm strike, the god of blasphemy's divinity surged. He looked at Lu Zai and said, "Void targeting is not insurmountable." Really? Lu Zai had never imagined that there was a way to break his move. As long as I kill the one who initiated the void seeking before you kill me, this move will be easily resolved. Lu Zai nodded. That was true. However, he had been crushing his opponent all along and never thought that the opponent could break this move. Even a blasphemous god couldn't do it. He couldn't kill the opponent, but he could more than protect himself. But the next moment, the god of blasphemy took out a strange stone and crushed it. This is the origin stone, which I brought with me after I escaped from the origin land. It can break the seal of the origin land. Of course, I can't kill you, but if I release the origin gods, how will you deal with them? Let's see who can last the longest. After the god of blasphemy finished speaking, his figure became illusory and disappeared, leaving only his laughter echoing in the void. Meanwhile, Lu Zai's void-seeking relentlessly pursued and killed the blasphemous god. Lu Zai was horrified. This was a fight to the death. The god of blasphemy actually wanted to use the power of the god of origin to kill me and then break free from the pursuit of the void hunter. This move was unexpected by Lu Zai. After the god of blasphemy left, countless divine rays descended from the sky, and the divine rays from the origin land began to leak out, causing the boundary of the origin land to loosen. Lu Zai wasn't sure when these so-called origin gods would appear, but he would change his own destiny. All ancient gods of the blasphemous race, heed my command. led your respective races and enter the blue star divine realm. Our enemy this time comes from the origin, the beginning of the universe. This time, we will either perish or rise again. Fight for survival. The ancient gods below, who had blasphemed the gods, collectively shouted, "Fight to the death." They were not afraid, because if it weren't for Lu Zai, they would have died long ago in the pursuit of the divine beast. If it weren't for Lu Zai, they wouldn't have made it to this day. Since we can't avoid this day, let's fight our way to a better future. The Blue Star Divine Realm has been upgraded to level 2016, and its vastness is now equivalent to millions of the original Blue Stars. Of all the Divine Realms, Blue Star is currently the largest known. The divine races nurtured by the Blue Star Divine Realm are extremely diverse and powerful. At this moment, other ancient gods and gods who had blasphemed the divine race also descended upon Blue Star and began to build a powerful defense line, because only the gods of the Blue Star Divine Realm could rival the origin god. If even the Blue Star Divine Realm cannot be defended, then what other divine realm's defensive power can withstand it? Li Zhuangzhuang is directing billions of golden sea monsters to construct a golden matrix. That was a grand array constructed with the divine blood of the golden sea monster as its core, which could raise the attack power, range, and intensity of the golden sea monster's tentacles to a terrifying level. Billions of void creatures deployed hundreds of millions of void cannons in the void. These void cannons can fire divine light, and can also twist hundreds of millions of divine lights into a single ultimate divine light with violent power. The entire planet Earth is mobilized. The Earth's defensive counterattack is about to begin. Chapter 108, Ragnarok, Evolution of the Laws. The Blue Star Divine Realm has begun full-scale preparations for battle. This is the most powerful divine realm known in the universe, and their enemies are unknown gods who emerged from the origin of the universe. The power of faith was continuously provided to Lu Zai, and after several days of preparation, Lu Zai gained another 2 trillion units of faith power. At this moment, he possesses a divine realm of level 2509 trillion spiritual power. Lu Zai glanced at his system panel, which was incredibly powerful, and he was on the verge of reaching 10 trillion spiritual power. Host, Lu Zai. Realm, the past. God realm level LV 2513.1 billion 250.1 billion. Health points, 310 billion. Constitution, 31 billion 99.931% damage reduction. Spirit, 7 trillion. Strength, 100 million. Agile, 100 million. Critical hit rate, 100%. Critical hit damage, 12,000%. Survival point, 11.13 billion growing. Divine skill, void target search. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV 3001 billion. Talent sequence 04, undying body LV 500100 billion. Talent sequence 05, weakness LV 3001 billion. Eternal creation, LV 20020 million. Talent sequence 01, ideological imprint accumulating faith power. However, Lu Zai did not understand what kind of improvement he would receive after reaching 10 trillion spiritual power. Would he be promoted to origin god? Or would it be some other kind of evolution? The power of the 10 great laws surged within Lu Zai's body, and he looked at the divine light filling the sky, which grew even more intense. The unknown presences grew clearer and clearer. He knew they had arrived. The seal on the land of origin was completely broken, and those unknown gods descended upon the blue planet. Lu Zai's thoughts were imprinted throughout the entire divine realm, and his divine pronouncement spread to every god race on Earth: prepare for battle. Throughout the entire planet Earth, all kinds of defensive fortifications were activated, and billions of gods displayed all their war-prepared forces. The Blue Star Divine Realm instantly erupted with billions upon billions of light projectiles, streaks of light, divine cannons, and giant arrows. The golden siren's golden whip danced wildly in the void, colliding with the descending divine light. The void trembled, and a massive shockwave reached Blue Star, creating a tsunami thousands of feet high. Countless golden tentacles were severed, and the golden sea monsters, fearless of death, roared and charged into the void, one after another. Eloy and Li Zhuangzhuang's enormous golden figures became even more imposing at this moment, as they charged to the front lines. Lu Zai's 50 clones lined up in a row, their hands slowly making a lifting motion. The surging chaotic tide immediately swept into the void, intertwining with the divine light of the origin god, causing violent collisions and explosions. The powerful divinity of Blue Star makes its divine realm incredibly sturdy. Any ordinary planet would have perished long ago. Everyone knows that today is destined to be Ragnarok. Interesting. It's been a long time since such an overconfident divine realm has appeared in the universe. Today I will refine you to help me improve my divine status. In the void, a humanoid figure with only an outline slowly emerged. It had huge wings on its back and was covered in dazzling divine light, making it impossible to see its appearance. Is this the god of origin? From the origin of the universe. Lu Zai had never felt such a violent aura before. As the god of origin unfolded his wings, a giant gate opened in the void behind him, as if the gate had always existed and had simply opened precisely because of the god's arrival. After the door opened, Lu Zai sensed a unique aura. The world behind the door seemed different from anywhere else Lu Zai had ever been. Could it be that this door directly connects to the land of origin? In the blink of an eye, Lu Zai's dozen or so clones had already teleported outside the gate, trying to block the terrifying aura inside. The next moment, supreme divine light surged out from within the giant gate. Beneath the dazzling divine light were billions of light and shadow. These gods could not see the specific figures, but could only see the general outlines. A giant beast with the outline of a giant ape, but with 4 arms. Giant eagles also soared out, their feathers shooting out of the giant gate like arrows of light, and attacked violently. There are also dragon-shaped creatures, covered in shimmering scales, roaring and galloping. Lu Zai knew that these creatures must be the divine beings of the origin god, and this gate allowed him to summon his billions of divine beings. The god of origin spread his arms as if welcoming victory, standing high above, as if his descent to earth was merely a pleasant hunt. Boom, 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 boom. A series of incredibly violent explosions rang out as the various attacks launched by the billions of defensive forces of the Blue Star Divine Realm crashed into the giant gate. All the creatures of the origin god clan retaliated with divine light. The power of both sides intertwined and burst forth with infinite power. Baya's explosive light spots were extremely dazzling, as if 10 golden crows were hanging in the sky above the blue planet. Mere ants, daring to resist. The god of origin sneered, making a diagonal slicing motion with one hand. The world fell silent instantly. The explosions ceased abruptly, as if the entire world had been frozen in place by the attack. In the void, following the gesture of the god of origin, a white thread appeared between heaven and earth, coming from the horizon and sweeping across the void. All of Earth's defensive forces and the various divine lights in the sky were severed. Li Zhuangzhuan charged forward wielding his golden battle sword. The sword collided with the white line, and Li Zhuangzhuan's body froze instantly. A white line passed through its body, and a few seconds later, the golden giant, who was thousands of meters tall, was split in two. Zhuangzhuan! Eloy roared from the side, her billions of golden tentacles sweeping across the sky as if piercing through the heavens, only to be completely severed by the white threads in the next instant, just like. It's as if it can sever everything in the universe. Lu Zai's heart tightened, because he could no longer sense Li Zhuangzhuan's aura. With just one move, Li Zhuangzhuan was directly killed. Lu Zai immediately unleashed his full divinity, and all 50 clones exerted their power simultaneously, unleashing a dazzling chaotic giant sword. This attack possesses 9 trillion units of mental power. The Chaos Greatsword directly cleaved down an origin giant ape. The giant ape's divine light faded, revealing its true form, a 4-armed giant ape several thousand meters tall with flesh and blood. The Blue Star gods were thrilled, for they had seen that these gods were not invincible and could be killed. Streams of spiritual energy continued to flow into Lu Zai's body in the form of faith. The divine light emanating from the god of origin flickered, and he was slightly shocked. He had never imagined that killing a god realm as insignificant as an ant would come at the cost of sacrifice. He was the supreme god of origin, from the very beginning of the universe. Ignorance, the god of origin roared, and the white thread slashed directly at Lu Zai. Lu Zai's chaos sword blocked the attack, but shattered into pieces the next moment. White threads pierced through Lu Zai's body, causing immense damage that resulted in a terrible price for his clone. The 5 clones exploded instantly. This was the first time Lu Zai had ever encountered such a ferocious attack. My strength is still too weak. The two sides are not on the same level. Just then, the system issued a notification sound. Ding! Your mental strength has reached 10 trillion. Your 10 great laws can now fuse and evolve. Evolve now? Chapter 109, Blooming Amidst Slaughter, Evolution of Laws. Evolution of laws? Is it the evolution of one law or the evolution of all laws? Lu Zai did not immediately follow the system's instructions, but instead voiced his questions to the system, which immediately provided the answers. Dear host, this is a process of fusion evolution, fusing the 10 laws to evolve into a completely new and stronger law. Lu Zai was shocked. It was actually an evolution after fusion? You should know that you now possess the 10 great laws, each of which is extremely powerful and forms the foundation of the 10 great old gods. What will be born from their fusion and evolution? Lu Zai couldn't wait any longer. They were already at a disadvantage on the battlefield, and with Li Zhuangzhuang's sacrifice, Blue Star was in dire straits. Evolve immediately. Evolving. Progress 10%. 20%. During the evolution process, Lu Zai used his powerful clone to withstand countless attacks in order to protect the Blue Star Divine Realm. One after another, the clones fell, and the billions of gods on the blue planet below rose up in resistance. And the evolution of the laws has finally reached 100% completion. Evolution complete, you have obtained a new law, reincarnation. Lu Zai? What is reincarnation? Is it something like being reincarnated after I die, or something else? What is the price of reincarnation? The system also provided accurate answers to these questions. Each reincarnation consumes 1% of your maximum divinity. The consumed divinity can be replenished, and the recovery speed depends on the strength of your divine realm. Reincarnation is forged by combining the laws of life, time, power, space, and other laws. You can choose a point in time to return the world to that moment, restoring it to the present, resetting all cause and effect, and making everything as it was. Reincarnation affects everything in the current world, and the power it consumes is terrifying, beyond the control of gods. The reason the host can use it is because they have borrowed the power of the 10 great laws. Lu Zai instantly understood. This was not a simple time travel, unlike the god of time seeing the past and future in the river of time. He can only see it, but I can truly and tangibly reincarnate and change. For example, Li Zhuangzhuang's death and Blue Star's current combat losses can be fully recovered. However, Lu Zai thought of a paradox: system, I just acquired the ability of reincarnation. If I reincarnate back to 1 hour ago, at the beginning of the war, will my reincarnation law also disappear? It will not disappear. The law of reincarnation transcends the world, and the law is eternal. Although the host is affected by the law of reincarnation, your strength will not be reset to the reincarnation node, and you will continue to forge ahead. The only downside is that my current reincarnation level is 1, meaning I can only reincarnate back to 1 hour ago. This is insane. Lu Zai thought to himself. In other words, if I go back to the past, I will still have the ability to reincarnate, and I will never die or perish. I have 10 trillion spiritual power now, and I will still have 10 trillion spiritual power then. I can always choose the right path forward. Lu Zai glanced at the reincarnation level. Law of reincarnation LV 1010 billion. No problem, no problem. I happen to have 13.1 billion points left. I can upgrade directly to level 2 and then I can revolve to any node within 2 hours. As Lu Zai pondered, more than 30 of his clones had already perished. The god of origin, in the distance, looked at Lu Zai with a cold smile. It's over, you ants. Lu Zai smiled slightly. Really? Why do I feel like this is just the beginning? Lu Zai was not in a hurry to reincarnate. Instead, he ordered billions of gods on Blue Star to rise up in resistance, and a great war broke out. The two sides' gods clashed on the vast Blue Star divine realm, and Lu Zai was also calculating the passage of time. Just 2 hours before the god of origin was to begin the war, Lu Zai discovered that his billions of gods had been wiped out, and Eloi had also perished in the Golden Sea. The entire Blue Star divine realm was shattered, and a chasm along the equator ran through half of the divine realm. The polar ice caps have all melted, sea levels have risen, and countless lands have been submerged. The fact that only a few thousand of the origin gods died demonstrates the vast disparity in power between the two sides. However, Lu Zai also gained something. At this moment, his mental strength had reached 12 trillion. Due to killing these gods, his basic income had reached 30 million survival points per second. Most importantly, these benefits will not be reset after my reincarnation. The so-called god of origin is just an NPC for me to farm attributes. What are you so arrogant about? The god of origin emerged victorious, pointing a lightsaber at Lu Zai. Insect, what else do you have to say? Lu Zai smiled slightly. Let's do it again. One more time? The god of origin was confused by Lu Zai's words. But the next moment, Lu Zai activated the reincarnation function, and the world instantly went silent, as if a movie that was playing had been paused. Ding! You are activating the law of reincarnation. Please specify the reincarnation node. The moment the god of origin opened the portal. Ding! The time you specified is 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 31 seconds, which meets the reincarnation level range and is currently in the process of reincarnation. The world turned gray and white, a faint light flashed by, the world reset, and the cycle of reincarnation was successful. Lu Zai looked up and saw that the god of origin was looking down at him with disdain. The giant gate behind him had already opened, and Li Zhuangzhuang was preparing to take off and kill the origin subordinate gods that were pouring out from the giant gate. "Insects, we meet again," the god of origin said with disdain, but the next moment, his whole body trembled, sensing something was wrong. "No, why did I say we met again?" His powerful divinity made him realize that this matter was not simple. Meanwhile, Lu Zai in the distance was checking his basic attributes: 11 trillion spiritual power, level 2 reincarnation. That's right, everything had been reset, except for himself. The god of origin in the distance was furious. He made a light sweeping motion in the air with one hand, and time instantly stopped. A white thread, seemingly capable of severing everything, swept over them. Li Zhuangzhuang was the first to be cut in half. This time, Lu Zai was neither sad nor shocked, he even laughed. It's the same recipe, the same taste. The next moment, Lu Zai waved his hand and roared at the god of origin in the void, "Kill these idiots." Lu Zai rarely swore, but this time was an exception, because he saw his blue star destroyed and the gods slaughtered. If there were no reincarnation, everything would become reality. Now, with the blue star divine realm's own divinity growing stronger, its billions of gods have also become more powerful, and this battle may last even longer. Even if we lose this time, it's okay, we'll try again. A powerful force of faith coalesced among the billions of gods on earth, and billions of gods soared into the sky, choosing to confront the incomparably powerful and supreme origin god head-on. Their bodies crumbled and fell like kites with broken strings, but one after another they fell, life after life continued. Chapter 110, Back to the Beginning, the Primordial Beginning. "It's over, you ants." The familiar line rang out again. The god of origin attacked the man before him, but this time he was not as fierce as before, and his face showed confusion. Facing his deadly attack, the man before him remained calm and composed, a smile playing on his lips, and casually uttered, "One more time." The world paused, then reset. Lu Zai once again gained massive profits. This time, the profits from the Blue Star Divine Realm were even greater, and his spiritual power reached a terrifying 14 trillion. Unlike the first defeat, this time in the bloody battle, Lu Zai used all the power of the Blue Star Divine Realm to kill 50,000 of the opponent's subordinate gods. Although the two sides are still vastly different in strength, the power of the Blue Star Divine Realm is visibly growing. In the third cycle, Lu Zai fought the opponent for 2 hours and suffered a crushing defeat, but he was able to kill 200,000 of the opponent's subordinate gods, and his own spiritual power reached 16 trillion. The fourth cycle. The fifth cycle. After 88 cycles of reincarnation, Lu Zai opened his eyes. The god of origin yawned and slowly spread his wings, and a giant gate opened behind him, from which countless gods of the origin land leaped out. The god of origin was already getting impatient with Lu Zai. "It's you again, you bastard. When will this ever end?" Indeed, as a powerful god, although he was powerless to stop Lu Zai's cycle of reincarnation, he had already sensed that he was trapped in a strange cycle. Although he did not remember what happened in the last cycle, he had some impression of what was about to happen in front of him, and it was an extremely bad impression. Lu Zai smiled slightly. At this moment, his spiritual power had reached 150 trillion, and he had already broken through the origin god realm. In the last cycle, the two sides fought to the very end, battling for 19 hours. Lu Zai's reincarnation law also upgraded to level 5, which allowed him to go back 20 hours. The higher the level of reincarnation, the longer the time span of the regression. It is said that reaching level 10 allows you to go back to a year in the past. This time, Lu Zai's strength soared once again, and a thin white line appeared in the sky and earth again, as if it wanted to cut everything off. However, this time, the previous predicament of the Blue Star Divine Realm being instantly killed by this thread from the sky to the earth, and even the air in between did not occur. Instead, one of Lu Zai's clones grabbed the silk thread and threw it into the giant gate. In an instant, heart-wrenching wails echoed from the giant gate, countless divine rays shattered, and tens of thousands of origin gods were instantly slaughtered. The god of origin was greatly alarmed and regained control of the thread, gathering it back into existence. How is this possible? The origin god looked at Lu Zai and found that he could no longer perceive the other party's strength. This is an extremely terrifying thing. The saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Yet, I didn't even know the details of the other side. He even questioned why he had opened the giant gate in the first place, why he had attacked this strange divine realm. It shouldn't be like this, right? This matter made the god of origin feel increasingly strange. He felt his mind was in turmoil. Theoretically, he shouldn't have launched a connection attack through the gate of origin against such a powerful opponent, because if he failed, the opponent could also enter his origin god realm through this giant gate. This is not something a god would do, only a madman would do it. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma, questioning the meaning of life. He was completely unaware that the law of reincarnation left him with no choice and no way to escape. This was destiny. In this battle, Luzai led billions of gods from Blue Star to charge into the giant gate. The two sides fought for 15 hours, and billions of gods perished. The Blue Star Protoss achieved final victory at the cost of 81% of their population dying. Luzai looked at the origin god, who had been shattered by a punch from his own clone and whose wings had been torn apart by two other clones. You lost. The god of origin coughed up blood incessantly, then nodded slightly. So what? How much do you know about the road ahead? Can you even make it through? Where does it lead? You know nothing. There was no road in the world to begin with, but as more people walk on it, it naturally becomes a road. Luzai murmured, leaving the other person with only a handsome back view. Upon hearing this, the god of origin was speechless. You've come to understand these words? They're profound. I learned it from the textbook. Luzai said with a smile. Textbooks? What are those? Luzai sat down next to the god of origin. That was the only way we understood this world when we were young. There was a lot of knowledge in the textbooks. We were young and needed the guidance of teachers. Some teachers were very strict. They didn't allow us to teach or sleep in class. If we did too badly on the exam, we would be whipped. Luzai recounted his school days. The god of origin smiled, his face unchanged for eternity. These sound like good days, with no fighting and people always caring about your growth. Luzai nodded. We were very naughty. We would secretly skip class to catch fish and crabs. We would have crushes on long-haired girls who got good grades. We would secretly hide her eraser, and even tap her ponytail. The god of origin became increasingly interested. With such a life, why do you want to become a god? Your original life was the life of a god. Oh, I see, your race must be very weak, yet you yearn for eternal life? Luzai shook his head. Every human being is immortal because we can reproduce. We engrave our genes into the next generation and place our hopes on the next generation. This is our way of achieving immortality. Cough, cough, cough. The god of origin coughed up blood incessantly, nodded and said, I would love to hear you continue, but unfortunately I seem to be unable to hold on any longer. Farewell, interesting god, I do not regret fighting you. The divine light of the origin god gradually dimmed, and his form shattered like porcelain shards, drifting into the void. Luzai reached out and grabbed, but grasped nothing. He slowly rose and looked at the giant gate leading to the land of origin. Is it really worthwhile for me to continue exploring this? Is there any point in it at all? He shook his head. Just as the god of origin had said, I was already living a life like a god, so why should I lead my life into emptiness? What's so important about the origin land? What comes after the origin land? Luzai nodded silently, having made up his mind. System. I am here. When did humanity begin to awaken? 50 years ago. I want to elevate all survival points to the law of reincarnation. I want to reincarnate 50 years ago and stop humanity from awakening. Human awakening hinges on the stone path left by the god of the void, which you have destroyed. However, reincarnation will resurrect the god of the void, restoring the path, which you can then manually clear. Luzai nodded. Then let's begin. The world paused once more, and Luzai returned to 50 years ago, a time before he was even born. However, Luzai concentrated all his divinity into a clone. He silently descended upon Blue Star and destroyed the god of the void with a single hand on Freedom Island. The clone looked at the red flowers and green leaves on the blue planet, at the bustling city, and at the busy humans, and smiled. Great Lord of Reincarnation, your wish has been granted. End.